Swim to 620, 620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Hey, it's Austin with Moxie Pest Control. I remember one Sunday at church, our pastor stood up and said, "Services are canceled. A neighbor's fence was knocked down, their home was robbed, and they need our help." So right then, we walked out and rebuilt that fence together. That taught me something. When a home doesn't feel safe, nothing feels right. At Moxie, we don't just control pests, we help families feel secure.
Make the move to Moxie. Call Moxie Pest Control.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs leaned on their offense yesterday in an 8-6 win over the Rockies. Corbin Carroll had not one but 2 home runs, and Lourdes Gurriel Jr. got his first home run of the season as well. And on the mound, Mike Soroka was real good once again, 5 2/3, just 2 earned runs, and the Snakes left Coors Field with a series win. They're back home tonight as the Giants come to town. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the conference finals are set in the NBA. Last night, the Cavs crushed the Pistons 125-94 to set up a Cavaliers-Knicks Eastern Conference Finals. And in the West, starting tonight, Victor Wembanyama and the Spurs get the Thunder and MVP Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. And in the golf world, Englishman Aaron Rai conquered Aronimink and is your 2026 PGA Championship winner. And this report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE, refractive lens exchange. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Register for K2 Vision RLE's free live webinar this Thursday at noon at k2visionrle.com.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire. Good morning and welcome.
The world.
Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jerry Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Sepulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Monday, Valley sports fans. Welcome to the beginning of a brand new week, and what a day we have on tap today. We have got Game 1 of an NBA series everybody's been waiting for, and we have got a Game 7 in the NHL in the city of Buffalo.
Yes, Buffalo.
And best of all, both those games start before 6 p.m.
That's true.
If you're in morning radio, you get that joke.
Well, you're going to have to do a lot of remote work tonight.
Yeah.
Because there's those 2 games plus the Diamondbacks game tonight.
Well, there is that.
No
that
day
is
off
true.
for the D-backs.
No, that is true, too. Yeah. And I guess that's a good thing.
Yeah.
So there you go.
A lot to watch.
Yeah,
lot to take
exactly. So how was the horse racing weekend, young Sammy Sepulka?
We love Sammy Sepulka.
Listen, the Preakness, everyone's given it a lot of flack because that the best horses, a lot of the Kentucky Derby runners didn't run in it. But I got to say, it was a stand-up race. And to those people that are giving the Preakness a bad look, it was not a bad look. It was a fun race.
It was weird because it wasn't at Pimlico.
Yes.
That was weird. It's so funny,
where
too.
was it at?
It was at Laurel
Park. They're redoing Pimlico.
Oh,
There's like a massive facelift going on there.
Look, I've got my finger on the pulse of horse racing, obviously.
I happened to be at an establishment when it was on, so I watched it.
I gotcha.
It's so funny. There's like 5 hours of lead up to the Kentucky Derby. There's like 5 seconds of lead up to the Preakness.
Well, and it's funny because most of the people that watch the Derby, and if you watch the Preakness or the Belmont, you don't really care about the other races that lead into it.
Sure.
And NBC, they do a good job of covering the races before it, but the people that watch it don't really care. They would benefit from really just taking that singular race, in my opinion.
True.
But a good weekend.
But look, there's ad sales to be made.
Exactly.
There,
Someone's got to
Sammy.
make money.
Yeah, exactly, right?
Yeah.
Was it you, though? Did you make money?
I did.
I
hit the exacta. So the 10-9, I boxed it. So they could have come in any order, first and second. So we hit the 10-9 exacta, which is good. It was good. Yep.
Well done, Sammy.
Didn't have Aaron Rye, though, so it wasn't a...
Well, he wasn't in that race.
A huge profit. You're right, Vinny. You're right.
Yeah, it's a good point. He was in a different kind of race.
It might have been weird if you had him in that race.
No doubt.
Yeah, and later today, before we move on with the show, the Super Bowl is supposed to be announced for Nash Vegas in 2030. Nashville.
That would be a
Nash Vegas.
I mean, you know how I am with weather games.
They're going to have their new stadium by 2030.
Yep.
Oh, that will
This'll
be.
be
It will
the
be
unveiling
domed?
of that. Yep.
Oh, good.
And this new
that'd be a
stadium.
Great Super Bowl host.
This new stadium is going to have exactly what I want for Chase Field, a translucent roof. Meaning you can see through it.
Is it not retractable? Is it just, it's a dome?
That's a good question.
I don't know.
See, we've seen, you know how Dallas, sometimes when the sun's setting and the sun peeks through?
I hate that, by
I know.
the way.
The translucent roof gives me worries about that.
Oh, glare? I see what you're saying.
I've hated watching Cowboys games since I was a kid because of that whole joke.
Because of the team.
We put the hole in the top of the stadium so God could watch his team
As
play.
if God wouldn't have the power to see through a roof.
Exactly.
Come on.
For a television experience, it's awful because of the shadows, and now they deal with it in a different way because of the sunlight coming through both ends of AT&T Stadium.
Yeah.
It's awful.
Yeah.
If they want the deities whose favorite team really is the Cowboys, they should put a hole in the ground.
We're playing on a translucent field.
That's pretty good. Start the show, Jarrett.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash. Brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
D-backs get out of Denver with a series win over the Rockies thanks to an 8-6 win on Sunday. Corbin Carroll, 2 home runs, a 2-run shot in the 4th, a solo home run in the 6th. As the D-backs rolled up an 8-2 lead, but then it was hold on for dear life. The Rockies would build a big 4-run inning in the 8th. Starting against Brandon Pfaadt, Taylor Clark came in. He allowed a couple runs to score that were charged to Pfaadt, but he did get the final out of the inning. Paul Sewald worked the 9th for the save. Michael Soroka allowed 2 runs on 6 hits, 8 strikeouts over 5 2/3 innings. His 6th win of the year. And Lourdes Gurriel Jr.'s solo shot in the 5th off of Michael Lorenzen, his first home run of the year. That means all of our Dingers participants have finally gone deep this year.
About time.
We were waiting on Lourdes.
Middle of May.
And he finally delivered. D-backs back home to start a 7-game homestand tonight at Chase Field. First up 3 games against the Giants. D-backs going with Zach Gallen. He'll face former teammate Robbie Ray. First pitch 6:40. You can hear all the action right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app beginning with pregame coverage at 6. We said it going into the weekend. You never know what you're going to get in Coors Field.
You really don't.
And, man, you want to talk about a smorgasbord of stuff. A complete game.
All in all, a very productive weekend for the Diamondbacks. Yeah. As somebody who was feeling very doomy and gloomy over that last game in Texas, that was kind of the series I needed to see him play.
Yeah. 2 out of 3, 667 baseball.
Merrill Kelly, complete game, 2 home run game from Corbin Carroll, and a successful save situation for Paul Sewald.
Sure.
Let's move on.
Yep. And they will starting tonight. For most of the series, you had to wonder if the Cleveland Cavaliers or Detroit Pistons really wanted to win it. Last night, you had to wonder what was going through the Pistons' collective mind as the Cavs waltzed to a 125-94 Game 7 win in Detroit. Cleveland got 26 points from Donovan Mitchell, 23 each from Jarrett Allen and Sam Merrill, 21 from Evan Mobley as they advance to the Eastern Conference Finals. They'll take on the New York Knicks starting tomorrow night. Cleveland's 31-point win is the 3rd biggest Game 7 win of all time. The Suns' spot at number 2 is still there.
Okay.
Tonight on the NBA postseason slate, Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals in Oklahoma City. The Thunder hosting the Spurs in a much-anticipated series. OKC has lost only 18 games all year, including the playoffs, but 4 of those to the Spurs. 4 wins in 5 matchups. The last contest between these two teams was 3.5 months ago, though. Thunder star Jalen Williams not on the injury report for OKC. Williams suffered a hamstring injury back in Game 2 of the Thunder's first-round series against the Suns. That fun gets tipped off tonight at 5:30 on NBC and Peacock. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander of the Thunder, once again the NBA MVP. SGA 83 of 100 first-place votes. He beats out Nikola Jokic of Denver and San Antonio's Victor Wembanyama for the award. Gilgeous-Alexander becomes the 14th player in NBA history to win back-to-back MVP awards. Sure, it got stretched out longer than it should have, but Aaron Rodgers going back to Pittsburgh for another season. The 42-year-old agreeing to a 1-year deal worth up to $25 million with a base salary between $22 and $23 million. He led the Steelers to the AFC North title last year, 3,300 yards and 24 touchdown passes. England's Aaron Rai, the winner of the PGA Championship at Aronimink in Pennsylvania. Rai shot a final round 65 to win by 3 strokes over John Rahm and Alex Smalley. His first major, just his second PGA Tour win. Here's a little trivia for Sammy. What was his other PGA Tour win?
Oh, it's such a good question.
No, not really.
Was it the Canadian Open?
No, it was the Wyndham Championship.
Yes.
In August of 2024.
Good old Wyndham.
Did you know that,
loser?
No. No.
You know what I always say? You win them, you lose them.
You won some.
Napoleon Solo took home the Preakness Stakes in Laurel, Maryland on Saturday. Congrats to the ASU softball team of head coach Megan Bartlett. The Sun Devils crushed host Texas A&M 9-1. They sweep the Bryan College Station Regional. ASU moves on to the Super Regional, best-of-3 series against the Texas Longhorns starting Friday in Austin. U of A softball eliminated by Duke at the Durham Regional 8-6, and GCU softball lost 1-0 to Nebraska in the Lincoln Regional. So good representation over the weekend for the state, but only the Sun Devils advance. And as Bick said, we got a Game 7 in the Stanley Cup playoffs tonight in Buffalo. Get out your lighters and your gasoline and your folding tables, Sabres fans. They're hosting Montreal with a spot in the Eastern Conference Final on the line. Sabres fought off elimination with an 8-3 win on Saturday night. Puck drops at 4:30 on ESPN in Buffalo. How about that?
It's wild.
You can watch basketball, hockey, and baseball without having to switch to a streaming service.
Oh.
If you've got all those channels.
Enjoy it while it lasts.
What a night.
Yeah. There won't be many nights like this in your future.
This might be the last
This
one.
might be the last one.
There you go. There is your splash for this Monday, May 18th. Coming up next, D-backs had a great start in Colorado. Then things got a little bit rocky, but overall, a good weekend. We'll get into it next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Monday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and are you still watching the big game on a screen that makes a football look like a pixelated dot? If so, it's time to trade up to a front row seat. Visit Waltz TV and Appliance, your ultimate game day headquarters. At Waltz, they don't just sell electronics, they engineer the perfect fan experience. Get every blade of grass, every drop of sweat, every crucial replay, and jaw-dropping detail. The experts at Waltz will match you with the perfect television fit perfectly for your budget. They've got all the major name brands you're looking for, inventory you won't find anyplace else, big screen televisions up to 115 inches, great selection of outdoor televisions, and at Waltz, you'll get 10 times the service while paying the same prices as you would at the big box stores. Keep in mind, they offer same-day delivery 7 days a week, and you can enjoy a worry-free installation done by a professional. Get a championship-level setup without paying the stadium prices. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
On May 23rd, fans can receive a Serpientes replica jersey courtesy of Talking Stick Resort. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Megan's grandfather bought his first Ranger here. Her dad bought his first F-150 here. And she just drove off the lot in a new Ford Expedition for her family. 3 generations, all choosing Sanderson Ford. Visit Sanderson during their anniversary sale and see why. Right now, purchase any new Ford and get a $500 Circle K fuel card on Sanderson. We have your first 5 tanks covered. When you're in the market for a new vehicle, choose the dealership families have been trusting for over 70 years. Choose Sanderson Ford. Not valid on fleet or AXZ or D-Plan purchases. Offer expires 5/31/26.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Get the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now. Plus, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. That includes popular models like the legendary Silverado, the versatile Equinox, plus the feature-packed and affordable Chevy Trax. Don't miss out. Memorial Day marks the beginning of summer and a great time to hit the open road in a brand new car, truck, SUV, or EV from your Valley Chevy dealers.
Meet Barkley. When Barkley smells gas, he leaves fast. When Barkley hears hissing coming from a gas appliance, he leaves fast. When Barkley sees dirt or water shooting from the ground, he leaves fast. Barkley then calls 911 and Southwest Gas from a safe location.
Did that dog just grab a phone and dial 911?
Gas lines can be buried anywhere, so remember to call 911 and Southwest Gas.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Hey, it's Luke. Did Coors Field unlock the Diamondbacks offense? We'll be talking Snakes Rockies at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Here's a 2-1. Carroll swings, drills it high and deep to right. Going back, Johnston, take a look. That thing is in the bullpen, and Carroll gets his 6th of the season, and the D-backs take a 5-0 lead. First pitch, oh my goodness, look at this one go. A rocket to right, and the second home run of the day for Corbin Carroll.
Chris Garagiola on the calls. Chris will join us at 8:30 this morning to talk D-backs baseball. The only thing missing from that second one was the patented Chris Garagiola, oh, good Lord.
Nobody does good Lord better than Chris Garagiola. Maybe you.
879 feet of home runs yesterday for Corbin Carroll. In the 8-6 win for the Diamondbacks over the Colorado Rockies. They get the series win. And if you watch the TV call on that second home run, Steve Berthium said it with definitiveness, and that is Corbin Carroll is back. He's really stinging the baseball again.
Okay.
And that is a good sign moving forward. Because we talked so much last week about this big three starting to get going. Corbin Carroll is real selective. He's drawing a lot of walks, but to see him hit 2 home runs in that fashion, and they needed. Yeah. It turns out they needed every bit of it.
Yeah, and Lourdes Gurriel Jr. went deep for the first time, which I guess is a good sign. Mm-hmm. Hey, not for nothing. You know what's unbelievable? Does Fernando Tatis Jr. still have 0 home runs on the year?
I believe so.
That's unbelievable. 0. Unbelievable. Gee, I wonder why that is.
Yeah, I wonder. What
would explain something like that?
When he was hitting so well for a good portion of his career, and then something happened.
When he seemed so dynamic and had such explosive, tricky power at the plate.
Yeah, I guess PEDs do work.
Sure do. At least in baseball they do. And I'm guessing they work in football just fine.
Corbin Carroll talked about, hey, not trying to hit home runs, just doing what I'm supposed to do.
Yeah, I think those just happen. Not trying to do too much, just right now trying to keep it really simple, hunt good pitches, and control the strike zone, and try and put some good swings on them.
Yeah, and you said it when we were talking about it early. This is, you don't ever want to lose to the Rockies when they're this down as a franchise, but to go in there, and Saturday was kind of a bummer of a game, no doubt. They couldn't get the offense going, but Friday, to have the bookends of Friday and
Definitely
Sunday.
Farrell Kelly on Friday. Wasn't Merrill Smelly.
He was not Merrill Smelly.
It was Farrell Kelly. We got the Farrell part, not the Smelly part.
I hope that one doesn't
First,
catch on.
No. First complete game of his career. That's unbelievable.
Isn't that amazing? We got real close to seeing Eduardo Rodriguez do it. And Eduardo's well over, what was it, 270-something starts in his career. And then Merrill Kelly, who doesn't have as many starts career-wise as Eduardo Rodriguez, but are the Diamondbacks the team that's going to bring the complete game back?
Well, listen, I think all of us were watching Friday in horror as he better not take him out of this game. He's not going to do it, is he? And fortunately, Merrill got it done in 100 pitches right on the money. Right on the money.
I wonder.
If he would have gone to 102, who knows?
Seriously.
But didn't you feel like it was that same kind of deal? Base runner on, you're coming out.
Yes.
And they got a base runner on. And I was like, oh, no.
I wonder how many pitchers in history have ever thrown their first complete game at Coors Field.
He has got
count for more. You're right.
He's got a crazy good record at Coors Field. Look it up if you will. I don't know. I don't have the numbers. I just know from previous reporting that Merrill Kelly has been lights out money in that stadium, and I think it's because he has got pitches that dip, and he knows how to keep the ball in the lower quadrant of the strike zone. He doesn't make mistakes up over the plate at Coors Canaveral. His stats are really, really good in Colorado.
I'm looking them up right now.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it too.
Merrill, this computer is something else. Well, I was trying to look it up.
Okay.
Sammy's on it today.
I'm on it. Yeah,
my computer froze.
You would think, just ask AI, man. They're never wrong.
Never.
Merrill Kelly's never played a game at Coors Field. But he has. Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. I should be better about that.
Speaking of AI, did you see that after ASU brought in Harrison Ford for the commencement speech?
Oh, I'm so glad you brought this up. Go ahead.
The University of Arizona brought in somebody who was getting booed every time he brought up.
It was the former
AI?
Google CEO.
Yes, Eric Schmidt.
He's got a past, we'll say. And I texted Jarrett over the weekend because I watched this video, and you know me, University of Arizona can do no right in my mind, but I was like fist pumping. I was like, yeah, give it to him.
Oh.
Because he was getting booed mercilessly.
By the students, yeah.
Which, that's fine, because his commencement speech was basically an ad/infomercial for AI. The same thing happened at the University of Central Florida, by the way, in their graduation ceremony. Different person doing it.
Yeah.
Same results. But then I thought, why was this person invited as the commencement speaker in the first place?
It's a great question. Who is making those decisions over there? Is that the person who wanted to fire your basketball coach?
Hey, listen, they got that decision right. That's all you really care
that's
about.
The only, that's the only one they needed to get right. I find it fascinating. The Cardinals got destroyed because their video was described as AI slop. AI is incredibly unpopular. Nobody wants it, and you can see why. It's going to eliminate millions of jobs. Why are we forcing this down everyone's throat if no one wants it? If the mention of it makes people boo at a commencement speech.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Well, imagine you're sitting there as a graduate of a university, whatever your path was to get there. It's a milestone. It's a stepping stone. You're going to take your first steps into the professional corporate world probably. And here's some schmo wearing a cap and gown telling you, oh, yeah, you're not going to have jobs because AI is so awesome.
Unbelievable.
He's lucky he didn't get pelted with tomatoes.
What an idiot.
You say nobody wants it, but we know the people that want it. It's the people that have all the money.
Yeah.
They want to use it because it saves them lots of money. They don't have to pay people to do stuff anymore.
That's it. Yeah, that's exactly. Well, okay.
And that's why it's going to happen. And that's why it's going to be used, because those are the people that have the power.
Okay, the hamster wheels. Hamsters they got done running on my computer. They're good.
All right.
Okay.
Merrill Kelly, career 6-2 lifetime at Coors Field, 3.68 ERA in 10 starts, 1.147 WHIP.
Not bad.
That's really good numbers for that ballpark.
Oh, yeah.
And the first D-back pitcher to complete a complete game at Coors Field since 2013.
Brandon Webb.
Patrick Corbin.
Wow.
Patrick Corbin.
Who's still in the league pitching, by the way, which is
actually
which
been
is amazing.
pretty decent.
Yeah, he's been like all right, yeah, which is wild.
He literally got out of the basement as the worst pitcher in baseball,
He
right?
did.
Yeah. By the way, Merrill Kelly lifetime at Dodger Stadium, just for comparison's sake, 0-5, 7.03 ERA. One of those is a notorious hitter's ballpark, and one is not. That shows you how good he's been in Colorado. Great sign to have him have back-to-back starts like that.
Huge.
Yes.
Huge. And to do something like that sort of, I think if you're Merrill Kelly now, you kind of got your swag back. Not that he'd ever lost it, but you got it back now. You've got a complete game at Coors Field in your back pocket.
Oh, no doubt.
Nothing says ace more than that.
Yep.
So that's a really good development. So like I said, I'll admit it, I was overly doomy and gloomy after that last loss in Texas, but that Paul Sewald blown save really hit me. As somebody who was in Globe Life Field the night that they lost Game 1 of the World Series, that game felt like, is everything going to go tumbling down the mountain now? And look, it's just one series, but at least I feel a lot better now.
Yeah, we're past the midway point of May, and I think everybody for the Diamondbacks is either waiting for one of two things to happen, and that is an elevation to great baseball or a complete collapse. And they're still just living in that middle right now.
Right.
Yeah. Coming up next, the number 1 seed just laid an egg in a big Game 7 at home. Does that sound familiar? We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm coming to London.
The Union Jack Classic, ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium.
London? Yes, London.
Arizona Sports will send one winner and a guest to London with round-trip airfare from Phoenix, 4-star hotel accommodations, royal box seats at Wembley with hospitality, sideline passes, a VIP Tower of London private experience, and a nighttime river cruise on the Thames.
Jolly good.
Devils in London.
London.
Brought to you by Desert Financial.
Cheerio.
Watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
Brilliant. Jolly good. Well, must be off.
Hey, everybody. Happy Monday. Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics. And if you're dealing with chronic joint pain, there is nothing more meaningful you can do for yourself and the people who care about you than finally getting rid of that pain, especially as you head into vacation season. And if you've got joint pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back, if you're missing work or activities you once loved, if you don't want to deal with surgery and the long rehabilitation process, if you're relying on medication just to get through the day, you're exactly the kind of patient QC Kinetics helps every day. They are the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine that delivers life-changing results, talking about treatments that empower your body to trigger itself, repairing and restoring damaged joint tissue right at the source of your pain. And this stuff really works. I say that 92% of the patients at QC Kinetics nationwide express extreme satisfaction with the results. I've leaned on them twice over the last 6 years, both times to dramatic results. Emmett Smith raves about what QC Kinetics has done to help him deal with a lifetime of joint pain after a career in the NFL. And it could be the most meaningful thing you do for yourself. The treatments are all done in office and the consultation is free. Call now for that free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-7246 for QC Kinetics.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
Nobody wants to think about their toilet until they have to. A weak flush, water that runs on its own, or low water levels in your bowl, your toilet is telling you something. Ignore it long enough, and it becomes a costly repair. Parker & Sons offers a toilet tune-up for just $89. A full inspection that catches small issues before they turn into big ones. And if anything needs fixing while we're there, the $89 fee is waived. Call or text 602-2REPAIR and get your toilet tune-up scheduled with Parker & Sons today.
It's back. Employee pricing. Yep, we pay what Ford employees pay at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvisi here, man. Do not miss employee pricing across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs. Hey, Ford has been part of this country's story for more than a century, and Ford will help drive America forward for the next 250 years to come. You take that 2026 Ford F-150, work truck, or weekend warrior, Ford has a powertrain fit for the job. And remember, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, get employee pricing plus $1,000 cash back on a 2026 F-150 and Ford Explorer and 2025 Ford Maverick and Bronco. Employee pricing and $1,000 cash back while it lasts at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Scorpions don't hate you. They ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Corbin Carroll's 2 home runs and Lourdes Gurriel Jr.'s first home run of the season helped the Diamondbacks get an 8-6 win yesterday in a series win against the Rockies. Mike Soroka was real good again yesterday as well. He went 5 2/3, just gave up 2 runs, and he got his 6th win of the season. And the Snakes return home tonight and start a 3-game series with the Giants. First pitch from Zach Gallen will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. To the NBA, the Cleveland Cavaliers rolled the Detroit Pistons last night, 125-94 en route to an Eastern Conference Finals, where the New York Knicks are waiting, and the Spurs and Thunder will get their much-anticipated series underway tonight, led by the now 2-time MVP Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. And between the NFL schedule release and Suns off-season plans, be sure to head to ArizonaSports.com for more today. And this report is brought to you by Earnhardt Buick GMC. Honest prices, zero pressure, the Valley's best selection at Earnhardt Buick GMC. Shop now at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
That'll do it. The Cleveland Cavaliers are moving on to the Eastern Conference Finals. They'll take on the New York Knicks. A final score for the Cavs. They win 125-94 in Detroit.
The result is surprising, but the way it happened is even more surprising.
George Sedano, Galena Azubuike on ESPN Radio last night with the final call of a weird game wrapping up a weird series. We talked to Kellen Olson Friday on the show, and he was like, I'm going to watch out of obligation.
Hate watch
this thing. And you want to talk about two teams, and I didn't have any level of trust for either one of these teams, speaking big picture in the Eastern Conference playoffs pick. But Cleveland in Game 6 on their home floor basically doesn't show up. And then if you're Detroit, what a reprieve you get going home to play after you beat Cleveland on their home floor for the first time they had lost on their home floor in the playoffs.
Yep.
And you turn that in. The one thing that makes sports still great when you get through all of the ingredients, and there's a lot of stuff about sports that can bug you or just become a pet peeve. The psychology mixed in with the athletic competition is fantastic. You can't beat it. And there was a lot of psychological stuff going on last night with the Pistons. What a terrible performance.
That was their worst defensive effort of the entire postseason at the biggest moment of their entire season.
Yes.
That's a tough juxtaposition for the Pistons to have to deal with, right? Mitch Albom, Detroit Free Press columnist, wrote that Cleveland did everything but pull the Pistons' pants down. Wow. It's kind of a fair description of what happened. Yeah, what a bizarre end to that series. For Cleveland to get worked in Game 6, which made all the Pistons fans, okay, we got control of this again. And then for that game, right?
Because you have, again, I think James Harden's going to the Hall of Fame, but his big knock's been playoff James Harden. He doesn't show up in Game 7s, and you're thinking, you're going to Detroit. You probably have the best player in the series in Cade. Like you said, you just won in Cleveland. It was all adding up to Detroit basketball to roll on.
Yeah. If I would have told you before the game that in a Game 7 in Detroit, James Harden would go 2 for 10, 0 for 6 from three-point range, and miss 3 free throws, you'd be like, oh, okay, Cleveland's going home.
And now we're talking
about... They didn't need his points. They had 4 guys score 20 or more points last night.
Yeah, listen, I tell you what, as somebody who I kind of thought saw regression in Donovan Mitchell's game, I thought that he needed this badly.
Yeah, he's finally crossed over into this territory now where that monkey is off his back when it comes to resume. He had never been to a conference final. That happens. But now I think that pressure... Even though he's much earlier in his career than Donovan Mitchell is, Cade Cunningham, that was a weird series for him. At times looked unstoppable, and then, just weird passes throughout this series. Last night, if you look at his stat line in a Game 7, as the best player on the floor, as Sammy said, 5 of 16, 0 for 7 from three-point range, 5 assists, 3 turnovers, 13 points.
Yeah.
But the bigger picture on the Pistons was they were the team every year. They were the team. We're all saying it. We've all been saying this is the team all season that nobody really believed in that much. That they kind of held at arm's length.
Well,
are they going to be real?
There's a reason for that. Last year, the Pistons won 64 games in the regular season, and they lost to the Pacers in the second round of the playoffs.
Cavs did.
I'm sorry, that's what I meant. Last year, the Cavs were 64-18, and they lost to Indiana, the Pacers, in the second round of the playoffs. So there was a definite lack of trust for the Cavs as well.
But also, this is the Pistons' first time in this situation after being bad for a lot of years. And the Cavs last year, they were really good. This is how things used to work in the NBA. You had to try and fail a couple times before it became like this immediate success kind of world that we live in now.
Yeah, you get a big bowl of humble pie, and then you learn from it. So like in Detroit, that's the lesson here. They've got to take what happened yesterday and make that thing hurt like crazy. Unfortunately for the Suns, we never got that bounce back from the big bowl of humble pie. We just asked for another one.
Well, and there are similarities to what Detroit just went through and what the Suns went through in 2022 when they laid that Game 7 egg at home against Dallas. They lost by 33. So the score differential, this is the second and third worst Game 7 losses ever for a team in the NBA. But the big difference is, and you could frame this one of two ways. You could say, well, was it as bad for the Suns because they had just been to the NBA Finals the year before? But you just hit on the other end of it. That was it. after that, things did not go well for the franchise.
No.
Whereas the trajectory for the Pistons is still going in the right direction, and they're going to make some changes, and maybe they can look at the Cleveland situation from a year ago and say, okay, now we know what we need to do. But it was a weird postseason for the Pistons. They fall behind 3-1 to Orlando. They come back. They fight all the way back. And then has a team ever overcome a 2-game deficit and then blown a 2-game lead in the same postseason?
Wow. I don't know.
They didn't did it.
They didn't really look that impressive the entire postseason.
No, I agree. And it wasn't all Cunningham. Jalen Duren was largely terrible.
Boy, did he lose a lot of money.
He was great in Game 6. He was terrible again in Game 7. If you rely that heavily on Tobias Harris offensively, we know how that usually works out historically, regardless of what team he's on.
Yeah.
Asar Thompson is an absolute joy to watch on the defensive end. And on the offensive end, you're watching through your fingers because he can't shoot a lick.
He and his brother need to figure something out this summer.
How can you be that athletic and not be able to shoot at all?
Because they never needed to until now.
I guess.
And the Pistons have a big decision to make. You talked about Jalen Duren losing a lot of money. The Pistons can offer him a max contract.
Oh, God.
And if he doesn't accept that, he can go to free agency and get a lot of money. But their first and probably second All-NBA players in Cade and Jalen Duren combined for 20 points in a Game 7.
Yeah.
So what happens if the Pistons go, okay, there's no way we're paying Jalen Duren. Let's call the Phoenix Suns and say, hey, Matt, we know you said you'd ride into a fire with Devin Booker. Have you had second thoughts?
But, I mean, the thing is, and Sammy's right, if you're Cade Cunningham, you could say, I could move on at free agency. I can make a ton of money. But there's only so many teams that have cap space that can absorb a max contract for a player like that. Yeah. The NBA has, for better or worse, depending on how you feel, that's how these contracts work now. These guys are going to stay with the teams that they're coming up with because that's the way to make the most money.
Yeah, and again, the Pistons, we talked about when the Suns lost and got blown out in Game 7, large changes came, and more often than not in the NBA, when you see kind of flameouts in the NBA, more changes are made than none.
Yep. Here was Cunningham after the loss, by the way.
That game sucked. Getting back home, definitely wanted to get this win in front of the fans. Reminded me of last year, losing on the home court. It's not a great feeling. So I hadn't been thinking about the offseason. So, my mind's been racing now, trying to figure out, what I got to do, what it's going to look like. That's really it.
Yeah, it's the end of Detroit basketball.
Detroit basketball.
Cleveland moves on. So in the battle of teams that nobody trusted, the Cavaliers win in 7 games. Any chance against the Knicks?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't think the Knicks are so unbeatable.
Yeah.
They have the same ghosts, that all these teams.
It's going to sound weird. I thought the Knicks would handle the Pistons better than they would the Cavs. The Cavs still have some dangerous pieces.
I agree.
Yeah.
But I still think the Knicks are far superior. And the way they're playing right now. So impressive. Arizona Cardinals tickets are on sale now. Be a part of the Red Sea at State Farm Stadium as the Cardinals host NFC West battles with the Seahawks, 49ers, and Rams, plus the Eagles, Lions, Commanders, Raiders, Jets, and Broncos come to town. Get your seats now through the official Cardinals app. Coming up next, everybody loves an underdog, except in one sport. We'll explain more next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Here's the 0-2. Swing and a fly to left, and this should do it. Walt Schmidt backing up. He's underneath it. He makes the catch, and the Diamondbacks, they hang on and win it by a final score of 8-6. Had to have it here against the Rockies.
It's back to Chase Field after a series win up in Colorado to host the Giants for 3 games. Game 1 tonight at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Right now, the student loan landscape is shifting very quickly, and if you're carrying private student loan debt, none of those changes are going to help you because private loans don't qualify for federal programs. But that is why YRefi exists. Hey, it's Vince Murata. YRefi specializes in helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. That is their whole focus. They look at where you actually are financially and build a low fixed rate payment plan around your situation. It's not a temporary patch. It is a real long-term solution. YRefi works with you even if your credit has taken a hit, even if you've been in default for years, even if other lenders have turned you away. There's no judgment, no shame. YRefi has seen it all. They just want to help you get back on solid ground. One phone call, and you can know exactly where you stand and what is possible. Give YRefi a call today at 888-YRefi85 or visit YRefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
The NBA playoffs are underway, and now you can trade every game on Kalshi. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. San Antonio is currently trading at 19% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $500 if they take the title. On Kalshi, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers. And as odds move, you can buy in or out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code PASS to get $10 when you trade $10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we know you're no stranger to setting big goals, whether in school, at work, or in life. And you're ready for more. At UMGC, we offer the skills-based education you need to move your career forward. Learn how to apply AI, data science, and other emerging tech. Plus, gain skills in leadership and critical thinking. You've come far. Succeed again. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
When you play pro sports, you learn fast that every win starts with a goal and the discipline to follow through. Hey, it's Tom Chambers, and even though I'm not running the floor anymore, that mindset never left. I still like having a plan, a target, something I'm working toward. That's a big reason I teamed up with Galaxy Lending Group and their Goal Loan. It stands for Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator Loan, but I call it the Get Out and Live Loan. Because once I dug into it, I realized something I wish I'd understood earlier. You can get out of debt faster using the income you already make, without tightening your lifestyle or changing how you live. No gimmicks and no waiting for the perfect rate. Just a smarter way to spend fewer years in a mortgage so your money starts opening doors instead of holding you back. If being debt-free is one of the goals you're working on, you need to check this out. Text GOAL to 620-620. That's GOAL to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Luke. If Carson Beck is the guy, how many games could the Cardinals win in 2026? We'll continue to react to the schedule release at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Wasn't actually aware of it until yesterday. I think in this room yesterday it was mentioned, which was the first of my knowledge. But yeah, extremely proud. There's a lot of incredible and historic English players over those 100 years who have gone on to achieve incredible things and had phenomenal careers. But to win this event. And then to be, a person that's the first one to have won it in such a long time from England is an amazing thing and something to be extremely proud of.
You sound like you're from London. It's Aaron Rye, champion of the PGA Championship. His first major yesterday, wins it in Pennsylvania. Good story. Not the most well-known to golf fans or casual golf fans.
No.
Apparently well-loved within the sport, on the tour. So it's a great story. But you brought up a great point in our pre-show meeting about underdogs.
Yeah.
And how underdogs are usually darlings. That doesn't apply to every sport.
No, it doesn't. And I'll speak specifically for golf because I know it's definitely true about golf. It might be true about other sports. It might be true about other individual sports. I don't know, but I know it's true about golf. First 2 days of the PGA, I had very little to pull people in, and it wasn't just me. I was listening, being the dork that I am, to some of the Saturday morning golf shows, and everybody was saying the same thing. Man, this, for a major tournament, this PGA Championship just isn't grabbing my attention. It just doesn't have it. And then you went into Sunday, and the leader was Alex Smalley, okay? Interesting player who basically nobody knew a darn thing about. And all that people were talking about was, can Scottie Scheffler make a run? He's lurking. Can Rory McIlroy make a run? He's lurking. And there was this undeniable push for some marquee player to come all the way back and win a golf tournament instead of actively cheering for the underdog. Now, an underdog won it in Aaron Rai, but it was Alex Smalley going into the final round, and it was largely considered an albatross for this tournament that there was a guy nobody knew about at the top.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a shame. That shouldn't happen in any sport, but it does in golf.
Why? Why does it happen in golf? Because I was thinking about this. Superstars sort of lead all sports, but at a certain point, the superstar becomes too much, and people root against it. Like a Tom Brady, there was a certain point where everybody was rooting against Tom Brady.
Yeah.
Golf is not like that. Like Tiger Woods, at the height of his power, people weren't rooting for him to choke on the 18th hole and lose.
No, they wanted to see that greatness.
Right. Do you think it's because it's an individual sport, because it's not as big of a casual fan base? They only know the stars?
That's a lot to do with it. I think there's a few different reasons. Everything about golf, every conversation we have about golf, you generally bring back to Tiger. And that's probably a big case of this, too. Everybody is still waiting to feel about golf the way Tiger made us feel about golf. One guy performing at a level that just blew your mind. You know, I've shared the theory that some deep-thinking philosophers believe that when human beings encounter greatness for the first time and see it with their own eyes, it fundamentally changes our brains. It changes everything for people. When you see it up close and personal. No one has to tell you about it. You witness it. So there's that. So there's the Tiger phenomenon and how everything, even now, is held up against that.
You're so right.
Then there's also the element, I was talking to a very, very successful businessman yesterday who is not in the media, who said a lot of it has to do with the power of the media in this day and age, about how now there's only X amount of subjects that get framed and get fueled and get gassed up properly. And so as a result, you don't know a darn thing about Alex Smalley. Nobody even told this great story about Alex Smalley on the broadcast. Alex Smalley once played golf at Duke. They were playing Texas in the NCAA tournament, head-to-head. And they kind of do it in a Ryder Cup style fashion. No, they do it in a President's Cup style, whatever.
It's a match play.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
So you basically got to match up one guy with another guy. And at Texas, Scottie Scheffler was the guy. Super well-known collegiate golfer. They put Alex Smalley up against him. Alex Smalley cleans his clock.
By the 14th hole.
By the 14th. See, Sammy knows the story because he's a golf dork like me.
Of course he does.
But why didn't they tell that story?
All it was a brief mention.
Yes.
And ESPN's coverage, Jeff Darlington, he does a good job, but it was him that had to mention it. The anchors and the people feeding the people that information, it never even occurred to them that this story, although it was a long time ago, Duke and Texas, it still had relevance because right now he's doing the exact same thing to Scottie Scheffler that he did back then.
Yeah.
And Smalley's one thing, but to now just lean on Aaron Rai winning the PGA as, he's just the nicest guy on tour.
That's all that people can say.
Right. Can we talk about why he has iron covers? Can we talk about how when he didn't even play?
Explain. Tell people about Aaron Rai, Sammy. Do golf a service. Do him a solid right now.
And do it in a British accent, please.
I don't know if I could do that.
I don't know.
It wasn't bad.
That was pretty good.
That was pretty good.
So Aaron Rai, He first of all, he didn't play from normal tees until he was 12 years old because it was important to him and his dad who was teaching him the fundamentals of golf. Similarly to you here, some people in basketball, they don't let their son shoot from the three-point line until their form is correct.
Right.
So Aaron Rye growing up, he didn't come from a lot of wealth, so when his dad bought him golf clubs, he realized the significance of that his father was spending upwards of 4 figures on something for him. And so he took such good care of these clubs that he put club covers on irons, which you do not see. You normally see it for like drivers, woods, putters. Yeah. And so
let me interrupt you there.
Yeah.
He did this not knowing that most common sports fans and golf fans would make fun of him for being what they thought was pretentious. Oh, you're so special you put covers on your irons. He did it exactly for the reason Sammy said. Yeah, because he grew up dirt poor and his parents made this sacrifice.
It's a great story.
And so when he finally made it large enough to where people were sending him golf clubs, like he got title sponsors, that never changed. And I don't know the story behind the 2 gloves that he wears, but golfers normally just wear one glove. If you're right-handed, you wear it on the left. If lefty, he wears 2 gloves, and they're black gloves, which if you're a golfer, it stands out like a sore thumb.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to do some food prep.
Right.
And the last thing on Aaron Rye.
Commit a robbery or rob a jewelry store.
And the last thing on Aaron Rye, it was controversial that he wasn't even the best golfer in his marriage. His wife is a former LPGA player who was very, very good. So he had all these things not hanging over his head, but and to go win,
it was huge.
It was.
Can I ask one more question on the underdog part of it?
Yeah.
And why this exists in golf more than others? Do you think it's because? And I'm asking because golf, it basically comes down to the golfer against the course.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a true head-to-head. Because I was trying to equate it to another sport, tennis, an individual sport
You're going against somebody.
Where the idea of an underdog is still very much alive in tennis. In fact, a lot of people are looking for somebody to come from the underdog ranks to become dominant now, especially. Do you think that is part of the mix?
That's a good point. Probably is.
Because, in golf, even you go into Sunday, and Aaron Rye, he's playing with a partner. It's not his opponent, it's his playing partner.
But also, I think just to bring it once again back to Tiger Woods, I think the lesson the PGA learned from the Tiger Woods phenomena was not, we can now promote the whole league. It was, we need to find the next Tiger Woods. Mm-hmm. Not that we need to elevate everybody else up to.
They're probably aware of what they're up against.
To that point, if you watch the whole thing as I did, the PGA Championship, the networks were doing something diabolical yesterday. They were showing as much cycled video, hype video. Just they'd come back and they would show this 90-second loop of Scheffler and former champions and guys who've won the PGA. And they were instilling all of these moments that had nothing to do with 2026 into the broadcast. Mm-hmm. And they did it so many times that it was beyond just hey, I got this cool feature I did if you want to use it during the broadcast. It was clearly a big function of their programming yesterday. That what we got out there on the course, it ain't going to be compelling to enough people.
Yeah,
we got to jazz this up. It sucks. It's a shame.
I tell you, it sucks.
That's bloody awful.
There you go, Sammy. Young Sammy. Coming up next, NBA MVP for SGA. LOL or A-OK? Well done, Jared. Everybody's on their game this morning. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
Marte grounds it to first, and it's under the glove of Sheets. That's into right field.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Ask not what your country can do for you. I have a dream.
It's one small step for man.
The only thing we have to fear is fear itself.
Hi, it's Tim Hovick, owner of Santan Ford. We built Santan Ford on the same values that built this country. Hard work, really hard work. caring for the community and looking out for all people. Santan Ford is a great Arizona story, and for 123 years, Ford is the great American story. You see, Ford value is doing what's best for America. So we're doing that now by offering our fellow Americans and Arizonans to pay what we pay. It's employee pricing going on now at Santan Ford. Ford is giving back to keep us moving forward. American value for American values. You get it all at Santan Ford.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here, and I'm sitting next to my great friend, Dr. Joe from Aria Dental Implant Center. Hey, Dr. Joe, it's great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Talk to me about the All-on-4 dental implant.
It's a process where we can remove patients' remaining dentition, where we can place 4 dental implants, take our digital impressions, so we can get this population back in function.
You know I've had the All-on-4. It is a life changer. It truly is. Not only to be able to smile, right, but also to bite into a steak. What is the best thing about getting the All-on-4 dental treatment?
Self-confidence. The only reason people don't get All-on-4s is because they can't afford it. It's expensive.
Yes.
My goal is to make it economical. So if I can reduce that cost, I will.
If you have broken or missing teeth, he's going to help you. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. It's spelled A-R-I-A. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
This week at Desert Wind Harley, buy any pre-owned Harley and get a $1,500 gift card. With access to the state's largest Harley inventory, Desert Wind has hundreds of Harleys on site. Get a $1,500 gift card with the purchase of any pre-owned Harley at Desert Wind Harley. Finance specialists are on site to get you approved and 100% of credit applications considered. Get a $1,500 gift card when you purchase any pre-owned Harley at Desert Wind Harley now through Sunday. Gift card cannot be used towards the purchase of a new Harley motorcycle.
Hey, it's Austin with Moxie Pest Control. When I was a kid, we didn't have much. One day, a box showed up on our doorstep. No name, no note, just things we really needed at the time. I was probably 7 or 8, and I still remember opening it and feeling what real kindness felt like. That's why we show up the way we do at Moxie Pest Control, because one small act of kindness can mean everything.
Make the move to Moxie. Call Moxie Pest Control.
Have you noticed all of a sudden there's a bunch of lawyers saying they're going to fight for you? Yeah, until you read the fine print below them. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. If you look closely at that fine print, you'll see not an attorney in this state or not a law firm.
You never trust your future in the hands of someone other than a serious, experienced trial lawyer. And you definitely can't trust someone who won't even tell you who they are.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
The garage door springs that come standard with most homes don't last. And when they fail, it's not just inconvenient, it's dangerous. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello at A1 Garage Door Service. Our springs are the toughest in the industry, backed by our lifetime warranty. That's right, fix them once and you're covered for life. Don't risk your family's safety or your peace of mind. Let A1 replace your springs before they become a problem. From repairs to upgrades, it's A1 from day one.
A1 from day one.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sobolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs leaned on their offense yesterday in an 8-6 win over the Rockies. Corbin Carroll had not one but 2 home runs, and Lourdes Gurriel Jr. got his first home run of the season as well. And on the mound, Mike Soroka was real good once again, 5 2/3, just 2 earned runs, and the Snakes left Coors Field with a series win. They are back home tonight as the San Francisco Giants come to town, and first pitch from Zach Gallen will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the conference finals are set in the NBA. Last night, the Cavs crushed the Pistons 125-94 to set up a Cavaliers-Knicks Eastern Conference Finals. And in the West, starting tonight, Victor Wembanyama and the Spurs get the Thunder and MVP Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. And in the golf world, Englishman Aaron Rai conquered Aronimink and is your 2026 PGA Championship winner. This report is brought to you by Talking Stick Resort, or Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. May is marvelous at Talking Stick Resort with a chance to win a 2026 Audi Q8. Earn entries May 1st through the 28th. Details are at talkingstickresort.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. How does the Cardinals quarterback room look on day one of OTAs? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
It's special. And not really for me personally, but more so for, like, the city and the organization. I think, like, someone told me a stat. It's been 4 MVPs in the last 12 years to go through this building, and I don't think that's coincidence. There's a reason why you have success when you come through this program and this facility and this city. Like, everything I just mentioned, from the fans, the love they give, to the ownership, the front office, for making things easy, making sure we're getting our work in, the coaches playing the right brand of basketball and holding the right things accountable. The way things are run in this organization, in this city, it breeds success. And it's no coincidence. I'm just lucky to end up here.
That is your 2026 NBA MVP, SGA. Eh? Way to go, Jared. He wins the award yesterday. They announced it in second straight time he's won it. And his scoring numbers went down a little bit. His shooting numbers went up. When you consider everything, we had a discussion on this show probably 6 weeks ago at least, maybe 2 months ago, where Sammy said definitively SGA is going to win the MVP. I wasn't necessarily as convinced because we were going through a time where Nikola Jokic was just putting up ridiculous numbers and carrying the Nuggets to wins. It wasn't even close. I mean, 83 of the 100 first place votes to SGA.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be a lot closer than it was. So you were right, Sammy. Props to you. Hope you put money on it.
Did not.
Oh, the one thing.
Yeah, right.
You didn't put him on.
The odds weren't steep enough. It wasn't much of an investment there.
Yeah. So look, I thought Victor Wembanyama was going to get more support than that. It's clearly too early for Victor Wembanyama. Here's a question I want to ask you. Game 2 against the Suns, Shai Gilgeous, or I guess it was Game 3. It was the Suns' first home game. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander just put on an MVP type of show. But knowing everything you know about the Oklahoma City Thunder, do points get deducted from SGA given the quality of the team that he's on? Isn't there a correlation somewhere in an MVP discussion between the impact you have on the success of your team? And if so, where does SGA rank on that compared to Nikola Jokic and Victor Wembanyama?
But it's paradoxical because on the one hand, they'll say, yes, who is most valuable to their team? And on the other hand, they always vote for the best player on the best team.
Right. This is what I'm asking. What is the proper mix?
See, I think it's a fascinating question when you focus in on Oklahoma City. He's fantastic. He's a frustrating player to watch. I think we're all agreed on that. If you took him away, how good would they be? Well, then you start to ask the question, what else do they have? If Jalen Williams is healthy, I don't know if there's that much of a drop-off.
I don't think so. You put A.J. Mitchell as the starting point guard on that team. They're probably still winning 60 games.
Yes.
Two SGAs, maybe not credit. Jalen Williams did miss a large portion of this year.
He played in only 33 games.
He's his running mate, second best player, I think. But when it comes to Shai and the MVP, I always talk about this when it comes to LeBron. As a LeBron backer, when he didn't win MVPs, it's like, take that player off the team. What does that team look like? And for me, the most valuable player in the NBA is Jokic because every single possession runs through him. And without him, the Nuggets maybe aren't even a play-in team.
I don't think there's any doubt that out of the 3 candidates we mentioned, what team would be worse if you took individual player off said team? It's the Nuggets. It's Nikola Jokic, and I don't think it's even close.
Yes. But Jarrett hit on the issue at hand, is how people interpret valuable. Valuable is different from best, and we go over this all the time.
Yes, we do.
It never should have been named most valuable player. It should be the most outstanding player. Because we can all, even the most simple sports fan or sports writer or voter, can determine who's outstanding.
Yep.
And it should, the individual outstanding play shouldn't be affected by what else you don't have on your team.
Right.
Do I have a huge problem with Shea winning it? No. I do think Jokic getting 10 first-place votes is another reminder of just how prevalent voter fatigue is in this whole process.
Well, this is also something that might be unique to the NBA, because in the NBA there's two types of MVPs, right? They're the guys, and then they're the guys in between the guys.
Mm-hmm.
As many people have pointed out, Michael Jordan, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, LeBron James. You could make an argument that nobody should have ever had an MVP during their reign of dominance.
Mm-hmm. True.
But the fatigue is a real thing. So you get a Derrick Rose, You
get a Steve Nash.
You get a Steve Nash. You get a Bob McAdoo if you want to go way back.
Yeah, a Karl Malone.
Just
to break things up.
That's it.
But it's a weird sport that once you're the best for a long time. Or now in this situation, once there's a few people who are the best, they're just going to be the best for a long time now.
Mm-hmm.
Like it feels like the next 10, 15 years, it's going to be either SGA, Jokic, or probably Wemby. It's funny that Luka always finishes in the top 5 pretty much his entire career, and he might never win an MVP.
He got 0 first-place votes this year, but he finished in 4th place.
Yep.
Well, that's where it also comes down to the 65-game thing, where he lobbied.
Right.
He got the, okay, you're eligible because you're Luka, even though you didn't play in 65 games. We know that your child was born in a different country. Give us a hug, Luka. But the fact that he got
Send him a postcard. Come on.
The fact that he got 0 first-place votes, I think is some voters probably said he didn't meet the criteria.
Yeah, you're probably right about that.
I think it's more interesting that Wemby Wemby didn't meet the criteria either. He also got the nudge, nudge, wink, wink, hey, you're Wemby. But he only got 5 first-place votes. With the massive amount of hype and pub he got this year, I fully expected that number to be bigger.
And to me, he's in the Jokic categories. You take Wemby off of that Spurs team for a full season, what does that team look like? Maybe a play-in
better
team?
Than the Nuggets,
I still think they're pretty good. Actually,
no way.
Obviously, you take away his defensive dominance, but they are loaded.
They got De'Aaron Fox, Steph Castle, Dylan Harper.
Yeah, but it's all great players that play off of having Wemby on that team, in my opinion.
The one other thing, the 2 people that voted for Cade Cunningham, first place votes, probably feel pretty stupid right about now, huh, Padre?
They don't feel great.
Now, before he got injured, though, he did feel like he might have been the favorite.
Yeah.
Because Detroit sort of came out of nowhere to be the best team at that point.
And the big loser in the MVP voting, Shams Charania.
Oh, yeah. No doubt about it.
What the heck happened there? They got a big broadcast announcement coming up, and it's spoiled.
Adrian Wojnarowski is not walking through that door.
I said this to you guys earlier. The way the NBA should do this, as somebody with a journalistic background, this used to happen all the time in the newspaper industry, in the media industry. If you got something like that, you send it to everybody in advance with the big word embargoed at the top. And then if you break that embargo, now you're screwed.
Yeah. Because they know who broke the embargo when you do it. It's pretty easy to police.
Exactly. So people are saying Shams Charania shouldn't have done that. Okay, you're asking somebody to go completely against his nature. That's what he does.
That's 100% what his value is.
That's exactly 100% of his value.
He's not really
is
an
that.
Analyst.
No.
He's not really, he's not a former player or anything.
Right.
This is his value is breaking news.
That's it. So asking him to show restraint is like asking a shark not to bite you in the backside.
It's like Jarrett, being at a buffet and saying you can't eat.
Right. Right. If you're going to invite him to a buffet, you're going to expect 4 plates are going to be in front of him at one time. Just the way it's his nature.
It's not a one and done situation.
Right. You really should go to a buffet with my youngest son someday. You two would do incredible. Something about a buffet speaks to my son the same way it does to you.
Really?
Lights his heart on fire. Loves it. You should see what he does to breakfast buffets. Loads up on muffins and just everything. That's ridiculous.
How do you feel about a breakfast buffet, Jared? I know it's your least favorite meal of the day.
By far my least favorite type of buffet, because what's worse than like lukewarm eggs?
Oh.
You know what I mean?
Oh.
And it's a lot of scrambled eggs that just sit there and then they become like a...
Especially if you put some hot sauce on them and then you take a bite and some cheese on them and you're expecting them to be good and the eggs are cold. And,
Yeah, that's a good point.
Oh, no!
Solid food take. The Devils are going to London, and you could be too. Win a trip for two to see ASU versus Kansas in the Union Jack Classic at Wembley Stadium with royal box seats, sideline passes, airfare from Phoenix, and a 4-star hotel stay. Listen for daily trivia keywords to enter. It is all brought to you by Desert Financial. Coming up next, is it time for the D-backs to trim the fat? We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
I'm John Morgan. There are many reasons to hire Morgan & Morgan for your injury case. Reason number 3. First, all lawyers are not the same. If my family had an injury case and I couldn't hire us, there are only about 3 to 4% of the lawyers out there that I would hire. And here's why. Most of them rarely, if ever, go to trial. They just take the last best offer. Hell, you can do that yourself. Do this. If you're looking for a lawyer, Google Morgan & Morgan results and see what comes up. It may shock you. Then Google the firm you're thinking of hiring and do the same. That may shock you as well. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason. We won a lot. $30 billion and counting. Morgan & Morgan. For the people.com. Who would I hire? I'd hire us.
Morgan & Morgan. For the people.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a hospitality manager at a 5-star hotel.
So I just checked into room 318, but someone was in there.
Room 318. Oh, you were supposed to be booked in 813, which is now booked.
So what do we do?
How about rock, paper, scissors for who gets the bed?
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Progressive presents perfectly bad excuses for missing stuff to spend more time on your motorcycle.
Hey, Tom. Gonna miss the 5K. Gotta organize my vitamins. A, B, C. There's so many. D.
Now that was a bad excuse. If you love your vehicle this much, get customized coverage from Progressive, America's #1 motorcycle insurer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in D.C.
For over 40 years, Collins Comfort Masters has provided trusted, certified technicians. And with nearly 11,000 5-star reviews, the Valley agrees. Right now, you can upgrade to an EcoWater Whole Home Premium System for as low as $60 a month OAC and get cleaner, better water at every tap. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. That's collinscomfort.com.
Megan's grandfather bought his first Ranger here. Her dad bought his first F-150 here. And she just drove off the lot in a new Ford Expedition for her family. 3 generations, all choosing Sanderson Ford. Visit Sanderson during their anniversary sale and see why. Right now, purchase any new Ford and get a $500 Circle K fuel card on Sanderson. We have your first 5 tanks covered. When you're in the market for a new vehicle, choose the dealership families have been trusting for over 70 years. Choose Sanderson Ford. Not valid on fleet or AXZ or D-Plan purchases. Offer expires 5/31/26.
All right, Wolf, you've had all pro shade concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you'd tell your listeners about them?
Oh, brother, you gotta have shade.
Temps hitting triple digits and the kids won't go outside?
You gotta have shade.
Hosting a backyard barbecue?
You gotta have shade.
Patio furniture fading?
Robert, you gotta have shade.
Wolf, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Morana talk D-backs baseball now.
Here's the 0-2. Swing and a fly to left, and this should do it. Walt Schmidt backing up. He's underneath it. He makes the catch, and the Diamondbacks, they hang on and win it by a final score of 8-6. Had to have it here against the Rockies.
And they did get it. Chris Garagiola on the final call on the D-backs radio network yesterday. They win 8-6 after an 8-2 lead. Things got a little sideways in the 8th inning, and that's where our focus will be during this portion of the show.
All right.
With a 6-run lead, Torey Lovullo goes to another reliever. After Juan Murillo had a very, very stress-free 7th inning, he goes to Brandon Pfaadt to protect the 6-run lead. Brandon Pfaadt gives up a single to Goodman. Then he hits a batter. Then he walks a batter. And then the parade starts. It turns into a 4-run inning that Pfaadt did not get out of the inning. They had to go to the bullpen again to get Taylor Clark in there. Didn't get a whole lot of help from his defense. I thought there was a play on the first batter that Clark faced and Karros, that play that Arenado. It was a sharply hit ball, but that's a play that Arenado normally makes.
Yeah.
And that could have been an ending double play.
Yep.
It would have looked better on Pfaadt's record, but it goes down as 4 earned runs in his stint yesterday. And now if you look at Brandon Pfaadt, in basically he's a pitcher that really doesn't have a role on this team right now because we know he's a starter. He's not a high-leverage reliever. He's either going to come in and blow out games, plus or minus. But yesterday, the ERA goes up to 6.34, Vic.
Yeah, it's not great. Where do I want to start with this? I'll say this. In Major League Baseball, there are probably 3 types of pitchers when it comes to guys who want to be starters. The true aces are the guys that can, not always, but have the ability to get 3 times through an order. That you can face a guy 3 times and still get the best of him. Only aces can do that. Then you got guys who can be really good starters. They can get through it twice. Brandon Pfaadt has a hard time getting through it once. He can get through a stretch of 9 hitters, but if he's facing a guy a second time, that seems to be an issue for him. And now I'm projecting what is his role with this team long term, because this role in the bullpen isn't exactly working for him either.
No, and his best bullpen performance since he was relegated to that role was the first time he was called on that. And it was in a game that was already sideways against Toronto. Remember when he came in and pitched 6 1/3 innings out of the bullpen? He gave up only 1 earned run. Again, he had a good 3-inning stint against Texas, also in a loss. But I'm starting to wonder, Bick, now, because here's what we know about Brandon Pfaadt. He's incredibly steady from an availability standpoint. He's never been hurt in his career, which is something very admirable in today's major league pitchers. Are you better off stashing him away back in the minor leagues? And I know he signed the big contract, so it complicates things. You stash him in the minor leagues, let him get his start every 5th day for when the inevitable happens, and you can count on him. Because I just think he obviously didn't grasp the situation to keep a spot in the starting rotation early on. He was the guy that got relegated when Merrill Kelly was ready to go. But you can't count on these guys all to stay healthy every 5th day. there's a lot of different ways to handle this. I'm not sure what to do, but I think that might be the best bet right now.
But then what do you do when Corbin Burns comes back?
Well,
that's another spot in the rotation that he wouldn't be able to.
Well, I mean, let's say Brandon Pfaadt goes down to Reno and pitches well. When something opens up, you have to be able to count on him. And I don't know if you can count on him right now.
He's one of those guys that they signed early on to an extension to a not a humongous contract, but it looks overvalued at this point.
Absolutely. And there was a belief in elevation from Brandon Pfaadt, and there was no reason not to believe that. Just from what we saw in 2023, the way that year started for him and the way that it finished, everybody in baseball was betting on Brandon Pfaadt, and that bet has not paid off yet.
It's a good point. Yeah, so you've given him a contract. You've given him that extension, and I think the Diamondbacks, at least from the health standpoint, diagnose that properly. That from a health standpoint, that's a guy you can feel comfortable locking up long-term at an early age. I've seen him. He was so good in 2023. He was so good in those high-leverage games that I have a hard time believing this guy can't get fixed. But it's not. But I can't argue with everything you've said
because it's now been 2.5 years of mediocrity at best.
He was good in relief against Texas. He was. Where else was he good?
I think the question.
First appearance was it against
Toronto? But
against Toronto,
10-4. He's only pitched in one game as a reliever that the Diamondbacks have won, and that was yesterday. And they almost didn't win it because of what happened in the 8th inning.
Yep. Yeah, I'm looking at it. Yeah, San Diego, he wasn't terrible, but he wasn't good. Milwaukee wasn't good. Chicago wasn't good. That game at Texas was good, so he's got 2 good appearances.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah. Look, you're right. That's not enough.
And if he does get right or get back to pitching well, and say you send him to Reno and he does get, if he's right. Is there any room in the rotation for him? There's not.
No, well, there's only so much room in the bullpen for him because AJ Puck and Justin Martinez are coming back in the next couple months.
Yeah, you stash him away
right
until something opens up in the rotation, which it will. Look,
inevitably.
We could sit here and cross our fingers and hold our breath. They're not going to stay. No team stays healthy in the rotation for 162 games.
There's going to be a scenario in this season that they're going to have to rely on Pfaadt again. That's the point. And you're going to need him.
Yeah, but if something were to happen right now, would you feel comfortable putting Brandon Pfaadt back in the rotation?
No.
I wouldn't be either.
No, they're fair points, Vinny.
Yeah. Well, because there's an investment made, and he's an easy guy to root for.
Yeah.
You want him to do well, but it's been real difficult. And his ERA since he got put in the bullpen is 6.75.
Not good.
Brandon Pfaadt. I haven't heard that one in a while. Coming up next, the big stories on this Monday morning in reboot style, presented by Sammy Sabulka. That is all next. Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Brandon Pfaadt.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Paul Sewell is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo show.
We know you weren't trying to hit him on purpose. Kurt Schilling always tells me, you know when somebody's trying to hit somebody on purpose, and Kurt had to hit a few guys on purpose. Back in those days, you did it.
If somebody's trying to throw at somebody, they're not throwing 90-mile-an-hour Paul Sewell. I'm not the guy that goes out there and hits people.
But you could hit somebody in the back of the numbers if you wanted to, right?
I think I would be okay with that. Yeah. I think I could do that.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagas from Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, a lot of people expect their taxes to go down in retirement, sure, but that's not always the case.
It's not, and for most people, it's the opposite. Every dollar coming out of a 401k or an IRA is taxed at ordinary income. Now you add in Social Security, required distributions, and you've got a serious tax problem.
And worse, people don't see it coming.
Not until it's too late to do much about it. The window to reduce your lifetime tax bill is before retirement or early in it. After that, your options are limited.
All right, so what's the move then?
Roth conversions, smart planning, bracket management, real strategies that actually reduce what you owe, but you need a plan, not guesswork.
And Bright Wealth puts that all together?
That's exactly what we do. Call 844-726-9116 for a complimentary tax review. Call now, 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
The big box testosterone franchises want to squeeze you in on their schedule. Vital for Men is different. We're Arizona's original men's health clinic, open 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, and we accept most insurance. Personalized care, by men, for men. And right now, your first testosterone test is completely free. Stop settling. Call Vital for Men or visit vitalformen.com today. Vital for Men, where Arizona men go to get their edge back.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Spring cleaning isn't just for your house, it's for your life. If your job is getting old, it's time to clear the clutter and spring into IT. Go to My Computer Career.
My Computer Career helped me get the skills and certifications I needed to start a new life as an IT professional in months, not years.
Earn the certifications the top employers are looking for right now. Visit mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation to see if it's time to spring into IT. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Get the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now. Plus, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. That includes popular models like the legendary Silverado, the versatile Equinox, plus the feature-packed and affordable Chevy Trax. Don't miss out. Memorial Day marks the beginning of summer and a great time to hit the open road in a brand new car, truck, SUV, or EV. From your Valley Chevy dealers.
Hey, it's Meg, Tam Sir Climbing. Time to turn screen time into swim time. That's exactly what we did at Casa Galvisi with Arizona's most awarded pool builder, California Pools and Landscape. You talk about a before and after. When we have friends over, that's all they talk about. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf, of course the pool. One designer, one contract, one builder, and our #1 summer escape is now our backyard. See it for yourself and get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
There are 6 things that must be exactly perfect for your air conditioner to use less energy and last longer. If even one isn't perfect, your system works harder and wears out quicker. For just $129, Gettle will give your system a rejuvenation. We'll test and adjust all 6 things and clean the outdoor coils the right way, not the easy way. Those coils get hot, so that plaque is baked on. A garden hose just won't do it. No one knows air conditioners like Gettle. GOETTL will keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
I'm Sammy Sobolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks leaned on their offense yesterday in an 8-6 win over the Rockies. Corbin Carroll, not 1 but 2 home runs, and Lourdes Gurriel Jr. got his first home run of the season as well. And on the mound, Mike Soroka was real good once again, 5 2/3, just 2 earned run, and the Snakes left Coors Field with a series win. They're back home tonight as the San Francisco Giants come to town. First pitch from Zach Gallen will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The conference finals are set in the NBA. Last night, the Cavs crushed the Pistons 125-94 to set up a Cavaliers-Knicks Eastern Conference Finals. And in the West, starting tonight, Victor Wembanyama and the Spurs get the Thunder and MVP Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. And in the golf world, Englishman Aaron Rai conquered Aronimink and is your 2026 PGA Championship winner. This report is brought to you by Rito's Mexican Food, the best Taco Tuesday deal in the Valley. 2 tacos, rice, and signature refried beans for just $10. Text Rito's to 620-620 for exclusive Taco Tuesday offers.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Billy and Milano Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
Good morning. It is 7:30 on this Monday. It's time for the Rush Hour Reboot. I'm Sammy Cebulka, here to get you guys caught up with the big stories in sports. And we'll start with the Diamondbacks. 2 of 3 in Colorado. They took care of business. Now they get the struggling Giants, then 3 more against the Rockies, and 3 more against the Giants. How important is this little stretch? And how important is it that they take advantage of these series?
This is, to me, this is really, really a crucial time. I think you got out of Colorado with what you needed, a series victory. I think there were some really good signs in that series victory. But everything that happens before the end of May, I think, takes on very, very heightened importance, particularly with the guy who is starting tonight.
Yes.
And that's Zach Gallen. And Zach Gallen has got to get back to being a 1B kind of pitcher to Merrill Kelly, or at least a B-plus starter, and not looking like a guy that's balling down.
Decreasing,
yeah. Diminishing.
I think you've diagnosed this perfectly, Bick. And we talked about it going into this stretch, too, looking at the schedule the way it shook out. The Diamondbacks so far have not taken advantage, to a large degree, of a softer schedule, for lack of a better term. And I brought it up earlier in the show. We're waiting for one thing to happen. Is it elevation? Is it collapse? It's not. They're a middling baseball team right now. If elevation is going to happen at any point, I think it needs to start between now and May 31st.
I would agree. And Zach Gallen, you mentioned, he goes tonight, and it feels like 4/5 of this rotation has kind of figured it out, especially through the last 2 cycles. 4 out of those 5 guys have been good. Zach Gallen still figuring it out. If he can, using Vinny's term, elevate his game, how much does that make the Diamondbacks more dangerous?
It does. I mean, but we've also seen stretches where they had 1.5 to 2 good turns of the rotation, but that wasn't being met by the offense.
Yeah,
so
true.
I mean, it's the first step in elevation happening, but everybody's got to be on board with it. And having a pretty good offensive performance over the weekend in Colorado, take it with a grain of salt because it's Colorado, but that needs to continue. This lineup needs to step up as well.
Zach Gallen, in recent years, he went in 2022, his ERA was 3.05. 2023, 3.26. The next year, 3.38. Those are perfectly fine ERAs for a quality starting pitcher in Major League Baseball. Last 2 years, he's been 4.50 and currently 4.68, respectively.
Yeah. It's going to need to get better.
Actually, that is not his ERA.
No.
That's the FIP statistic.
Yeah, his ERA this year's 5.02.
Even worse.
Okay, yeah, so let me make this analogy proper. 2022, it was 2.54. And he had, prior to that, he had 3 different years where he was in the 2s with his ERA. So that's the makings of an ace. Then the 2 years after that, 3.47, 3.65. Last year he was 4.83, and now he's what, 5.02, you said?
5.02.
Yeah. So that's a pitcher going in the wrong direction.
Yep. Hopefully he figures it out tonight. Let's jump to the NBA, and this happened Friday. The Timberwolves losing to the Spurs, not weird. What Anthony Edwards did with about 8 minutes left to go in that game was kind of weird, right?
Yes.
Yes. To say the least.
What did he do, Sam?
So he went over to the Spurs bench. I thought they were going to get into it. He went over to the Spurs bench with 8 minutes left in what was a blowout during a timeout and was shaking their hands as if the game was actually over.
Basically, congratulatory handshakes with 8 minutes to go. And I know a lot of people defended it because Anthony Edwards is a popular player and one of the faces, the up-and-coming faces of the league. I kind of put it through this perspective. If that was my favorite team and my favorite player, how would I feel about it? I wouldn't be happy. And then he had some interesting comments. We'll get into those comments after the game a little bit later on. It was a frustrating experience for Anthony Edwards with the injury and everything else, but you can't do that.
No, it's weird.
Not with 8 minutes to go.
Everything that came off of that team after that Game 6 when they just got hammered at home. speaks to a team telling the owner we want a new coach in here.
Yep.
What Anthony Edwards did, that is, you do that for one reason. If you're a player, you do that to get the attention. Oh, look at what a great sportsman he's being.
Mm-hmm.
With 8 minutes in the game, that's a little gratuitous. That's a little bit like, what are you doing?
Look, we've talked about it, and I know LeBron stans won't agree with this, but people who aren't necessarily LeBron fans they'll get on him because he'll leave with 5 seconds left before shaking hands in a game that's frustrating and they're losing.
Mm-hmm.
He'll just jet. It happened this postseason. You can't. I mean, that to me is more acceptable than congratulating your opponents with 8 minutes to go.
Well, but again, you have to ask yourself, why is he doing that? He knows that's not normal. He's got to be doing that to send the message, we don't got the team here to come back. No matter what you're down, you don't do that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you're making a statement by doing that.
And so it gave us now Spurs, Thunder in the West, Knicks, Cavs in the East. How bad does the NBA need both these series to produce high-level series?
I am going to say the NBA needs something in the worst way because these playoffs have brought out the worst in everything from the NBA, from the complaints about the officiating to the flopping to the foul baiting.
To the blowouts.
This is a very hard product to watch at the moment.
Yeah.
And this is coming from somebody who loves the association.
These playoffs suck. I tell you they suck.
I tell you they suck.
I would agree. I think a couple of really good conference finals would go a long way into cleansing the palate, if you will, because it hasn't been all that pleasurable.
Yeah, I think it's a critical point in the NBA. And lastly, real quick, I want to bring back up, so Aaron Rye won the PGA, a 290-1 underdog. Why, briefly, do you think golf doesn't celebrate an underdog as well as they should?
We had this discussion earlier, and I thought it was a very, very good one.
Mm-hmm.
I think that of all the reasons we put out there, I think the Tiger Woods factor is what it's all about, and that is Tiger Woods made casual sports fans intensely interested in major golf tournaments when he was at his zenith. And it's because he brought a greatness and a killer instinct that nobody had ever seen before outside of Jack Nicklaus in the modern generation. And I think it's that. I think everybody is waiting for that next guy to make you feel like that.
Yeah. Let me go full hot take here.
Yeah, hit it.
Do it.
Let me flip this thing on its ear.
Sure.
In hindsight, was Tiger's run of dominance bad for the
game?
Sport of golf?
Oh. Okay, Evan Cohen.
Oh, Vinny, I like that.
Wow, that's interesting.
And how does Lamar Jackson figure into all of it?
You know,
how does Lamar Jackson's potential holdout fit into it? We'll discuss for the next 3 segments.
There you guys go.
All right, we're all rebooted. Thank you, Sammy.
Cheerio.
Cheerio.
It's time for Devils in London. Listen closely because your trivia question is coming right now. The first correct caller wins 50 entries into our grand prize draw for a VIP London experience with airfare, hotel stay, and tickets to the Union Jack Classic ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium. Here's your question.
Touchdown, Sun Devils!
Yeah, let's just say it again. This is the best prize package any of us have ever experienced as employees of Arizona
No
Sports.
doubt about it.
Today's question on this Monday in the Devils in London competition. What is the last name of ASU's all-time winningest football coach? What is the last name of ASU's all-time winningest football coach? We will line up today's contestant at 602-260-9870. If you know the answer, if you think you know it, and you want 50 entries into the Devils in London competition, call now, 602-260-9870. Devils in London, brought to you by Desert Financial.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
All right, we're going to redo the entire first hour of the show now, just so we can get a shot from a different angle.
No first hour Burns and Gambo, whatever.
Yeah, we'll just push it back an hour.
They had Paul Sewald on the show earlier this week, and then he blew his first save, by the way.
The Burns and Gambo curse. I don't think that's
You know what?
a thing.
Honestly, yeah, I don't think that's a thing either, basically.
Although-
Either if you're from the East Coast.
I guess we could have research look into it.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Right now, the student loan landscape is shifting very quickly, and if you're carrying private student loan debt, none of those changes help you. Private loans don't qualify for federal programs, but that is exactly why Refi exists. Hey, it's Vince Morata. Why Refi specializes in helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. That is their whole focus. They look at where you actually are financially. They'll build a low fixed rate payment plan around that situation. It's not a temporary patch. It is a real long-term solution. And they work with you even if your credit has taken a hit, even if you've been in default for years, even if every other lender has told you no. There is no judgment, no shame. They've seen it all. They just want to help you get back on track and on solid ground. One phone call and you can know exactly where you stand and what is possible moving forward. Give YRefi a call today at 888-YRefi85 or visit YRefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Free your team from time-consuming procurement tasks. Discover smart business buying where unmatched selection meets AI-driven tools to simplify complex processes so you can focus on what matters most. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Got any markdowns on brakes?
We mark Duralast brake pads down to free.
Free Duralast brake pads?
When you buy 2 rotors.
Can I get Duralast Gold pads for free?
With 2 Duralast Gold rotors, and there's a lifetime warranty on brake pads.
That's a huge markdown for like so many miles.
Save on brakes and more during Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
When I was a kid, my dream wasn't a mansion. It wasn't a yacht. It was a 250cc Kawasaki dirt bike sitting in the garage. That garage and that bike represented freedom. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. At A1 Garage Door Service, we know your garage holds more than tools. It holds dreams. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
This week at Desert Wind Harley, buy any pre-owned Harley and get a $1,500 gift card. Finance specialists on site to get you approved. Get a $1,500 gift card with the purchase of any pre-owned Harley at Desert Wind Harley now through Sunday. Gift card cannot be used towards the purchase of a new Harley motorcycle.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, London.
Devils in London. Arizona Sports is qualifying you to win now.
I'm coming to London.
All right. During the commercial break, Harry in Phoenix was the correct, he's the first caller. He's going to give this a shot. Harry, are you there?
I'm here.
All right.
Excited.
You feeling confident, Harry?
I don't know. I was driving, and I think so.
Okay.
I've been on the hill that his name. We'll see.
All right,
let's
Harry,
find out.
let's see what you
Here's
got.
your question again. Harry, what is the last name of ASU's all-time winningest football coach?
I'm going to go with Kush.
The correct answer, Harry, is Kush.
Oh,
well done.
Yeah.
As in Frank, not Bubba.
I've been on Kush Hill. I got lost up there.
Many have, Harry. Many have. You got 50
Yeah, right.
entries into the Devils in London competition. Congratulations.
Nice.
Well done.
Well done.
And for the next hour, you can enter to win on Arizona Sports contest page with the keyword Kush. That's for everybody not named Harry. You get one entry. He got 50.
Wow.
Devils in London, brought to you by Desert Financial.
Devils in London.
Jolly good.
You still have a chance to win by entering the trivia answer keyword today on the contest page at arizonasports.com or the Arizona Sports app.
Code word valid for 1 hour from right now. You've got 3 chances to qualify to win the Devils in London prize package each weekday through May 31st. Grand prize draw June 1st. Rules and info available at arizonasports.com. Click on contest.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
They've been in constant contact throughout this process from the time that Mike McCarthy took over as the Pittsburgh Steelers head coach, returning home to Pittsburgh, where he's from. He's been communicating regularly with Rodgers. And even though the relationship at times may not have been ideal or perfect, what coach-quarterback relationship is, there is a great respect between those two individuals. And obviously, he was the one coach that could help lure Aaron Rodgers back to Pittsburgh. If we go back to the end of last season, there were a lot of people who thought Aaron Rodgers had played his last down, wouldn't be back in Pittsburgh again, and lo and behold, here we are in mid-May, and he's reached agreement with the Pittsburgh Steelers on a 1-year deal worth up to $25 million that returns him to Pittsburgh for his 22nd NFL season.
Yay, he's back. Adam Schefter talking about Aaron Rodgers, what brought Rodgers and the Steelers back together, pinning that on Mike McCarthy. And look, we felt like this was inevitable at a certain point. Then we thought, oh, no, is there flirtation from the Arizona Cardinals? A lot of stories and people speculating that had popped up with the Aaron Rodgers, Nathaniel Hackett connection. Could he end up with the Cardinals? He did end up back with Pittsburgh. It happened a week later than we thought it would, and apparently it happened because the story broke because Rodgers was spotted out in Pittsburgh with teammates.
Getting ice cream.
Getting ice cream on a Friday night.
Yeah, at Cool Cones.
Who doesn't want to spend their Friday night with
getting
their teammates
ice cream,
getting ice
right?
cream?
Wow.
Come on, kids. I'll take you to ice cream. Basically, that's what it was.
Yeah, it's
but
pretty
going
wild,
back
man.
and now we know the financial commitment that the Steelers are making. Base salary between $22 and $23 million for a 42-year-old quarterback. It can be, incentivized up to about $25 million. We knew that was going to be the ballpark range. But what people can't get past in all of this, and after talking with Dave Damashek last week, who is very much against this move as a Pittsburgh Steeler fan.
Yeah.
You have to. It's amazing what we've become, what the Steelers have become. It's this franchise that refuses to tear it down.
Mm-hmm.
They're always relevant, not championship caliber, but playoff caliber, and they're getting raked over the coals for staying relevant.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, is how it boils down. Now, there's different tentacles off of that you can argue, but they haven't had a losing season in forever.
Yeah.
And bringing back Aaron Rodgers with the talent that they have around him probably ensures they're not going to have a losing season in 2026 either.
Though certainly I would say their chances of being around 500 are definitely markedly improved with him.
Yeah.
But here's the deal. You mentioned that to football programs and teams that are starving. Well, wouldn't you love to have a team that had a winning record for 20 years in a row? The answer is, if that's all you have, you get tired of it. If you have a team that has a winning record 10 years in a row but never does anything in the playoffs, at some point you go, wait a minute, there's got to be more than this. You need to,
especially with the history that franchise has.
But to me, that's like again, to put it into Jarrett terms, it's the equivalent of eating the blandest dinner possible every single night. Does it get the job done? Yes. Is there any excitement in it? No. Are you ever going to be blown away by what you're tasting or eating? Absolutely not. It's become bland in Pittsburgh, which is weird considering their history.
Yeah. So I think that this is I think the fundamental breakdown. People have a hard time understanding why would some Steeler fans not want this? Why would some Steeler fans, why did they want Mike Tomlin gone when all he did was post winning records? And it's because that after a while, that's not enough. You realize we're not in the big game. We're in this other game that seems like we're in the game, but we're really not.
And they're good, but they're never championship contenders. No. It's not even like the 7 seconds or less Suns, where they were good every year. They made the playoffs every year, but they never won the championship. But at least every year they were in the conversation for a championship. What this is like that era before the 7 seconds or less, the Jason Kidd and Stephon Marbury years, where they were always good, but they were always like, a bottom-tier playoff team, and you never felt like they could win a championship. Well, this is every year now for Pittsburgh.
But I also think embracing that mediocrity or middle-of-the-road stance is far different in the NFL than it is in the NBA. Because the NBA, look, it's laid out for you. These are the teams at the beginning of the year that have a chance to win the championship. And we subscribe to it. It's just the way basketball is. In football, if you find the right quarterback or find the right blend, there's teams that get over the hump all the time, go from worst to first. So their unwillingness to start over at the quarterback position, if I was a Steelers fan, about 30% of me would respect it. About 70% would be very, very frustrated by the maneuvers.
I would, at some point in time, I would like this organization to sort of map out how do you get back to being a Ben Roethlisberger-like Steelers team that was good enough to go to the Super Bowl. And if that includes a teardown, then just do it.
Yeah.
Because this year, unless Aaron Rodgers gets hurt, which he might because he's 100 years old, but if he stays healthy, Drew Aller and Will Howard are not going to get any snaps this year. So then you're going to go into next offseason not knowing what you're going to do at quarterback again. Are you going to find another stopgap next year? Is next year going to be the Jacoby Brissett year for them?
Yeah, there's a lot of similarities between the Steelers situation and the Cardinals situation. There's a lot of differences. The difference is the Steelers are the defending division champions, and they're going after a playoff spot again. But Jarrett's right. Rodgers being back just delays the inevitable, unless they're just buying time until the 2027 draft. But Rodgers coming back probably is going to diminish the quality of their first-round draft pick.
Like the 15th pick or something like that?
Maybe lower. I mean, I could see them winning
10-7, something like that.
8 to 10 games again. That's not where you want to be if you're looking for your franchise quarterback, even in a deep quarterback draft.
Yeah, especially in a division where you're dealing with Lamar Jackson. You ever heard about him on?
Well, I don't know. Have you seen his contract status?
Joe Burrow, right? I mean, it's. Look,
Shedeur Sanders.
I'm going to tell you, man.
Sean Watson.
I'll bet you in the NFL, it's very, very hard for some ownership groups to really care about winning when you are just drowning in money, when you are getting $500 million yearly checks from the NFL. How do you feel like you haven't won the Super Bowl already? How do you feel like you don't win the Super Bowl every year, regardless of what your record is? So I'm telling you, in the NFL, it takes a special breed of owner to care at that level. Because every one of them feels like we have already won.
Yeah, you know what? Let's blow the whole thing out. Let's go to a prize money model in the NFL.
Wouldn't that be great?
Yes. In a way, it would. If your team won it.
Yeah, right.
Hey, we won the championship, and we just got this windfall.
Well, listen, I'm here to tell you, we had this conversation a couple of times last week, but it's really starting to gain traction, this idea of, is the NFL blinded by greed? Are they literally and honestly in danger of killing the proverbial golden goose? It was when Mark Cuban brought it up, people were like, shut up. You don't know what you know what I mean? It seemed absurd when Mark Cuban brought it up. it doesn't seem so absurd anymore.
It does.
High-ranking television executives have come out and said, what is going to happen when these streaming services and when the NFL drains the network of every last dollar they have? What happens then? And what is the product going to look like? One of the things that I feel when I watch football on streaming, I realized this over the weekend, any sporting event on streaming, I don't feel like I'm watching it with a planet. I feel like I'm now like gone in this secret room where there's not tons of people watching, but there's people watching. But it's not that feeling like you're sharing it with everybody.
Interesting. It's not communal,
right? And it's just a very weird feeling. You feel like click and you press 4 buttons to get there, and then it loads, and now you're watching this game on a streaming platform, and you're like, not everybody's watching this, and it feels different. I'm telling you, man, I may be way wrong about this. I think that league is playing with fire.
Yeah. Man, that world has changed since 10 years ago. You asked the question on the air.
Did you really have to go there? Good Lord, Murata.
You've come a long way.
Good Lord, Murata. Thanks a lot.
I won't repeat the question.
Yeah, he will.
Coming up next, Bick's going to kick off the second half of this Monday show with the Bickley Blast.
Fire.
Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
When they say it's being distributed on Amazon, what does that mean?
The Arizona State Sun Devils in London, England for the Union Jack Classic. And you could be there to see ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium this September.
What's going on, Tim? How are we feeling about this?
A little nervous, a little scared.
Gather your nerves as I ask this very long question, okay? What is the name of the Arizona State Sun Devils mascot?
That would be Sparky.
Yes!
The Sun Devil, technically.
Suddenly got a British,
wow, that was
British-like accent. All right, Tim. Stay on the line.
Something fun in there.
That was good. Absolutely. Way to go, buddy. All right.
Devils in London, brought to you by Desert Financial. Here's how you can win.
Watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
You sound like you're from London.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and I say it all the time. There's something different about Chapman BMW, Arizona's premier destination for luxury and performance, Arizona's #1 rated BMW dealership, and I mean that in the very best of ways. They are a family-run, award-winning business for nearly 60 years. They've got employees who've worked at their stores for 30 and 40 years, which is unheard of in the automotive world. Proof that it's a great place to work and a great place to buy a new vehicle. At Chapman BMW, reputation matters, trust matters. These are two pillar-like reasons you shop at Chapman BMW. Talking about a great reputation for elite service and handling. You feel it the minute you walk into either of their two locations, and those two locations guarantee you the best selection you are going to find in the Valley, no matter what you're looking for. They've also got a great reputation for making luxury attainable, and I happen to be proof. I am a multi-time customer at Chapman BMW, and Chapman BMW, they have something in everybody's price range, and I'll make you this guarantee. You go car shopping at a dealership you think is affordable, your payment at Chapman BMW will be pretty close, a lot closer than you think, and you got the hookup at Chapman BMW. Find what you like, get your hookup by asking for Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations by name. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Hey there, campers! It's Jan from Toyota. Time to pack your bags and buckle your seatbelts, because this summer, we're headed to Camp Toyota. And the fun starts now! We're kicking things off by kicking up mud. Jump in, campers. We're going off-roading in a powerful new 4Runner. Next, we're taking a RAV4 to go fly fishing. Then we're heading to the hot springs in a spacious Sequoia.
Jan, what is that smell?
Sulfur stinks. Now we're hitting the hiking trails in a rugged Grand Highlander. And finally, park your Tundras and Tacomas around the campfire, because we're roasting marshmallows. Don't worry if you burn a few, folks. I brought a truckload. Your summer starts here.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Event ends June 1st. Toyota, let's go places.
I keep seeing celebrities posts, me in the 90s versus now. Well, the person staring at me in the mirror is definitely not the same person that could pull off bootcut jeans. Time creeps up on us so slowly. You don't see it until suddenly you do. Same thing goes for your bills. $1 here, an uptick there. It's a slow burn until one day you realize the price you're paying now is way higher than when you signed up. But at T-Mobile, customers had the lowest wireless bills versus Verizon and AT&T over the past 5 years. And with T-Mobile on their experience plans, you get a 5-year price guarantee, so you know exactly what your plan price will be for the next 5 years. So at least that's one thing that won't change over time. I can't guarantee you'll still look good with frosted tips, but T-Mobile can give you a clear guarantee on your wireless plan.
Lower bills based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 21 to Q4 25 compared to average AT&T and Verizon bills. Comparison excludes discounts, credits, and optional charges. Price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
Megan's grandfather bought his first Ranger here. Her dad bought his first F-150 here. And she just drove off the lot in a new Ford Expedition for her family. 3 generations, all choosing Sanderson Ford. Visit Sanderson during their anniversary sale and see why. Right now, purchase any new Ford and get a $500 Circle K fuel card on Sanderson. We have your first 5 tanks covered. When you're in the market for a new vehicle, choose the dealership families have been trusting for over 70 years. Choose Sanderson Ford. Not valid on fleet or AXZ or D-Plan purchases. Offer expires 5/31/26.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Corbin Carroll's 2 home runs and Lourdes Gurriel Jr.'s first home run of the season helped the Diamondbacks get an 8-6 win yesterday and a series win against the Rockies. Mike Soroka was great again on the mound. He went 5 2/3, just 2 earned runs, and got his 6th win of the season. And the Snakes are back home tonight. They start a 3-game series with the Giants. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. In the NBA, the Cavs rolled the Pistons in Game 7 last night, setting up an Eastern Conference Finals with the Knicks. And in the West, the Spurs and Thunder will get together tonight. And between the Cardinals' schedule release, Suns off-season plans, and more, be sure to head to ArizonaSports.com for more today. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. May is marvelous at Talking Stick Resort with a chance to win a 2026 Audi Q8. Earn entries May 1st through the 28th. Details are at TalkingStickResort.com.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
The Western Conference Finals begin tonight, 21 days after the Suns were eliminated from the first round of the playoffs. And if you're still paying attention to the NBA, you cannot avoid the somber realization that the Suns are more than 3 weeks into their offseason. They are light years away from a championship. In the coming weeks, you will see the Thunder and the Spurs show off their incredible depth, versatility, and youth. One has the 2-time reigning MVP, while the other has a freak of nature who might win the next 4. Even worse, this could be the next great rivalry in basketball. 2 teams built to dominate the Western Conference for the next half-decade. So, how do the Suns elevate? Can they compete in their current form? And how in the world is Matt Ishbia going to make good on his promise that Devin Booker will bring a title to Phoenix? Because there is no way that continuity and patience with the current group will give Book enough to beat the Thunder or the Spurs anytime soon. So, either they make a really bold trade and get really lucky, or they can just wait it out. Wait until they're fully healed from the Kevin Durant trade and the Bradley Beal buyout, leaning heavily on player development, which will be essential because Rasheer Fleming will have to become our version of Kawhi Leonard, while Kaman Malawach will have to become our big man counter and the antidote to Victor Wembanyama for years to come, and that is a tall order in more ways than one. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at ChapmanBMW.com.
Anytime you lose in the first round of the playoffs, and anytime you, I would say, overachieved like Phoenix did, I don't think you can be content on just saying we're going to roll it back and bring it back, and we're going to win 45 or 46 games or however games it is going to be, because I do think sometimes you get in trouble there. But on the other side, I think you have to be careful as making big changes here, because of course you can probably take 2 steps back here. So whatever direction they go with, whether it be Jalen Green or bringing this group back here, I just think you have to be, I think you got to be cautious with that.
It's Bobby Marks from ESPN. He was on with us last week here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, giving some of his offseason thoughts for the Phoenix Suns. And look, you hit on some interesting things. I think even though the possibility exists that there's not going to be a ton of turnover with the Suns roster, right? I do think there is some intriguing things to watch, and it might not be something to watch until October hits. But there are 4 players on this roster, and this is the first time you could say this in a really long time in Phoenix, Arizona. There's 4 young players on this roster who, if they all make a leap, things could get interesting. And those players, you mentioned a few of them in the blast. Kaman Malawach, Rasheer Fleming, and then a couple guys going into their 3rd year in Ryan Dunn and Oso Ighodaro. And look, we've had 2 years of the Ighodaro Dunn twosome. I think after 2 years, most people would have bet that Ryan Dunn was the rotation player. It would have been the rotation player.
No doubt about it.
That hasn't happened. Oso Ighodaro took a huge leap from year 1 to year 2.
I agree with that.
Ryan Dunn did not. Kaman Malawach is going to get an opportunity. I was discouraged in the lack of postseason usage in minutes for Rasheer Fleming. And I think most Suns fans would agree with that. I thought that was a real time to maybe, look, you had to realize you're not going to win that series against Oklahoma City. You didn't play him and you got swept. What does it look like? How does he respond to this opportunity? I think that would have been a real good mini litmus test for him. We didn't get it. We'll get it come October. But if all 4 of those players take a leap in year 2, if they're all back, which I believe they all will be, things could get pretty interesting. Now, to the level of being a championship contender, no, but that's the discouraging part of the NBA right now, is the writing is on the wall for the next 4 to 5 years.
It really is. And it's those two guys, it's those 2 teams that we're going to be watching beginning tonight that probably aren't going anywhere anytime soon. And both of them are loaded with talent. Now, I heard Tim McMahon speculate on the Hoop Collective podcast, which is it's a fun listen because these guys get after each other, and sometimes Brian Windhorst gets real pissy. It's real. It's true. It's yeah, right, yes. Right, Sammy. It's very entertaining. But he mentions, Tim McMahon does, and he's covered the Thunder exclusively for quite some time, that salary-wise, they might have to peel off somebody. So the NBA comes to get you in different ways. But they've got so much stuff stacked up. The A.J. Mitchell stuff, the draft capital they have.
And it's easy to say, okay, the Suns should want to create their next great team for 2-3 years from now when the Thunder will no longer be dominant.
Yes.
But there's always other teams that come up as the top teams go down.
That are trying to do the same thing you are.
It's not just like, oh, when the Thunder are gone, it'll be wide open for anybody.
Yeah. But they're the benchmarks you got to shoot for. For instance, and again, it is dangerous. Like Bobby Marks said, we'll never forget, James Jones drafted Jalen Smith Sticks instead of Tyrese Halliburton, which is a legendary mess-up, a legendary mistake. But he did it because Anthony Davis had just gone to the Lakers, and he thought, I need a big to compete with them. And so
you remember all those unbelievably head-to-head, great head-to-head matchups between Jalen Smith and Anthony Davis.
It's like Wilt Russell, too. People pretty much look back at it that way.
So you can get hyper-focused to the point of absurdity with this stuff. But at the same time, you can't ignore it. And like I said, I agree with you with Oso. Oso was one of the real bright spots last year. He grew significantly last year. But he's not going to be a starting center. Kaman Malawach, he's got to be the guy.
Higher ceiling.
He's got the size. He's got the wingspan. In terms, if you're going to get hyper-specific about how are we going to deal with the Spurs at this point forward with that freak they've got in the middle, that's going to have to be the guy.
And look, if the Thunder are the benchmark, how did they build this? They built this by trading away their superstar, Paul George. Now, no one's ever going to get that kind of package again anymore for a superstar, I don't think.
You don't think?
But, a complete rebuild, a complete reset is sometimes what you need.
Yeah.
But here, you hit on something earlier, Jarrett, when you said, look, the right, and we all did, writing's on the wall. It's Oklahoma City and San Antonio's playground in the West for the next 4 to 5 years. So what you have to do is bide your time a little bit until the descent happens for those franchises. But in that time frame, you can't do anything that's going to cripple you when that time comes. So everybody, there's all this talk, and it happens every year with every NBA team, all the shiny objects out there. And, Ja Morant is available. Don't do that. That's likely going to cripple you.
Please no.
Yeah,
we had the Zion possibility. Now, that's a little bit more intriguing because it might be a little bit more gettable, but it could have adverse effects on that.
It could, but I would roll the dice on the Zion thing but we don't even know if it's possible. We don't. I do know this, sniffing around this, that going into this past season, there was a heavy sentiment in New Orleans that, you know what, if we can get off of him, we should. But he played pretty well last year,
Yeah, for a bad team, but he stayed healthy.
For the most part, right? It was sort of like Mark Williams kind of staying healthy.
Yeah.
Mark Williams still missed 20-plus games.
Yeah.
What was considered a very healthy year for him.
Amazing.
No, it really is.
Game 7, considered to be the best 2 words in sports. Well, at least it used to be. We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Here's the 0-2. Swing and a fly to left, and this should do it. Walt Schmidt backing up. He's underneath it. He makes the catch, and the Diamondbacks, they hang on and win it by a final score of 8-6. Had to have it here against the Rockies.
It's back to Chase Field after a series win up in Colorado to host the Giants for 3 games. Game 1 tonight at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Over the past 2 decades, the accident attorneys at Sweet James have helped enough clients to fill an entire basketball arena. And here's another basketball analogy to prove why. If you're ever injured in any kind of accident, you call Sweet James. Okay, so there are over 450 players in the NBA. They all play basketball. They're all good. But very few rise to stardom because very few win at a level that puts them in that elite category. And it's exactly the same thing with personal injury firms in Arizona. There are a ton of them out there. They all say the same things. Sweet James, one of the very few firms that are elite in everything they do, especially when it comes to litigating. Their 98% winning record in over 500 trials sends a very clear message to the insurance companies that you cannot play games with Sweet James. They will not back down, which is why Sweet James consistently delivers some of the largest settlements in Arizona. You can expect maximum compensation when you hire Sweet James, and it's proof that you need the right attorney on your side. If you're ever injured in an accident, it can literally mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. Do not settle for less. Call Sweet James where the consultation is free and you pay nothing until they win your case. Here's the number: 1-800-9-MILLION, 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Your family's in the pool all summer. Do you know if the electrical system is safe? Most homeowners never think about it, but between summer heat and monsoon moisture, your pool's electric system takes a beating. Parker & Sons offers a pool circuit safety check for just $89. It's a full inspection of everything powering your pool. This is the one service every pool owner needs before the first cannonball of the season. Call or text 602-2REPAIR, and Parker & Sons will make sure your pool is summer ready.
Tired all the time? Gaining weight? Lost your edge? Those aren't just signs of getting older that could be low testosterone. Vital for Men is Arizona's original men's health clinic. Not a franchise, not a side hustle for some med spa. We're open Monday through Friday. We accept most insurance, and right now your first testosterone test is free. Find out where you stand. Call Vital for Men or go to vitalformen.com. It's time to stop guessing and start living.
We're living through a monetary crime scene, and your IRA or 401k is a key victim. Hi, Dr. Ron Paul here. In 1971, gold was $35 an ounce. After the dollar was cut loose from it, inflation soared. And in just 9 years, gold hit $850. People who diversified into precious metals survived and thrived. Today, we're in a worse position because we face inflation and massive debt. Fortunately, gold is still an option. My trusted friends at Birch Gold Group can help you own gold inside your retirement account without penalties or taxes. Start now by getting a free info kit on gold. Text the word SECURE to 989898. We're facing the same monetary chaos as the 70s with significantly more debt. Get your free info kit from Birch Gold. Just text SECURE to the number 989898.
Get the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now. Plus, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. That includes popular models like the legendary Silverado, the versatile Equinox, plus the feature-packed and affordable Chevy Trax. Don't miss out. Memorial Day marks the beginning of summer and a great time to hit the open road in a brand new car, truck, SUV, or EV from your Valley Chevy dealers.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. How did a weekend in the Mile High City impact the Arizona Diamondbacks? The Burns and Gambo Show. We start at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
You know, that game sucked. Being back home, definitely wanted to get this win in front of the fans. Reminded me of last year, you know, losing on the home court. It's not a great feeling. So I hadn't been thinking about the offseason. So, you know, my mind's been racing now, trying to figure out, you know, what I got to do, what it's going to look like. That's really it.
It's Cade Cunningham with the Pistons last night after the top seed in the Eastern Conference really laid an egg in Game 7 against the Cleveland Cavaliers. They lose by 29 points. And there was a time, Dan Bickley, where people would say it and others would not snicker when they said, oh, it's the best 2 words in sports. Game 7.
Yeah. Okay. You know my feeling about this. I had an epiphany about this many years ago because we had bad experiences in Game 7, and it dawned on me that Game 7s are the best 2 words in sports if you don't have a team playing in the game. Otherwise, it's the most stressful 2 words in sports and possibly the most damaging 2 words in sports if things don't go well for you. But that being said, I do think that the juxt of this conversation is going to be specific to the NHL because the Game 7 we saw last night, Detroit-Cleveland, that was garbage.
Garbaggio.
El
Suckaroo.
It was, Jarrett, it was El Suckaroo.
It was like a suck puppet.
Yeah.
I felt I got punched right in the goozle.
Yes.
Exactly, all those things.
Now, the reason why Game 7s in the NHL are so great, in my opinion, is that we all know the scoring is very, very low in Game 7s because teams play deathly afraid of making that mistake, that one turnover, that one deflected pass, that one blown defensive coverage can end everything. And there's a feeling in an NHL Game 7 that every single shift is a high-stakes event. You don't get that way in an NBA in a Game 7. The first quarter, generally, it's just like 2 boxers dancing around a gym.
Yeah.
Generally.
Yeah, generally.
The other big difference is unlike basketball, or just maybe we'll say this, in basketball, the best player on the court can generally dictate the outcome if the best player on the court is having a typical game.
Mm-hmm.
In hockey, that's not the case. A hot goaltender can nullify everything, or a good defense can limit the impact a single guy can have. So I think that probably adds up to why Game 7s in the NHL are at least a notch, if not 2, above basketball.
Let's talk about something else, though, that certainly we think we saw last night, and that was effort level. Detroit has Game 7 on their home floor as the number 1 seed. I was traveling yesterday, so on my way back from traveling, I was on my way home, and I was listening to the game on ESPN radio. And in the second half, in the waning part of that game, Kelena Azubuike, who was doing the color, former NBA player, was just dumbfounded at how little effort the Pistons were putting out there.
Mm-hmm.
Now, they had been beat down and were down by 30 points, but they were getting embarrassed. Cleveland, with a big lead, was still running circles around the Pistons. Effort level, for whatever reason in the NBA, even in a Game 7, if it doesn't go well, it can affect your effort level, and it kind of saps it. One thing you can count on tonight, whatever happens in Buffalo between the Sabres and the Canadiens, anybody who's on the ice is going to kill themselves in an attempt to win that game.
That's absolutely true.
And that's why Game 7 in hockey still means something. There's been one Game 7 in this postseason so far in the NHL Stanley Cup playoffs, and it was a good one. Montreal beat Tampa Bay 2-1. The last 3 years, I haven't gone back further than this, but the last 3 years, so far there's been 4 Game 7s in the NBA this year.
Mm-hmm.
There was 4 all of last year, and there was 3 in the 23-24 season. You know what the closest margin of victory is for any of those games over the last 3 postseasons in Game 7s? 8 points. Off the top of your head, can you name a classic Game 7 in the NBA?
No.
Since that Suns absolute blowout that we were talking about, of the 15 Game 7s, 7 of them have been by 19 or more points.
Yeah,
so it's a 20-point blowouts.
This year, 18 points is the average margin of victory in Game 7s. Last year, it was 19.3. The year before that, 13.7.
Mm-hmm.
But this year, we've seen a 29-point blowout. Last year, Oklahoma City beat Denver by 32 in a Game 7. This year, or 2 years ago, Indiana defeated the Knicks by 21 in a Game 7.
There's a feeling in the NBA.
There hasn't been any good ones recently.
There's a feeling in the NBA when a Game 7 gets sideways that the losing team just feels overwhelmed, and the team that's pulling away or doing the blowing away feels even more empowered. And it really turns into an avalanche. And I don't mean the Colorado Avalanche, who are a really good team. I don't mean the Colorado Avalanche. In hockey, Game 7s rarely get sideways because, as I mentioned, the teams are so cautious. There's an old joke that the safest bet in sports gambling is to take the under on goals scored in the Game 7 of an NHL series. And it's because teams do not cheat in the offensive zone. They're terrified of odd man rushes going the other way. And here's the other thing, too. For all the people who claim, well, officials should call penalties and fouls regardless of the situation. The reason why that's not true is never more abundant than in Game 7. You will see maybe one penalty tonight. Maybe one. Referees swallow their whistles in a Game 7 because the stakes are so high, they don't want anything to do with the outcome. And I admire that.
True, and that usually lends itself to being a closer game.
Exactly.
The one thing, too, that hockey has that almost no sport can replicate is that if the game goes to overtime, you have the sudden death feel of not only is it a Game 7 and a winner go home, but now you get it to this period where in the playoffs it's 5-on-5 overtime. In regular season 4-on-4, it should go quicker. Those games, A, can go for however long, and B, a goal wins it and you go home and it's done like that.
Yeah. Also, so many of these blowouts in Game 7s in the NBA have been by the road team. And when things start to go really bad, as we experienced, the home crowd just, no, what's going on? Oh my God! And they almost have the reverse effect on the home team.
Suck all the energy out of the bill. Yeah.
Listening. Well, last night's game was a little bit different because again we talked about the similarities and the feelings of Game 7 against the Mavericks back in 2022.
Yeah.
There was a palpable anger in the arena that night. I just think because Detroit never fell behind early, they just lost every quarter by like 8 or 9 points. So it wasn't like this blitz. Like Dallas, in the second quarter of that game, it was over. The Pistons were down 17 at halftime. There's still a chance you could regroup as the number 1 seed on your home floor. You're saying there's a chance. By the end of the third quarter, it was over. So that was the difference there. But I did have those feelings listening to the end of the game, and they made references like there's hardly anybody here.
Yeah.
The people that had left. And then walking out of that arena after Game 7 against the Mavericks, I've never felt a fan base like it was. They couldn't explain what they just saw.
Yes, that's exactly.
So
that's exactly right.
It was a stressful Game 7, but for much different reasons.
That's exactly.
It was more existential than in the moment.
Yeah, that's true.
Coming up next, we will talk Diamondbacks baseball with their radio play-by-play voice. Chris Garagiola joins us here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm coming to London.
The Union Jack Classic. ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium.
London? Yes, London.
Arizona Sports will send one winner and a guest to London with round-trip airfare from Phoenix, 4-star hotel accommodations, Royal Box seats at Wembley with hospitality, sideline passes, a VIP Tower of London private experience, and a nighttime river cruise on the Thames.
Jolly good.
Devils in London.
London.
Brought to you by Desert Financial.
Cheerio.
Watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
Brilliant. Jolly good. Well, must be off.
Southwest Gas proudly fuels our homes and communities with a safe and reliable natural gas service. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. More than 92% of Arizona customers prefer natural gas service in their homes to power appliances, but natural gas is so much more than an essential ingredient in the home. It helps support economic development and growth in the community as well. Southwest Gas fuels the local businesses and industries that help our communities thrive, from startups to large-scale manufacturing. Many of the recent large-scale businesses that have expanded their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support their business and production. Southwest Gas helps businesses succeed while helping Arizona become a national leader in advanced manufacturing. For almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there, helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality. If you'd like more information about how Southwest Gas helps fuel life's important moments and supports a sustainable energy future, please visit swgas.com.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know that hiking isn't for you. Sure, it sounds nice to be in nature while exercising, but that's what a gym and houseplants are for. I mean, you don't even like walking upstairs. So why would you walk up a hill for miles? To what, end up high in the air? Come on, you know you're scared of heights. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Pricing coverage match limited by state law.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
For over 40 years, Collins Comfort Masters has provided trusted, certified technicians. And with nearly 11,000 five-star reviews, the Valley agrees. Right now, you can upgrade to an EcoWater Whole Home Premium System for as low as $60 a month OAC and get cleaner, better water at every tap. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. That's collinscomfort.com.
The NBA playoffs are underway, and now you can trade every game on Kalshi. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. San Antonio is currently trading at 19% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $500 if they take the title. On Kalshi, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers. And as odds move, you can buy in or out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code PASS to get $10 when you trade $10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Empty slogans and cute jingles, lawyers love to act like they care. Do they back it up? Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. One study found that half of all clients were unhappy with the lawyer they hired. The number one complaint, a total lack of communication.
We take client happiness seriously. That's why we survey all our clients and know that over 97% are happy. Do your research. Call the husband and wife law team first.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs leaned on their offense yesterday in an 8-6 win over the Rockies. Corbin Carroll had not one but 2 home runs, and Lourdes Gurriel Jr. got his first home run of the season as well. And on the mound, Mike Soroka was real good once again, 5 2/3, just 2 earned runs, and the Snakes left Coors Field with a series win. They're back home tonight as the San Francisco Giants come to town. First pitch from Zach Gallen will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the conference finals in the NBA are set. Last night, the Cavs crushed the Pistons 125-94 to set up a Cavaliers-Knicks Eastern Conference Finals. And in the West, starting tonight, Victor Wembanyama and the Spurs get the Thunder and MVP Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. This report is brought to you by Western Governors University. Thinking about a career in AI at WGU, you'll learn how to use AI to make a real difference. Your next chapter starts now. Visit wgu.edu and enroll today.
Hey, it's Luke. Did Coors Field unlock the Diamondbacks offense? We'll be talking Snakes Rockies at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
First pitch. Oh, my goodness. Look at this one go. A rocket to right, and the second home run of the day for Corbin Carroll.
Oh, one of the highlights of yesterday's 8-6 Diamondbacks win at Coors Field. 2 home runs for Corbin Carroll, and the man who called that action on the Diamondbacks radio network, Chris Garagiola, joins us right now via the Arizona Sports Line. Chris, good morning to you.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good. We love the oh my goodness in your home run calls, but Bick and I are really, really big fans when you work in a good Lord, either good or bad. That's just such a great punctuation on a play-by-play call, Chris.
Hey, listen, you only get like a quarter of them. I'll tell you when I drop a bunch of good lords is when I'm listening to the Generation Gap and those young folks are getting boat raced by the boomer. Sammy and Jamal need a pep talk, all right? I swear. Good Lord, all right?
Good Lord.
Trivia that we're missing, okay? I want to see a winning streak here because the geezers are just absolutely mopping the floor with us. Oh, it drives me crazy.
I will counter with a good Lord to you, Chris. Good Lord, I'm not a boomer. I'm Gen X.
How was Vietnam, Vinny? No, I'm kidding.
Right, exactly. Exactly.
It was hell. Okay, so we talked about this early. 2 out of 3 in Coors Field, which, you know, all things considered, I was looking at this as a very potentially perilous series for the Diamondbacks. You get 2 out of 3. What was the most optimistic, encouraging thing you saw from the Diamondbacks this weekend in Denver, Chris?
Had to be the offense. Had to be the offense. We've been talking 2 months about this group that certainly on paper, based off what they did the last couple of years, was going to be able to put up runs. And, you know, you look at the average going into that weekend series, and, you know, Lourdes Gurriel Jr. still hadn't homered, and Cattell's batting average was hovering around 210, and Gabby was dipping under 220 for the season. So to see some guys get some hits, you know, I think Gabby had 5 hits in the series. Cattell, I know, only played a couple of games, but, you know, he started to see the ball really rocket off his bat. And then Corbin, you know, I talked to Torrey actually prior to the finale, and I asked if there were concerns about the home run numbers. And he had 5. It was a decent pace, but, you know, Corbin's a superstar. And, of course, what, you know, probably listening through the walls, just blobbers 2 homers at Coors, and, you know, he's been the hottest hitter the past month. for the Diamondbacks. So really, really excited to see if that carries over here into this homestand.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I think a couple other good things came out of the weekend. The Merrill Kelly complete game. What can that do psychologically, not just to Merrill Kelly, but to the pitching staff to watch their ace go back and do something like that? And not only his first career game, but where he did it. To do it at Coors Canaveral is pretty impressive.
It's extraordinarily impressive. And I think you guys heard the comments in the interview afterwards where Nolan Arenado, who spent almost 10 years with the Rockies, said he only saw 4 in his entire time there. So It's hard to do. It comes during a time where you're going to play 13 games in 13 days, and I think it's 22 games in 23 days. And so I've always just been a believer when you have an opportunity to give your bullpen a rest. You got to take advantage of those opportunities because you're going to lean on them so much down the stretch and certainly in the postseason if you make it. To the second part of your question, what does it do for the rest of the rotation? These guys are hot right now. I think it just kind of keeps the momentum going. It'd have been different if that complete game came on the heels of that kind of awful turn of the rotation back in Mexico City and Milwaukee, where it's like, okay, there's a beacon of light, but dude, Soroka is just, he's throwing the stitches off the ball right now. And Gallen's starting to look a little bit better. And Kelly, obviously, it took him a little while to get going from that intercostal issue. But we were just kind of hoping from a pitching standpoint, this team could be at league average, right? Because the pitching, I think, had held them back the past couple of years. And they're performing at that, if not a little bit better. The aggregate might not tell the story, but, a few unfortunate hand grenades kind of blow up the totality of the ERA.
Chris Garagiola, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. We were having the discussion earlier, too, about Brandon Pfaadt. Rough go yesterday. He gets relegated to the bullpen, and, there's been a financial commitment, a contractual commitment made to Brandon Pfaadt, and it hasn't worked out to this point. But how do you think is the best way to get Brandon Pfaadt right? Because I think that's in everybody's best interest, but can that happen at the major league level? Do you think he might have to go down to hone some things?
That's a tough question, right? I'm not sure what the best way to use Brandon is. There's a ton of value in having long guys, right? On the rare days where, for whatever reason, the starter doesn't have it. We saw kind of what happened to Nelson in that one start against the Blue Jays. But, I think they made a financial commitment to him for a couple of reasons. One, this guy never misses a turn in the rotation. And for what had been a beleaguered, injury-riddled group over the last couple of years, there's value in knowing that every year a guy's going to make 30 to 32 starts and ideally going to get you between 180 and 200 innings pitched. The other thing we were kind of talking about before that rough outing yesterday was, the thing with Brandon, it's not like you watch a start and of his 5 innings, like he's grinding through 4 of them. It's like he's just coasting through 3, then a bad 4th, and then he coasts again in the 5th and the 6th. And if you could just iron out that wrinkle, all of a sudden you're not just looking at a solid pitcher. You're looking at a very, very above league average pitcher. But there's some issues right now. I'm curious to see what they'll do. I certainly have my own opinions, which mean diddly squat. But, you could make both arguments where, hey, maybe send him down. Let him figure some things out in a lower stakes environment where, wins and losses aren't the most important thing. There's some guys who are throwing the ball really well. Additionally, in AAA, Cade Stroud, Gilbert Diaz, if you look at their numbers, really impressive stuff. So maybe you could give him a look if things don't get better. But, we'll see. There is a pedigree with him, and I just hope for him that he's able to find the consistency that I know he's desperate to have.
I'm not sure what the difference is between a starting pitcher of Zach Gallen's status and his resume of getting right and finding what's working and a guy just diminishing with the course of time. How important is it for Zach to pitch well tonight and to maybe get in that lane that hopefully Merrill just got into over the weekend?
I think it's important for the Diamondbacks, certainly. He's been a huge part of when pitching has been right over the last few years. I think it's also really important to him personally, right? Obviously, he was hoping to get a particular type of deal in the offseason, and that never came to fruition. And basically, I think a lot of teams were sort of not calling him out, but saying, we think you're B and you're not A anymore.
Right.
And so far this year, the numbers would suggest that perhaps those other teams were right in not offering him a larger deal. So, the frustrating thing is it's not like the velo's dropped, and it's not like, the pitch shape has necessarily dropped. But whatever was working with him before that was generating a lot of swing and miss, a lot of pitching leverage counts, that seemed to have gone away a little bit. And I know he works with Brian Kaplan, who he's done a lot of really positive things with. I mean, look at Erod and Soroka, the years they're having. I mean, I could talk for hours about that success and how important it's been to the Diamondbacks, but hopefully they're close to unlocking whatever door that, Zach's being slammed in front of his face here, because we know that there's more in the tank. And again, it's really important for the team and for him to find his stride. And I hope that, this is a step in the right direction tonight.
Chris Garagiola, our guest. Before we let you go, I wanted to ask you about your early impressions of the first 9 games of Ryan Waldschmidt's career. Looks pretty comfortable out there, doesn't he, Chris?
I mean, really difficult position defensively.
Yeah.
I think especially given the move to bring Waldschmidt up, right, DFAing Alec Thomas, it's like that's kind of the expectation that you can play a killer center field defense. And the at-bats at the bottom of the order, they've been really solid, I think. With rookies, this is always how it's going to go. It's like, can you hit a big league fastball? Waldschmidt checks that box. Now he's going to get spun to death here, sliders, sweepers, curveballs. And he's holding his own. Same with Jose Fernandez. If they can continue to improve on those pitches, we're going to be talking about really, really productive outfielders. And I can't wait till Lawler gets back, because I think we're going to see some configurations where it's Waldschmidt in left, Lawler in center field, Carroll in right. And that's going to be kind of a no-fly zone, super athletic, give Gurriel just a couple days off or have him DH. Because obviously, he's still come back so quickly from a surgically operated right knee. I don't know what that's like, but I can't imagine it's tough, right? Since I can't get out of bed before 8 a.m. But, I'm really impressed with what he's doing, the maturity that he has. I mean, so many of these guys, they just come ready to contribute, and that's what this group needs.
Chris, as always, thanks for the time. Good to talk to you. We'll chat again soon.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Chris Garagiola, play-by-play voice on the Diamondbacks Radio Network, joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. Your Devils in London keyword this morning is Kush, and it's about to expire. So head to the contest page at arizonasports.com. Enter it now before time runs out. Don't miss your shot at a trip for 2 to see ASU at Wembley Stadium. It's brought to you by Desert Financial. Coming up next, can Anthony Edwards ever become the face of the NBA if he can't get over the hump? We'll get into that.
What a hump!
Exactly. We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks D-backs baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, so last summer, in the heat of summer, I had an obscene air conditioning bill. My monthly energy bill 1 month was $666, the sign of the devil. I thought it was proof we live in hell in the summer times in Arizona. The reality was my windows were shot. When your windows are shot, all that summer heat pours into your home, overwhelms your air conditioning, and it ends up costing you a ton of money, which is why now is a great time to reach out to my friends at Advanced Window Products, because they don't just sell windows, they build them specifically to withstand the harsh desert climate, and they build them specifically for your home. They are never retrofitted on site. I had Advanced Window Products replace all of my windows, and I'm going to tell you this, the installation process, I remember watching the guys put in the windows, and I thought, man, these guys really know what they're doing, and that is because every crew at Advanced Window Products has been vetted, and they're all full-time. They are never random subcontractors. It's why they get all 5-star reviews all across social media. I was incredibly impressed at the installation and the cleanup process. My windows look fantastic. Right now, great special going on at Advanced Window Products. Here's my friend Joe to tell you all about it.
Thanks, Bickley. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name people trust for replacement windows. Hi, I'm Joe from Advanced Window Products, and for a limited time, we are doing a window upgrade event. If you call today and mention Bickley and Arizona Sports, you'll get $3,000 off when you buy 10 windows or more. But you must call right now at 480-676-3600. At Advanced Window Products, we build every window right here in Tolleson. No middlemen markups, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, and more importantly, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year long. We guarantee our windows and the labor, even accidental glass breakage, for life. That's why Arizona homeowners have rated us 5 stars. Advanced window products built here, installed here, trusted here, and guaranteed for life. Call me right now at 480-676-3600 for that $3,000 off, or visit advancedwindows.com to schedule your free estimate.
Megan's grandfather bought his first Ranger here. Her dad bought his first F-150 here. And she just drove off the lot in a new Ford Expedition for her family. 3 generations, all choosing Sanderson Ford. Visit Sanderson during their anniversary sale and see why. Right now, purchase any new Ford and get a $500 Circle K fuel card on Sanderson. We have your first 5 tanks covered. When you're in the market for a new vehicle, choose the dealership families have been trusting for over 70 years. Choose Sanderson Ford. Not valid on fleet or AXZ or D-Plan purchases. Offer expires 5/31/26.
I don't like the cold. You know who really doesn't like the cold? Your water heater. When temps drop, that tank expands and contracts over and over. Eventually, it cracks under pressure. Get your water heater inspected or replaced before it fails. Call Gettle. We'll check for leaks, corrosion, even flush the tank and test efficiency. Because if your water heater is over 7 years old, it's time to take action. Gettle. G-U-E-T-T-L. Will keep your water hot, but it's hard to spell.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, it's Luke. If Carson Beck is the guy, how many games could the Cardinals win in 2026? We'll continue to react to the schedule released at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Something that you would often see at the 8:01 mark of the fourth quarter of a closeout game. But Anthony Edwards, knowing that Chris Finch is going to empty the bench, made his way to the San Antonio bench and dapped up players, coaches, one by one.
I want to know what, all I want to know is I want to hear Udonis Haslem comment on that in the postgame show.
Yeah.
I would much rather see him wait till the end of the game.
That was the scene in Minnesota on Friday night, a 30-point loss from the Timberwolves. And, yeah, that was that was the play-by-play of it. Anthony Edwards clearing the bench. No sense in playing folks in a 30-point game. Now, does the fact that the coach was emptying the bench and resting everybody for 8 minutes in a game that was pretty much over, does that mitigate the hard feelings on Anthony Edwards for doing it?
I would say a little bit, but again, I think it was so jarring to the eyes for a guy to do that with that much time left in the game that you've got to ask, what is his motive? His motive is either to come off as the greatest sportsman ever, to make a show that look how gracious I'm being by doing this now, waving the white flag for myself and for the team, or it's just kind of proof that we don't have what you have over here, and it's something to bring added discomfort to the results of this season.
Well,
I think they want Chris Finch gone.
When the discomfort continued post-game from Anthony Edwards, who was very gracious and cordial and congratulatory to the Spurs, but in his post-game presser after that Game 6 loss, when the spotlight was turned on his own team, he didn't hold back on what he said. Here's some of Anthony Edwards' comments about dealing with coaches.
We just got to listen to the coaches. Yeah. We got a hard time of,
processing stuff and going out there and doing it. We try to do stuff on our own. I think that's our problem.
How do you catch up to the other top teams in the West?
How much work do you guys have to do going forward here to catch up in the Western Conference and
to contend
again?
I don't know, man. I think that I don't think that's a question for me.
Why can't you get over the hump in the playoffs?
Do you see anything consistent, Ant, across 2 years ago the West Finals, last year's West Finals? The biggest thing that's maybe causing you guys to come up short in these series, or like one thing that you're seeing again and again that's making it tough?
Good question. No comment.
Ooh.
And he wasn't the only
question, but no comment. That's pretty interesting.
Now, who was it? Was it Naz Reid who said that the Timberwolves were a moody team?
Yeah, it was Naz Reid. I initially said it was Julius Randle. It wasn't. It was Naz Reid.
Julius Randle. He was too busy just sucking in the series.
That too. So there clearly is something amiss, because if a team has got a good chemistry and a team is feeling happy with the coach's staff, it doesn't sound like that.
No.
There's a mutiny going on there. A quiet mutiny, if you will. Anthony Edwards has decided he wants a new basketball coach. I'm fairly certain of it.
And we've seen this time and time again over the last 4 or 5 decades in the NBA. Player of that caliber, that important to the organization, wants a new coach.
You go and get one.
That player will get a new coach.
You go and get one.
We call that the Magic Johnson effect.
So what's interesting to me is, so Phoenix, Arizona, I riff on this all the time. It is positively absurd that we have now gone 25 years without a major professional sports championship in a city of nearly 7 million people. We are seriously being underserved by our sports teams.
There's something wrong with us.
Yeah, something seriously wrong with us. Now, we're no longer a 4-sport town, but we've been one for the majority of that time. Only Minneapolis-St. Paul has got a longer championship drought in the 4 major professional sports. They've gone since 1991 when the Twins won a World Series. You can make an argument that the Timberwolves are maybe title-adjacent, close. You could make an argument that the Minnesota Wild as a hockey team are certainly close. They took the Avalanche to 7 games this year.
Yeah.
So they're close. So they've got a couple of teams that are close.
Well, and I don't know if you heard, the Vikings got their quarterback.
Well, there is that.
Oh, my gosh, no.
What is the ceiling?
Yeah, so, it's funny. My daughter was having dinner with a friend of hers over the weekend, and her friend said, "Skylar, that's Kyler Murray sitting behind you." He was.
Really?
Yeah, he really was. Yeah. So that's apropos of nothing, but it just kind of illustrates Detroit, Michigan ranks 3rd on that list. They haven't won a title since 2008 with the Red Wings. So my point is, if Minneapolis gets a title in anything in the near future, guess who's number 1 on the list of droughts?
Arizona, baby.
Of cities with 3 or more?
Even though technically we're not a
They're
4-sport town
we're
anymore.
a 3 now.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And they seem a lot closer than
we are.
See, I don't think we should limit it to just 4 and 3. We should go down to the 2-sport cities.
Oh,
and
should
talk
we?
about Buffalo.
Okay.
But Buffalo could do it this year.
Or a 1-sport city like San Diego.
Yeah, screw that.
And with Detroit losing their chance with the Pistons, do you know the Eastern Conference's number 1 seed has missed the NBA Finals in 9 of the past 10 years?
That's... Wow,
Isn't
I didn't
that crazy?
realize that.
So it was the Pistons in 26, the Cavs in 25. The Celtics won it all as the 1 seed in 24. They're the exception. Then before that, it was the Bucks, the Heat, the 76ers, the Bucks, the Raptors, the Celtics in 2017.
You're going to get Jarrett going. See, the regular season's too long.
It's too long, I tell you. And the playoffs are too long.
It's meaningless.
Can we just have more
said
wrestling?
it better myself.
Forget the best of 7. No more game 7s. Best of 1.
You must love the new ESPN that's hyper-fixated on the WWE. You must love this twist.
It's odd. I'll
It is
say
odd.
that.
Yeah, that's definitely
even
a word.
You were complaining about the WrestleMania coverage.
It was over the top. It was too much because...
It was off the top rope?
It just... because so many of the ESPN personalities, you could tell, didn't care about it or felt like they were being forced to do this.
Yeah.
So it just didn't come across as good as it could have. I think.
Yeah, I could only imagine being an ESPN personality and then they strike the deal with WWE and you're like, oh, by the way, our Our whole sports journalism thing that we were built on back in the late 70s.
Yeah. It's a joke.
We're now going to be talking a lot about wrestling. What do you think?
No doubt about it.
I could only imagine. Yeah. So Anthony Edwards, very interesting exit from the postseason over the weekend for a couple of different reasons.
We're gonna be hearing about some changes coming to the T-Wolves soon.
Yep. Trade him to the Suns. Done.
Anthony Edwards.
Yeah.
Where do we sign?
They got enough to get it done.
For Jalen Green.
All right.
Love it.
There it is.
Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through some social studies on this Monday morning. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The Diamondbacks offense shined and the bullpen held on in a win over the Rockies. Randy Bennett's first ASU roster is nearly complete and positioned for an NCAA tournament push. And Koa Pete fell to 30th in an NBA mock draft after a poor combine showing. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com.
LASIK and Evo ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Murata here, and I've been telling you my story about 25 years ago. After years of wearing contacts and glasses, I had LASIK surgery, and it changed my life. 25 years later, my vision's a little bit different. I'm older. I do squint at times, trying to see at distance. So I was wondering what was going on with my vision, and I scheduled a consultation with Dr. King at K2 Vision. I got a thorough exam. And as it turns out, like many people who had LASIK back in their earlier years, I'm a prime candidate for RLE, refractive lens exchange. It's a permanent solution which would eliminate readers and glasses, and also ensure that I'll never get a cataract. I walked away from that consultation with all kinds of information and all kinds of options about my future without any pressure. If you're in that boat and you're thinking about fixing your vision permanently, you need to know what's going on from K2 Vision. You can hear directly from the doctors who have performed over 300,000 procedures. Join Drs. King and Kopstein for their free live webinar this Thursday at noon. You can register now or schedule your free Zoom consultation at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
At Freeway Chevrolet, buying a vehicle is as easy as 1, welcome to Freeway, 2, 3. And right now, you can get up to $12,500 off MSRP on a new 2026 Silverado 1500 Crew Cab. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Up to $12,500 off MSRP on new Silverado 1500 models from dealer inventory. Includes all applicable rebates and discounts. Not available with special financing, lease, and some other offers. Includes tax, title, license, registration, and document fee. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details. Take new retail delivery by June 1st, 2026.
Lots of places can expose you to identity theft.
Oh, no.
That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity, which is way more than anyone can do on their own. If we find anything suspicious, like new loans or changes to your financial accounts, we alert you right away, all through text, phone, email, or the LifeLock app. Get the alerts that could make all the difference. Save up to 30% with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Paul Calvisi here with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, most people have a 401k and a CPA, but no real plan tying it together?
Right. They have accounts, not a strategy. And without a coordinated plan, your income, taxes, and investments can actually work against each other.
So where do people start?
With a conversation. Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116. We'll show you exactly where you stand and what to fix. BrightWM.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort.
Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And now everything's on sale during our Memorial Day event. Save up to $1,200 on mattresses, plus free delivery when you add a base. Ends Monday. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life sleep.
The NBA playoffs are underway, and now you can trade every game on Kalshi. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. San Antonio is currently trading at 19% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $500 if they take the title. On Kalshi, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers. And as odds move, you can buy in or out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code SHOT to get $10 when you trade $10. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you tell your listeners about them?
Oh, buddy, you gotta have shade.
Exactly. You want to cool down your patio?
You gotta have shade.
That's right. And how about a little privacy?
You gotta have shade.
Want a comfortable outdoor space for your whole family to enjoy?
You gotta have shade.
Wolf, can you say anything else?
Do like I did. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
Hi, this is Brent with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. It's that time of year again where it's extremely important to keep up on your plumbing and air conditioning maintenance. At Ready Services, we provide our Ready Preventative Maintenance Program, where our technicians come to your home and conduct those preventative checks in order to keep your home life as comfortable as possible. We'll do everything to catch the little problems before they become big repairs. Reach out to us at nofeeemergency.com for information on how to become a member and ensure that your home is in the best hands possible.
When you're hurt in an accident, results matter, and Sweet James stands above all the rest. They deliver the best medical care, the most amount of money, and justice to every single injured victim. You're not just another number. You're a real person who deserves the best. Oftentimes, the attorneys at Sweet James represent a second chance at life for many clients. They take that seriously. If you're ever hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Corbin Carroll's 2 home runs and Lourdes Gurriel Jr.'s first home run of the season helped the Diamondbacks get an 8-6 win yesterday and a series win against the Rockies. Mike Soroka was real good again as well. He went 5 2/3, just 2 earned runs, and he got his 6th win of the season as the Snakes return home tonight and start a 3-game series with the Giants. Zach Gallen on the mound, and first pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. To the NBA, as the Cleveland Cavaliers rolled the Detroit Pistons 125-94 en route to the Eastern Conference Finals, where the New York Knicks were waiting, and the Spurs and Thunder will get their much-anticipated series underway tonight, led by the now 2-time MVP in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. And between the Cardinals' schedule release, the Suns' offseason plans, and more, be sure to head to ArizonaSports.com today for more. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. Get the freedom to save. Your Valley Chevy dealers Memorial Day event is here. Spectacular offers are available now. The freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for you.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
All right, it is the 9 o'clock hour this morning. That means it is time for some social studies. You can find us on social media at Bickley_Marotta on X, at Bickley and Marotta on Instagram and Facebook. And you can tune in and watch us on YouTube at Arizona Sports. Our first question today for Diamondback fans. You know, SGA just won the MVP in the NBA, but who has been the Diamondbacks team MVP so far?
Team MVP for the Diamondbacks to this point. That's a good question. Got to be Vargas, right?
I would think it's got to be Drip. Drip has got to rank at the top of the list, right? I think he does.
Even as he's cooled off, he's still been decent lately.
He had a 4-hit game over the weekend.
No doubt. A lot of drip in the responses. Jordan said...
They should get that checked out.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Jordan said the bullpen. For lack of funding and guys on the injured reserve right now, they've held their own besides the blow-up recently against the Rangers, but it's got to be the bullpen. Darryl Lee's answer was pretty interesting. He said, bust out the torches and pitchforks, but I feel like it's Torey Lovullo. Obviously, he's not perfect, but I feel like he's been either forced or more willing to push buttons this year than in the years past, and so far, he's pushing the right buttons. An interesting response. And then L said, from a starter's perspective, Erod, position player, Vargas, bullpen Murillo, and the captain of it all has been Corbin Carroll. So I still think Ildemaro Drip Vargas as a whole takes
Gotta rank number one.
Gotta rank number one.
Yeah.
But a lot of close seconds, I would think.
Now, I think we'll have an issue if that's still true a month from now.
I think so, too. Unless
I think that's a great point.
Unless he goes and hits 400 for another month, which,
Well,
you know.
but we've seen that. What does it lead to in terms of wins, loss? They got to have their big guns producing. All three of them for this team to have a chance.
That's true. All right. The next question, interesting. So the Pistons season came to an end last night. And, you know, we talked about what do they want to do? Do they trade? Who knows? So Jared asked, for Suns fans, would you trade Devin Booker for Cade Cunningham? And your responses are, yes, you corpulent clunk, or no, you blueberry.
Blubbery.
Yes, you corpulent clunk. No, you blubbery blueberry. This is poetry I'm handing you.
It is poetry.
Is it? But
no, not really. No, you wouldn't. I don't think you'd make that trade. I think that, well, first of all, the Pistons wouldn't make that trade. The only way that they, and I'm not saying they
bring home the local boy.
No, listen, I think they do want to do that. There is a faction of Pistons fans who are probably online right now saying the team needs Devin Booker. We badly need a second scorer. Forget Jalen Duren. Send him to the Suns with a bunch of draft picks. So I don't think the star-for-star thing works for either side. I do think the Pistons would be very much interested in acquiring Devin Booker. But look, Matt Ishbia has made it very clear where he stands on that. I mean, you cannot come out and say, I will ride through a fire with the guy and then trade him 3 weeks later.
For those reasons, I would say no. I mean, there's a lot. Cade Cunningham is not a finished product. He's 5 years younger than Devin Booker. He averaged just under 10 assists per game. Got MVP votes. It's still on the way up for him. But I just watched some real curious decision-making from Cade Cunningham in this series, especially in Game 7 and some of those late games that they lost in this series. I'd still say no for all those reasons.
Yeah, I think just...
But I'm also incredibly biased.
Yeah, I think from simply just a basketball standpoint, you probably do it. But like to your point, Yusuf said, as Matt Ishbia put it, I'll ride into a fire with Devin Booker, and I'll do it proudly. So I'll back that statement and do it proudly with Book. And the voting, 52% yes, 48% no, so very close. And the comments, I have to say, pretty much split down the middle as well, from Billy saying, I'm of an age to where I like to see it when players and teams stick together throughout the player's career, therefore not wanting to trade Book. And then on the other hand, you have people saying, you do it in a second, Cade's a better player and much younger, but we all know.
And I also posed this question on Instagram and Facebook, Bickley and Murata. And so far we have 3 no's and 3 hell no's. So
Can I read one more response?
Yeah, go for it.
From JDW. I'm so sick of local sports media saying garbage like this towards the people we need to respect the most. Without Book, the Suns are nothing. Enough said. Cunningham is a good player and is young, but let's not disrespect the person who's done the most for the Suns out of any player in Suns history. Okay, I understand that tact. We're not saying, we're asking you a question.
It's a question mark at the end.
I saw that too, and this isn't happening, so it's all theoretical. All right, the last question in that the Preakness Stakes was this weekend. You know, F1 is in full effect, the Formula One. So what is your favorite type of race to watch and why? Is it horse racing, a swimming race, a track/running race, or a car race?
Man, my choice is not on here.
Oh, what is your choice?
I love watching the three-legged race. It's
that's a running race.
Sometimes I just go to parks, and if a family is having a picnic, I'll just wait for them to bring
some popcorn. That's a running race, so that counts. So you could vote for that one.
Of those,
I like the race where all those crazy Scottish people or Irish people or
chase
the cheese wheel down the hill.
I forget what that's called. It's once a year.
Madness, I believe it's
I
called.
believe that's a good word for it.
Depending on the track running, like you're showing me 10,000 meters, I'll pass. It's not that exciting. 400 meters and below or a relay in track and field is probably my answer.
The 100 and the 200 are fun.
Mm-hmm.
After that, it's a little cumbersome.
Jarrett, what's your answer? Because we all know where mine.
Track is my answer.
Track.
I mean, he's a track legend.
Oh.
His spikes are hanging up in the rafters at Horizon High School. Did I get it right?
That's right. That's
I
right.
did. I always want to say Shadow Mountain, but I got it
100 meter is great, but the 200 meter, because they go around that curve into the straightaway, to me, that's my favorite to watch.
Yep. The responses, though, car race, 41%. Horse racing, nearly 30. Track 17, and swimming 11. And
swimming only 11.
I know, and I think
we're not in Olympic season right now.
Yeah, true.
Probably be higher.
And Ross Vegas put it to this. He said, swimming only if we have a gold medal winner in the Olympics. He said horse racing because it's the most fun to gamble on. Track and field, the 100 and 200 yard dash. That's all that matters. And then the car racing, F1 and the major races are fun, but that's about it. So I think when you get high level of all four of these, they're really fun to watch. But
can I read one more?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's too funny not to read. From Daryl Lee. I'd love to see a race between Sammy and Gambo. Inquiring minds want to know, could Sammy properly pronounce Marlboro before Gambo could pronounce Perdomo?
I didn't see that one. Wow.
That's great.
Hey, let's run. I'm down.
I don't know if that race would ever be determined one way or another. It might be the infinite race.
The infinite race. There we go. But you know where to find us.
Thank you, Sammy. Do you want to see Daniel Tosh here in Arizona? Don't miss your chance to see Daniel Tosh live at Arizona Financial Theater Friday, November 6th. It is the Daniel Tosh My First Farewell Tour. For ticket information or to enter your name to win, go to the contest page at arizonasports.com. Coming up next, the Arizona Diamondbacks. They're scratching, they're clawing, but are they resonating? We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Depending how you measure it, they got the hardest schedule in the NFL.
Yeah.
And that's not even accounting for like the bye week being in week 14. They also play an extra preseason game too. So they're going to just play football for like 4 months in a row.
By the way, the Cardinals have the third by win percentage at 538.
Yeah.
Seattle won the Super Bowl. They're 14th. The Rams are 13th. The Broncos are in the AFC Championship game. They're 15th. Like, the Niners are 18th at 497. Like, teams even in their own division.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a simple question for you, courtesy of Life Changer Loan. If you could pay off your mortgage in 5 years without changing a penny of your spending habits, would you do it? Would you consider it? Of course you would, and that is why if you're buying a home, if you're looking to refinance, make your first phone call to Life Changer Loan for a lot of reasons. Number one, this is an innovative program where you do your banking inside of your mortgage. You pay all principal first. In fact, it's bigger than that. All of your income goes to wiping out all of your debt, and you do it without changing a penny of your spending habits because you have 24/7 access to your equity. And know that 5 years is the average length of time it takes a Life Changer Loan client to pay off their home. Now you get decades to build personal wealth without that debt, and that is how you get ahead. Plus, having 24/7 access to your equity and the ability to not make a monthly payment if you can't or don't want to is a great advantage in times of financial uncertainty. It allows you to borrow back from yourself whenever you want it, whenever you need it. So if there is financial instability in the markets, Life Changer Loan clients have a much better time navigating those troubled waters. Find out if you're a good fit. If you are, you're going to love the results. 480-504-0844. Online at lifechangerloan.com.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. What was your experience with Dr. Joe like, Cynthia?
He's a genius. He's amazing. He's great with his staff. He makes you feel like family.
So if you guys were to be asked by somebody that is listening right now, would you get the all-on-4 dental implant treatment? Why would you tell them to go to Aria Dental Implant Center?
They take care of you. The price is right. They work with you. They have a great system there.
Yes, they do.
Can't beat it.
And what about your confidence level as well?
You remember when you used to be really confident in your 20s and 30s?
Yep.
Well, you gained that back.
Big time.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and if your ride's starting to feel a little outdated, Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa can help you upgrade just in time for the summer. Here's the difference. Anybody can sell you a vehicle, but not everybody makes the whole experience feel easy and enjoyable. That's why Arizona drivers have trusted the Earnhardt name since 1951. Real people, honest prices, and a team that's focused on what works best for you, not pushing you into something you don't want. It's how the Earnhardt family built its reputation the old-fashioned way, by treating people right. If you're after a refined Buick SUV or a bold GMC truck, they have one of the best selections in the Valley with options that fit your lifestyle and budget. And when you're ready to shop, their website makes everything simple. Browse inventory, value your trade, and explore our incredible offers anytime online. So when you're ready for something better, visit Earnhardt Buick GMC or go online to EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models. All offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers in June 1st, 2026.
Hey, it's Austin with Moxie Pest Control. When I was about 13, I started mowing lawns to make a few bucks. Looking back, I don't know how I survived those Arizona summers. What I didn't realize then was how much I was learning, showing up, doing the job right, and taking pride in it. That's what guides us today at Moxie Pest Control. Because reliability isn't something you say, it's something you demonstrate. Call 888-MOXIE-10.
Make the move to Moxie. Call Moxie Pest Control.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on that, is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Marotta talk D-backs baseball now.
This place can be so unforgiving. And, you know, at 8-2, we were not comfortable with that lead. We kept talking about tacking on, adding on runs, and our guys came out and swung about really, really good today. So overall, I was very pleased with the effort. Offensively, I think that just a couple road bumps, a couple things that are really identifiable that we'll tighten down a little bit. Just glad we won the series. It's good to come home winning 2 of 3 here.
Torey Lovello, manager of the Diamondbacks, after the 8-6 win over the Rockies yesterday at Coors Field. 2 out of 3, as you heard Torey say. 3-3 road trip on those 2 stops. 2 Texas and Colorado. They're back for their next 2 series. Winnable series, San Francisco, then Colorado next weekend at Chase Field. And look, we talked about this being a very, very crucial time for the Diamondbacks. If they want to accomplish their goals, they want to be more than a team treading water when they get some reinforcements back from the injured list, Bick, then you need to string some stuff together. And this seems to be the area of the schedule where that is most possible. Now, yet that has not been done. As you look at the standings today, the Diamondbacks are in 3rd place in the National League West. They're 22-23. They've kind of floundered and hovered over that 500 mark. The Dodgers are 29-18. The Padres are a half game back. Those 2 teams played really good baseball. Dodgers have had their ups and downs, but they're the Dodgers.
Yeah.
I could say this about this team. Mm-hmm. We've talked about what is Diamondbacks baseball and how outdated their standard might be based on the fact that that was kind of born 3 years ago, and this is a much different team. But unequivocally, you could say this team does fight. They do claw. They scratch. But one thing you have to ask are they resonating with this fan base? And I'm not sure that's the case.
I think it's a very fair question. I've long believed in Arizona that if you want to thread the needle as a sports franchise, You've got to be more than good. You've got to have more than a winning record. You've also got to be exciting on some level. That's the nature of our market. Very fickle, lots of transplants, lots of mixed allegiances here. Local television ratings, I'm not sure what they are. I'm not sure if anybody locally knows what they are. They're now run by Major League Baseball. So it's not like when they were on the Fox Sports affiliate, it seemed like those were always like in the public domain. They were available.
And when they were peaking or going in the right direction, you'd hear about it.
So the question becomes, yes, it's admirable that the Diamondbacks are doing what they hope to do at a baseline, and that is hover around, hang around until reinforcements in the form of A.J. Puck and Corbin Burns and Justin Martinez come back, Jordan Law, all those people. So they're succeeding in what the baseline goal happens to be, but are they resonating with people? I like the way you phrase that. I think that's up for grabs. I kind of did a little straw poll over the weekend and asked some people at the gym, how interested are you in this baseball team? And the reaction was very, very mixed. Not as good as you would have hoped, maybe not as dire as you might have thought. But this team has got to either get in a lane and win some games or have their star players play like star players.
Yes.
The whole thing needs, I think, to be juiced up a little bit for it to kind of cross that threshold. And I think you're right. I think this is probably the time in the schedule where if you are going to get up and over 500 with a little degree of separation, now's the time to do it.
Yeah, we've talked about this idea that mediocrity is not a place you want to get stuck in. And since the World Series run, the Diamondbacks have been about a 500 baseball team. They've been on the cusp of the playoffs, not close enough, even with the expanded playoff fields. Mediocrity is not where you want to be. There's nothing worse than being ordinary. I think that really, really is the case in Phoenix, Arizona, when it comes to how baseball is viewed. And I have an admission to make. Because I've been beating a dead horse, really, for years and years and years, because I don't cook. I spend a lot of time in sports bars. And my I didn't tell you this, but my most recent one-man crusade about getting the Diamondbacks on televisions and sports bars, I basically gave up last week. Of all the times this season early on where I've been at a sports bar or an establishment and there's been Diamondbacks baseball, and I can count it on one hand. The last week, I was at a place up in the Northwest Valley, and I sat down at the bar, and I sat close to a TV that did have the Diamondbacks on. The reason why it was on, there was an older woman sitting at the bar who was a big Diamondbacks fan, was watching the game. So she started talking back and forth, commenting on the game. Not 10 minutes later, that television changes to a hockey playoff game. To which I said, the person who had requested it said, I don't know what anybody's watching. I was like, yeah, I'm watching the D-backs. They put it back on the D-backs game.
Wow.
But it was the only TV on in the whole place that had the baseball game on.
Wow.
Now, again, you got to go back to 2023 when the D-backs made their run. It was a fun team. Nobody expected them to get by the Brewers. Or few people expected them to get by the Brewers. They did. Nobody expected them to get by the Dodgers. They did. It started to swell a little bit. By the time the NLCS rolled around, you couldn't go anywhere without people talking about Diamondbacks baseball and having it on TV, and everybody was a fan, and everybody had all the merchandise. And that's the way this city behaves.
Yes, and they've lost that grip a little bit, partly because of the last two seasons. We know the season after the end of 2024 was awful on a lot of different levels, left a bad taste in a lot of people's mouth. And the end of last season, think about what happened at the end of last season. They sold off popular players, including Gino Suarez, at the trade deadline, and then they made a run. And to the point where people are like, what did you do that for? Why'd you sell it, right? So, and clearly they had their reasons, but my point is that the last two seasons coming into this year have each brought declining levels of enjoyment. And the amount of injuries and all of that kind of stuff. That's why I thought this season in general was so important for this nucleus, for this team as it's constructed now. It feels like it's this nucleus's last chance to prove that they're the team capable of winning a championship.
It was also. I'm sorry. I didn't
No, go ahead.
What I was going to say is that the fan base was in a weird spot coming into the season, knowing they were coming into a season when there were so many injuries. What's a realistic place to put your expectations on this season when we knew they were going to be missing so many stars?
But this is also a reminder. What's happening right now is a reminder that the journey and the optics always matter in projecting things. Because at the beginning of this season, everybody said, "Oh, if the Diamondbacks can just stay around 500 until all these guys come back, they're going to be fine." And they're right around 500, and it's not fine enough because there's been frustrations.
And again, a 500 team, it just doesn't move the meter for people,
No.
and nor should it. But it doesn't here. Now,
until that 500 team reaches the World Series.
Well, there you go. Now, the other thing that can lift a team's perception and its popularity in a market is having a lot of homegrown stars.
Yeah.
If Geraldo Perdomo were having the season this year that he had last year, that would make a difference.
Mm-hmm.
A guy like Jose Fernandez has made a difference. Drip Vargas has made a little bit of a difference, but collectively, there's just not been enough. Good stuff.
And I think also, Bick, in closing this discussion out, what we've seen is when the Diamondbacks string together 3 or 4 wins in a row, you can feel it kind of swell a little bit. You can feel the buzz start to grow a little bit. But being a 500 team,
Yeah, no long winning streaks.
Nothing's been sustained there. We'll see if they can start that tonight. 3-game series against the Giants, and then a 4-game series against the Colorado Rockies. Coming up next, it's Monday. We'll hand out some hardware. Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Here's the 0-2. Swing and a fly to left, and this should do it. Walt Schmidt backing up. He's underneath it. He makes the catch, and the Diamondbacks, they hang on and win it by a final score of 8-6. Had to have it here against the Rockies.
It's back to Chase Field after a series win up in Colorado to host the Giants for 3 games. Game 1 tonight at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and I think it's super cool seeing Torey Lovello on all the Trajan Wealth commercials because baseball managers are required to see the whole field. Otherwise, their team isn't going to be very good. It's exactly the same thing with your finances, and if your wealth manager can't see the whole field, if your wealth manager isn't hitting it out of the park, step up to the plate with Trajan Wealth. Their family office brings your retirement, your tax, and your estate planning together on the same team under one roof, and I highly recommend if you've got any concerns, if you think your wealth manager isn't cutting it, if you feel uneasy about your impending retirement, get a free appointment with the fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth. Get a second opinion of what you got going on. Get personalized strategies built for you and your comfort level when it comes to risk tolerance. I'll tell you quickly about my experience. When I met with Trajan Wealth, I was super impressed with pretty much everything. Their knowledge, their transparency, no sales pitches, no financial jargon, just straight talk the way I liked it. They showed me things I never knew existed, like ways to invest in companies that haven't gone public yet, and then they showed me the benefits of those comprehensive and personalized strategies. I walked out knowing I was in really good hands, and that's a really good feeling. Plan smart, dream bigger by calling Trajan Wealth today at 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1, online at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
My uncle's Maytag washer lasted over 37 years. His motto, buy once, cry once. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. When I started A1 Garage Door Service, I thought about my uncle's Maytag. Most garage door springs get about 10,000 cycles or 3 to 5 years. Our Max Life springs last over 100,000 cycles. That's a minimum of 30 years. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Smooth accelerators. When that light turns green, you're off. Like a warm knife through firm butter. Going from 0 to the speed limit in an appropriate amount of time. Sure, your car has horsepower, but your horses prance around as silky smooth as your right foot. Fancy Prancerton. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Got any markdowns on brakes?
We mark Duralast brake pads down to free.
Free Duralast brake pads?
When you buy 2 rotors.
Can I get Duralast Gold pads for free?
With 2 Duralast Gold rotors, and there's a lifetime warranty on brake pads.
That's a huge markdown for like so many miles.
Save on brakes and more during Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
One thing sports taught me is how to look beyond the moment, to think about what comes next. Hey, it's Tom Chambers. When I retired from basketball, I learned quickly how important it is to have a long-term plan, not just for money, but for peace of mind. That's why I partner with Galaxy Lending Group and their Goal Loan. Goal stands for Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator Loan. But to me, it's the Get Out and Live loan because it helps people work towards something huge, retiring with their home paid off sooner, using the income they already make. And here's the truth. When retirement gets close, it's not about chasing interest rates. It's about whether you're still carrying a mortgage when you want more control over your time. Goal helps shorten that timeline so retirement feels more real and a whole lot more comfortable. If you want to see how it works and whether it fits your situation, text GOAL to 620-620. That's GOAL to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Message and data rates may apply.
I'm Sammy Sobolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs leaned on their offense yesterday in an 8-6 win over the Rockies. Corbin Carroll, not 1 but 2 home runs, and Lourdes Gurriel got his first home run of the season as well. And on the mound, Mike Soroka was great once again, 5 2/3, just 2 earned runs, and the Snakes left Coors Field with a series win. They're back home tonight. The Giants come to town, and first pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the conference finals in the NBA are set. Last night, the Cavs crushed the Pistons 125-94 to set up a Cavaliers-Knicks Eastern Conference Finals. And in the West, starting tonight, Victor Wembanyama and the Spurs get the Thunder and MVP Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Make sure your pool electrical system is safe and get a pool circuit safety check for only $89 from Parker & Sons. Just call 602-2REPAIR.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
All right, today's Arizona Sports Poll Question brought to you by Sanderson Ford is right now, which Diamondbacks player needs to step up the most? Is it Ketel Marte, Zach Gallen, Perdomo, or Lourdes Gurriel Jr.?
Another deja vu question.
Yeah.
What do you think, Vic?
Go ahead and waiting for people to step up a long time, I guess.
Ketel Marte.
Yeah, Ketel Marte is 57% of the vote, then Zach Gallen, then Jerry, and Lourdes Gurriel Jr.
I think the poll questions need to step up.
Oh,
there you go.
There we go.
Joking. I know. That's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it right now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
You're going to go to the hardware store.
Handing out the hardware.
All this hardware.
Hardware is how we do the award show. We do it on Monday mornings based on what we took in over the weekend. We'll each give away 2, time permitting. What do you got, Vic?
My first award is the Here's a Steaming Hot Cup of Shut the Bleep Up award. And I'm giving it to fans on site at golf tournaments who feel the need to scream out things like Baba Booey or Get in the Hole or You the Man or Mashed Potatoes
or Give me back my son
or Filet Mignon. Shut up. You're not funny. You're not cute. You're not witty. You're an idiot. We all think so, and that includes your wife. So shut up.
It's ridiculous. It was going on yesterday nonstop at the PGA. And then there's a moron screaming, USA, USA, at Rory. And Rory literally told him to shut the bleep up. This is not the Ryder Cup.
You should give Rory the award.
Yeah, I had that. That was the award I was going to give. It was, I believe that's Irish for Please Be Quiet award. And it was because, the guy didn't yell it like in his backswing or anything, at least, but it was after Rory hit a bad shot.
Stupid.
And he yelled USA, and he turned around and goes, "Hey, would you mind shutting the blank up?"
No, he didn't sound like that.
Not exactly like that. That was,
exactly
paraphrasing.
Like that.
Oh, did you see what Rory McIlroy did?
Shut up, and what did you see?
That's a good award. Hopefully that will spread throughout the golf community, because it is ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
Oh, I got on TV. I went viral.
Did you hear what I said, hon? Yeah, shut up, moron.
My first award is the Glory Days Award, and I'm giving it to Ronda Rousey.
Wow.
How did you think that was going to end? Ronda Rousey fought for the first time since 2017, but also fought Gina Carano, who hasn't fought on any level since 2009. It lasted
2026, by the way.
17 seconds.
Wow.
And ended...
Like Jared's love life.
Also,
I beat you to that, Jared. I beat you to it.
Fought since
2009 myself.
And it ended the way everybody knew it was going to end. Ronda Rousey by submission with an arm bar. That's how every one of her fights ended when she won.
Now, this was on Netflix, right?
Yes.
Netflix
I didn't watch it.
Is only going to be able to hoodwink people so long with these kind of fights. We did the Mike Tyson, Jake Paul one where everybody... The same thing with this. It was so hyped. People were excited because they were names that people recognized. But it was an awful fight again.
Yes, but...
In a different way. But
it's different from the old pay-per-view model. If those pay-per-view numbers are bad, then it's a failure. But if you don't have Netflix and you join Netflix just to watch 17 seconds of Rousey versus Carano and canceled, there's still money to be made there. And the people that already have Netflix are going to keep Netflix. It's a different model. But I agree with you on the surface, Jared.
My first award is the Red Hot Willie Peppers Award. Did anybody watch the Will Ferrell Saturday Night Live season finale by any chance?
I have not watched it yet.
So it began, after the cold open. The monologue came out, and a guy who looks very, very much like Will Ferrell, but was not Will Ferrell, came out and started doing the monologue. It was Red Hot Chili Peppers member Chad Smith, who I guess
they're doppelgangers.
For years, people have pointed out how much they look like each other. So they dressed them up totally like each other. They both have gray hair now. They don't sound like each other, so once you started talking, you knew what the jig was up there. But it is sort of amazing when they have them standing next to each other, how much they really do resemble each other.
It really is crazy.
And I did see part of that, and I thought Chad Smith handled that really well. For a drummer?
Yeah.
That's
he
funny.
Looked pretty comfortable in front of the camera. It was actually pretty funny.
No, that's good. My first award is the America Not So Beautiful Award, and I'm giving it to SGA and Aaron Rye. So over the weekend, Shea won the MVP, and an American has not won the award since 2018 when it was
the
James.
Eighth straight international player.
When it was James Harden, and Aaron Rye stopped a trend of 10 straight years of Americans winning the PGA Championship, and now 2 European guys have won the first 2 majors of the golf season, the first time that's ever happened.
Wow.
So,
he's also the first guy, I'm speaking out of school. Never mind. No, he's the first British champion.
First Englishman.
The first Englishman to win the PGA Championship in 107 years.
Yep.
Yeah.
So USA,
I was right.
Let's figure this out.
It's the first Aaron R in sports that's palatable in a long time.
Yeah.
The first non-hump Aaron R.
The non-hump. All right, my next award is the Taking Role Award, and that I'm giving to the Arizona Cardinals because today, for teams that have new head coaches, the OTAs begin. They are voluntary at this point in time, but it means the Jacoby Brissett watch begins today.
That's right. Should the song parodies start tomorrow then? Until he shows up?
Oh, man.
No. If he's the only one missing, maybe.
Oh, no.
Oh,
did you really keep that door open?
This is an excellent idea, Dan. Thank you for coming up with it.
Yeah, thanks, Dan.
Thanks, Bick.
Yeah. My last award is the You're Blowing It Out of Proportion award, and I'm giving it to Paul Koharski, a longtime media member who has covered the Tennessee Titans. We told you in recent weeks that one of our favorites, Dave McGinnis, former Cardinals coach, passed away. He was serving as the radio color commentator for the Tennessee Titans. Well, they filled the position, and they gave it to Ramon Foster, who played his entire career with the Pittsburgh Steelers, 11 years, but he's also a Tennessee native, played at the University of Tennessee. Paul Koharski was not very happy about that. He said it's a slap in the face to the Titans. He wondered if Ramon Foster was going to have a terrible towel in the booth with him. Because the Titans' last game at their stadium is against the Steelers.
Okay.
And called out all these other Titans that should have even got interviews, and they didn't. Do you have to be an alum of the team? I mean, look, Tom Candiotti never played for the Diamondbacks. Does a great job on the Diamondbacks games. Conversely,
it's
A.Q. Shipley, former Cardinal, does a great job taking over for Ron Wolfley in the booth for the Cardinals. I just think it matters about the job you do.
I totally agree. I think that's a little over parochial. You have to be one of us.
Yeah.
No, you don't.
No, you don't. And that's all the time we have today. And a good thing, too. For today's edition of Hardware, some final thoughts right around the corner on this Monday. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona State Sun Devils in London, England for the Union Jack Classic. And you could be there to see ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium this September.
What is the London Underground Railway commonly referred to as?
That would be the Tube.
Have you ever been on the Tube?
Yes, I have many times.
Kim, before we put you on hold, give us your best British accent. Go ahead.
What the is going on?
Devils in London, brought to you by Desert Financial. Here's how you can win.
Watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
Sound like you're from London.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Lots of places can expose you to identity theft.
Oh, no.
That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity, which is way more than anyone can do on their own. If we find anything suspicious, like new loans or changes to your financial accounts, we alert you right away, all through text, phone, email, or the LifeLock app. Get the alerts that could make all the difference. Save up to 30% with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Earnhardt Ford in Chandler is putting the power back in your hands with employee pricing. That's American value for American values. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. And look, I get it. Buying a new ride should not feel like a battle. At Earnhardt Ford, they built their entire experience around you, the customer. They are known across the valley for 75 years of Arizona trust. It's a legacy you can count on. No bull, transparent pricing, no pressure, no surprises. A dedicated team working around your needs, budget, and timeline, and the power to shop, compare, and buy completely online on your terms. And right now, on remaining new 2025 models, you'll get employee pricing. You pay what they pay, plus an additional $2,500 Earnhardt discount on select models. So shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford, no bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Hey there, campers! It's Jan from Toyota. Time to pack your bags and buckle your seatbelts because this summer we're headed to Camp Toyota. And the fun starts now! We're kicking things off by kicking up mud. Jump in, campers. We're going off-roading in a powerful new 4Runner. Next, we're taking a RAV4 to go fly fishing. Then we're heading to the hot springs in a spacious Sequoia.
Jan, what is that smell?
Sulfur stinks. Now we're hitting the hiking trails in a rugged Grand Highlander. And finally, park your Tundras and Tacomas around the campfire because we're roasting marshmallows. Don't worry if you burn a few, folks. I brought a truckload. Your summer starts here.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Event ends June 1st. Toyota, let's go places.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta. Song of the Day. The Song of the Day is thanks to Gettle Air Conditioning and Plumbing. GOETTL. Keeping you cool, but hard to spell.
So every now and again, you hear a song that you haven't heard in like 30 years, and you wonder, why haven't I heard this song in 30 years? This happened to me with this song. I used to love this Def Leppard song, and somehow I forgot all about it. And when I saw them in Vegas recently, they didn't play it. And so this song that I once adored, I'd forgotten about for 3 decades.
This is really early Def Leppard.
It is.
As the kids call them. From 1981. I don't know if I've ever heard this song.
Oh, it's awesome. It's back when they were very much a guitar-centric band.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From the High and Dry album.
Lady Strange. Yeah.
I think the only song I've heard from this album is Bringing on the Heartbreak.
And which is another great song.
Yeah.
Let It Go was off that. It was really good. But again, I'm sure you all have songs like that where you're like, I used to love that song. How did it completely just go out of my life?
And say again, how did it pop onto your radar again?
I just happened to run across it during an Apple Play mix.
Yeah, isn't that the best for that?
Oh, yeah.
When you're like, oh, wow, this does take me back.
Yes.
Happens to me all the time. Def Leppard, Lady Strange, today's Song of the Day.
Bickley and Marotta going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
I told Vic this story off the air, talking about a blast from the past. This is just weird. So Once upon a time, I was a married man. I'm not married anymore. My ex-wife, from time to time, in rearranging things at her home, she'll come across belongings of mine. So I'll get some really random stuff. She's like, hey, this belongs to you. You should have it back. So last week, I got a box full of Matchbox cars that I had when I was like 6 years old. I don't know how they got in her possession, but they did. She also gave me a little baggie of business cards. They don't mean anything now. This is from like the mid-90s to the time we got divorced, basically. Among those business cards, I went to a broadcasting school after college that was here in town. No longer exist. But when you got done with this broadcasting school, there was a placement program. They would work with you to try to find you a job in the business. And there was a business card of the placement director at this particular school. I looked at it. I read the name. I literally said internally, there's a name I haven't thought about in 30 years. Went on with my day. This morning, I get a so-and-so wants to connect on LinkedIn.
Oh, my God.
It was that person from
wild.
30 years ago.
That is nuts.
Oh, my God.
How does that happen?
I have no idea.
That's insane.
Isn't that? It's one thing if you're like look up somebody that you haven't thought of in 30 years online and all the algorithms and all the spying that goes on, they're gonna find this person for you. But a business card?
Male or female?
Female.
Oh.
Maybe the radio gods were pointing you out to your
Wait
next
a minute
ex-wife.
Here. Yes.
Sorry.
You get a new business card.
Yeah. Listen.
No.
That is really weird. Because it would be one thing if you were talking and you said her name out loud.
Right.
And like maybe your phone.
Everything's listening. Everything's watching.
Right.
Yeah.
But there's no world in which that happened. That is remarkable.
That was one of the weirdest things that's happened to me in a while.
That's crazy. Here's something else about Vinny. This is pretty exciting, Sammy. Yeah. Vinny went and bought himself golf clubs over the weekend. He's got himself a new bag.
Do the irons have covers on them? That's the only way to win nowadays.
But I have worn 2 gloves playing golf before.
All right.
And my origin story was because I just have really, really soft hands.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Maybe Aaron Rye does too.
Yeah.
Wow, Vinny.
So we'll get out together, Sammy Sapolka.
I'm in.
You can go
my
too,
new
Jared,
favorite, Sammy Sapolka.
All 4 of us, yes.
We got to get that in the open.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That'd be perfect.
That's good. Yeah, I'll send that to JV.
Yeah, that's really good.
Yes, let's do a foursome.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
Yeah, we haven't been out golfing in a long time.
Vinny's going to go and go get some range time over the next week or so, and as soon as he's ready.
Get enough blisters.
Yeah, right, exactly. Get those hands calloused up a little bit.
Oh, man, let's go.
All right.
Right.
That fires me up.
Did you see this
You
story?
could always be like Moises Alou and pee on your hands. That'll toughen them up.
Who says I haven't started that process already?
Unrelated.
Yeah.
I mean, I did accidentally during one of the commercial breaks.
Those
I was
commercial
in a
breaks are
hurry.
just short. I know. Gotta make it.
Now, getting back to your first story, you've got to reach out to her now. You've got to share that story.
I
with her.
I don't really have any because I worked with a different there was 2 placement directors. I remember the other one. I don't even know what this woman looks like. I just remember the name and the title, obviously from the card.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's Twilight Zone stuff.
Yes. I wanted to share this story too because I wanted to get your thoughts on this, if it's wise or not. Have you heard of Tim Sparks?
I have not.
He is the president of a Kansas-based company called the DeLand Corporation that operates almost 100 Pizza Hut locations across the country. So they're in control of these. What he has done with 80 of these locations, do you remember how Pizza Hut used to be, right? Mm-hmm. It was very kitschy Americana in the 70s. It had a feel to it.
Had a jukebox. Yeah, very much so, yeah.
With the checkered tablecloths and the red plastic cups
Very much so.
and those light fixtures.
Yes, I know it very well.
He's converted 80 of them to go back to their
Smart
roots.
move.
And like people are raving about the
Smart
experience.
move.
He's got the tabletop Pac-Man games at all of them.
Wow.
I wonder if more companies are going to do this.
Go back retro?
Yeah, because I mean, the buildings themselves had a look to them.
Yeah.
So he's doing all that.
That's a great idea.
Yeah. I wonder what that's going to mean for the bottom line.
Pizzas the Hut.
It's going to do it for us. Thanks to Chris Garagiola. We're back tomorrow morning at 6. Wolf and Luke up next.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
And now the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
I keep seeing celebrities posts, me in the 90s versus now. Well, the person staring at me in the mirror is definitely not the same person that could pull off bootcut jeans. Time creeps up on us so slowly. You don't see it until suddenly you do. Same thing goes for your bills. $1 here, an uptick there. It's a slow burn until one day you realize the price you're paying now is way higher than when you signed up. But at T-Mobile, customers had the lowest wireless bills versus Verizon and AT&T over the past 5 years. And with T-Mobile on their experience plans, you get a 5-year price guarantee, so you know exactly what your plan price will be for the next 5 years. So at least that's one thing that won't change over time. I can't guarantee you'll still look good with frosted tips, but T-Mobile can give you a clear guarantee on your wireless plan.
Lower bills based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 21 to Q4 25 compared to average AT&T and Verizon bills. Comparison excludes discounts, credits, and optional charges. Price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
Ask not what your country can do for you. I have a dream.
It's one small step for man.
The only thing we have to fear is fear itself.
Hi, it's Tim Hovick, owner of Santan Ford. We built Santan Ford on the same values that built this country. Hard work, really hard work, caring for the community and looking out for all people. Santan Ford is a great Arizona story. And for 123 years, Ford is the great American story. You see, Ford value is doing what's best for America. So we're doing that now by offering our fellow Americans and Arizonans to pay what we pay. It's employee pricing going on now at Santan Ford. Ford is giving back to keep us moving forward. American value for American values. You get it all at Santan Ford.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Corbin Carroll's 2 home runs and Lourdes Gurriel Jr.'s first home run of the season helped the D-backs get an 8-6 win yesterday and a series win against the Rockies. Mike Soroka was real good again yesterday as well. 5 2/3, just 2 earned runs, and he got his 6th win of the season as the Snakes return home tonight and start a 3-game series with the Giants. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. To the NBA, as the Cleveland Cavaliers rolled the Detroit Pistons last night, 125-94 en route to the Eastern Conference Finals, where the Knicks are waiting, and the Spurs and Thunder will get their much-anticipated series underway tonight, led by the now 2-time MVP Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. And between the Arizona Cardinals schedule release, the Suns' off-season plans, and more, be sure to head to ArizonaSports.com today. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. Get the freedom to save. Your Valley Chevy dealers Memorial Day event is here. Spectacular offers available now. The freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for you.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Monday morning. It's the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what's going on?
Yeah, what's going on, Luke? How you doing, buddy?
Doing good.
All jacked up. Got an awful lot to talk about, do we not, brothers?
We do. We got some winning baseball to talk about, hopefully leading to more winning baseball. Jody Jackson's going to join us shortly as well. We got to get your thoughts on the NFL schedule release.
Yeah, that's going to be kind of cool, no doubt.
Get to that too.
Yeah, we'll talk a little ball, a little blood sport to bring the schedule on, my brothers.
We know the final 4 teams in the NBA playoffs.
Yes.
And I really want to do like a 3-hour monologue on Sabres Canadians Game 7 tonight, but I will hold off on that.
Oh, my goodness. In Buffalo, I might add, ladies and gentlemen, here we go.
I can't imagine a more insane environment to be in right now than Game 7 in Buffalo.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of guys walking around. I'm sure they're going to be imbibed, yet at the same time, the Blue Blanc Rouge, the Habitants, they come to the city by the lake, ladies and gentlemen.
That's going to be good. And Oklahoma City, San Antonio is on at essentially the same time. Who scheduled this?
Yeah, I know. This is going to be It's going to be the back and forth thing. Yeah. Because I love watching them live.
Yeah.
You know, DVR, are we thankful in the Wolfley compound for DVR? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are. There's no doubt about that. We get to see other games, of course. But, man, for me, I love to see it live. The juice on both ends. So I'll be back and forth.
Yeah, I'm the same way. Like, I'll watch a recorded game if it's like the Suns or the Cardinals or if it's something local, right, that I know we're going to, like, really get into on the show. Because then even if I know the outcome, there's still stuff I want to go back and rewatch. Yeah. I don't necessarily need to watch SGA take 28 free throws twice. So that'd be 56 free throws, which would be a full-out party in Oklahoma City. But that game, that series, we'll get into that series. I'm looking forward to that series.
No doubt. 2
teams I don't really care about, but I'm looking forward to that series. Let's start with the D-backs, though. Wolf beat the Rockies yesterday. Won the quick little 3-game series in Coors over the weekend. They took 2 of 3, so not a sweep, but they did take 2 of 3. And scored quite a few runs. And Merrill looked good. And Corbin looks great.
Yeah, you know what? Listen, I'm going to take this and I'm going to continue to put it into the positive category. Yeah, okay. We all wanted them to sweep the Rockies, okay? They didn't sweep the Rockies, but they won the series. And, you know, how important was it for the Diamondbacks to win this series? I think it was huge, Luke. I really do.
Yeah, I do as well. I mean, this is the start of that 13-game stretch, and you can extend it, I guess, you know, prior to that against the Rangers, who haven't been great. You could even extend it past it to the Mariners, who haven't really been great this year. But I think really the 13-game stretch where you're playing the Rockies, the Giants, the Rockies, and the Giants, that was the start of it. If you just win each series, that's all anybody's asking for. You don't need to sweep.
This was not a huge series win because of what it would do for the D-backs, Basinonians. It was a huge series win for them because of what a loss would have done for the Arizona Diamondbacks. You stop and think about it. The downside was so much higher than the upside, obviously. But again, I mean, this is a team that is trying to stay afloat, and they're doing a good job staying afloat, in my opinion.
Yeah, but they're right on the cusp. I mean, they're 4.5 back of a wild card right now. They are 8th, tied for 7th. And the biggest thing for me is you're going to get Corbin Burns back, and I'm just assuming that's a huge jolt, but he pitches once every 5 days. It's not like you're getting some major bat back. So to see them start hitting, I know it's in Coors Field. I know maybe that is, whatever. It's not totally something you can bank on. I get that. But now, in their last 4 games, they've scored 5, 9, 2, and 8. And one of those games was not in Coors Field. So we'll see. Maybe it's just an illusion, but maybe it's the kind of the jump that they needed offensively.
And not only that, too, it's so good to see the Predator. He is coming around. Is he not? Basinonian starting to come around now. He had two home runs. Of course, yesterday, there's no doubt. The Predator coming around. And you know what, honestly, too, just to see Lourdes Gurriel Jr. show up.
First home run.
Hit his first home run. Just be great. Speaking of the bats, just see these guys just get more consistent. They don't have to get on this hot, crazy run at the plate. Just be more consistent.
They're getting good pitching. I mean, they continue to get that from right now all of their starters except Gallen. It's not like Erod was amazing and Soroka didn't go deep into the game yesterday, but they both pitched well, and then Merrill Kelly was lights out on Friday, his first ever Major League complete game, and he does it at Coors Field of all places. Here is Torey Lovello after the game yesterday talking about what his team was able to accomplish in Denver.
This place can be so unforgiving. And at 8-2, we were not comfortable with that lead. We kept talking about tacking on, adding on runs, and our guys came out and swung about really, really good today. So overall, I was very pleased with the effort. Offensively, I think that just a couple road bumps, a couple things that are really identifiable that we'll tighten down a little bit. Just glad we won the series. It was good. It's good to come home winning 2 of 3 here.
Take it and run, baby. I mean, honestly, I think for this team in particular, it's so important that they stay afloat. I've been talking about it. You've been talking about it. Everybody has been. For me, just hang around 500. I said it at the beginning of the season, and I'm going to continue to say.
Yeah, I think they may need to be – I'm going to amend it. They need to be a little above 500. Not a ton, but like a little, because there's still – the problem is there's a few teams at the top of the National League that are really thriving right now. I mean, San Diego and the Dodgers, you figure both those teams are getting in out of the NL West if things continue the way they're going. And then the NL Central has just been brutal. I mean, St. Louis is 3rd in the NL Central, and they're 8 games above 500 right now. So that's raising the bar considerably to be in the wild card conversation.
I just think with the bullpen arms in particular, I think that's where they're going to improve the most. I understand Corbin Burns is coming back. You're going to throw him into the rotation. This is going to be awesome. Oh, my goodness. Yet at the same time, I think getting back a J-Mart, getting him back, getting back A.J. Puck, getting those 2 guys back specifically, whenever that is, I think that's really going to boost the Diamondback more so than getting back Corbin Burns even.
There's more from Torey afterwards.
Arenado, I think, got us that base hit down the left field line. It was our first run, and then Lourdes followed up with another base hit. So I think we want to build an inning. I don't care how we do it. We want to see pitches for sure. We drove the pitch count on Lorenzen, who's a very good starter, and traditionally he's been tough on us. And we drove him out of the game before the 5th inning was over. So we saw pitches, we saw the pitch we want, and we drove it when it was possible.
Not the best fielding game yesterday. 3 errors between the 2 teams.
Yeah, it was kind of brutal, right?
Well, and he brought up Nolan, who has been outstanding at the plate. Didn't get tagged with an error, but certainly made an un-Arenado-like play over there at third.
Yeah, I want to ask you this, Luke. This is not on the show sheet.
What? Off script already?
Yeah, I'm going to go.
Okay.
I'm going to hit you right in the face with
Okay.
it. You know, just bigger impact right now. Produce bigger impact. Corbin Burns taking the ball once every fifth day, or getting A.J. Puck and J. Mart back where they're impacting games on a more weekly basis, shall we say.
Tough. That's tough because I would say Burns, except if you're talking about right now, what does that look like? You bring Corbin Burns back, and who do you bump out of the rotation? Because the only guy that's struggling in the rotation right now is Gallen, and you're not going to bump him out of the rotation.
Zach, can I talk to you, please?
So does that mean you're gonna?
That's not going to happen.
No, but I'm not bumping Ryan Nelson out of the rotation. He's looks really good. So are you bumping Soroka out? So then, how much of a jump are you taking from what Soroka's actually done to what Corbin Burns could do coming back from injury? So you might be right on the bullpen.
Okay. Just theoretically,
okay.
What is the bigger impact? Those two guys coming out of the bullpen, I think, will impact more games than just Corbin Burns taking the ball once every fifth day.
We come back. Cardinals fans, are we in for a long season here in the Valley? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Here's the 0-2. Swing and a fly to left, and this should do it. Walt Schmidt backing up. He's underneath it. He makes the catch, and the Diamondbacks, they hang on and win it by a final score of 8-6. Had to have it here against the Rockies.
It's back to Chase Field after a series win up in Colorado to host the Giants for 3 games. Game 1 tonight at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
All right, brothers and sisters, Ron Wolfley here for my friends over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Man, if you've got some back issues, you got a neck issue, whatever it may be, you need to go see the best of the best, and that is Desert Institute for Spine Care. I have a condition known as spondylolisthesis in my low back. Dr. Chris, he's helped me with it in the past over at DISC. I give them my highest recommendation to you, Basinonians. Disc surgeons utilize the broadest array of treatment options, including non-surgical endoscopic spine surgery and ultra minimally invasive spine surgery as well. Disc surgeons are known as leaders in minimally invasive spine surgery all over the world, man. That's right, doctors from all over the world. They come right here to the Basin because of DISC. Maybe it's time for you to enjoy life again. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 for DISC.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and if your ride's starting to feel a little outdated, Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa can help you upgrade just in time for the summer. Here's the difference. Anybody can sell you a vehicle, but not everybody makes the whole experience feel easy and enjoyable. That's why Arizona drivers have trusted the Earnhardt name since 1951. Real people, honest prices, and a team that's focused on what works best for you, not pushing you into something you don't want. It's how the Earnhardt family built its reputation the old-fashioned way, by treating people right. If you're after a refined Buick SUV or a bold GMC truck, they have one of the best selections in the Valley with options that fit your lifestyle and budget. And when you're ready to shop, their website makes everything simple. Browse inventory, value your trade, and explore our incredible offers anytime online. So when you're ready for something better, visit Earnhardt Buick GMC or go online to EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models. All offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers in June 1st, 2026.
In Arizona, your windows are more than just a view. They're the only thing standing between you and 115-degree heat. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and this is why you call my friends at Advanced Window Products, because they don't just sell windows, they build them to withstand the harsh desert climate, and they build them specifically for your home, never retrofitted on site. Advanced Window Products, celebrating their 40th year in business. They're Arizona's #1 window replacement company. They've got got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means they build your windows, they install your windows, and then they guarantee them for life. And remember, the installation is always done by full-time vetted crews, never random subcontractors. And during their May window upgrade event, you get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call at 480-764-2110 or find them online at advancedwindows.com.
We're hiring at A1 Garage Doors. No experience? No problem. We provide full training, a brand new van, top-of-the-line tools, a gas card, and steady jobs with weekly pay. This isn't just a job. It's a career with real growth, great pay, and job security. Our team members go from training to 6 figures, and we're ready to help you do the same. Don't wait. Apply now at a1garage.com/careers.
A1garage.com. A1 from day one.
We watch these lawyers get on TV and say they're going to treat their clients like family, when we know they put secret mandatory quotas on their lawyers. That means your own lawyer pressures you into a premature, terrible result. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. We don't set settlement quotas. We measure success by achieving each client's best outcome and by each client's happiness.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The Diamondbacks offense shined and the bullpen held on in a win over the Rockies. Randy Bennett's first ASU roster is nearly complete and positioned for an NCAA tournament push. And Koa Pete fell to 30th in an NBA mock draft after a poor combine showing. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com.
Now, I was looking at a story on NFL.com over the weekend, Wolf.
Yeah.
And they were going through, now that the schedule's out and everything, okay, which teams got it toughest and this and that and whatever. And I was wondering, are they gonna sit here and say, some other team, which team are they gonna pick, right? Which team are they gonna say has a real tough? They didn't even mince words. They were like, yeah, it's definitely the Cardinals. They number one on the list of the most difficult schedule in the NFL, not just the quality of competition, but the way it's stacked together with the bye week and week 14 and all the divisional games early in the season with the Chiefs and some of these other teams mixed in. It is rough, and we haven't really got to hear you react to it yet. So what was your initial reaction when you saw it?
Well, you know me, first of all, I'm looking for the bye. That is the first thing that I look for.
You had to look for a while.
Where is the bye? And I was mesmerized. Where is the bye? Oh no, week 14. It is the latest bye in the history of the National Football League because of the date. It's week 14, and it just because of the schedule and how it actually plays out based on earnings, it is the worst or latest bye you can possibly have. And that, to me, is a big deal. Week 14, man, you want your bye week 9, week 10, week 8 even, somewhere in there. You don't want it week 5. There's no doubt about that. You want your bye more in the middle of the season. Week 14 bye, the latest bye you can possibly have. That blows my mind.
Well, yeah, and you add on the fact that they have the extra preseason game with the Hall of Fame game, and I hear what you're saying about the Week 5 bye. Yeah, absolutely, that's basically the same thing the other way, except it's not like the Cardinals, especially with this schedule. They're probably not making the playoffs this year. So I'd rather have the 5 than the 14 in that case. Like, I wouldn't want the week 5 bye if I were the Rams or somebody. I wouldn't want it if I were the Cardinals either. But when you factor in the preseason and how many of these guys that might play significant roles this year are going to play in the preseason for the Cardinals.
That's right.
And then 13 straight games out of the gate. And this story on NFL.com pointed out, they're going to play 7 games against teams that won at least one playoff game last year. Not just that made the playoffs, that won a playoff game.
No, I'm talking about the first 11 weeks. You look at the first 11 weeks of the season for the Arizona Cardinals, and I'm telling you right now, it's brutal. I mean, they've got the Commanders and the Eagles at home before the bye. I think the Eagles you're going to have to sell me on the Eagles this year. I'm just saying right now. I think if there's a team they're getting ready to take a step back, it'd be the Philadelphia Eagles. But that's neither here nor there. It really is.
I could be talked into that,
goes.
but they still have a brutal defense.
They do have a very good defense, no doubt about that. But still, when you think of the first 11 weeks specifically, it is absolutely brutal for the Arizona Cardinals. Brutal because of how difficult the teams are. I mean, how good they are. And also brutal because of how physical they are. You put those two things together, and man, you're going to be dropping some guys. There's going to be some guys that are going to be going down, and I'm not talking about season-long injuries. I'm just talking about, man, messed his knee up a little bit. He's going to miss 3 weeks. Tweaked his hamstring, maybe dislocated slightly his shoulder. He's going to be out for 3 weeks, whatever it may be. It's going to be a brutal run to week 14 before that bye is going to give you aid, comfort, and shelter.
Here's Adam Schefter.
Brutal!
Adam Schefter highlighting one specific part of the schedule.
If you look at their schedule from weeks 5 to 13, it's the murder row of quarterbacks there. Jared Goff, Matthew Stafford, Bo Nix, Dak Prescott, Sam Darnold, Matthew Stafford, Patrick Mahomes, Jaden Daniels, Jalen Hurts. Those are the quarterbacks they play from weeks 5 to 13. That's a tough schedule for Arizona, and that means that they could be in the quarterback market again in the 2027 draft, facing that murderer's row of quarterbacks from weeks 5 to 13 this year. Tough schedule for them this upcoming season.
What's your point, Jeffy? I mean, what is it?
It's like the NFL said, you know what? You're going to be picking a quarterback in 2027. We're just going to, set aside that this should be a fourth-place schedule, and I get it. It's all a formula. It's not, nobody's out to get the Cardinals. I get that. But this looks like if this was a first-place schedule, it would be like, man, if this were the Chiefs' schedule, one of the years they won the Super Bowl, you'd be like, wow, the Chiefs got a really tough schedule after winning the Super Bowl.
Yes.
This is for a team that won 3 games last year. They're getting this on the worst end both ways. They won 3 games, which is the same as the Raiders, but the tiebreaker because of strength of schedule last year means the Raiders get the first pick and they can take Mendoza and the Cardinals can't. And then the flip side is they have arguably the toughest schedule in the NFL this year.
Yeah, they do, I think, have the toughest schedule in the National Football League. And again, it's not just good teams. It's also very, very physical teams. You think about it. It starts with Jim Harbaugh and the Chargers.
Yep.
Talking about a playoff team on the road. Now, this is always the focus game for me, Babe Sononi. This is the focus game. This is the game that all of OTAs, of course, right now is you've got your OTAs and you got your mini camps, and here it comes, and then you're going to have training camp, and you're going to have preseason as well. The focus game is the first week of the season, and you get to focus on that first week. And I like it when it's a good team because it really gets your attention.
Well, you're in luck
immediately
because the first 13 weeks are good teams.
Okay, right. But you get my point. Once again, on the road. Oh, we're going to go on the road. And it's going to be against a playoff team from last year. And oh, by the way, their head coach is Jim Harbaugh, who's got a culture for his teams. He likes them to play very physically. You might want to make sure you bring your mouth guard when you play this team. And then it goes on and on. Seattle, San Francisco, even the Giants on the road. And not only that, just look at week 3 to week 4. 2 away games.
Yeah.
One, San Francisco.
One
and
on the other
then
side of the country.
On the coast-to-coast game. Again, 2 physical teams in John Harbaugh coaching the New York Giants. Are they going to be physical? Yes, they are. I don't know how good they're going to be, but they're going to be physical.
3 of the first 4 on the road, 6 of the first 9 on the road, 5 of the first 10 against teams from this division.
Oh,
which
my goodness, it's brutal.
It's, again, the actual teams the Cardinals play, there was no getting around that because that's the formula the NFL has, and I understand that. But, man, the order they stacked them in, it felt like it was either you guys are drafting Arch Manning in a year, and we're just going to make sure of it because I don't think most playoff teams from last year would get through this schedule this year and make the playoffs again this year.
Right.
Let alone the Cardinals, where
Thank
they are
you.
right now.
Appreciate that, Luke.
Yeah. And then there was also it was either that or we forgot to put the Cardinals in. We made 31 team schedules. Just make them play all the toughest teams in this order. Like, we'll just, there was no like massaging it in any sort of favor for the Arizona Cardinals.
Did we do the bye yet? For the Cardinals? oh, darn.
Just put it on New Year's Day.
Week 14. There you go.
That's what it's like.
What's amazing, too, is just the way after the bye, it lightens up.
Yeah, but they might be so beaten down,
exactly.
it won't even matter at that point.
It's exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah. Listen, could somebody convince me that they could lose 15 games?
This schedule's not.
It all
for success
depends.
At all.
It all depends, but it's a yes. You wouldn't have to convince me. The Jets game, okay, the Raiders. Man, is there a possibility the Arizona Cardinals could literally be 0-13 going into the bye?
You and Jamal are going to have to do your game-by-game picks really quick in about an hour. Jamal's walking into work right now because Jamal's had a rough morning, so he's walking in here. But you guys are going to have to do that. And when you do it, I'll give you the records that Rick and I and Bailey, when he was in here, and John Lund, all of us on Friday, went game by game.
Yeah.
I can just tell you, and I was talking to Gambo about it afterwards, I think I'm the most optimistic in the station as far as my win total, and it's not good, and it's actually probably the worst win total they could have because I have them at 5 wins, and that would be a bad spot. That's not bad enough to get Arch and not good enough to do anything good.
Yeah.
So look ahead to that.
There are like 16 arches in this draft, apparently.
Yeah, that's true. They should be able to get another Arch.
Okay, I'm not happy with this, the structure of this show right now.
Well, we come back. Let's go NBA. Are we witnessing the start of something potentially historic in the NBA tonight? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-881-8686. That's 800-881-8686. 800-881-8686.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents, rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
Right Way Roofing, we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
It's back. Employee pricing. Yep, we pay what Ford employees pay at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvisi here, man. Do not miss employee pricing across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs. Hey, Ford has been part of this country's story for more than a century, and Ford will help drive America forward for the next 250 years to come. You take that 2026 Ford F-150, work truck, or weekend warrior, Ford has a powertrain fit for the job. And remember, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, get employee pricing plus $1,000 cash back on a 2026 F-150 and Ford Explorer and 2025 Ford Maverick and Bronco. Employee pricing and $1,000 cash back while it lasts at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks return home tonight to begin a 3-game series against the San Francisco Giants. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Zach Gallen will make his 10th start of the season for the D-backs. The Western Conference Finals start tonight in the NBA. The Oklahoma City Thunder will take on the San Antonio Spurs. Tip-off is at 5:30. And in the NHL, Josh Doan, Tage Thompson, and the Buffalo Sabres host the Montreal Canadiens tonight in Game 7 of their Eastern Conference second-round series. Puck drop is at 4:30. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Make sure your pool electrical system is safe and get a pool circuit safety check for $89 from Parker & Sons. Call 602-2REPAIR.
It's just a public service announcement sponsored by Just Blaze and the good folks at Rockefeller Records.
Fellow Americans, it is with the utmost pride and sincerity that I present this recording as a living testament.
Hey, it's Gambo. How does the Cardinals quarterback room look on day 1 of OTAs? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
I guess even back then you can call me CEO of the ROC. Fresh out the
All right, Wolf. We got a series starting tonight in the NBA.
Oh, yeah.
You got Oklahoma City, who is, I get why a lot of people are already kind of done with them. You can put me heading towards that category. I respect what they're doing, but I'm already kind of getting sick of them. And you got the Spurs, who I think we're all sick of in this city from 10, 15 years ago. And then they go out and get Wembanyama and build a really good team around Wembanyama. That said, though, I think this series tonight between these two teams is potentially the start of a run of dominance between these two teams.
Yeah.
Like, I think we may look back in like 5 or 6 years and be like, that was the first of the series, but it feels like these teams are going to be meeting in the playoffs a lot over the next 5 or 6 years.
Man, where do you begin on this one, Basinonians? When you think of San Antonio and you think of OKC right now, where do you begin? Because to Luke's point, I think OKC, I think we're looking at one of the greatest teams that the association has ever seen.
And I think we're in San Antonio, we're looking at the team that can end their run after one championship.
Okay, but I do believe when it's all said and done in the next 5 years, we're going to talk about dynasties. And when we talk about dynasties, I might not be talking about it at that point in time, 5 years down the road, basically. But Luke might actually be talking about it. Having said that, when we talk dynasties, we're going to think of the Thunder. That's what I believe.
But, okay, so I don't disagree with what you're saying, watching Oklahoma City play. And, again, you got to consider the fact they have 2 top 20 picks coming up this year. They have a ton of draft picks still coming up. Their bench,
rub it in.
I feel like, could beat a lot of lower teams in this league. But don't they have to win a lot of championships to be a dynasty?
Yeah, they do.
San Antonio, I think, can put an end to that pretty quickly.
Okay, and once again, that's okay. I believe San Antonio can. Will they? That is the question. What are the odds right now? And I believe, again, that OKC ultimately is going to win this series against the Spurs. We'll have to wait and see. But Game 1, I think, sets the tone for the rest of the series. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
I think Game 1 really sets the tone.
Especially
Doesn't
in this
mean
series.
you're going to win it.
No, but especially in this series because San Antonio was so successful against the Thunder all season. So if the Spurs go out there and win tonight, it's like, okay, wait, maybe they just have figured Oklahoma City out.
Yeah.
And Oklahoma City doesn't have an answer for Wembanyama, which would be understandable. But if Oklahoma City goes out there and just kind of is pretty definitive in a win tonight, then it goes back to that mindset I think a lot of people have of, this isn't quite San Antonio's year. They got to take their lumps in the playoffs. Oklahoma City's won it before. They're going to just cruise. The thing with San Antonio is I just think they're so unique in that Sacramento gave them De'Aaron Fox and the NBA gave them Victor Wembanyama, just through the luck of the draw, whatever. But I don't know that they need to take their lumps. I think they would win the title this year if it wasn't for Oklahoma City. And I think they have a real shot in this series.
Yeah, I think they have a shot. There's no doubt about it. It's competition, man. Bring it on. And it's not like San Antonio does not have its own freak list, if you know what I mean. But having said that, to me, the way that the format of the series is structured, the 2-2-1-1-1, right now, you just kind of feel like San Antonio's got to win one of these first 2 games.
Yeah, I mean,
you just have this feeling.
If Oklahoma City gets off to a hot start at home, then you got to acknowledge the fact they haven't even lost a playoff game yet. Like, if they're up 2-0 going to San Antonio, that makes them 10-0 in the playoffs. I mean,
that's right, Jim. We said playoffs.
At a certain point, they're not going to be beaten. And I say San Antonio's a shot, and I really do believe that. But, like, what would shock you in this series? Would anything shock you? If Oklahoma City wins in 5, nobody's going to be shocked.
No, I'm not going to be shocked with that. I would not be shocked if I guess I would be shocked if San Antonio won it in 5. I would.
If San Antonio won a short series, then look out, because that means they're winning for a while.
Here's the whole thing. I think Game 1 sets a tone for the rest of this series that we're going to see based on these. But Game 2 in the Wolfley compound gives the road team a better chance to win. And the reason why I say that, Game 1, all the hype and nervous energy, of course, and the higher-rated team is playing at home. You got that hype, and then you got the home, and then you've got that Game 1. It gets the attention, I think, of everyone and activates the bench as well. And that is the one thing about it. Again, role players play better at home for the most part. We've heard that many, many times, but I think Game 2 is the game that OKC ought to be on guard even more, because I think San Antonio will be desperate to win Game 2 if they lose tonight.
Here's Victor Wembanyama over the weekend asked about his thoughts on facing Oklahoma City.
Of course, we're confident, but we need to keep the right confidence level. Right now, I'm not even thinking about it. I'm just thinking about recovering. I'm thinking about getting this press conference over with, and we're gonna see about it in the next couple of days. But it's gonna be the same as usual. Prepare, take care of your body, scout, watch the film, practice.
It sounded like you at 1:45 on a Friday show, thinking about getting this over with and getting into the next thing.
I like that, though. You know what? I'm thinking about getting this press conference over with without doing anything to stoke the fire. I need to speak as median as I possibly can for this entire press conference. I just want to get it over and do it without igniting some type of fire under OKC.
I can't wait for the series. I hate that they put this at the same time as Sabres-Canadiens Game 7 tonight.
I know.
Because you can't look away from a Game 7 in hockey, so I'm going to have to – I don't even know how I'm going to set this up.
One is at least an hour later, so you could just watch the hockey game and then watch the end of the NBA
Yeah, but what
game.
happens?
That's what I would do.
What happens when the hockey game goes to overtime?
Well, then you deal with that then. But you're thinking too
what
far
about
in
all
advance.
the action that we're going to miss?
You're pre-worrying, Luke. My mom always tells me to stop pre-worrying
True.
about things. Don't pre-worry.
It's great advice from your mom, except it doesn't apply when there's a Game 7 in the NHL playoffs. That's the one thing that I think maybe you didn't listen to the end of her sentence. She said, don't pre-worry unless there's a Game 7 in the Stanley Cup playoffs. How about you don't have to pre-worry about a Game 7 in the NBA playoffs because they're always 30-point blowouts, it seems like now. What happened yesterday to Detroit?
Yeah.
I was all like settled in. Hey, this is going to be a great game. These two teams seem pretty even. And then Cleveland was up by 900 points.
Yeah. The Cavaliers came out and went off. And what's amazing, James Harden did not go off. Is that amazing to you when you stop and think about it?
It's amazing that this has been
Cade
going on
Cunningham.
for 15 years, man.
Cade Cunningham had a bad elimination game, though, as well, did he not?
Mm-hmm.
Especially when you get whipped the way that the Pistons got whipped. James Harden, once again, scored 9 points in an elimination game.
So I went to the movies last night with some people from the station. Including Damon, our ASU reporter. And I was very excited when he told me that Cleveland was up big. I was like, yeah,
you figured
James
Harden had a big game.
And then he goes, he's got 4 points on 4 shots.
Wow.
Did any of you guys see the I think it was by Sleeper, like the fantasy football app or whatever, their post on X?
No.
It was I'll pull it up. I'll just send it to you guys all during the break.
Look,
But
at
anybody
some point in time, you got to put your phone down and get off social media.
I'm sorry, what was that? I was on my phone looking at social
every
media.
day.
No, it's great. It's James Harden helping the Cavs win Game 7, okay? And it's a video of one of those security guards that touches the side of the subway when it stops. So, like, the subway's stopping, but he just, like, touches it as if he's slowing it down. And the caption was James Harden helping the Cavs win Game 7. It was hilarious.
Yeah.
We all had a good laugh, except none of you did, apparently. But I did, and it was funny.
Yes.
And Detroit didn't either because, that was kind of rough.
Cade Cunningham had a rough game as well. More on this as the show unfolds.
Feel the energy of Cardinals football live at State Farm Stadium this season. Join the Red Sea with season tickets and enjoy complimentary parking, plus discounts on food, beverages, and at the team store. Visit the official Cardinals app for details. All right, when we come back, are the Arizona Diamondbacks turning a corner after a rough stretch? It's hard for me to say that because the replay's on in the studio and Brandon Fott is having a rough inning right now. But they did win that game. So are they turning a corner? They won the series as well. We're going to talk to Jody Jackson. She'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Jody.
I'm coming to London.
The Union Jack Classic, ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium.
London? Yes, London.
Arizona Sports will send one winner and a guest to London with round-trip airfare from Phoenix, 4-star hotel accommodations, royal box seats at Wembley with hospitality, sideline passes, a VIP Tower of London private experience, and a nighttime river cruise on the Thames.
Jolly good.
Devils in London.
London.
Brought to you by Desert Financial.
Cheerio.
Watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
Brilliant. Jolly good. Well, must be off.
Hi, I'm Jay Arthur, the current president of Drowning Prevention Coalition of Arizona and a retired captain with the Phoenix Fire Department. The number one killer of children, age 1 to 4, in Arizona is drowning. As a first responder of 36 years, a child drowning was my worst nightmare. On those calls, I would desperately try to revive a cold, limp, lifeless little child with every ounce of the skills I possessed, many times with no success. In just a few devastating moments, a child gone too soon. Don't let this be your nightmare. This is preventable. Surround your pools with an approved fence. Have high locks and audible alarms on all doors leading to the pool area. Have a designated adult with eye-to-eye contact when children are in the water. Learn how to swim and learn CPR. Drownings can happen to anyone. Please don't be that anyone.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and Earnhardt Ford in Chandler is putting the power back in your hands with employee pricing, because that's American value for American values. Look, I get it. Buying a new ride shouldn't feel like a battle. At Earnhardt Ford, they built their entire experience around you. They're known across the valley for 75 years of Arizona trust, a legacy you can count on. No bull, transparent pricing. No pressure, no surprises. A dedicated team working around your needs, budget, and timeline. And the power to shop, compare, and buy completely online on your terms. Right now, on remaining new 2025 models, you'll get employee pricing. You pay what they pay, plus an additional $2,500 Earnhardt discount on select models. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. Online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1,598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wearing mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile, plus tax, title, license, and $699 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in June 1st, 2026.
At some point, you stopped calling it pain and started calling it just how I am today. Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and deep down, you know that's not okay. Pain should never be the status quo in your life, and the good news is I've got a path back to normalcy. The medical team at QC Kinetics delivers long-lasting regenerative treatments for joint pain, and the science is real. Look, your body already knows how to heal itself, and QC Kinetics gives you the right tools. Treatments that repair and restore damaged joint tissue at the source of your pain. No steroids, no downtime, no surgery. And remember, the longer the inflammation exists in your body, the more damage it does, which means right now is the right time, and the first step doesn't cost you a thing. Schedule your free consultation at QC Kinetics today with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. The number 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? There are so many families stuck with student loans they can't afford, and with payments so high, they feel hopeless. If that sounds familiar, Y-Refi can help. They refinance distressed and defaulted private student loans, the loans other lenders won't touch. They're not a debt settlement company, and your credit score doesn't matter. Y-Refi works with you one-on-one to create a custom payment based on your ability to pay. They can reduce your monthly payment, guarantee interest rates under 6%, and they may even lower your total loan cost, saving you thousands. They offer a 3-minute rate check with no credit impact, accept bad credit, and can release co-borrowers from the loan. Take control of your student loans today. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi, a light at the end of the tunnel.
Not available in all states.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show.
1-2. And swung on. That's hit pretty well to left field. This one's got a chance, and it's gone.
Brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Call Y-Refi today.
D-backs taking the series in Colorado. Don't let me interrupt your singing. That sounds like somebody just getting, like, punched in the stomach.
See, I could do that, though.
Yeah.
Once again, give me a microphone on stage. I could do that.
You have a microphone. You could be putting out some really great tracks right now.
I could do that.
The only one holding you back from your musical career, Wolf, is you.
I see.
Jody Jackson is joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line as the Diamondbacks have taken 2 of their last 3 series, and if not for a 9th-inning meltdown against the Rangers, actually would have 3 series wins in a row. Jody, thank you for the time. How's it going?
It's good, good. Wolf's back, and he's feisty today.
Jody, where do you begin on this series against Colorado? Where do you begin?
Well, it's Coors Field, and it was kind of weird, yesterday going into the game, there was just the one home run from Hunter Goodman, who's had 10 coming into the series. So he's a guy that's always trying to lift the ball out, and it was kind of strange to just see the Diamondbacks not hitting home runs. Over the years, it's been Marte, it's been Carroll. I think coming into the game, coming into the series, he batted like .313 at Coors Field. A lot of guys hit well at Coors Field. And to just not have the homers, and then yesterday, To see Corbin just blast those two homers over 430 feet, both of them. One went almost 450. It was fun to watch. And, but to be honest, I really loved the pitching. And, I mean, I know yesterday you look at it and you see 6 runs there, but I know you can't take it out, but if you did take out the struggle of Brandon Garcia and Brandon Pfaadt, I saw Kevin Ginkel get out of a crazy situation, bases loaded, no out with minimal damage. I saw, Paul Sewald get a save. I saw starters, Merrill Kelly, what a moment. Like, when I think of the series, honestly, Wolf, like in 10 years, when I think back to that series, because sometimes, I think about those things or they show up on my phone, and I think about Merrill Kelly's complete game. That was amazing to watch. It doesn't happen much at Coors Field. And, he's been so good there over the years, and to see him put that together, to see him go 78 pitches through 7, 82 pitches through 8, he set himself up really well, which I think these pitchers know they have to do to have a chance with Torey Lovello and a lot of managers these days. They are looking at the long view. It's May. They want them to pitch into October. They're looking that far down, they want to look down the line. So guys know they have to be really efficient, and Merrill set himself up like that. So I thought it was overall a pretty good series. Despite some struggles with runners in scoring position, this team is still second in all of baseball with runners in scoring position to the Braves. They have 50 extra base hits. That's first in the league with runners in scoring position. So it didn't really show up in, I would say, 2 of the games in the road trip, 1 in Texas, 1 in Colorado. There really hasn't been a problem all season. So I thought overall really good series. And even though, scoring 9 and then yesterday scoring 8, I think they scored 9 on Friday, I was actually impressed with the pitching maybe more than anything, because Merrill, Erod, and then Soroka, they all did well, and they had some relievers that did well.
Mm-hmm. Talking to Jody Jackson. Jody, 24 runs now in their last 4 games, specifically at Coors Field. That's 19 in their last 3. You figure the bats are going to get going with a weekend series in Colorado, but I guess the question now is, does that continue? Not that they have to score 6.5 runs a game or whatever, but is there a way for that to jumpstart some of the pieces of this offense so they can carry that at home tonight?
I mean, you hope so. A couple guys are getting hot. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. is getting hot, which is nice to see. And Gabriel Moreno had a couple terrific games. And I just think, as I'm getting to learn the version of the 2026 Arizona Diamondbacks, they're down in homers for the first time in a few years. Even with when they have guys in and out of the lineup, they always seem to have home run power. And this year, they're just down in that category. And I think that's fine. I don't think that's a problem. But, you're not going to necessarily slug your way out of things. So I think it's a up and down the lineup, true team effort, which I like it because I see guys down through the lineup now at Waldschmidt in the 9-hole. He's had some really good at-bats. He is really holding his own. His average in the small sample is better than a lot of guys that have had the larger sample that have had a bigger track record. So I hope so. And we're still waiting on Ketel Marte. We've talked a lot, especially on the broadcast, about all the balls he's hitting hard. There's a lot of guys hitting the ball hard in the major leagues these days. There's a lot of guys that throw hard. There's a lot of guys that have good exit velo. And, the reality is, though, he's batting 167 in, I think it's like the last 14 or last 10 to 14 games. So he's still not really, the production isn't coming there. But now the process is right, though. He is hitting the ball hard, and many times it's ending up in and out. So he can't really, I don't know that he necessarily needs to change anything. I think it's like always with him. If he's not swinging at bad pitches, that's anyone in the lineup. Hopefully his bat comes around, because I do think they need it. But I think you've had enough guys hitting well in the lineup where I'm learning that, this is how they have to do it. It's not going to be one guy. It's going to be Carroll. He's been very consistent. He's been great lately. He's batting .421 in his last 6 games. Mm-hmm. And you know what? I know, Wolf, you like the tidbits here. His last 15 games, he had 1 homer. And then, of course, before yesterday, he had 1 homer in the last 15, and then he had 2. So, again, it's not all about homers, but this lineup, they just have to pass the baton. They have to get good. They have to take their walks and sort of take what's given to them. And I like, though, the lengthening of it now with Waldschmidt. Arenado's still hitting well. Vargas is still hitting well. it's going to have to be 1 through 9.
Yes, I agree, Jody. What can you tell us about the San Francisco Giants coming into town? What can you tell us specifically about the Giants in this 3-game series?
Well, at times this year, and I've caught some of their games and highlights, and at times they have looked bad. They've had, but now they're heating up a little bit. You love to hear that, right? When they're coming in, it's like it's all about timing. I don't know what it means as far as, they just got through their series, rivalry weekend, so to speak. So, maybe part of that was the opponent, but they're heating up. Devers, he had a really, really bad start. Another one of those superstars. And there's a bunch of them that have started really slow. But now he's having production. Robbie Ray, we know him well, and he was good against the D-backs last year. Had 3 starts against them last year and was 3-0. So they know what to expect. They know how they can attack him. I think that, when you look at it, Zach Gallen, this is a big one for him because he's really struggled here in May. He's had a great track record against the Giants. I'm really looking at him as, an opportunity here to get right, hopefully against, again, a team that he knows very well. But I think his struggles have been well documented, and he's just got to find a way to go out there and put together what hopefully would look like a quality start. But, Tony Vitello, we all know the storyline there, coming from college, from Tennessee, a lot of scrutiny. So, they're plowing through all of that. And I think, Luis Arraez is another guy. I got to mention him. 40 plate appearances without a strikeout. You guys know him well through the years, different teams, whether it was the Marlins, whether it was the Padres. Now he's with the Giants. He's just not going to strike out, give you a great at-bat, put the ball in play. So they have some encouraging numbers, the Giants, but I still think, the Diamondbacks have a tried-and-true process. They have a team with more talent, I believe, and they have a coaching staff that has been together, and I think they have an advantage in that area. So I think they need to just go out and exercise all those things in this next 3 games.
Jody, it's always great talking to you. Thank you so much.
Jody, thank you.
All right, guys, take care.
All right, have a good one. That's Jody Jackson joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. When we come back, Wolf, you may have found a comp for what Carson Beck's rookie season could look like this year.
A little bit.
And he's currently still in the NFL, that comp. We'll reveal that name and dive into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show. Brought to you by Y Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Call Y Refi today. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. If your teeth hurt, you're missing teeth, or you're tired of fumbling around with dentures, oh my goodness, man, it's time for you to get your life back. How about this? How about you go and you book your new patient consultation in 3D CT scan with Aria Dental Implant Center. Get a second opinion before you make that big decision, of course. Ask about treatment options and financing as well. Listen, patients are often shocked by what is possible right now. My good friend, what is possible? Dr. Joe, that's who's possible. Dr. Joe at Aria Dental Implant Center is the real deal. He's helped more than 2,500 full-mouth patients and placed over 20,000 implants, man. You want to talk about reps. Dr. Joe, he's got all the reps. And with the all-on-4 full-mouth implant experience is everything. Go ahead and pick up the phone, give him a call, or you can just go ahead and go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Why is K2 Vision RLE a permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers? How is it that you'll never develop a cataract after K2 Vision RLE? And how is RLE different from LASIK?
Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision RLE. We'll answer those questions and others when you join us for our free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Andy, what are some of the other questions you hear?
Well, how long is the procedure and recovery? Or who's a good candidate for RLE?
And we'll also answer, how much does RLE cost? Is there financing available? Does insurance pay for RLE?
Find out how K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers.
And cataracts too.
Right, no more cataracts.
K2 Vision's free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Space will be limited, so register now at k2visionrle.com.
Join us at our free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Sign up at k2visionrle.com.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
At Freeway Chevrolet, buying a vehicle is as easy as 1. Welcome to Freeway. 2, 3. And right now, you can get up to $12,500 off MSRP on a new 2026 Silverado 1500 Crew Cab. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Up to $12,500 off MSRP on new Silverado 1500 models from dealer inventory. Includes all applicable rebates and discounts. Not available with special financing, lease, and similar offers. Includes tax, title, license, registration, and document fee. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details. Take new retail delivery by June 1st, 2026.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you, and Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
There are 6 things that must be exactly perfect for your air conditioner to use less energy and last longer. If even one isn't perfect, your system works harder and wears out quicker. For just $129, Gettle will give your system a rejuvenation. We'll test and adjust all 6 things and clean the outdoor coils the right way, not the easy way. Those coils get hot, so that plaque is baked on. A garden hose just won't do it. No one knows air conditioners like Gettle. Goettl will keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks return home tonight to begin a 3-game series against the San Francisco Giants. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Zach Gallen will make his 10th start of the season for the D-backs. The Western Conference Finals start tonight in the NBA. The Oklahoma City Thunder will take on the San Antonio Spurs. Tip-off is at 5:30. And in the NHL, Josh Doan, Tage Thompson, and the Buffalo Sabres host the Montreal Canadiens tonight in Game 7 of their Eastern Conference second-round series. Puck drop is at 4:30. This report is brought to you by the Barrow Neurological Foundation. Dine and donate this month at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers locations. $1 from the purchase of select items will support brain tumor research at the Ivy Brain Tumor Center.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. How did a weekend in the Mile High City impact the Arizona Diamondbacks? The Bernsey and Gambo Show. We start at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Hour number 2 of the show live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Jamal is here after his voyage to work this morning, so you guys are going to have to do your Cardinals schedule picks shortly.
Jamal had some issues, ladies and gentlemen. It's not for me to inform you as to what those issues were, but kind of suck buttermilk.
Well, it's just car issues. I mean, not that that's nothing, but it's
issues.
But we don't have to hide it. I mean, Jamal, did you walk to work today? Because it seemed like you may have had to walk to work today.
No, I jogged.
Okay, that's good. Yeah. Get a workout in there too.
Yeah. You're gonna burn those calories.
Jogged all the way from Tolleson.
Okay, yeah. I was gonna say.
Yeah, we're going to get to your and Jamal's picks here shortly. But you brought up a name before the show, Wolf, trying to figure out, is it crazy to throw Carson Beck in there in week 1?
Yeah.
And, those conversations they're important right now with Carson Beck and where the Cardinals are. But I think they take on a lot more substance if you can throw out a name of another NFL player who has recently done it and just kind of what it's looked like. So I know a lot of people think, oh, Russell Wilson, right? He was a third round. That's not the name you came up with. Who'd you come up with?
No, I came up with Dak Prescott, ladies and gentlemen.
Heard of him?
Yeah, Dak Prescott, as a matter of fact. Think about it. In 2016, of course, he was the third-team quarterback. He was behind Kellen Moore. And Kellen Moore was number 2, and Tony Romo was the starting quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys. And then Tony Romo got hurt. I believe, Rick, was it not the third preseason game? I think it was the third preseason game that Romo hurt his back. And suddenly it was, okay, we're in trouble here.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly when he got hurt, but it was before the season started.
Okay, there it is right there. It was August 25th, 2016, as a matter of fact. It was after the third preseason game, messed his back up. And instead of going with Kellen Moore, they ran Dak Prescott out there in week 1. Okay, now, all right, why would you do that? Wait a minute. You just ran Dak Prescott out there? Are you kidding me? Well, he actually had a couple of good preseason games.
Yeah.
Had a couple of good preseason games, looked really, really good. And by the way, Dak Prescott also was a guy that was a little bit older, 22 years old. There's a lot of seniors that graduate from college at 21. He was a late 22 for the most part. And yet he was drafted in the 4th round as well. And that's kind of the feeling that I'm getting with Carson Beck. This is what I'm getting. Hey, he was drafted in the 4th round. He's not our franchise quarterback. We didn't believe he was our franchise quarterback. That's why we drafted him in the 4th round. Dak, you go out there from week 1 and show us what you got. And that's exactly what they did with Dak Prescott. And that's what I'm kind of feeling. Again, nobody has told me anything over there, Basinonians. Nobody has told me anything. But if you tell me that Carson Beck struggles in the preseason, now all of a sudden I don't see the Arizona Cardinals running him out there and saying, hey, you know what, Carson? We're going to give you the opportunity to go out there and show us what you got.
Yeah, a couple other things on the comp. So you mentioned this Dak Prescott was the 135th pick in the 2016 draft.
Yeah.
Obviously, Carson Beck was the 65th pick in this draft. So, I mean,
but I still don't think once again it's going to be like he's our franchise quarterback.
Well, no, because he's also older than Dak was too. I mean, you took him
24.
Yeah. I mean, there's no reason to hesitate to play him, and there's every reason to run him out there unless he's just not ready when the season starts. Right. But he's not trying to beat out even an Aaron Rodgers. It's not like he's beating out somebody who, this guy's been the starter for years and years. Dak, I know he didn't beat out Tony Romo. Tony Romo was hurt, but at least Tony Romo had been the starter in Dallas for a while and had some success. And that rookie year for Dak Prescott that you're talking about, was pretty successful once he got out there. Would he throw 23 touchdowns, 4 interceptions?
Yes. Offensive Rookie of the Year. And Tony Romo did come back, if you guys remember,
but they didn't
at
go
the
with
end
him.
of the season, but they went with Dak.
Yeah. In fact, that was, if you just go by quarterback rating, passer rating, that was Dak's second best year of his career, that rookie year.
Yeah, but once again, why do I bring this up, Basinoni? It's because it could happen. It's already happened once. It could happen again. Now, there's a couple of things that I think is really, really important. And this is why I keep talking about it, man. I cannot wait for this preseason. Have you ever heard me talk so much about preseason?
No. You're going to be
man, I'm going to love me some preseason football. I cannot wait to watch Big Red go out and play preseason games, Basinonians. And why is that? because I really believe if Carson Beck does go out there and flash, just like Dak Prescott flashed in 2016, maybe there's a real possibility that Carson Beck is going to get the opportunity, and maybe it will be from week 1. If he goes out there and looks capable and he understands the offense, he's 24 years old, he's played a ton of football already, why not run him out there from week 1 and just see where the chips fall and how he plays? It's part of the evaluation process as well. Hey, this kid's done everything in practice right. He gets it. He totally understands our offense. He's able to regurgitate it. As I'm up there greasing it on the board, Mike LaFleur will say, as I'm greasing it up there, he's up there telling me what to do. There are ways you can really know whether or not a guy is ready to go play because he understands the offense. And now all of a sudden, just give him the opportunity and see how he responds emotionally.
Here's Mike LaFleur. This is last month on the idea of a quarterback sitting for a year. And this is before they drafted Carson Beck. So this was more of a just generic question. But obviously it was being asked with the idea of you might take a quarterback in the 3rd or 4th round or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's something to be said about that. You know, Monty just alluded to it as well. Like, and it seems like, you know, there's no like factual statement with what I'm about to say, but the college game and the pro game are just so different, you know. And then where did that college player play? Was the competition as high as it was, you know, at school A compared to school B? And so there's so many factors in there. You know, ultimately you're going to play the best player that you think is going to give you the best chance of winning, period. If all things are equal, then yeah, you'd rather have that veteran kind of show that guy. But again, if we all believe as an organization that the young guy is going to give you the best chance during that 60-minute game to win, then you're going to throw him out there.
So a couple things. The bar he has to clear is not that high, with all due respect to Jacoby Brissett and Gardner Minshew. Again, it's not like he has to unseat some guy who's been starting for the Cardinals for years and years. The other thing, just going back to your Dak comparison for a second, it's not like they rushed Dak Prescott in that year because there was some major quarterback class in 2017.
Right.
Now, 2017 did produce Patrick Mahomes, but it's not like a year ahead of time people were like, you got to get that first pick because there's 10 quarterbacks going in the first round. The quarterbacks that went in the first round that year were Mitch Trubisky, Patrick Mahomes, and Deshaun Watson, and Mahomes wasn't even the first one. So it's not like there was this huge consensus a year out. The other thing, and I wanted to get your thoughts on this real quick, Wolf, if he doesn't start in week 1, Carson Beck, looking at the schedule now that we have it, where would you start him? Because you can't wait to the bye week because that's week 14.
Yeah.
And there really isn't like an easy landing place.
I know. The bye has been the classic. Well, we'll run him out there.
Yeah.
And, you know.
There's not even like a Thursday where you have a mini bye after that. There's nothing. It's just Sunday every week.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. And once again, I expect Carson Beck to totally understand the offense, Basinonians. I'm just saying that. This kid is 24 years old. He's seen a ton of football. He's been around. He understands the concepts. So because of that, I'm sticking to it. Week 1, I'm going to run him out there.
You answered that like Wolf. If you can't start in week 1, when you running him out there? Week
but now
1.
I'll answer Luke's question. Okay, you know what? Week 4 at the Giants.
Okay, so you don't care that it's on the road?
No.
All right. Because I was looking at either the Giants or the Cowboys.
I think it'll be even more difficult to start at home for a young guy like Carson Beck. I think it'd be even more.
It's just going to be so anticlimactic watching Jacoby Brissett or Gardner Minshew, unless they're out there taking the Cardinals to a 4-0 start against the Rams and the Seahawks and all these other teams. All right, when we come back, let's get back to baseball. One of the biggest developing storylines for the Diamondbacks over the weekend is that Merrill Kelly may officially be back. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona State Sun Devils in London, England for the Union Jack Classic. And you could be there to see ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium this September.
Big Sun Devil fan, are you? Looking forward to maybe winning this trip and going to London to watch the Devils?
I am.
Have you been to London before?
I have not been to London.
So even better. Okay. You got to get the question You got to get it right. And this gives you 50 entries into the contest. What fictional character resided at 221 1B Baker Street, London. Michael, go.
Sherlock Holmes.
Sherlock Holmes is the answer. No bleep, Sherlock.
Devils in London, brought to you by Desert Financial. Here's how you can win.
Watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
From London.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend and the guy who will hook you up, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where the summer sales event is already in full effect.
That's right, Bick, and the savings are incredible. So if you want to spend your summer in the ultimate driving machine, now is a great time to make it happen. And to all your listeners, remember to ask for me by name. I'll make sure you get the best price you're going to find in the Valley.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
If you're struggling to hear conversations, TV, or the people you love, now there's an easier, more affordable solution without spending thousands. Audion Hearing makes high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98 with free shipping and dedicated one-on-one support in the comfort of your own home. No doctor's offices, no pressure. Clearer hearing delivered right to your door. Join over 1 million happy customers hearing life more clearly. Visit audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May 25th, get up to 70% off everything home at Wayfair. Plus, score amazing doorbuster deals all sale long and surprise flash deals on Memorial Day. We're talking thousands of products at every style and budget. Now is the time to save big on must-haves for your patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last, so don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Megan's grandfather bought his first Ranger here. Her dad bought his first F-150 here. And she just drove off the lot in a new Ford Expedition for her family. 3 generations, all choosing Sanderson Ford. Visit Sanderson during their anniversary sale and see why. Right now, purchase any new Ford and get a $500 Circle K fuel card on Sanderson. We have your first 5 tanks covered. When you're in the market for a new vehicle, choose the dealership families have been trusting for over 70 years. Choose Sanderson Ford. Not valid on fleet or AXZ or D-Plan purchases. Offer expires 5/31/26.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Cardinals begin OTAs on Monday. We'll discuss our football team tomorrow. The fun begins 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, well, we said going into the game on Friday. Yeah, I feel like we said this is a show, didn't we, Rick? Like, if Merrill Kelly delivers against the Rockies in Coors Field, we really have to consider the idea that he's back. Didn't we have that conversation on Friday, or did I just imagine the whole show on Friday?
I think we did.
Okay, well, then we both hallucinated about the same thing. No, we did have that conversation, and maybe it's too early because he's only made a few starts this season, Wolf, but, he was coming off a good start in his previous outing, Merrill Kelly was. 7 innings, just 1 earned run against the Mets. Going into Coors Field, where, the Rockies aren't great, but how do you pitch? Like, how many runs do you give up? Win or lose, like, Well, he threw his first ever complete game. He gave up 1 earned run in 9 innings. So I would say, all things considered, he pitched pretty well on Friday.
Yeah, for me, I honestly believe that this Rockies series, that was one of the big wins for the Arizona Diamondbacks, was Merrill Kelly. He was absolutely awesome to pitch that complete game, the first complete game of his career. That
wild.
shocked me a little bit, that I didn't even realize that about Merrill. And yet here he was out there, went 9 innings, of course, and only gave up 4 hits. And I say only because would it shock you, Basinonians, to know that the Rockies were the number 7 team in all of baseball in terms of batting average?
It doesn't shock me because their numbers, like, what are the home road splits? I mean, their numbers at home are so absurdly high.
I know, but still, to be number 7, when you think about it, the Rockies are ahead of the Diamondbacks, of course, in runs. Now, I know they play up at Coors. I get that. Yet at the same time, it's not the all end all be all. To be number 7, in baseball, runs number 18. The D-backs are number 20. Home runs, they're number 20, and the D-backs are 24. It's
also, even if those numbers are aided by the elevation at Coors Field, this game was at Coors Field.
Exactly right.
So it's not like they were playing at sea level somewhere.
I thought one of the big wins was the rotation, and specifically, I would say Merrill Kelly in this series.
You have to say, since Torrey gave that speech to the starting pitchers in Chicago, that Ryan Nelson's been great. Merrill Kelly's been great. It's only been 2 starts, but he's given up 2 earned runs in 16 innings since then. Erod's been really good. Soroka's been good, and Zach Allen has struggled. But still, I mean, for the most part, whether you want to say it's because of that speech or that conversation, that one-way conversation that Torrey had with the starters or not, there's a pretty clear line of that's when things seem to have flipped with this rotation. Here's Torrey after the game on Friday talking about what he saw from Merrill.
It was a great moment. It was a great moment for him, and he had a lot of things going in his favor. I thought there was a lot of swing and miss with secondary stuff. He still had gas in the tank. He was making statements with a 92, 93 mile an hour fastball in the 9th inning. So this is what you work hard for in the offseason. This is what you work hard for as you're prepping for moments like this, so you can go out there and finish it and throw a CG. It doesn't happen a lot in baseball anymore, but he did a great job today.
I would imagine for Merrill Kelly, being up at Coors, of course, going out there and pitching the way that he did and having the kind of success that he had, he's going to put that in the back pocket. He's going to put that in the confidence category and say, you know what, let's try to build off this last start. I think it's just so natural. It's one of the things I talk about all the time, and how important it is to be confident. And listen, I know Merrill Kelly is confident. Every time he takes the ball, he knows what kind of goodness he has been blessed with. Yet at the same time, Basinonians, it's all about doing. And so far, he's kind of struggled in terms of doing. He's been up and down. He knows that better than anybody else. This game, I think he's going to be able to build off this game.
Especially because he's coming back from an injury. And it's not like he was out, forever. I get that. But just the nature of the injury, the way it sounded at the start of spring training. Yeah, you talk about a guy like Merrill Kelly, and he's a vet, and he's been around, he's been doing this for years, and you think, okay, is confidence really an issue for him? Well, when you factor in an injury, though, you factor in somebody coming back from that and then really struggling in the first couple starts, yeah, I think that's huge, especially to do it, honestly, to do it anywhere, but especially to do it at Coors Field.
Yeah.
And what's crazy is Erod almost had a complete game the other day, too. And the Diamondbacks haven't had a complete game since 2023 prior to that. Like, this is not something that happens for this team.
Yeah, it's really, really good to see. You know what else was good to see while we're talking about that game Friday? Was just watching them go out and go 7 of 13 with runners in scoring position.
Yeah.
This has been something that has been plaguing them as of late. 7 of 13 to go out there and score nine runs. You didn't hit a home run either. You did not hit a home run up there in Denver. Did not hit a home run. And yet you score 9 runs because you go 7 of 13 with runners in scoring position.
Yeah, and we'll get into the Corbin Carroll part of that here in a few minutes. But, I mean, he hit 2 home runs yesterday that tallied almost 900 total feet.
Oh, man.
And that's and he's been on a tear. We just had Jody Jackson on about a half hour ago, and she was talking about how it's not just yesterday. You got to go back now a few weeks for Corbin Carroll. And it is important to sort of draw that line, right, between – okay, Catel's struggling, so that man and Geraldo Perdomo's not hitting the way he normally would, and Corbin's not quite hitting where, and this is a week ago, not quite hitting where he typically does. So that just means all three are struggling. Corbin Carroll's really not. Like Corbin Carroll is continuing to impact games, and now he's not even struggling. He's tearing the cover off the ball, which just having him hit to his potential, Wolf, is so damaging to the opposition.
He's a dynamo.
It's good to see.
He's a catalyst, man. He really is. We all know this about Corbin Carroll and watching him go out and do it. He is, when he explodes, more times than not, at least it seems this way to me. I don't have facts to actually back it up, but based on earnings, when you hear this, more times than not, the D-backs win. When Corbin Carroll is exploding and it makes stuff happen, more times than not, they win. It feels that way to me.
This has been bothering me all segment. The last complete game by a Diamondback was Zach Gallen in 2023.
Wow.
That's the year they went to the World Series. That's how long. And some of that is they're not in position to do it, but also how hesitant Torrey is to let pitchers go that deep into a game. In fact, he was asked about being stressed out later in some of these games.
Yeah, I was getting stressed out, believe it or not. And everybody in the dugout was celebrating Merrill with every out that he was getting. But with each pitch that he was throwing, I was getting more and more anxious. But he did a great job.
You could see it, man. What they need to do, and the TV broadcasts are great, radio broadcasts are great for the Diamondbacks. I don't even have to say that. But they really, on TV, when we get these D-back starters going into the 8th and 9th inning, they just need to do like a little picture-in-picture of Torrey in the corner and just have a camera on him, because you can see him get stressed with each pitch. Now, thankfully, the Rockies, and I don't – it's not like I've watched all 45 Rockies games or whatever they've played this season. Man, they like to swing. They have to be the least patient team in Major League Baseball. What was Juan Murillo's inning yesterday? 3 outs on 4 pitches? And Merrill was getting that too. We're late in the game. You can see Torrey stressing out. Merrill throws 5 pitches and gets through an inning. Colorado just likes to swing and swing and swing and swing.
Yeah, and once again, too, they're having success doing it. Number 7 in all of baseball with a .247 batting average.
There's got to be a reason, because it's so drastic when you watch other teams. They must have just decided as a team, at least if we're at home, I would rather just get our swings in instead of taking a strike, because it was go back and watch any of those games and they are swinging at everything. But again, to your point, offensively, it's been working for the Rockies this year.
I want to go back to that game quickly on Friday as well and just say this. The D-backs played some flawless defense behind Merrill, too. And they got to get back to being the D-backs.
I like Waldschmidt on defense. I know he had an error yesterday, but he makes some of these plays that are just all right, man, this is how you're going to stick up here on this team.
Waldy.
When we come back, how many wins are the Cardinals getting in 2026? All right. Rick and I have already put ourselves out there. We went game by game, Wolf. But you and Jamal, you didn't. You avoided that on Friday, and you thought, we're good. I don't have to do. You have to do it.
Oh no!
I believe everybody else at the station's done it, and we're going to get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
At some point, they're going to turn it over to Carson Beck. I think that success later might be better than success early. Take your beating early. Take your beating early. Have your success late when you play in Las Vegas and New Orleans and the Jets. So what if Carson Beck comes in and say you play the Jets on December 20th and you win. And then on the 27th, you play New Orleans and you win. And then you play Las Vegas on the 3rd and you win. And you got one more game left.
Okay.
So now you've won 3 out of your last 4 with Carson Beck as your quarterback.
But does that give you a false sense of hope in him?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, gather around the transistor and press the ear. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Students, are you on summer break and need a great paying seasonal job? Well, if you're looking for work this summer because you're just that kind of productive person, let me tell you something right now. Your Uncle Wolf has got a great opportunity for you. That's right. With an amazing company, Moving Team 6. Moving Team 6 has excellent pay, great benefits, overtime, and bonuses that will make your summertime fruitful, bruh. And they're looking for go-getters just like you, and this is more than a job. You're going to be joining a team. And when you make the decision to join Moving Team 6, you're getting a signing bonus of $500, man. Think about that, brother. You looking for a summer job? You need to go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and if your ride's starting to feel a little outdated, Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa can help you upgrade just in time for the summer. Here's the difference. Anybody can sell you a vehicle, but not everybody makes the whole experience feel easy and enjoyable. That's why Arizona drivers have trusted the Earnhardt name since 1951. Real people, honest prices, and a team that's focused on what works best for you, not pushing you into something you don't want. It's how the Earnhardt family built its reputation the old-fashioned way, by treating people right. If you're after a refined Buick SUV or a bold GMC truck, they have one of the best selections in the Valley with options that fit your lifestyle and budget. And when you're ready to shop, their website makes everything simple. Browse inventory, value your trade, and explore our incredible offers anytime online. So when you're ready for something better, visit Earnhardt Buick GMC or go online to EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models. All offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers in June 1st, 2026.
Hey, it's Paul Caldisi with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. All right, Matt, estate planning. People know they need it. Most never do it. What is the cost of waiting?
Well, their family pays for it. Probate, legal fees, delays, sometimes conflicts between people who love each other, all because there was no clear plan.
And a will isn't enough?
Usually not, and here's what most people miss. Beneficiary designations override everything. Wrong name, outdated info, and the money doesn't go where you think. Unfortunately, we've seen it happen.
So what does the right plan look like?
A funded trust, updated beneficiaries, powers of attorney, all aligned with your financial picture. A plan your family can actually use when they need it most.
And you walk people through all that.
Step by step. Call 844-726-9116 and schedule your legacy review. Protect the people you care about today. 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Have you noticed all of a sudden there's a bunch of lawyers saying they're going to fight for you? Yeah, until you read the fine print below them. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. If you look closely at that fine print, you'll see not an attorney in this state or not a law firm.
You never trust your future in the hands of someone other than a serious, experienced trial lawyer. And you definitely can't trust someone who won't even tell you who they are.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks return home tonight to begin a 3-game series against the San Francisco Giants. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6, and you can listen to it all right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Zach Gallen will make his 10th start of the season for the D-backs. The Western Conference Finals start tonight in the NBA. The Oklahoma City Thunder will take on the San Antonio Spurs. Tip-off is at 5:30. And in the NHL, Josh Doan, Tage Thompson, and the Buffalo Sabres host the Montreal Canadiens tonight in Game 7 of their Eastern Conference second-round series. Puck drop is at 4:30. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. Get the freedom to save. Your Valley Chevy Dealers Memorial Day event is here. Spectacular offers available now. The freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for you.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. Did the Diamondbacks begin their elevation in their series opener against the Giants? We'll explore all of it starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, we did this on Friday, obviously. Schedule comes out. You got to go through game by game. I feel like historically I've been a lot better at just kind of looking at chunks of the schedule and saying, okay, these 5 or 6 games, they're probably going to win.
Minute.
What?
Oh, you were not gonna hit the post, Rick? Okay.
Well, I gotta fade it down and then fade it up.
Fade it back up.
Yeah, okay,
really...
yeah. You were trying to emphasize it. Is that what you're saying? Okay, great.
Correct.
Sorry about that, Luke. You were saying
Oh,
something.
no, I knew it was coming. I knew
you were
it full well.
broadcasting.
So anyway, you got to go game by game. You don't get off the hook here just because you missed Friday, and then Jamal doesn't either. Jamal was over there doing news things for some reason. By the way, how was news, Jamal?
It was interesting.
Yeah. Okay.
Wait, you were doing Rock and Manooch. You weren't doing news.
Oh, I don't know. You were on the news side of things.
I was on the news side of the building.
You were on the news side of the building, but you were doing sports.
Aren't you doing news stuff soon, or did you just do news stuff?
No.
Oh, all right.
no.
Well,
please, please, God. And this,
try it sometimes.
Not that I don't. Not that I know of, at least.
Man, would I love to hear you read the news, Jamal? Yeah. That'd be great.
Well, you're not going to get to hear him do that, but you are going to get to hear him make picks, and you as well, okay?
Okay.
So when we just throw these games out and we go?
Oh, okay, yeah. All right.
So I'll keep
track. How you're going to do it? I mean,
okay.
you already did it.
Yeah. All
I'll
right.
do it.
Week 1 at the Chargers.
Okay. Week 1 at the Chargers, I have that as a loss.
Okay. Jamal?
I also have that as a loss.
Okay.
Although it was close.
You have it as a close game?
No, well, I almost thought they could win, but then I realized it was the Cardinals.
Okay.
Well, I'm just saying. Listen, the Chargers playoff team last year, my brothers.
Playoffs?
Yeah, that's right. Playoff team last year, and they're playing at home.
Well,
Again, that typically is a bit of an advantage.
And the stat that you gave me on Thursday where they had the best defensive QBR in football last year.
The best defensive quarterback rating in all of football last year. This is,
like an issue.
me, is quarterback an issue with the Arizona Cardinals in 2026 based on audience? Yes, is the answer to that question. So to me, once again, you're going on the road against the best defense against the pass in the National Football League. Oh, and by the way, do they have a culture? Do they have a culture up there? They have a very physical culture as well. So, yes, that's a loss.
All right, home against Seattle in week 2, Jamal.
Loss.
Wolf?
Yep, loss.
Okay.
And once again, based on needs, doesn't matter that I say it's a loss. Doesn't matter. If I'm a player in there, I'm going out there and you got a chance. You always have a chance. Go out there and ball out and do your job, period. And guess what? You might lose. You might go out there and lose by 4 touchdowns in a game. But you know what? Maybe you're not going to lose. Maybe you're going to go out there and wreak some havoc, if you know what I mean. Oh, I'm sorry. Your nose is bleeding, and here's your mouth guard. It fell out of your mouth when I hit you.
I want to see if one of you guys ends up with more wins than me. All right, week 3 at San Francisco. And don't worry, I'll tell you when you get a break for the bye week. It's coming in about 3.5 months. So at San Francisco, Jamal?
Loss. Too early. They'll still be too healthy.
Okay.
Yep, that's a loss that I have down there once again. Surprised me.
Week 4 will be their 3rd road game of the season already, and about 3,000 miles away from the previous game in New York against the Giants.
Jamal? Yeah, I've got that as a loss.
Okay.
I also have that as a loss.
Do you? Okay.
I'm trying to figure out where I had wins.
I'm thinking John Harbaugh. I'm just thinking about the physicality, of course. Jackson Dart, how much better might he be, of course, this year? And you know what? I'm thinking of how physical. They're going to be a very physical team on the line of scrimmage.
That's the other problem with the schedule. The Cardinals, the teams they got that are typically good are like always good. Like the Chiefs are always good.
Right.
Whereas the other games that are kind of more swing games, if anything, it's a team that wasn't great last year that should be good this year. I could see the Giants like winning that division this year.
I could.
All right, week 5, finally at home against Detroit. Jamal?
Loss.
Wolf?
That's a loss, yeah.
Let's go week 6 on the road against the Rams. There's an easy one.
Loss. Loss.
Okay.
Yeah, another loss.
Yeah, this is
hurting a lot more than I thought it would.
Yeah, when you do game by game, it really hurts. Week 7, I thought this one might be winnable, but I still picked it as a loss. Home against the Broncos.
No.
Yeah, I know. They should have gone to the Super Bowl last year.
Playoff team, and yeah.
Jamal?
Yeah, I'm going with a loss, although, I think Bo Nix should be healthy by then, but. Yeah.
That's the thing. You'd like to at least play Bo Nix or Patrick Mahomes in week 1 when they might not. No. They don't get that.
You get them in the middle of the season.
All right, week 8 on the road against the Dallas Cowboys.
They have picked up their first win of the season.
I know I picked that as a win on Friday.
That's what I did as well.
So did
I
Rick.
marked it down. Is that right?
The annual Cardinals win over the Cowboys.
I believe you guys actually have the exact same record that Rick did right now through the first 8 games.
So
the same win.
I'm saying that just guessing based on it. It's just guessing. But 1-7 after the first 8 weeks.
Yeah, and how much of this is kind of what I realized on Friday, because I think the Cardinals are going to be better this year than they were last year, and I think Jeremiah Love could steal them a game or two just almost on his own, and the defense is going to be healthier. But I think the record might end up being worse just because, how much of this where you have them at 1-7 is because of the opponents right now? If they were playing, I don't know, the Colts or something in week 4, I would have picked that as a win, but it's the opponents. This is rough. All right, and if you don't believe me, week 9 in Seattle against the Seahawks.
Okay, can we just pick it up here a little bit? Can we start bunching them to
All right,
the next 3 weeks?
Okay, the next 3 weeks are at Seattle, home against the Rams, at the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Jamal, you got anything coming out of there?
I have a loss at Seattle.
Okay.
I have them beating the Rams.
Wow. Okay.
The reason I don't know how I feel about Matthew Stafford's health, and I think if Ty Simpson is starting that game, I think they can sneak
Okay.
it.
All right. I did have them winning a division game. But it wasn't that one.
Losses in a
Okay.
row.
What do you have them doing against the Chiefs in Arrowhead?
Yeah.
I have them losing by a lot.
This is absurd, man. When you read these games off, after they go to Seattle and host the Rams, they're going to go to Arrowhead. Wow, did the Cardinals win the Super Bowl last year? No, they won 3 games. All right.
This is what it feels like, by the way, when you get kicked in the cradle by a sumo wrestler.
That is the perfect analogy for the way the schedule lays out. All right, weeks 12 and 13 before the bye week, home against the Commanders, home against the Eagles.
I promise this is not because of Rick, but I do have them beating the Commanders.
Okay.
Nah, he's just being a hater back here.
All right.
I don't think the Commanders are that good.
No, he's wrong.
I had them beating the Commanders.
Yeah, so
as
did
well.
I.
Yeah. But then losing the
You
next week
guys are
to
just
the
doing this.
Eagles.
You got together.
Yeah.
This was a separate text chain.
It's because I don't know if Jaden Daniels is going to be starting by week 12.
That's also a great point.
All right.
Yes.
And then losing to Philadelphia.
Yeah, okay. And you have them losing to Philly, Wolf?
Yes.
Okay.
Going into the bye.
Okay, so then the bye weeks. Then you come out home against the Jets, week 15.
2-12 going into the bye.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Okay, coming out the Jets. I am beating the Jets.
Okay.
I have them losing to the Jets.
Ooh.
Wow.
Okay.
Geno Smith, if he's still the starter by then.
So brutal.
He won't be.
That's hard.
It's going to be Klubnik.
Jamal, that is hard.
They might blow out the Jets with Klubnik.
I
Club
mean,
Klubnik, I like
really?
it.
Coming
Dak
out of the
versus Klubnik.
bye?
Yeah.
boy.
Geno Smith just kind of owns the Cardinals.
Rick, how does it make you feel that he is willing to pick the Cardinals over the Commanders, but not over the Jets?
Yeah, it's just irrational.
All right, week 16 at New Orleans.
Also a loss.
Okay.
See, the coming out of the bye, I've characterized this as the Big Easy schedule because of them playing in New Orleans.
In the Big Easy?
Okay, right? So it's the Big Easy part of the schedule.
Is that
right
a win?
here. I have them losing, as a matter of fact, to New Orleans.
Because of
The
Jordan
Big
Tyson.
Easy.
I get it. All right. Home against the Raiders in week 17.
Win.
That is a win.
Okay.
Yes.
You guys, okay. So everybody was saying I was too optimistic. You guys are going to be close. And then week 18 at home against the Niners. You never know what's going to happen in week 18.
Yeah, that was a loss.
Okay, you have a loss. I think I had them winning that game.
No.
Just because I have the Niners either already in or out.
So I have 4-13.
All right.
I also have 4-13.
All right. Rick had 2-15, and I had 5-12. So that's where we are.
Wow. You had 5-12.
Yeah.
Man.
And I had to stretch for those 5 wins. But I do think, I'm sure my individual game picks are going to be wrong, but I feel like they're probably going to win 4 or 5 games. Like, I do think they'll get the people that are saying they're going to go 0-17. I could see 5 or 6, honestly, because you never know how this is going to break down where Philly doesn't have Jalen Hurts in week 13 or something. You know what I mean? All right. Want to watch the Sun Devils take on Kansas in the Union Jack Classic at Wembley Stadium. Arizona Sports is sending one lucky winner to London in style with royal box seats, sideline passes, round-trip airfare, and more. Listen for daily trivia for your chance to enter. Brought to you by Desert Financial. When we come back, have the Diamondbacks rediscovered their offense? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Here's the 0-2. Swing and a fly to left, and this should do it. Walt Schmidt backing up. He's underneath it. He makes the catch, and the Diamondbacks, they hang on and win it by a final score of 8-6. Had to have it here against the Rockies.
It's back to Chase Field after a series win up in Colorado to host the Giants for 3 games. Game 1 tonight at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, brothers, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available. Talking about voted number 1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades, man. Voted number 1. They have an A-plus rating as well with a Better Business Bureau, and you can check out all the 5-star reviews on Google. There's actually over 1,000 of them, if you can imagine. Now, listen, these shades are commercial grade. They're industrial strength, hundreds of colors, and durable fabric to withstand that Arizona sun. And installation, it's all done by their in-house teams, man. There's no subcontractors. The installers are shade experts, and they've installed thousands of shades right here in the basin. They know what they are doing. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com. You gotta have shade.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and Earnhardt Ford in Chandler is putting the power back in your hands with employee pricing, because that's American value for American values. Look, I get it. Buying a new ride shouldn't feel like a battle. At Earnhardt Ford, they built their entire experience around you. They're known across the valley for 75 years of Arizona trust, a legacy you can count on. No bull, transparent pricing. No pressure, no surprises. A dedicated team working around your needs, budget, and timeline. And the power to shop, compare, and buy completely online on your terms. Right now, on remaining new 2025 models, you'll get employee pricing. You pay what they pay, plus an additional $2,500 Earnhardt discount on select models. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. Online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wearing mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile. Plus tax, title, license, and $699 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in June 1st, 2026.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
Hey, it's Gambo. How does the Cardinals quarterback room look on day 1 of OTAs? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Diamondbacks take 2 of 3 from the Rockies, and maybe most importantly, well, no, that would be wrong. Most important was the wins. But maybe secondarily, Wolf, the fact that they got the bats going. They didn't get everybody going, but they got some bats going. And that has been what's been holding this team back.
Just so good. Okay. Did you say something, Luke?
No. You guys are going to do this coming out of break.
You know what? Command and control was all jacked up. You know you're right. Okay.
I do like that song.
Yeah. We need more of that, by the way.
Anybody want to pick up where I was going with that? No?
Yeah.
No? Okay.
Did you listen to him, Jamal?
No.
Did you hear what
Maybe
Luke said?
there's a chance Jamal
how
did.
about you, Ray?
There's at least some hope, Jamal.
I'm still stuck on the Cardinals. I'm still wiping my tears.
That was a traumatic.
I was very much paying attention to when I needed to up the levels on the song.
Good. Anybody out there? Anybody out there driving around?
Yeah, how
help
you
me out
doing,
here?
Basinonians? What up?
Diamondbacks couldn't hit. Now they can. How's that?
Yeah, okay. That sounds good. Did you see anything that really encouraged you? What was it that you actually saw at the dish that encouraged you the most, Luke?
Well, that's really sort of the question here now, right? We talked about this with Jody when she was on. Was that just because you were in Coors Field? Even if it was, does it jumpstart things, though? Like, can you ride that wave now to start having some hitting beyond just Corbin Carroll? Corbin Carroll over the last week, so this is not just the Colorado games, but over the last week, he's hitting .421, a couple home runs, a 1.502 OPS. Looking a lot more like Corbin Carroll.
Oh, yeah. The Predator.
Have some of that. Nolan Arenado over the last week, hitting .316 with an OPS over 1,000. Gabby Moreno is hitting .333 with a .729 OPS. Ildemaro Vargas is doing what he always does, just getting hits every game.
Yes, Ildemaro. Just knock it off.
Lourdes Gurriel Jr. has his first home run of the season recently now. So, I mean, you at least have those guys going a little bit. Jerry's hitting .261 over the last week. I'm trying to give the previous series to. Still can't really get Cattell going. I don't know.
Yeah, I know. I'm concerned about Cattell Marte. I am. I think Cattell Marte is a great talent, an incredible talent. But I do believe that sometimes there's sensory overload that appears to be going on with Cattell. It's just me, and it's one of the reasons why I think an off day was really important to Cattell Marte from time to time, that he has those off days, whether it's because his hammy's a little tight or whether it's just because you're giving him an off day. I just think he tends to get bogged down in himself, for lack of a better way of saying it.
I'm glad you brought that up, and maybe this is going too deep into the weeds, and maybe this is just looking for something. But if you were a hitter that was struggling at the plate, now I'll just say for me, I don't think I'd want the day off at Coors Field. You know what I mean? Like, okay, if that's fine. Yeah, I probably needed a day off here, whatever. Okay, well, give me the day off Monday at home against the Giants.
Yeah.
I don't want the day off on Sunday in Coors Field because, you know, the game on Friday, everybody was hitting except Cattell was over 5.
Oh, my goodness.
Then he gets a couple hits on Saturday, and then he sits on Sunday. And I know he does better with the days off, but are all days off created equal? I don't know if I want that one off.
You know what? It's amazing you bring up Friday because the juxtaposition of Cattell Marte going over 5 and Ildemaro Vargas having 4 hits.
Yeah.
Okay, again, another 4-hit game.
Ildemaro's just showing off.
4-hit game for Ildemaro Vargas. He was hitting .347 at the time. Are you kidding me? If you're scoring at home right now, the marks are just falling away when you think of Ildemaro Vargas and what is up with him. You do it against good teams, Ildemaro. You do it against bad teams. You do it when your team is up. You do it when your team is down. You do it when you don't really need it. And you do it when you absolutely have to have it.
That sounded like a Dr. Seuss book.
I'm just saying,
crazy
do
words.
it. Ildemaro Vargas, man. This is one of the coolest stories. The guy's 34. He's going to retire in 2 years. All right, I'm joking.
Not like this. He's not.
But yeah, Ildemaro's going to try to play all the way into his 40s.
I feel like his career is just starting right now.
I know. It's bizarre to watch him go. He's doing it whenever. That's the best thing about it right now. He's doing it when you need it and when you don't need it.
He's like one of those people that, like, in their they had this full career, and like right when their contemporaries are about to retire, they just switch careers.
Yeah.
And then they thrive in the new career. I guarantee you there are still people that are, and probably not Diamondbacks fans, but just people around baseball seeing Ildemaro Vargas have this season and be like, man, he just come up last year. Diamondbacks must have just drafted him with like 2024 maybe. No, he's been around forever, but he's third in baseball right now in batting average, still hitting .333. And we're now like a third of the way into the season too. So you just said it right there. Everybody's going off at Coors Field. Ketel is struggling. He's 0 for 5 at the plate. Here comes Ildemaro Vargas just trotting up there with 4 hits. Hey, what's going on, Ketel? Walking back to the dugout already? I'm just getting my 4th hit. The fact that Corbin Carroll, though, of all of that, is hitting the way he is, and really with Corbin, you can even go back the last 2 weeks. He's been hitting. If he starts, and he already has started, if he continues to hit like Corbin Carroll, don't you just feel so much better about the offense?
Oh, there's no doubt about it. He really is. Yes, he is the Predator. What?
How do you do that voice without like?
That hurt so bad. That hurt so bad, but it felt so good.
What hurts
when I was doing
worse, that or the Pantera call?
No, that
sounds like that hurts.
Yeah. Okay, that's enough of that. Right. You know, Corbin Carroll was great to see him. I was all jacked up, of course. But you know what? Lourdes Gurriel Jr. as well he's showing some proof of life, is he not, Bays and Ortiz? I mean, he hit the first home run of the season, of course, for him. Mm-hmm. He's starting to square more balls up. Have you noticed this? Mm-hmm. What a huge addition he will be to this lineup, I think, if, in fact, we start seeing Lourdes Gurriel Jr. He doesn't have to have an all-time year. Doesn't have to have the best year ever. Just go out and be what we've seen. And he's going to be a boost to the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Well, I'm trying to piece together what like their best case scenario lineup looks like for the full season. You know, obviously Lourdes hitting the way he is maybe starting to, having him in the outfield, having Corbin obviously out there. And then, I guess Waldschmidt or Lawler, whichever one of them wants to hit.
I think Waldy right now.
I like Waldy.
Boy, how about Waldy? Is he flashing? Is he showing you something? Both in the field with the glove and at the dish, too.
And then maybe Lawler or Jose Fernandez kind of rotates through as a DH or plays other positions or whatever. And you go Arenado, Perdomo. You got to get Ketel hitting. You got to have somewhere for Ildemaro, and then you got Gabby Moreno.
Ildemaro's playing first, right?
Yeah,
he's out there.
Yeah,
he's in the lineup.
So that if you can get, I mean, honestly, like I said, you just get Corbin going, which they have. You feel a lot better about it. You get Ketel going, and all of a sudden you have an offense that can start producing runs pretty consistently at the top of the order. I'm with you. I know Waldy's numbers aren't amazing right now. They're not bad. They're not amazing. I just like his approach, and he's been in the big leagues for a week and a half. You know?
It's not too big for Waldy.
No.
It isn't, man.
All right, when we come back, we are going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
Payoff pitch to Beatty. Swung on and hit out to deep center. Waldschmidt moving back, makes an over-the-shoulder catch.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hi, I'm Jay Arthur, the current president of Drying Prevention Coalition of Arizona and a retired captain with the Phoenix Fire Department. The number one killer of children, age 1 to 4, in Arizona is drowning. As a first responder of 36 years, a child drowning was my worst nightmare. On those calls, I would desperately try to revive a cold, limp, lifeless little child with every ounce of the skills I possessed, many times with no success. In just a few devastating moments, a child gone too soon. Don't let this be your nightmare. This is preventable. Surround your pools with an approved fence Have high locks and audible alarms on all doors leading to the pool area. Have a designated adult with eye-to-eye contact when children are in the water. Learn how to swim and learn CPR. Drownings can happen to anyone. Please don't be that anyone.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? There are so many families stuck with student loans they can't afford, and with payments so high, they feel hopeless. If that sounds familiar, Y-Refi can help. They refinance distressed and defaulted private student loans, the loans other lenders won't touch. They're not a debt settlement company, and your credit score doesn't matter. Y-Refi works with you one-on-one to create a custom payment based on your ability to pay. They can reduce your monthly payment, guarantee interest rates under 6%, and they may even lower your total loan cost, saving you thousands. They offer a 3-minute rate check with no credit impact, accept bad credit, and can release co-borrowers from the loan. Take control of your student loans today. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi, a light at the end of the tunnel.
Not available in all states.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks return home tonight to begin a 3-game series against the San Francisco Giants. First pitch is at 6:40, with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Zach Gallen will make his 10th start of the season for the D-backs. The Western Conference Finals start tonight in the NBA. The Oklahoma City Thunder will take on the San Antonio Spurs. Tip-off for that one is at 5:30. And in the NHL, Josh Doan, Tage Thompson, and the Buffalo Sabres host the Montreal Canadiens tonight in Game 7 of their Eastern Conference second-round series. Puck drop is at 4:30. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE, Refractive Lens Exchange. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Register for K2 Vision RLE's free live webinar this Thursday at noon. K2VisionRLE.com.
And I'm hungry like the wolf.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it's noon. It's Monday. It's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. Rick.
After a series win over the Colorado Rockies, the Arizona Diamondbacks return home tonight to start a 3-game set against the San Francisco Giants. This takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now at ArizonaSports.com. And it asks, which Diamondbacks player needs to step up the most? Ketel Marte, Zach Gallen, who is starting tonight, Geraldo Perdomo, or Lourdes Gurriel Jr., who we've kind of seen start to get going here?
I think it's definitely one of the first two. And I think they need hitting more than anything right now, so I'm going to say Ketel.
Ketel Marte. There can only be one. It's got to be Ketel Marte. They need bats. They need hitting. They need to score more runs. They need to hit more home runs. Yeah, Ketel Marte.
I will agree with you guys and say Ketel Marte as well. He's leading 57% of the vote is Ketel. Zach Gallen has a good portion of the voting too, 34%. Jerry 6% and Lourdes 4%. The NBA Conference Finals are set. In the Western Conference, it would be the Oklahoma City Thunder taking on the San Antonio Spurs. In the Eastern Conference, it will be the New York Knicks taking on the Cleveland Cavaliers. What is one storyline going into each series that interests you guys the most?
Well, the Oklahoma City San Antonio one, you know, Wolf, you've been saying this. You think Oklahoma City is at the start of a dynasty. And I don't think it's crazy, but they've also won one title. And I would think for sure they're on their way to 2, and maybe, you know, they win another one next year, the year after, except San Antonio's in the way, and that's a very large roadblock. That, to me, is like, can San Antonio stop this Oklahoma City run before it even really starts? You know, what if Oklahoma City wins one title? And it just ends up being like everybody thought it was going to be with the Nuggets a few years ago. Oh, Jokic is unstoppable. Well, they haven't really won anything since that title. So I think San Antonio is the only team that can beat them. But if they do beat them, it feels like San Antonio might be starting off something big. Over in the Eastern Conference, I like Donovan Mitchell. It's cool to see him get this far. I think that he's taken a lot of heat for a lack of playoff success in the past. Some of it's on him, some of it not. But he delivered yesterday. I don't think they will beat the Knicks, but I think they can beat the Knicks.
You know, in terms of the Western Conference Finals, I would have to say, who's got the biggest super freak? Who's got the biggest super freak? Is it the Spurs with Wemby? Or, of course, is it OKC with SGA? Who's got the bigger super freak right now? That's the number one storyline to me in the Western Conference Finals. So much of an NBA player's career is going to be defined by how he plays when it matters most. Man, we're here, of course, in the postseason, and now all of a sudden getting down to the Western Conference Finals and the Eastern Conference Finals. This is where guys make their legend stick. And because of that, Wemby, of course, and SGA, who's got the bigger super freak? I would say over in the Eastern Conference, pack of dogs. Bunch of dogs. I think the Knicks have dogs, and I think the Cavs have dogs. Who's got the better pack? We're going to find out. I think this one is going to go 7.
I also like that the East is a 3-4 matchup. It's not just, it feels like some years, many years in the NBA, it's just 1 versus 2 and 1 versus 2, which is great now that we get here, but it really kind of kills the drama. Instead, like, I do think the Knicks are the best team in the East, but it's cool to see a 3-4 matchup over there.
Yeah. Who's got the most dogs, man? That's what I want to know. But this is going to be, I think this goes 7. The Eastern Conference.
Are we all good with Mikal Bridges in the NBA Finals?
Oh,
yeah.
I think so.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
for
All
sure.
right.
Yeah.
That's kind of
I'll always root for
the other
McHale.
storyline I'm kind of looking at there.
Yeah, I'll always root for McHale. In the NHL, Game 7 of the Eastern Conference second round is tonight between the Buffalo Sabres, who have Josh Doan and Tage Thompson on the team, so there's a Valley connection there, and the Montreal Canadiens. Which team will prevail and why?
I mean, it's in Buffalo. That doesn't always mean everything in hockey. But you'd love to have Game 7 at home, for sure. It means more in hockey than it seems to in the NBA sometimes. Montreal's tough. Montreal is like the sort of team that I could see winning the Eastern Conference. I can see Buffalo, too. I mean, this is a series. I was talking to Mike Broomhead about this last week when I think the series was tied at 2 or maybe even 1. They could, if this was a best of 27, it would go 27. Like, they're just going to go back and forth. Nobody's ever going to lead by more than 2. So I think this is the quintessential coin flip tonight. I think Montreal's slightly better, but it's in Buffalo, and it doesn't matter who's, like, they're so close, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, at this point in time, I know that they're going to have this is going to be a great atmosphere for my Buffalo Sabres, baby. They're going to be on fire. But I think I agree with what you're saying. I think the Sabres are going to win this game. I think it's going to probably be very, very tight. Might even go into overtime.
If it goes to overtime, Game 7 overtime.
But I honestly, I think the Sabres are going to find a way to win this game. Isn't that right, Tage?
What, Josh Doan going to the Eastern Conference Finals? Yeah?
Oh, man. Yeah.
I'm in. All right. It's time now for us to give things away. It's time for Devils in London.
Cheerio.
Cheerio.
It's time for Devils in London. Listen closely because your trivia question is coming right now. The first correct caller wins 50 entries into our grand prize draw for a VIP London experience with airfare, hotel stay, and tickets to the Union Jack Classic ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium. Here's your question.
Touchdown, Sun Devils!
All right, this was a little bit tougher than the one we did on Friday. 602-260-9870, your question. Where is the official residence of the British Prime Minister? The look on Wolf's face would
that's
indicate
good.
Wolf doesn't. Do you know the answer? Don't say it. Do you know the answer?
No.
Okay. 602-260-9870. We are going to take a caller that hopefully gets it right when we come back. And also when we come back, how are the Cardinals going to respond to the fact that they have probably the toughest schedule in the NFL? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
One of the dangers here, though, is if Kevin O'Connell has the vision and the foresight to create something that really allows him to flourish. It's going to make the last 2 regimes here in Arizona that had their hands on Kyler Murray and couldn't harness what he does well consistently, it's going to make him look really, really bad.
And I don't want to sound like I can't stand Kyler Murray. I got no ill will towards him. I just think he is what he is. And this national, wow, I mean, sky's the limit. Really?
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information right now. Imagine talking to one team that knows your investments, one team that knows your tax picture and your estate plan. That's what you get with Trajan Wealth's family office. One big picture view of your financial life under one roof. Man, you go to TrajanWealth.com to start this process. Life doesn't stand still, Basinonians, no way. New jobs, grandkids, even new homes. Trajan Wealth's family office keeps your retirement tax and estate strategies working together as things change throughout your life, so you can actually plan and move and stick when you have to, right? Learn more at TrajanWealth.com. Pick up the phone, give them a call, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC, registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate, Trajan Tax, actual client, paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Megan's grandfather bought his first Ranger here. Her dad bought his first F-150 here. And she just drove off the lot in a new Ford Expedition for her family. 3 generations, all choosing Sanderson Ford. Visit Sanderson during their anniversary sale and see why. Right now, purchase any new Ford and get a $500 Circle K fuel card on Sanderson. We have your first 5 tanks covered. When you're in the market for a new vehicle, choose the dealership families have been trusting for over 70 years. Choose Sanderson Ford. Not valid on fleet or AXZ or D-Plan purchases. Offer expires 5/31/26.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we know you're no stranger to setting big goals, whether in school, at work, or in life. And you're ready for more. At UMGC, we offer the skills-based education you need to move your career forward. Learn how to apply AI, data science, and other emerging tech. Plus, gain skills in leadership and critical thinking. You've come far. Succeed again. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Thanks. Is oil marked down?
Save up to $15 when you buy 5 quarts and a filter.
And fuel treatment?
2 for $9 on Lucas.
Brake pads?
Marked down to free.
Free?
Get free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 Duralast rotors.
That's several markdowns.
For many more miles.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Empty slogans and cute jingles, lawyers love to act like they care. Do they back it up? Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. One study found that half of all clients were unhappy with the lawyer they hired. The #1 complaint, a total lack of communication.
We take client happiness seriously. That's why we survey all our clients and know that over 97% are happy. Do your research. Call the husband and wife law team first.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, London.
Devils in London. Arizona Sports is qualifying you to win now.
I'm coming to London.
All right. Let's go to the phones. Wolf just answered this question correctly off the air. I don't think I would have got this right. We'll see. Let's talk to Mike in Mesa. Mike, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, here we go. The question again. Where is the official residence of the British Prime Minister? And I double-checked. You can't say Earth. It's got to be more specific.
Okay. I'm going to go with 10 Downing Street in London.
Wow. That's
yes!
Way to go.
Yes!
Excellent.
You nailed it, brother.
Way to go, Mike. You might be going there in a couple months. All right. So Mike gets 50 entries into the lottery there to win that trip to London and all the other things that come along with it. For the next hour, you can enter to win on the contest page at ArizonaSports.com with the keyword Downing, DOWNING. Devils in London is brought to you by Desert Financial.
Devils in London.
Jolly good.
You still have a chance to win by entering the trivia answer keyword today on the contest page at ArizonaSports.com or the Arizona Sports app.
Code word valid for 1 hour from right now. You've got 3 chances to qualify to win the Devils in London prize package each weekday through May 31st. Grand prize draw June 1st. Rules and info available at ArizonaSports.com. Click on contest.
I can't tell if not knowing the answer to a question like that is why I've never been to London or if it's a sign I need to go to London. Wolf, it's one of it. Maybe it's both. Who knows? You got it. You nailed it during the break.
Yeah, 10 Downing Street. Legendary, dare I say, for the Prime Minister. Not the royal family, of course.
Of course.
It's
Obviously.
Buckingham.
Yeah, that's true. That one I would have gotten right.
Yes.
All right. Let's get back into the Cardinals. And I was thinking this on Friday, actually, Wolf, but I threw it in the email today. And this feels like a Wolf question, actually. So I'm gonna throw a Wolf question at you.
Yeah.
The Cardinals have, I think by winning percentage, it's the third toughest schedule in the NFL. Technically, the Bears have the toughest. But as we were talking about earlier, like the games against teams that are, quote, easier are the Chiefs and the Lions, teams that are almost certainly going to be very good. Probably the schedule is going to end up being even harder than it looks on paper. So there's a lot of people out there, a lot of NFL experts and analysts who believe they have the very toughest schedule. When you also start to factor in the order of the opponents and what we were talking about earlier, where you're playing 6 of your first 9 on the road and 5 of your first 10 games are against NFC West opponents, and you don't have a bye week till week 14. Like, this schedule is set up to bury a team. So the Wolf question I have for you is, how are they going to respond to this? Because they're going to hear all this.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it, man. It's going to be tough. They understand what the schedule is going to bring their way, and they understand how good these teams are and how physical these teams are. They understand it. But for the most part, any competitor that I know, especially a competitor in the game of football, the blood sport, where you actually get to step in between white lines, it really doesn't matter what the guy in front of you, it doesn't matter what the record is. It doesn't matter how good they are. It doesn't. What matters is how hard are you going to hit them? You're going to run them over. Listen, a competitor doesn't really care. He's going to look at the schedule and he's going to say, yeah, that's tough. That's a hard – I don't care. I'm going to go out there and I'm going to approach every game the exact same way. A competitor is going to do that. You really don't – you don't find a lot of guys in the National Football League or any professional sports teams for that matter that aren't competitive freaks. There are some that lack in competitive freakiness, but there aren't a ton of them. Okay, to me right now, any competitor is going to look at this and it's going to be a challenge. And that can actually energize the team.
So all of that, I think we all agree with. Now I'm going to ask you this from a different perspective, okay? So you're a player on this team and you're hearing about, we have the toughest schedule. And you're probably hearing, rumblings about what everybody thinks you're going to do this season. Our win total, our over-under is 4.5. A lot of people believe we're going to be picking in the top 5, maybe top 3, and taking a quarterback next year. You look past all that because you're a competitor, and none of that really matters. You get into the season, though, and you're 8 weeks in, and you're just, you were talking about this earlier. The teams they play are physical, too.
Yes.
So you're 8 weeks in, you're all beat up. You've played the Chargers, the Seahawks, the Niners, the Giants, the Lions, the Rams, the Broncos, and the Cowboys. 5 of those 8 games have been on the road. I don't know what your record is. Let's say it's 1-7. We can be optimistic maybe and say 2-6. And in the middle of all that, when other teams are getting their bye week, you don't have one. And you're looking up and you've got the Seahawks, the Rams, and the Chiefs the next 3 weeks. As a team collectively, how do you keep it together?
Yeah, that's awesome. You know what? You keep it together individually because once again, Luke, you can only control how you play. It's like you broadcasting every day, okay? You can't control how I broadcast. You can't. I can't control how you broadcast. You have to worry about yourself. I have to worry about myself, period. The same thing. When you're on a football field, are you kidding me? You can never worry about the guy next to you. It's always about yourself. I've been talking about this for 25 years, Basin. It means you have to make the game personal. You have to take it personally, and you've got to make it personal. This says who you are. Your name is your number, and your number is your name. This says who you are. Anybody can watch you play the game of football when you alone are in between the white lines, and they can start drawing conclusions about you as a man, as to what kind of man you truly are, based on how you play the game. If they watched you from snap to whistle every play, they could figure you out for the most part. This is why I love the game. This is why it is so important to me that when a guy goes out in between those white lines, he gives everything that he's got because it says so much about him when he does. So, Luke, I really don't care who the opponent is. Know that it's going to be hard. Know that it's going to be tough. It's the game of football. This is the National Football League. You've got to be where your feet are. Take it personally, show up, and give everything you have, and then you go to the next day and you do the exact same thing. You go in, I guess, Luke, as opposed to going out.
That's a good way
You
to
go
put it.
inside and examine yourself.
I'm trying to figure out now that you've said that, what the broadcast equivalent would be. I think it would be if we did like a 32-hour show, just consecutive, no breaks.
Man.
They kept cutting our mics,
wow.
throwing paint at us, no food. Rick just back there dancing and singing.
Yes, no coffee.
No coffee. Yeah, let me rephrase this. What if we had to do a 4-hour show and you couldn't have any coffee?
Yes. Take it personally.
You would take that personally.
I would.
Here's Paul Calvisi. He was on with Bickley and Murata on Friday, and he talked about what he sees from this schedule.
I mean, the toughest strength of schedule in the league when you are supposed to have a fourth-place schedule.
Wow.
And then the other thing, the bye week, the latest possible, week 14, does the NFL realize the Cardinals are in the Hall of Fame game? That the Cardinals are one of two teams who start the season earlier than anyone else because they have 4 preseason games, and the bye week isn't until December 13th. That was confounding.
Paul, suck it up. Okay, and we understand your sideline job is rough.
Wow.
Paulie makes a great point. It's something you've been talking about as well. You're playing in the Hall of Fame game, and you got the latest bye in the history of the NFL?
Their preseason opener is August 6th for the Cardinals, okay? Now, that's great. That's awesome. But as you've been saying, and trust me, when it's August 4th, we're going to love this. Okay, football's here, and hey, it's the Cardinals. Maybe we'll get to see Carson Beck.
Here we go.
You've been talking about how much more excited for the preseason you are this year specifically than most years.
No doubt.
And a lot of that's because guys who may play significant roles for the Cardinals this season are going to get a look in the preseason. It just makes sense. You're not going to really – there's not really any of these guys you're going to protect.
Jeremiah Love.
But then that means you're starting August 6th.
Carson Beck.
And you don't get a week off. They have that. Everybody gets that kind of that week between the preseason and the NFL start of the regular season.
Right.
But
college football has got to have its weekend.
Yeah, until the NFL gets rid of that too soon. But either way, the Cardinals start on August 6th, and their bye week is December 13th.
My goodness.
Like that's
December 13th, too. Once again, it's the latest bye ever in the NFL. December, from a date perspective, December 13th. Are you kidding me? Oh, my goodness. Anyways, it's just brutal. You know what, though? I feel it right now, brothers. I do. You know I'm 63. Savage, but 63. You know this. And yet, right now, I feel it. The challenge. Can you do this? Are you going to do this? You're going to play in every game? You're going to be a guy who goes out there and plays in every game? And oh, by the way, are you going to win? Are you going to win? You personally. Not talking about your team. What are you going to do about it? This is such a challenge to a competitor, to a football player. This is such a challenge. This schedule. What are you going to do about it? I'll tell you what I'm going to do about it. I'm going to go out there as under the Lord God, and I am going to play as hard as I possibly can because he has given me the ability to do it, and I'm going to do it to the ground. In his name, every game and every play.
the only other team. Obviously, you got to have an even number of teams to get a bye week, right? So everybody's like, who's the other team that got screwed like this? Dallas. Cowboys get a bye week in week 14. And if you're wondering, who do they play in week 13? Like, who's the team that's lucky that catches the Cowboys when they're probably beat up too? That's the Seahawks, obviously, in Seattle. That's the way this just always works out. But the Cowboys' preseason debut is 9 days later than the Cardinals' preseason debut. So Just something to keep an eye on. When we come back, let's go back to baseball. And I hate this, Wolf. What are they going to do with Brandon Pfaadt? Like one of my favorite players, one of my favorite guys on the D-backs. It's not going well right now. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
Your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
Nobody wants to think about their toilet until they have to. A weak flush, water that runs on its own, or low water levels in your bowl, your toilet is telling you something. Ignore it long enough, and it becomes a costly repair. Parker & Sons offers a toilet tune-up for just $89. A full inspection that catches small issues before they turn into big ones. And if anything needs fixing while we're there, the $89 fee is waived. Call or text 602-2REPAIR and get your toilet tune-up scheduled with Parker & Sons today.
Get the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now. Plus, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. That includes popular models like the legendary Silverado, the versatile Equinox, plus the feature-packed and affordable Chevy Trax. Don't miss out. Memorial Day marks the beginning of summer and a great time to hit the open road in a brand new car, truck, SUV, or EV. From your Valley Chevy dealers.
It's back. Employee pricing. Yep, we pay what Ford employees pay at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvisi here, man. Do not miss employee pricing across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs. Hey, Ford has been part of this country's story for more than a century, and Ford will help drive America forward for the next 250 years to come. You take that 2026 Ford F-150, work truck, or weekend warrior, Ford has a powertrain fit for the job. And remember, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, get employee pricing plus $1,000 cash back on a 2026 F-150 and Ford Explorer and 2025 Ford Maverick and Bronco. Employee pricing and $1,000 cash back while it lasts at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks return home tonight to begin a 3-game series against the San Francisco Giants. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Zach Gallen will make his 10th start of the season for the D-backs. The Western Conference Finals start tonight in the NBA. The Oklahoma City Thunder will take on the San Antonio Spurs. Tip-off is at 5:30. And in the NHL, Josh Doan, Tage Thompson, and the Buffalo Sabres host the Montreal Canadiens tonight in Game 7 of their Eastern Conference second-round series. Puck drop is at 4:30. This report is brought to you by Earnhardt Ford. Employee pricing is here at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. You pay what they pay plus an extra $2,500 Earnhardt discount on select models. Shop now at EarnhardtFord.com.
Hey, everybody, it's Bernsey. How did a weekend in the Mile High City impact the Arizona Diamondbacks? The Burns and Gambo Show. We start at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
It's so hard. Hard.
You know, the end of the last segment felt like a Pantera call-out without the music.
Are you talking to me, man? The Cardinals have an incredibly difficult, physical, in-your-face schedule. And it makes me a little bit envious because I'd like to be one of the guys inside that locker room to see if I could play in every game. And not only play in it, but thrive in it.
You don't know how much I wanted at the end of the last segment when you were fired up, like legitimately fired up, to ask you how you felt about the schedule release video.
Okay. You know what? I honestly didn't see it.
Oh.
No.
Okay.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right.
Okay. I've got to write that down. Go watch that.
Welcome, everybody, to the 2026 mascot schedule reveal. Thanks for jumping on. Please make sure your cameras are on and your mics are off. Big Red, let's start off with the refresher on who your opponents will be this season. Let's start with your division.
Rick, please. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, it's Rick.
And action. Looking confused, kind of looking around, pretending you belong. All right, finger guns, keep it going, finger guns. Yeah, up, down, low, everywhere, yeah.
I mean,
Goal, cut.
You can't see it, Wolf. Rick's just playing audio of it, but that's what a lot of people were saying when they watched it. I had this thought driving out of here on Friday, too. That was the schedule release. I don't know if you haven't heard, it has been widely trashed around the NFL.
Okay.
As a distant 32nd out of it was like, hey, there were 32 schedule releases. 31 of them were either okay, average, or amazing, and then the Cardinals. That's how it was treated. This is the one thing I would say that I didn't get to say on Friday. You just drafted Carson Beck and Jeremiah Love. How about you just have them do something for the schedule release? That would have been awesome. You've got cool storylines on your team.
That's right. Hey, rookie. Go do something.
Yeah, go do something.
And by the way, you know what? Do it in preseason, and then maybe we can do it in the regular season.
They should have made a joke out of what we were just talking about, the fact that they play nonstop for 4 months straight.
You know what's going to be cool, though? We'll be able to actually take names as to what Arizona Cardinal played in every game. And who played well the vast majority of the time.
Who's going to do it?
It's going to say so much about that dude that he's going to play. He could actually play in every one of these games.
The fact
I'll take even leading up to the bye. If you just play in all the games leading up to the bye in Week 14, man,
yeah,
I'm going to stand there and my heart goes out to you. Respect, bro.
They may need 7 running backs or whatever it is they have just to get through that schedule the way it is piled up. All right, let's talk baseball here, Wolf. In the middle of that win yesterday, Brandon Pfaadt stepped in relief, and they were up 8-2, and he got 1 out and gave up 4 earned runs to the point where they had to start activating other relievers they probably didn't want to have to use. So this has been a tough run this season for Brandon Pfaadt, whose ERA right now is 6.34. He's gone from starter to reliever. I wouldn't say it's really been much better as a reliever. I don't think he would have got pulled from the starting rotation after 3 starts like he did if not for the fact that Merrill Kelly was coming back and they already had everybody else pitching well. But it's not like he was thriving in the starting role either. So he's bouncing around. He's having some what's the next move here for Brandon Pfaadt? Because this is one of my favorite guys on the team. We've already seen Alec Thomas. Not that Brandon Pfaadt's getting DFA'd, but you know what I mean? Like we saw Alec Thomas, who I've always kind of lumped those two together because they kind of broke out during the 2023 postseason as younger players. And they've both kind of struggled since then, really struggled since then.
Yeah, once again, it's just a situation where you want to see Brandon Pfaadt get put back into the rotation. The problem is, obviously, right now, there isn't a spot for Brandon Pfaadt. You'd like to see him get back into it. And for me, at least, I want to see him do that soon, and I'm sure that you've got Torey Lovullo and Mike Hazen. They have to be wondering, wow, this is really a good thing on one hand that we've been so healthy in the rotation. That's a good thing. And yet at the same time, they're probably surprised that Brandon Pfaadt has not been given the opportunity to go out there and spot start more because of that rotation being so healthy.
Yeah, no, going into yesterday, like his ERA right now as a reliever is 6.75. So his ERA as a starter was actually better than
I think he's a starter. I think he is mentally. I think that's who he is.
So how do you handle this now if you're the Diamondbacks? Because yeah, it's true. If somebody had to miss a couple starts, if one of the you'd want to be able to just go right to Brandon Pfaadt, right? But as a reliever now, his last 5 outings, 3 innings, 1 inning, 2 1/3, 3, and 1/3 of an inning. So I mean, you're going back to the last time he pitched this like a substantial stretch of a game was April 19th, so a month ago. How long and how best can you keep him in position where if you have to bring him in as a starter, he can still do it?
Yeah, no, it's a great question, Luke. It really is. Ryan Nelson, you look at Ryan Nelson. Ryan Nelson is a guy that has been back and forth into the rotation, out of the rotation, into the bullpen, out of the bullpen, whatever it may be. It's always been the story of Ryan Nelson. And then the last couple of years, we've seen the transition. I think Ryan Nelson would tell you the same thing. In fact, he admitted it to us when we talked to him. Mm-hmm. He likes knowing the day that he's going to pitch. It's a whole different mindset going to the bullpen than it is when you're in the rotation. Yeah. And I think we're seeing that with Brandon Pfaadt.
I think we are too. I think I get why he was the one moved to the bullpen. I get that fully, like if you were going to do that. And I understand you probably – I mean, this is a tough call, I'm sure. Do you send him down to Reno and just let him start there and just keep starting? And, hey, you're starting. You're a starting pitcher. Or you put him in the bullpen. You think he can still help you here. It's tough now because if he keeps struggling as a reliever, you don't want to, lose him. You know what I mean? He loses his confidence. You get to the point, if you needed a starting pitcher in 3 weeks, I don't know that you could go to him as a starter at that point because I just read you his numbers. He hasn't pitched more than 3 innings in a game in a month.
Yeah, for me, if you have the ability to do it, I'm going to take Brandon Pfaadt and I'm going to put him down at AAA, and I'm going to say, go ahead, get into a rotation.
Get right.
Get right, no doubt. For me, I just don't see him as a reliever. I never really have. I understand why they did what they did and moved into the bullpen when they did that. I get that, but I see Brandon Pfaadt being in a rotation. He might be your 5th starter, might be your 4th starter, whatever it is, but I see Brandon Pfaadt in a rotation. And the mindset, how different it is, it's fascinating to me that you would take the ball one day and you know exactly what you're doing. You're studying the opponent and you're studying the lineup you're going to face and you're reading the scouting reports on all of this stuff and you're getting up on it. You know, this is the day. On my first day off, this is what I always do. On my second day off, this is what I do. On the third, and then all of a sudden, on the 5th day, I'm going to take the ball. You get into such a routine, a hardcore routine. Mentally, it's just got to be so comforting to be in that routine. Unless you get blowed up and then you have to wait 5 days for the next time.
Well, yeah, there's that
you're
too.
Take
but at least
ball.
You can quickly
but you
get back into the routine the next day.
You can know what to expect. And then a bullpen, you really don't know.
And you're getting thrown out there yesterday. I mean, somebody's got to step into that role, right? But you're up 8-2 in Colorado. Hey, just give us a few innings so we don't have to go to Seawald. We don't have to use Taylor Clark. We don't have to use any of these guys. And then it turns out they had to use them. By the way, just since you brought up Ryan Nelson, because he's kind of the other side of this, in the month of May, he's given up 10 hits over 3 starts.
Wow.
His ERA is 2.33. And the ERA, I mean, that is his ERA, but honestly, it's like it could be even lower because all of the runs he's given up this month, so 5 earned runs in 3 starts, have come on 3 home runs. If not for those 3 pitches.
Incredible.
So he really seems to have turned a corner, which is obviously huge news for the D-backs, and he'll get the Giants tomorrow in this series. All right, when we come back, let's go around the NFL. How intrigued are you by the fact that JG and Kyler Murray are facing off to start the season? How about just the fact that the Cardinals put a bunch of people in the NFC Central or NFC North this year? And we'll go around to some of these other stories. Pittsburgh has a quarterback. Yay. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
In Arizona, your windows are more than just a view. They're the only thing standing between you and 115-degree heat. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and this is why you call my friends at Advanced Window Products, because they don't just sell windows, they build them to withstand the harsh desert climate, and they build them specifically for your home, never retrofitted on site. Advanced Window Products, celebrating their 40th year in business. They're Arizona's #1 window replacement company. They've got their own factory right here in the valley, which means they build your windows, they install your windows, and then they guarantee them for life. And remember, the installation is always done by full-time vetted crews, never random subcontractors. And during their May window upgrade event, you get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call at 480-764-2110 or find them online at advancedwindows.com.
Hair volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
For over 40 years, Collins Comfort Masters has provided trusted, certified technicians. And with nearly 11,000 five-star reviews, the Valley agrees. Right now, you can upgrade to an EcoWater Whole Home Premium System for as low as $60 a month OAC and get cleaner, better water at every tap. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. That's collinscomfort.com.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and if your ride's starting to feel a little outdated, Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa can help you upgrade just in time for the summer. Here's the difference. Anybody can sell you a vehicle, but not everybody makes the whole experience feel easy and enjoyable. That's why Arizona drivers have trusted the Earnhardt name since 1951. Real people, honest prices, and a team that's focused on what works best for you, not pushing you into something you don't want. It's how the Earnhardt family built its reputation the old-fashioned way, by treating people right. If you're after a refined Buick SUV or a bold GMC truck, they have one of the best selections in the Valley with options that fit your lifestyle and budget. And when you're ready to shop, their website makes everything simple. Browse inventory, value your trade, and explore our incredible offers anytime online. So when you're ready for something better, visit Earnhardt Buick GMC or go online to EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models. All offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers in June 1st, 2026.
Imagine someone watching interest rates for you all day, every day. That's exactly what Rate Owl from Lund Mortgage does. Our proprietary technology scans over 50 wholesale lenders 24/7, looking for the right rate at the right cost for you. And when it hits, we alert you right away. No constant checking, no second guessing, and no missed opportunities. Because your time is better spent with the people you love, not stressing over the market. Let us do the work so you don't have to. Go to lundmortgage.com/Rate Owl and enroll for free today.
May is Brain Tumor Awareness Month. Brain tumors are a leading cause of cancer-related deaths in adults, and currently an estimated 700,000 Americans are living with a primary brain tumor. Baseball has always been about rallying together, and this is a cause worth stepping up to the plate for. The Ivy Brain Tumor Center at Barrow Neurological Institute is dedicated to identifying new therapies for patients with brain cancer and contributing to a cure. Learn more about how you can get involved at ivybraintumorcenter.org.
Hey, it's Gambo. How does the Cardinals quarterback room look on day one of OTAs? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
I'll be out there for OTAs, Wolf, on Wednesday.
Oh, yeah. That's going to be so cool, man. Warrior Queen's birthday, as a matter of fact.
Really?
Ah,
wow, look at that.
Yes, indeed.
I think that's a short show that day, too.
Is it really?
I think it is. Don't quote me on that, but it definitely is. All right. Let's. Where do you want to start here? You want to start with the Vikings, or do you want to start with the way the schedule was set up this year overall?
Yeah, why don't we start with the schedule?
Okay. So this is Hans Schroeder on the distribution model of the schedule. I'm going to let him talk, and then I'm going to let you talk, Wolf, because I think this is going somewhere similar to something that I brought up on Friday that I don't fully understand about what the NFL is doing. But here's Hans.
We love our model. We think we have the most fan-friendly model there is of any sport or entertainment as far as distribution. 100% of our games are on over the air in the home markets. 87 are distributed primarily through broadcast. And we think that's the place to be. You know, we think broadcast has been an incredible home to deliver against our focus of reach. And now we also know fans are increasingly spending their time on other platforms as well. They tune into broadcast for the NFL, and that's where we want to be. But we also want to be on these platforms with a limited amount of our games where we know our NFL fans are already as well. When you look also with how the landscape's emerged with consumer choice and being able to get on and off platforms, we think, you know, we're the most available, broadly distributed, as I said, any sports and entertainment content, and we're really proud of that. And we think that model serves us and our fans and the league really well.
Yeah, so you're trying to get broadcast funds, of course, from networks, which are worth billions of dollars. And, of course, you want to stream it as well.
Oh, yeah.
Eat your cake. And, you know, for me, I think it's a situation, ladies and gentlemen, where I realize this is a capitalist system that we live in. This is the United States of America. And you have the right to go out and make as much money as you possibly can. But I don't think you'd have the right to do it at the expense of some of your fans.
Yeah.
And I think the NFL needs to rethink this.
There's got to be a point, like the argument back of, well, you live in a capitalist society. I'm pretty sure it was 10 years ago, too. I'm pretty sure it was 20 years ago, too. Like, that doesn't mean you have to just drive your fans into the ground. Well, 5% of them can afford it. Okay, what about the rest of them? And this is the biggest thing for me, Wolf, and maybe a lot of people feel this way. If you're going to take everybody's money, just don't insult our intelligence on this. Like, I said this to you on Thursday. You're in the same spot as me. We have all these streaming services because we work in sports.
Yes.
I'm thinking more of like the family of four that is, okay, well, let's see. I'm sorry. I'm spending money on my children instead of spending it on a 7th streaming service so my kids can be a fan of football with me because we want to watch our team, and I'm teaching my son and daughter that, we like whatever team, but their game this week is on one streaming service and next week it's on. Don't sit there and say 87% of our games are available. No, they're not. They're not. There's like 87% of your games are available if I lived in every city in the country at the same time.
Yeah, and my tax guy says we can write it off, too. Because this is our job.
Exactly.
Have to have it.
It's not that way for everybody. And so if you're going to sit there and screw your fans over, then just don't be upset if they stop watching. They're not going to stop watching completely. But I always think of the family that's trying to be like a fan of a team together. And you're just like, well, we made $10 billion last year, but we could make 10.001, and sure, it would screw you over, but it looks better on my bottom line.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure the NFL is doing all right for itself.
Did Hans have anything else to say?
Not that I need to hear.
Okay.
All right, so let's get into. I didn't get to talk to you about this on Friday, but you've got Kyler Murray on the Vikings. You've got Jonathan Gannon on the Packers. You've got Drew Petzing on the Lions. You've basically flooded that division with prominent Cardinals people from last year. And assuming Kyler starts in Week 1, he's facing JG's defense in Week 1.
This is gonna be wildly fascinating, Basinonians, because once again we all understand the relationship that JG has with Kyler Murray, and yet at the same time we all know that JG knows Kyler Murray better than any other defensive coordinator that will be out there this year. Any other defensive coordinator, unless it's J.J. McCarthy, Basinonians, that actually wins that job. But having said that, I think it's going to be Kyler. Can I also tell you, Basinonians, you might see 0 blitz 15 times in this game. You might see some type of blitz package that I'm telling you right now, they're going to bring it. The one thing that JG is not going to do is sit there and play coverage. He's going to bring it. I think every play go after Kyler because Kyler typically doesn't respond to that very well or hasn't.
No, he doesn't. And those two like each other. I think that was genuine, but and it's, now they're on different teams. It's weird. It's not even like, well, Kyler's on a new team and he's facing the Cardinals and that's why he's facing his old coach. Like, no, they're all gone. they're all spread out over that division. And the guy who really gets stuck in the middle of all this, when you just casually mentioned in there, or maybe J.J. McCarthy's starting, the guy who gets stuck in the middle is Justin Jefferson. He's the one that keeps getting asked about it, and he got asked about it on Good Morning Football late last week as well. Okay, well, you got these two quarterbacks. What do you want to see from them, Justin?
Just competition, for real. Just to see who's going to be that last man standing, who's going to be that dog, who's going to be that leader to carry us throughout this season, because that is definitely a missing piece that we're looking for and something that, is very important to our team, which is the quarterback spot. So, just seeing that competition battle, seeing those guys come every single day leading the team and try to spark, especially the offense, is definitely something I'm looking forward to. And just going out there and just connecting with any quarterback that's going out there and throwing the ball, that's the main important thing this training camp.
So what happens is, of course, you go to a new team and you've got to prove yourself to your teammates all over again. This is what you've got to do. Kyler Murray came in, and Kyler Murray was Offensive Rookie of the Year, as a matter of fact, his rookie year. Ron Wolfley reporting. Then he went to a couple of Pro Bowls as well. You think about how well he was doing early in his career. Now, all of a sudden, it's a whole different situation. He's going to Minnesota. He's going to this new village, this new camp. He's going to have to prove himself all over again. And this is why it's fascinating to me, because the moment he waves the white flag and takes a seat in the pocket, like we've seen him do here, I wonder how that's going to go over in the locker room. I really do, based on onions. I mean, everyone here pretty much knew what to expect, but Kyler was successful when he was doing it in the first 3 years. Mm-hmm. Now, all of a sudden, he's got to prove himself all over again. The paradigm has completely changed for Kyler Murray. I hope he gets it and starts playing fearlessly up in Minnesota. I hope that's what happens to Kyler, because otherwise, ooh, man, that white flag is not going to go over well inside the locker room.
The good news for him is Minnesota has a significantly easier schedule than the Cardinals, especially to start the year. So Green Bay and Chicago the first 2 weeks, but then Tampa, Dolphins, Saints, bye week, Colts. Like he has a softer landing spot to win his teammates over, unless J.J. McCarthy is the one starting early in the season. Is there a more, take the fact that Kyler ever played here out of it, is there a more compelling quarterback competition in the NFL? There really isn't than the one in Minnesota, because you've got, it's not just the Kyler part, it's the fact they just took J.J. McCarthy with the 10th pick basically 1 season ago. I know it was 2 seasons ago, but he was hurt the whole first year. So you got a guy who just invested the number 10 pick in the draft in, and a guy you just went out and got that was, as you said, Rookie of the Year, number 1 overall pick, Pro Bowler a couple times. There's not really another team that has that level of quarterback competition.
Yeah, and the only thing also I would say to what you just said, Luke, is the fact that, you know what, it doesn't take a great team or a great defense to actually confound a quarterback. It takes one player who might blow your face off. One player to make you sit down in the pocket.
Well, I know I just said he has an easier start to the season, but he, in theory, would be facing Micah Parsons in week 1 if Parsons is healthy and good.
Yeah, they're all good.
Yeah. All right, when we come back, let's get back into baseball. Zach Gallen on the mound tonight. How badly does he need a good start in this one? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Back in the early 2000s, I had LASIK surgery. It changed my life, but what's changed now all these years later is my vision. It's still good, not quite as sharp as it used to be. I wanted to know what was going on with my vision, so I had a thorough exam from the doctors at K2 Vision and found out, like many who have had LASIK in the past, I'm a prime candidate for refractive lens exchange, a permanent solution that alleviates the need for glasses and readers, but also ensures I'll never develop a cataract. If you're at all thinking you want to fix your vision permanently, I'm urging you to hear directly from the doctors who've performed over 300,000 procedures and join Doctors King and Kopstein for their free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Register now or schedule your free Zoom consult at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE, no glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Will?
When I was 50, my whole life fell apart. I lost my job, I lost my wife, I lost the house, I lost pretty much everything except for my life. When the IRS came calling, I just didn't have it in me. I felt like Wile E. Coyote, just waiting for that IRS anvil to drop.
Then Will found Tax Relief Advocates.
I heard their advertisement on the radio, I wrote down the number, and I made the call that changed everything. The IRS gave me a bill for $40,000. Tax Relief Advocates got that down to $3,200. I've paid 9 cents on the dollar. Now that's a great deal in anybody's book.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Will did and call TRA for a consultation.
But for me, the real win is I got my life back.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-488-2578. 800-488-2578. That's 800-488-2578.
Megan's grandfather bought his first Ranger here. Her dad bought his first F-150 here. And she just drove off the lot in a new Ford Expedition for her family. 3 generations, all choosing Sanderson Ford. Visit Sanderson during their anniversary sale and see why. Right now, purchase any new Ford and get a $500 Circle K fuel card on Sanderson. We have your first 5 tanks covered. When you're in the market for a new vehicle, choose the dealership families have been trusting for over 70 years. Choose Sanderson Ford. Not valid on fleet or AXZ or D-Plan purchases. Offer expires 5/31/26.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, a medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks return home tonight to begin a 3-game series against the San Francisco Giants. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Zach Gallen will make his 10th start of the season for the D-backs. The Western Conference Finals start tonight in the NBA. The Oklahoma City Thunder will take on the San Antonio Spurs. Tip-off is at 5:30. And in the NHL, Josh Doan, Tage Thompson, and the Buffalo Sabres host the Montreal Canadiens tonight in Game 7 of their Eastern Conference second-round series. Puck drop is at 4:30. This report is brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the official team eye doc for your Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Schedule your free eye evaluation today at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com.
Testing. All right. You can cut out that other.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning to the Diamondbacks begin their elevation in their series opener against the Giants. We'll explore all of it starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
We're live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Monday. I thought you were going to start singing.
No,
you're going to start dancing.
Don't actually know this one.
Oh. We should
Big X the plug.
We should get karaoke.
It's what?
Screen set up in here.
Big X the plug.
Yeah, Big X the plug. You like that, don't you? You like
yeah,
this
both
guy.
Jamal and I
Oh,
do.
okay, yeah. Jamal.
My favorite artist right now.
Oh.
Really?
What up, Big X? I mean, what do you say? What up, plug? Hey.
That's his go-to.
What? That's his go-to?
Yeah, that's like his
thing.
Hey.
See?
Hey,
You and Jamal should record some of these things together. You say yeah, and he'll do that.
I think that'd be cool.
Yeah.
I'll be the guy.
We're not going to get an A from you?
Yeah, no, you
Okay.
won't.
Rick, can you do yours again? You said,
hey.
that sounds like a character from a movie.
So good, man.
All right, what were we talking about? Zach Gallen is starting tonight for the Arizona Diamondbacks, Wolf. And we had the poll question earlier. Rick had the poll question, which Diamondback most needs to step up. We all, and this might be the first time in show history, very quickly agreed that Diamondback is Ketel Marte. My reasoning just being that Ketel plays every day, basically.
Yep.
Zach Gallen is starting pitcher.
Agreed.
And they have good starting pitching right now. But to be fair, has been good starting pitching outside of Zach Gallen. And was he good in April? Yeah, he was great in April. He had a 2.19 ERA and 5 starts in April. But his ERA this month is closer to 9. So I find it hard to believe they could really go on any sort of substantial run at a wild card spot if Zach Gallen doesn't get back on track. And his last outing was 7 runs, only 4 earned, but it's still 7 runs in 4 2/3 innings against Texas. And like I said, that's not even accounting for his actual ERA of 8.79 this month. So I say all that to ask this question. How big is this start for Zach Gallen tonight, facing a San Francisco team that is hitting better lately, but by and large doesn't score runs?
Yeah, it's incredible to that point. I just want to say this quickly. They're number 10. They're number 10 in batting average in all of baseball. The Giants, which blows my mind.
They're the opposite of the D-backs, though. They get guys on base and don't bring them in.
Yes, 30th overall in runs scored to Luke's point, base earnings. So, yeah, it's a situation where, Zach, we're counting on you. We're all counting on you and Zach Gallen going out. For me, coming into this season, I really did believe, base earnings, this was going to be Zach Gallen's best year that we've seen in the last 2-3 years. I thought it was going to be his best. I thought he was going to come in with the intensity level. He was going to be on point, and he was going to be on point because of what happened last offseason. The fact that he didn't get the kind of offers that he was hoping to get, the fact that he is still going to be a Diamondback and come back and pitch for the Diamondbacks. He didn't get that offer. To me, I'm blown away by that. And because of that, I thought it was going to get his attention. The intensity level was going to be really, really high for Zach Gallen coming in. And I thought that was going to bring out the best in him on the mound. That has not been the case.
No, it hasn't. Now, if you want to be optimistic, he's made 9 starts this year. Of his first 6, you would say 5 of them were pretty good. And the one that wasn't was that Dodgers game in the opener where they got to him in the 5th inning. He had been no-hitting him through 4. They got to him in the 5th. So you could easily write that game off, especially because the next 5 were all really pretty good for Zach Gallen. But the problem is his last 3 all this month have not been good. And when you look at what San Francisco does offensively, as you just outlined, it's bad. They average just over 3.5 runs a game, which is by far the worst in Major League Baseball. 29th is the Red Sox. Man, what happened to the Red Sox, by the way, over the last few years? But 28th is Texas, who Zach Gallen just faced in his last time out, and he got lit up by Texas. So I'm not like the team psychologist. I'm not a trainer for the team. I don't know what Zach Gallen's thinking, but it almost feels like it doesn't matter who he's facing right now. Either Zach Gallen's going to be on or he isn't. And I would argue they need him to start being on, because if he goes out there and struggles against the Giants, and the Giants, they can't hit and they can't do this or that, but all of a sudden Rafael Devers, who was terrible earlier this year, has been better lately, and the Giants put up 6 runs on him. That's not a great start to this series, and not a great start to this stretch where you're going to see the Giants 6 times now in the next 10 games.
Yeah, for me, we just had a big story where Torey Lovello called the rotation in and, had his one-sided conversation with a rotation, and they have responded. I wonder how many conversations he's already had with Zach. I do wonder about that individually. This is part of their job, especially with Torey being the communicator that he is. Torey loves his guys. It's one of the things I really appreciate about him. I think he gets along with them very, very well, but he also has the ability, because of that relationship, to actually challenge them. I wonder how many conversations he's had with Zach Gallen already.
Gallen's got to be... Is he the longest tenured Diamondback right now currently? He's got to be one of them. I mean, Ketel's probably up there too. But, I mean, you're talking about guys that – because Torey's been here for, 10 years?
Yeah.
I mean, Gallen's been here – so Ketel's a little bit longer. But those have to be the 2 longest tenured Diamondback, other than Ildemaro Vargas. But
Ildemaro's been at the farm. He's been down on the farm. Down here on the farm.
But to be fair, he did bounce around to a couple other teams. But he was here before either one of them. That's not an exaggeration. Ildemaro, before there was Zach Gallen, there was Ketel Marte. And before there was Ketel Marte, there was Ildemaro Vargas. Go look it up. But here's Torey Lovello. He was on with Burns and Gambo on Friday afternoon. They asked him what he's seeing from Zach.
I know that he's grinding. It's been a grind for him at different points in time. Last season, I think the last couple months of the season, he was back to his old form. We got him back in our system, which we were very happy about. But Zach is a scientist. He's very cerebral when he's on the mound, and he wants to make pitches and understand exactly what the shape is doing. I think at times, if I were to suggest something, and I have told him, just go compete at home plate. Get in your bubble, get on the mound, know that everything is ready to go and race ready in a way that you have made that happen with all that hard work behind the scenes. And that's what discipline is. What are you doing when nobody's watching? I know that he's ready when he gets on the mound. I just want him to look downrange and see the hitter, the catcher, and the umpire and go, this is my time to go down there and dominate down at home plate. Those will be the reminders that I keep serving for him to simplify it when possible. I know that he studies, he pays attention, he knows pockets and pitches and shapes, and he's wanting to take advantage of everything. He wants to win everything. That's really what it comes down to. Sometimes you just got to forget how to win everything and just go compete. That'll be my message to him.
Oh, see, there it is. What it sounds like, there's no doubt about it. Torey's had his conversation with Zach Gallen. I'm sure. Of course.
A ton of conversations.
It makes a lot of sense. And I think he's spot on. Sometimes I think Zach can overthink it. There's a lot of professional athletes that I've been around where they're overthinking it. I'm talking about on the football field as well. Instead of just reacting, they're overthinking it. It applies, does it not?
Zach Gallen's Diamondbacks debut, August 13th of 2019 against the Rockies. Ildemaro Vargas Diamondbacks debut June 29th of 2017 against the St. Louis Cardinals.
Ildemaro.
Your Devils.
Can I talk to you?
He was just playing the long game all along. Your Devils in London keyword of downing is about to expire. DOWNING. Head to our contest page and enter it now before time runs out. Don't miss your shot at a trip for two to see ASU at Wembley Stadium, brought to you by Desert Financial. All right, when we come back, it's easy to look and say the best case scenario for the Cardinals is they get a high draft pick and they take quarterback in 2027. That's kind of where I am. But is the better scenario actually if Carson Beck is just the guy right now going forward? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
We reject the notion from the other shows on this station that we are to blame for Paul Sewald. We reject it. I reject it. Do you reject it?
I understand you got to blame somebody, but our track record is pretty good. Go look at the 5 guys we had before him. They're all doing fine.
Damn right. Damn right.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, there's all these different phases to save in your life, 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. But when you get close to retirement age, isn't it wiser to start to make sure that you're more conservative with your money instead of more aggressive?
First of all, it all depends on your comfort level with risk. You don't want to mess up your retirement. You see the finish line is close and you want to be done. Most people know this. People who want to be rich buy stocks. People who are already rich buy fixed income, which is why you've moved to a more conservative approach personally.
Yes, because it's important for me to make sure I protect the money I've been able to save so far.
That's why it's important to know exactly what your comfort level with risk is.
So if you want a financial advisor that can work with you and help you with the risk management, call Stuart Willis at Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax at 602-877-PLAN for a free portfolio review.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Hey, it's Tom Chambers. I partner with Galaxy Lending Group because their goal loan, Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator loan, reminded me of the way athletes train. Stick to the plan and get results. The goal loan helps homeowners pay off debt faster using the income they already have without changing their lifestyle. If getting out of debt is something you're serious about, text GOAL to 620-620. That's GOAL to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
During the entire month of May, visit any Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers location for a special Dine and Donate promotion in support of Brain Tumor Awareness Month. With the purchase of Michelob Ultra or a featured burger of the week, $1 will be donated to the Barrow Neurological Foundation to fund the Ivy Brain Tumor Center's vision to provide hope for patients with brain tumors. Stop by any of the 17 convenient Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers locations today and join us in discovering tomorrow's treatments today. Visit coldbeers.com for more details.
Hey there, campers! It's Jan from Toyota. Time to pack your bags and buckle your seatbelts because this summer we're headed to Camp Toyota. And the fun starts now! We're kicking things off by kicking up mud. Jump in, campers. We're going off-roading in a powerful new 4Runner. Next, we're taking a RAV4 to go fly fishing. Then we're heading to the hot springs in a spacious Sequoia.
Jan, what is that smell?
Sulfur stinks. Now we're hitting the hiking trails in a rugged Grand Highlander. And finally, park your Tundras and Tacomas around the campfire because we're roasting marshmallows. Don't worry if you burn a few, folks. I brought a truckload. Your summer starts here.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Event ends June 1st.
Toyota. Let's go places.
There are many reasons to hire Morgan & Morgan for your injury case. Here's reason 17. In today's new world, many law firms have had money injected into their firms by Wall Street, private equity, and other lenders. This money usually comes in at very, very high interest rates. It's one of the reasons you see so many lawyers advertising. I'm John Morgan. This money is expensive and the interest compounds quickly. These law firms can have a huge need for cash just to pay that debt. Why does it matter to you? My fear is your case is settled early and for far less than it's worth, just to service the loan that has mafia-like rates. Our financial strength is your advantage. That plus our reputation makes our firm your firm. Visit forthepeople.com to see our results and verdicts. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
I had a dream last night. We drove out to see Las Vegas. We lost ourselves in the bright lights. I wish you could have seen us. Begging for change to get home. Or at least San Francisco. Let's put a 10 on.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Cardinals begin OTAs on Monday. We'll discuss our football team tomorrow. The fun begins 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Wolf. You've been saying Carson, before the schedule came out, you've been saying Carson Beck, get him out there week 1.
Provided, of course, he understands what he's doing.
Well, yeah, if
he knows the offense.
If he's stumbling around like holding the playbook upside
But
down.
there are some guys that, don't pick it up very quickly. Yeah. And again, it's all about terminology so much of the time. So
Before we
why I say that.
Before we go down this path, how much of an advantage do you think it was for him? A, being in college as long as he was. We talked to Drew Stanton about this last week, but then B, also playing for Georgia and Miami. Like how much more prepared is he just from playing in those two particular systems than he would be if he was just
way ahead of it to me.
Okay.
Way ahead of it. Because college, of course, is a whole different level than high school based. It needs Ron Wolfley reporting. It's just a whole different level, college. And then when you go from one major program to another major program, now all of a sudden the terminology changes, the emphasis changes. This is how I want to teach you to play the quarterback position. It's going to be a little bit different than what you are getting at Georgia. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's involved. There's no doubt about that. It's going to give him a great head start in coming in and walking into the paradigm that is the Mike LaFleur offense and the Arizona Cardinals and learning a whole new system. Some things are going to be able to correlate. Some things are going to be able to compare to what he's learned already. Other things are going to be brand new to him.
I have in my mind the week that they have to get him in there by. Okay. Because when the schedule came out and we're looking for the bye week, maybe the bye week's like week 6 or something. Maybe that's the week you bring Carson Beck in. I don't disagree with you. Just get him out there week 1, especially after your Dak Prescott comparison earlier. And by the way, what did the Cowboys go that year when they threw Dak Prescott as a rookie in and he started 16 games?
13-3.
Wow. So it worked out pretty well.
What? Why don't I remember that?
The great unknown.
Yeah.
That sometimes you need the unknown. I think whether you start them in week 1 or if they want to hesitate, drag their feet a little bit, and they want to get them in there week 4, week 5, whatever. I think the Dallas game in week 8, which is November 1st, it's got to be by then. That's the week, Wolf, because after that you go Seahawks, Rams, Chiefs. I don't want to bring them in any of those weeks.
Yeah.
Okay. And then at that point, it's already Thanksgiving. Like, what's the point of waiting? Like, I think you have to get him in there by week 8 at the latest. And I think maybe playing against Dallas, not that the Cowboys are bad, but they're not, like, amazing either. Maybe that would be a soft-ish landing spot if you're looking for one.
Yeah.
But I don't even think you really have the luxury of doing that. But I don't think you can wait past week 8. So whenever you get him in, you got to do it there.
Didn't I actually picked the Cardinals to win that game, did I not?
I think we all did.
You know why? Because I think of the star base in our names. Not only the fact that we're 7-9 last year, but also just the star, okay? So I think as soon as I see Dallas, I think, the star. Oh, I hated the star. We got to beat, anyway. I think they're beatable.
Yeah.
And, especially this version of
Beatable.
the Dallas Cowboys.
Beatable is the best way you can say it, because when you look up and down the Cardinals schedule, you're looking for it's week 8 and I have them at 1-6. There's got to be somebody beatable, right? Dallas is more beatable than going to Seattle, hosting the Rams, and going to the Chiefs.
The Broncos.
The Dallas game's in the middle of a stretch. It literally goes visit Rams, host Broncos, visit Seahawks, host Rams, visit Chiefs.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt about it. I think seriously,
ridiculous.
the Dallas Cowboys. Yeah, I think that's a winnable game for the Arizona Cardinals. Now, again, we'll have to wait and see. For me, I'd like to throw Carson back into it right from week 1. Why? Because I want to see how he's going to react. I want to give him every avenue. I want to give him as many games as we possibly can to see him actually grow and to market and compare and contrast week to week where you are, where his development is. Emotionally, how is he emotionally? Is he a guy that gets down on himself, or is he a guy that rides the high pine, so to speak, as we used to say in the locker room? To me, you got to find out about Carson Beck. And you know what? That's what this season is about, largely.
I got 2 things on that. One, I agree. You got to get him in there early, and it's not just okay. Quickly, you got to see what how does he respond? Can he win a game? If you wait till like the bye week and they have 4 games left after that, and let's say he beats the Jets, I think the Jets are going to I don't think the Jets are going to play any players in that game. To be honest, they're so invested in 2027. They're so openly invested.
I see what you're saying.
But okay, so Beck wins a game and then the season's over. You don't really know anything. I want to see how he responds to adversity, which he definitely will get this year. But also, what happens if you have him out there and he's starting from week 5 on or whatever, and he has a great game in week 8 against Dallas and they beat the Cowboys. Yeah. Okay, how does he respond to having a great game the next week in Seattle? I think you just got to get that whole thing. But we were talking about this in the pre-show meeting, and I know we brought it up a few weeks ago as well, but I'm firmly in the camp, Wolf, that, your best case scenario is you get your franchise quarterback next year, because those guys seem like, and this is a slippery slope. You can't guarantee any of this, obviously, but I don't just want a quarterback that's going to be good for his whole career. I want a guy that can win the Cardinals a Super Bowl someday. And it seems like right now those guys are more likely to be in 2027. But could you not make the case the best case scenario for the Cardinals really is just that Carson Beck is your quarterback?
Oh, yeah.
And you can use that first-round pick next year on Jeremiah Smith or whoever, and you already get – you don't have to wait a year to get started. You can get started with it right now.
Yes, via the Dallas Cowboys. Once again, 2016 with Dak Prescott. Suddenly, Tony Romo's got a bad back. Oh, he's not going to be able to play. Guess who starts week 1? It wasn't Kellen Moore, who was their second-team quarterback at that point in time. It wasn't Kellen Moore. No, it was Dak Prescott. Why did they go to Dak Prescott in 2016 and give him the opportunity to be the starting quarterback in week 1? Well, they did that because he had done pretty well in a couple of preseason games. This is why I'm fascinated with the possibility of Carson Beck actually getting good amount of reps in preseason games and whether or not he's going to be able to produce in those preseason games to a point where you could say, wow, you know what? That looked good. Yeah, I understand they're not game planning. Yeah, I understand they're not coming with complex schemes. Yet at the same time, the kid looked good. So Dak Prescott got that opportunity to start from the very beginning, and he evolved into what he is right now. Man, could the same thing possibly happen with Carson Beck? Well, the question or the answer to that is yes. The same thing could happen, no doubt. But you got to give him that opportunity. And I want to see him, this is why I want to see it, from week 1, because I want to see him grow over the course of a season. Grow physically, emotionally, intellectually.
Yeah, give him as much time as give him a fair. I would argue it's less fair to throw him in there in week 14 or 15. I guess week 14 shouldn't be too tough since it's the bye week, but week 15 than it would be in week 1, because people could look and say, man, he's not ready. You throw him out there in week 1. Well, if I'm Carson Beck, I want 17 games to show what I can do. I want to show that I play well after a win, and I want to show that I can respond after a real tough loss. Because if I only get a few games, sure, maybe I'm a little more prepared in theory, but I got to be amazing in those 4 games for them to pass on Arch Manning or Jaden Maiava or Dante Moore, whatever name you want to throw in there. Real quick, here's Carson Beck from earlier this month on the playbook here at the NFL level.
I think something that, again, I've been a part of in the past with being in the Georgia offense with Coach Bobo and then Coach Dawson at Miami is there's a lot of, peer progressions, and you're reading across the field, and it's not just pick a side, right? Obviously, you have every single different, play action and pure progression and full field read across the board, all these different reads and progressions that you can make. But, I think that's something that I've been really comfortable with throughout my college career, and is something that obviously gets translated at this level as well.
If you have a Coach Bobo, you definitely play for an SEC school. That's just a given. You don't even have to explain it.
No doubt, man. But again, next season for me is about developing players. And when you talk about developing players, there isn't one more important to develop than Carson Beck.
All right, we come back. Let's get back into the NBA with the final four teams set. Who has a better shot at pulling an upset? The Cavs over New York, or the Spurs over the Thunder? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports.
Or not.
I'm coming to London.
The Union Jack Classic, ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium.
London? Yes, London.
Arizona Sports will send one winner and a guest to London with round-trip airfare from Phoenix, 4-star hotel accommodations, royal box seats at Wembley with hospitality, sideline passes, a VIP Tower of London private experience, and a nighttime river cruise on the Thames.
Jolly good.
Devils in London.
London.
Brought to you by Desert Financial.
Cheerio.
Watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
Brilliant. Jolly good. Well, must be off.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. Oh, boy, it's here. Employee pricing, and more, brothers, at Tim Hovick's Santan Ford. What do you say? Go ahead and you go to santanford.com. You'll see the employee pricing. Or you could just go ahead and jump in the car and drive on over to the Santan 202 freeway and Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. Or again, go to santanford.com. More of everything. Like what? How about more affordability, more APR and lease plans, more value, more fun, and more selection? Now that is American value for American values, is it not, brothers? It's employee pricing for everyone. You can lock it in right now only at Tim Hovick's Santan Ford, located at the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. An easy drive from anywhere. Tell them Wolf sent you. I am Santan Ford.
Your family's in the pool all summer. Do you know if the electrical system is safe? Most homeowners never think about it, but between summer heat and monsoon moisture, your pool's electric system takes a beating. Parker & Sons offers a pool circuit safety check for just $89. It's a full inspection of everything powering your pool. This is the one service every pool owner needs before the first cannonball of the season. Call or text 602-2REPAIR, and Parker & Sons will make sure your pool is summer ready.
Hey, it's May. Tam Sir Climbing. Time to turn screen time into swim time. That's exactly what we did at Casa Galvisi with Arizona's most awarded pool builder, California Pools and Landscape. You talk about a before and after. When we have friends over, that's all they talk about. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf, of course the pool. One designer, one contract, one builder, and our #1 summer escape is now our backyard. See it for yourself and get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and if your ride's starting to feel a little outdated, Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa can help you upgrade just in time for the summer. Here's the difference. Anybody can sell you a vehicle, but not everybody makes the whole experience feel easy and enjoyable. That's why Arizona drivers have trusted the Earnhardt name since 1951. Real people, honest prices, and a team that's focused on what works best for you, not pushing you into something you don't want. It's how the Earnhardt family built its reputation the old-fashioned way, by treating people right. If you're after a refined Buick SUV or a bold GMC truck, they have one of the best selections in the valley with options that fit your lifestyle and budget. And when you're ready to shop, their website makes everything simple. Browse inventory, value your trade, and explore our incredible offers anytime online. So when you're ready for something better, visit Earnhardt Buick GMC or go online to EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models. All offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers in June 1st, 2026.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks return home tonight to begin a 3-game series against the San Francisco Giants. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Zach Gallen will make his 10th start of the season for the D-backs. The Western Conference Finals start tonight in the NBA. The Oklahoma City Thunder will take on the San Antonio Spurs. Tip-off is at 5:30. And in the NHL, Josh Doan, Tage Thompson, and the Buffalo Sabres host the Montreal Canadiens tonight in Game 7 of their Eastern Conference second round series. Puck drop is at 4:30. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet, where buying a new vehicle is easy as 1, 2, 3. Right now, get up to $12,500 off new 2026 Silverado 1500 crew cabs. To Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
For this life I cannot change. It is deep off in the main. Eminem.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Cardinals begin OTAs on Monday. We'll discuss our football team tomorrow. The fun begins 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Welcome back to the show.
Yeah.
Looking at the YouTube live chat, a couple things stand out recently. Okay, Wolf. One of them, and a few people brought this up, why are we so high on the 2027 quarterback class? Well, for me, I've seen a lot of them play. And that's not our opinion. That's the opinion of most NFL scouts. That's why teams weren't willing to trade first-round picks from next year, this year. But that doesn't mean any of them are a sure thing. Like I'm just looking at this from the perspective of, hey, there's supposed to be like 8 or 9 guys that could be first-rounders next year. They won't all be, but maybe a couple other guys will drop up or jump up as those ones drop down. None of them are sure things either. Most of my argument with that of I want one of the 2027 guys over somebody from this year was based more on Ty Simpson, because most of the guys that are going to come out next year have already played more college games than Ty Simpson, and they're going to get a whole nother full season. But if Carson Beck wants to just be the guy, awesome. That'd be even better.
Yeah, once again, that is the best case scenario. You were talking about this earlier, and I agree 100%. I realize it's 1 year. I realize you may not even be sure after one season that Carson Beck is your guy. I don't think it's likely, especially if you play him early.
Yeah.
If you play him from week 1, I don't think it's likely. I think you're going to know this guy is developing. He's evolving. He hasn't even come close to his ceiling. And guess what? He went out and played pretty well. If that's your assessment of him, your evaluation of him, now all of a sudden, man, what would an offseason do for him? An offseason where we can sit there and just totally train him and let him settle into all that he learned his rookie year.
The best case for everybody involved is that Carson Beck is the guy. I mean, certainly the best case for Monty Ossenfeld. It's the best case for Trey McBride. You don't want to waste a year of his career. It's the best case for Marvin Harrison Jr. It starts the clock running in a good way. I mean, now we don't have to wait 12 more months before the Cardinals can really start doing anything. It's just...
But half the season, that's not big enough. for me. That sample size is not.
I don't want to fall into the trap of a year from now, well, we don't really know what he is, but he's wearing our uniform, so he's the guy. Like, if there's a franchise quarterback, and there's supposed to be a few in next year's class, doesn't mean there will be. And even if there are a few, doesn't guarantee that you can find the right one. But I don't want to fall into that stuck in the middle trap of, we like him because he's on our team, so we're just going to kind of win 7 games for the next 5 years.
Or 6.
There's a reason that he was a 3rd-round pick, and I kind of like Beck, to be honest. This is something I was saying like 3 months ago. I wasn't saying Beck's name, but I was saying take a guy in the 3rd or 4th round, take a flyer on him. But I don't want to get stuck in that like, well, he might be good, and you pass on next year's class, because next year's class is supposed to be one of the best quarterback classes in the last 10 years.
Yeah, and by the way, once again, did you happen to look at the Arizona Cardinals schedule coming up in 2026?
Yeah, unfortunately I did. If he can navigate that, he's the guy.
I'm being a little facetious here because we've been talking about it ad nauseum, of course, the Arizona Cardinals 2026 schedule and how difficult and brutal it is. If you took Carson Beck and you started him from week 1, trial by fire, baby. Just like Dak Prescott in 2016
what did BA
was started
used to say,
week 1.
You're not a rookie anymore by the time you hit like Thanksgiving. Like if Carson Beck started all 17 games next year, he would be like a grizzled vet by the end of the season.
Yeah, yes. It would be a big enough sample size where you could ride the ups and the downs. And I'm not talking about wins. I'm talking about how he plays. I'm talking about drives. Specifically, throws that he's going to make, the ups and downs of a season where you succeed at your job and where you don't succeed. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about wins, because wins are going to be really, really tough. Next year is about developing players, man. And I realize for fans, it's not very exciting. I realize for players, that also isn't very exciting.
It's more exciting if there's a quarterback involved.
Guess what? Go do your job. You get paid to do this, millions of dollars. What do you say you go do your job and let us try to do what we need to do as a team to get better? How about you do that?
The other theme here, I think it was Robert that posted this. Hey, there's an NBA game on watchable TV tonight, which is true.
Watchable.
There's a really good game tonight, and you don't have to go out and buy a new streaming service just to watch it like you would have had to yesterday. Can you imagine if you were a Pistons fan and you did not have that particular streaming service yesterday, and you're like, man, my team's in Game 7. I'm gonna have to buy this, and then you go out and you buy that streaming service, and your team loses by 31.
You got to be kidding me.
Not real great. All right, so these 2 series that are coming up in the NBA, Wolf, the Spurs are fairly significant underdogs against the Thunder. The Cavs are fairly significant underdogs against the Knicks. If I told you one of them was going to pull the upset, which one do you think it is?
Man, I would think that it'd be the Cavs. Yeah, for me, again, it's a situation where I know the San Antonio Spurs are really, really good. I know the Spurs beat OKC 4 of the 5 times they played them.
Yeah.
Yet at the same time, I honestly believe we're looking at a freak show when we talk about OKC. When we talk about SGA, and I realize there's nobody freakier than Victor Wembanyama.
I was going to say, if you're asking who has the bigger freak.
Yeah, but yet at the same time, I just look at all of the talents of OKC with all of their tenacity and toughness as well. I think we're looking at something special. I've told you this over and over and over again, and I think before it's all said and done, they're going to prove that.
I'm fascinated by Spurs Thunder because I truly feel like I have no idea what's going to happen. And I don't think there's a lot of scenarios where you see a team as good as the Thunder. These teams combined for 126 wins this year, Wolf.
Yeah.
Like, I just don't think there's a lot of times where you see a team as good as the Thunder go into a series, and they'll probably win. I get it. Like, they'll probably win. They are the best team. But Jalen Williams is hurt, and San Antonio's not just Wembanyama. They have a good team around Wembanyama, but they also have Wembanyama. I just love the fact that there's some real drama here. It's not manufactured drama. It's not, hey, let's try to convince you that this team could beat. No, these are if anybody can beat the Thunder, it's the Spurs. And if they do, how scary are the Spurs? Like, if they beat the Thunder this year, before San Antonio's really battle tested in the playoffs. Don't you have to say it's their league next year?
You would have to, but at the same time, I don't think that's going to happen.
When we come back, Diamondbacks starting a fairly pivotal homestand here. Just how big is it? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Paul Sewell is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
We know you weren't trying to hit him on purpose. Kurt Schilling always tells me, you know when somebody's trying to hit somebody on purpose, and Kurt had to hit a few guys on purpose. Back in those days, you did it.
If somebody's trying to throw at somebody, they're not throwing 90-mile-an-hour Paul Sewell. I'm not the guy that goes out there and hits.
But you could hit somebody in the back of the numbers if you wanted to, right?
I think I would be okay with that. Yeah. I think I could do that.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
At some point, you stopped calling it pain and started calling it just how I am today. Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and deep down, you know that's not okay. Pain should never be the status quo in your life, and the good news is I've got a path back to normalcy. The medical team at QC Kinetics delivers long-lasting regenerative treatments for joint pain, and the science is real. Look, your body already knows how to heal itself, and QC Kinetics gives you the right tools. Treatments that repair and restore damaged joint tissue at the source of your pain. No steroids, no downtime, no surgery. And remember, the longer the inflammation exists in your body, the more damage it does, which means right now is the right time, and the first step doesn't cost you a thing. Schedule your free consultation at QC Kinetics today with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. The number 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
It's back. Employee pricing. Yep, we pay what Ford employees pay at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvisi, your man. Do not miss employee pricing across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs. Hey, Ford has been part of this country's story for more than a century, and Ford will help drive America forward for the next 250 years to come. You take that 2026 Ford F-150, work truck, or weekend warrior, Ford has a powertrain fit for the job. And remember, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, get employee pricing plus $1,000 cash back on a 2026 F-150 and Ford Explorer and 2025 Ford Maverick and Bronco. Employee pricing and $1,000 cash back while it lasts at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
Hey, it's Gambo. How does the Cardinals quarterback room look on day one of OTAs? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Well, the ASU hockey schedule just got sent to me, and now I'm very distracted.
Oh, wow.
You can't send me that right in the final segment of the show. You know I'm going to get distracted by that.
Who do they open with?
Lindenwood. Since you asked.
Lindenwood.
That's a road game, of course, and wherever Lindenwood is.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know.
They always have like one of the toughest schedules, though, because they're in like the SEC of college hockey.
I see.
The Diamondbacks are home for 3 against the San Francisco Giants, and we've detailed how the Giants have really struggled this season. They're towards the bottom of the standings. They've been better lately. Jody Jackson brought that up actually when we were talking to her earlier in the show. So much of this is, especially in baseball, it's like, are you catching a team when they're starting to figure it out? The Giants are 20-27 on the year, but they've won 5 of their last 8, and 2 of the 3 losses were in LA against the Dodgers. They've been playing better, they've been hitting better, but they also just played in wherever the A's play right now. So that's a good hitter's park, much like the Diamondbacks just played at Coors Field. This stretch, this week, 7 games in 7 days, all at home, all against the Giants and Rockies. This is one of those opportunities that you get through the grindy part of the schedules to have an opportunity like this. But the opportunity only matters if you take advantage of it.
Yeah, we were talking about our expectations coming into this season, of course. And for me, I just wanted the Diamondbacks to hang around 500 and be relevant until they get healthy. Of course, with Corbin Burns and J-Mart coming back and A.J. Puck as well, just be relevant, have an opportunity to make some noise later. And right now is where they've got that opportunity as well to actually get above 500. You and I were talking about this morning in prehab, but again, get above 500. That'd be the goal. That would be what you'd like to see them do, is really play well enough to actually give themselves a little bit of padding in terms of being above 500. Make some hay right now against the Giants, against the Rockies. Make some hay right now. Having said that, man, it starts with this home series. This is going to be big.
Well, let's just be real about where the Diamondbacks are, too. They've got a solid lineup. They got a solid roster. They've got good starting pitching. The bullpen's been pretty good this year. I'm always hesitant to say that about almost any bullpen, but they don't have the most loaded roster in baseball. So if they're going to get where they want to go, and I would assume there's a good amount of internal pressure to make the postseason this year, whether people outside the organization are expecting it or not, you need your best players to be the tip of the spear, as you always say, Wolf. Corbin Carroll seems like he's back to being Corbin Carroll. They got to get Cattell going. They got to get Zach Gallen going. You have a chance to do both those things tonight. You can get Zach Gallen going if he goes out there and pitches well against the Giants, and the Giants are the lowest scoring team in baseball. So this, in theory, is the best platform to get Zach Gallen going again. Here's Corbin Carroll after the win yesterday, where he just went off on Colorado.
Yeah, it's great. I thought we came out with a lot of energy today. I thought Soroka threw the ball well, and the offense was clicking a little bit.
Talked about the 2 home runs.
Yeah, I think those just happen. Not trying to do too much. Just right now, trying to keep it really simple. Hunt good pitches and control the strike zone and try and put some good swings on them.
And that's the most you're ever going to hear Corbin Carroll talk about himself.
It's just incredible. It really is. It's one of the things I love about him the most, though. Seriously. He doesn't want to talk about himself. He's not into himself. He's a guy that is his harshest critic, I think, for the vast majority of everything that he does in life. And because of that, I respect him greatly.
Yeah. There is one more cut of Corbin. They asked him about being selective, more selective, and adjusting to the way the teams are adjusting to him.
Yeah, I think I've realized that teams are pitching me a little tough, and I thought, I just don't want to give away at bats and searching for the big hit. Just want to take what they're giving, and yeah.
That's the other part.
Honestly,
go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, if you get Cattell going, it makes things a lot easier for Corbin too.
Yeah, it does. You know what else I like, too, is, he doesn't want to talk about himself at all, because answering questions about your approach, how's that going to help you? How is that going to help you? I love this, man. This is just a guy who's speaking media, and of course, he's protecting himself. How in the world, if somebody ever asks you about your approach at the plate, why would you ever give them anything? You wouldn't. You're going to speak in very broad terms for the most part. You don't have to lie, but you're not going to give them any specific information.
MLB just tweeted out a picture of the 128-ounce nacho bucket you can get at a D-backs game.
Oh, no.
You think you could eat 128 ounces of nachos?
I think I would try.
Yeah?
Yeah,
I would
try. I don't think I'd finish, though.
It's a pretty sizable looking bucket. Command, control, could you?
All right, it says you and a friend have 9 innings to complete this 128-ounce nacho bucket at a D-backs game.
Yeah.
Who are you picking to take this on, Jamal? Well, do you think we can do this?
Who needs 9 innings?
Oh, my goodness. Honestly, I would love to see this.
Yeah.
Yeah, we send the boys over there
and
let them
just
try to
sit there and
rabbit.
eat for 9 innings.
Yeah, I'd love that.
I'd be done. We'd be done by what,
fourth?
Yeah,
fourth, fifth.
Yeah, probably depends who's pitching too.
Come
right?
on,
But,
really?
I think so.
You guys are being a little cocky right now.
Yeah.
Would it be?
You might want to listen to more Corbin Carroll.
I would be the predator, but instead of like spraying the baseball around all over the field, it'd be taking down these nachos.
That is an inspiring speech.
By the third inning.
Hey, man's got to know his limitations.
64 ounces each, or is one of you just like dominating this thing and the other one's getting their hand bit if they try to eat one?
Oh, that's a good point.
Rick looks like he's like ready to go right now.
We definitely would split it. But I think we get like an extra plate or something if they have it.
Yeah.
And we just divide it up that way. And just
if you guys ever decide to do that, you are going to document it.
Yeah.
Correct? You would do that.
Without a doubt.
Definitely. Record it.
Rick, would you be willing to eat on camera?
Yeah.
Have you done it before?
Oh, okay.
Has that happened on this show? What up, YouTube?
Really?
Yeah,
that was the camera's fault. That was our technology. That was Jeremy's fault. Jeremy, yeah.
I like how you first blamed technology in general. Here's Torey Lovello talking about what he's seen from Corbin Carroll.
It was great. It was great to watch. I'm just honored to have a front row seat to what he does every year on a baseball field. And, sometimes this game is hard, and you just got to take the good with the bad, and you're going to grind through those moments with him where it doesn't look so easy, but 2 really, really nice swings. The second one for me was very, very impressive. So overall, every run was needed today. Corbin was fantastic. And I always feel like when he's checking off certain pitches in certain parts of the zone that he's starting to hone in on you, and that's what happened today for sure.
I tell you, when he's locked in, there's not many hitters you'd rather have.
Oh, my goodness. He came up to the dish, and that 448-foot bomb to right field that he hit 112 miles per hour off the bat, and that made it 8-2 Diamondbacks. You tell me that wasn't the definition of Corbin Carroll.
Jody also
explosive.
She also brought this up earlier in passing. She didn't say she didn't go into a bunch of specific names. She was talking about Rafael Devers and how he has struggled for the Giants this year, but he's picked it up lately. But she mentioned, a lot of guys that you expect to be some of the best hitters in baseball have really kind of struggled this year. Fernando Tatis Jr. doesn't have a home run.
It's unbelievable.
It's the middle of
Come
May. Manny Machado, I believe, is still hitting. He's hitting 182. Manny Machado. I don't know how the Padres are winning this many games with Tatis not hitting home runs. Yeah,
bullpen.
But
also,
I wonder if Manny's smiling as much.
I think we can start to officially have the conversation with Tatis that he might have really benefited from steroids.
I don't know. I mean, I
think you can.
Yeah, you can have the conversation. I mean, it's baseball. You're always that conversation's always going to be open.
I need a larger sample size.
Yeah, but I mean,
and the reason why I say that is so many things emotionally can impact your performance.
He's still
but his hitting okay. He's been way down.
You mean just power
like
wise?
His power wise has been way down ever since the suspension.
If your personal life is not in order, you got Jack. How many of us can raise our hand and say that's true?
Well, yeah.
You got Jack.
Shohei's hitting 258, which is not like miserable, but by his standards, it's not Shohei like.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're
Can
done.
I talk to you, Oat?
He might win the Cy Young though. That's the other part about Shohei. That's it for us. Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. We got I'm Wolf. I'm not Wolf. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo coming up next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Peace and strength.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
Marte grounds it to first, and it's under the glove of Sheets. That's into right field.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
The NBA playoffs are underway, and now you can trade every game on Kalshi. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. San Antonio is currently trading at 19% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $500 if they take the title. On Kalshi, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers. And as odds move, you can buy in or out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code PASS to get $10 when you trade $10. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And now everything's on sale during our Memorial Day event. Save up to $1,200 on mattresses, plus free delivery when you add a base. Ends Monday. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life sleep.
Summer is calling, and Playcation is back at Talking Stick Resort with rates from just $129 and no resort fees for locals. Book now for stays May 15th through September 13th for one unforgettable staycation. Enjoy $25 in free play, $25 towards your favorite spa treatment, and more. Make Talking Stick Resort your summer destination. Book your stay today at TalkingStickResort.com. Life well played. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK frees you from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Find out about these procedures from the doctors who have performed over 300,000 of them. Join Doctors King and Kopstein for their free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Register now or schedule your free Zoom consult at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
Megan's grandfather bought his first Ranger here. Her dad bought his first F-150 here. And she just drove off the lot in a new Ford Expedition for her family. 3 generations, all choosing Sanderson Ford. Visit Sanderson during their anniversary sale and see why. Right now, purchase any new Ford and get a $500 Circle K fuel card on Sanderson. We have your first 5 tanks covered. When you're in the market for a new vehicle, choose the dealership families have been trusting for over 70 years. Choose Sanderson Ford. Not valid on fleet or AXZ or D-Plan purchases. Offer expires 5/31/26.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey everybody, Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Liberty GMC is known for making service simple. What can customers expect right now?
What's up, Dave? During the Memorial Day Save-a-thon, we're making service more affordable now than ever. Right now, buy 2 tires and get 2 free on any make or any brand.
Did I hear that right? Any make, any brand?
That's right, Dave.
And while you're there, don't forget you can also lease a 2026 GMC Terrain for just $279 a month. Schedule your service or shop online all the time at LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks did well in the Mile High City, taking 2 out of 3 games against the Colorado Rockies, and the stretch continues tonight
now in the Valley. It's game 1 of 3 against the San Francisco Giants. Zach Gallen's going to start things off on the mound. He'll go against old friend Robbie Ray. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage is going to start at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports app. Per multiple reports, Cardinals quarterback Jacoby Brissett not present as voluntary OTAs begin for the Cardinals. This was to be expected after prior reports indicated he intended to hold out for more guaranteed money in the final season of his contract. We've got Burns and Gambo live from the Dignity Health Cardinals training facility in Tempe, reacting to all that has to come from day 1 of activities. And in playoff sports, we got a Game 7 and a Game 1. Game 7 is on the ice as the Canadiens and the Sabres duel in Buffalo for the right to face the Hurricanes in the East Finals. Puck will drop at 4:30. While on the hardwood, the Spurs and Thunder square off in Oklahoma City. Game 1 of the West Finals tip-off will be at 5:30. This report is brought to you by Rito's Mexican Food. It's the best Taco Tuesday deal in the Valley. 2 tacos, rice, and signature refried beans for just $10. Text Ritos, R-I-T-O-S, to 620-620 for exclusive Taco Tuesday offers.
Rookies and vets together on the field to rehearse play, get familiar with team terminology, and bond as teammates.
I've been pleased with all these guys, and it's an everyday process getting to know these guys.
Arizona Sports presents Burns and Gambo, live from Cardinals organized team activities.
Straight up to the claw on this Monday afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo! Burnsy, what's going on? They encouraged us to yell as loud as we possibly could because there's a press conference going on behind that wall right over your right shoulder there.
They wanted
right?
to see if this room was really soundproof.
They wanted us to test it for them. I'm like, well, you called the right 2 guys in because we're both loud as you know what, right?
Yeah.
So
I just came here to pick up my check. I was going to leave. You want me to sit and do the 4-hour show with you?
Yes, I do, as a matter of fact.
This room we're in used to be where the players used to come to pick up their paychecks.
Indeed.
This little room right here.
This little room back here is probably the most well-populated, busiest room in the whole facility, right?
Remember those days of picking up your paycheck?
I
You're
do.
old enough to remember.
Yeah, I do.
You had to go pick up the paycheck?
Yeah, or you had to mail to the house, and then they came up with direct deposit, and you're like, oh my God, direct deposit? This is crazy, right?
Crazy. It goes right to your bank? Are you kidding me? You don't have to pick it up and then bring it to the bank and
we are live at the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals training facility out here in South Tempe. And our very gracious host, the Arizona Cardinals, will have us out here today and tomorrow. We appreciate that. We've got our guy, Trey McBride, is going to be stopping by at 2:15. Paris Johnson Jr. is going to join us in the 3 o'clock hour. We're going to check in with Elijah Higgins as well. Yeah. And then we're going to be out here tomorrow, and I think we're going to get the coach on tomorrow when we're out here as well. So,
and I like it here because it's right across the street. Right across the street is where some guy messaged me and said, they have RC Cola right across the street at the Shell gas station. So I actually stopped.
Happy days.
And picked up an RC Cola on my way here.
Happy days.
How about that?
You're here. I'm here. Jeremy with our video department is here. Lauren, our producer, is here. Jacoby Brissett is not.
He's not here. Yeah, Jacoby Brissett is not here. There's a few players that are not here. And Jacoby Brissett obviously is the biggest name in that bunch of players that are not here. That is obviously going to mean more work for Carson Beck, more work for Gardner Minshew. But let me give you the full list of absences on day 1. Jacoby Brissett, Trey Benson, Christian Jones, Tip Ryman, Baron Browning, Josh Sweat, Garrett Williams, Carson Scherer, LJ Collier, and Walter Nolan. Those are your list of Cardinals that are not here in day 1. And obviously the big one is Jacoby Brissett. Obviously the contract situation, got to get something done there because he wants to get that resolved. So you got Gardner Minshew working, and you'll get more work for him and more work for Carson Beck.
Yeah, and as far Jacoby Brissett, we know others are injured. There might be some other situations in there that we'll get some clarification on, but obviously Jacoby is the big one because of the holdout and what we were expecting and the contract demands and things like that. But there are plenty of guys who are here, and like I said, we're going to be talking with a bunch of them today. Coming up, Trey McBride, but the one certainly to watch is going to be Jacoby Brissett, and when that sort of resolves itself.
Yeah, he wants a raise.
Yeah, he does.
He wants a raise.
And
He's
you know
like,
what?
I'm not working until I get more. I want more money.
I think there's an argument to be made that he deserves a raise.
You want me to be the starting quarterback? I expect to be paid like a starter, not like a backup.
Yeah,
and so he wants more money.
The timing is weird, and there is a little bit of tone deafness to all of it. But just from the basic standpoint of what he was doing and what they're asking him to do, I can understand why he probably feels he wants a raise and wants to guarantee some of the money that he's owed, given that Gardner Minshew is scheduled to make more guaranteed money than he is. I can understand why he wants that.
Yeah, and I'm sure they'll come to an agreement at some point. This is not the most important day in the world. You'd like him here. You know, you're installing a new offense. You've got a new coach. You've got a new coordinator. You got new players, right? So defense a little bit different because a lot of the guys are the same, and Nick Rallis is back. But the offense especially is something that's going to change quite a bit under Mike LaFleur.
Again, we've got Trey McBride coming up in less than 10 minutes from right now. In the meantime, other than what's going on out here with the Cardinals and the fact that we are here, and yes, they did hear us on the other side of the wall while the press conference is going on, so we can be proud of ourselves for that. Let's weigh in on our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Top story of the day is that the Arizona Diamondbacks did what they needed to do. It could have been a little more. It could have been a little less. They went to Colorado, and they took 2 of 3 from the Colorado Rockies. This is a part of the schedule, Gambo, we've talked about many, many times. That schedule does continue tonight, albeit against a Giants team that's playing a little bit better lately than their record would suggest, and certainly is hitting better than their record would suggest. But we'll look ahead in a little bit. Let's look back on taking 2 of 3 from the Colorado Rockies and ultimately getting done what needed to be done.
You know, in a nutshell, we looked at this 13-game stretch, and we said this team has to play. You said 8-5. Mm-hmm. I said they can't do any worse than 7-6. You win the first game against Colorado behind an epic performance by Merrill Kelly. Just give it up to him. You come back, you struggle again, can't get runners in. Terrible game, runners in scoring position. Got a good game out of Erod, but you lose that game because you just can't score. You got guys on base, but you left them on base. And then you have a terrific performance from Soroka yesterday. Offense explodes. You got to hold on because Brandon Pfaadt couldn't throw strikes.
Yep.
Now all of a sudden you got to use your high leverage relievers. Seawold gets the save. Bottom line, you go to Colorado, you take 2 out of 3. Now you're down to 10 games. You want them to go 8-5. I said no less than 7-6. What you can't happen against these teams is you can't have a losing record. So, would you have liked a sweep in Colorado? Sure. But they took 2 out of 3.
Yeah.
And to me, I know the Rockies are bad, but winning 2 out of 3 on the road is a good start to this 13-game stretch.
You can get to 9-4 if I remember my math right. You can get to 9-4 if you win all 3 of the 3-game series and split the 4-gamer that you have against San Francisco. That gets you to 9. So for me, 8 is the minimum. I think this team, where they're at, it's too early to be looking at playoff chances, but certainly where they are in the standings and where they are in the wild card race and how many teams are in front of them, you have to start taking advantage of this part of the schedule. And really the next month kind of gives you these opportunities. So yeah, for me, 8-5, I think it's the minimum. And so winning 2 out of 3, and within that, there were a lot of things to like about how they played against Colorado. And we'll get into specifically each one of these kind of gets its own segment a little later on in the show. Yeah, I like the runners in scoring position. Yeah, I like the way the offense came through. I hope that wasn't just a Coors Field thing. I honestly liked that Paul Sewald had to come in and pitch that game yesterday. I mean, I don't like what Brandon...
We were bracing for it.
Yeah, I don't like what Brandon Pfaadt did to put them in that position.
No.
But I like that Paul Sewald, okay, get back on the horse. See what you got, because what I don't want is for what happened in Texas to fester and to linger and to last. And so I wanted him to pitch in a safe situation in one of these games this weekend, and I was glad to see that he did it. I thought the starting pitching, given the environment they were in, I thought it was spectacular this weekend. Even Erod, who clearly did not have his best stuff.
Gave him 9 hits.
He wasn't walking a lot of guys,
him, no.
and they weren't scoring off of him, and he kind of gutted through that and got them into the 6th inning and put them into a decent position.
I loved Waldschmidt's defense in center field. He made another 2 great catches in the series.
Doing it, yeah.
I mean, I'm an Alec Thomas fan defensively. And I talked to Alec. I'm like, hey, when are you this weekend? I'm like, hey, you gonna play soon? He said they're working on some things with my swing analytically. So they're trying to change his swing a little bit with the Dodgers. And you know how big of a fan I am of Alec as a defensive player. I think he's as good as there is. I am blown away by how good Waldschmidt is defensively. Just blown away. His reads on the ball, his jumps, his speed, his ability he had a diving catch, coming forward. He had a terrific catch that he had to track all the way down to the wall. I thought maybe when Lawler came back that Lawler would go to center. He's given me no indication right now that he should not be the center fielder for the Diamondbacks with the way he has played defensively.
Yeah, plus it was good to see Carroll seem like he got on track.
He did.
Not just this weekend, but Moreno seems like he got on track. Huge for Gabby.
Huge.
Lourdes Gurriel Jr.
Big
looked
weekend.
like he's starting to kind of figure some things out a little bit. So a lot to like, some stuff not to like. We'll talk about it throughout the course of the day. Hand-smashed Angus beef on a screaming hot griddle. That is the Sonic Smasher, and it could be yours. Text Smasher to 620-620 to win a $25 gift card and an autographed D-backs baseball. One lucky winner takes home the grand prize, a $500 Sonic gift card. We're live from Cardinals training facility for OTAs, and up next, our guy, one of our favorites, Trey McBride, will join us here in our studios at Cardinals headquarters next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
The Arizona State Sun Devils in London, England for the Union Jack Classic. And you could be there to see ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium this September.
What's going on, Tim? How are we feeling about this?
A little nervous, a little scared.
Gather your nerves as I ask this very long question, okay? What is the name of the Arizona State Sun Devils mascot?
That would be Sparky.
Yes!
The Sun Devil, technically.
Suddenly got a British,
Wow, that was
British-like accent. All right, Tim. Stay on the line.
Something fun in there.
That was good. Absolutely. Way to go, buddy. All right.
Devils in London, brought to you by Desert Financial. Here's how you can win.
Watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
You sound like you're from London.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and if your ride's starting to feel a little outdated, Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa can help you upgrade just in time for the summer. Here's the difference. Anybody can sell you a vehicle, but not everybody makes the whole experience feel easy and enjoyable. That's why Arizona drivers have trusted the Earnhardt name since 1951. Real people, honest prices, and a team that's focused on what works best for you, not pushing you into something you don't want. It's how the Earnhardt family built its reputation the old-fashioned way, by treating people right. If you're after a refined Buick SUV or a bold GMC truck, they have one of the best selections in the Valley with options that fit your lifestyle and budget. And when you're ready to shop, their website makes everything simple. Browse inventory, value your trade, and explore our incredible offers anytime online. So when you're ready for something better, visit Earnhardt Buick GMC or go online to EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models. All offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers in June 1st, 2026.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Maybe you've had your eye on a Fulton home.
the premium craftsmanship, thoughtfully designed floor plans, resort-style amenities, and award-winning communities across the valley. A place where every detail feels intentional. For many buyers, homeownership can feel out of reach. But now, owning a Fulton home is more attainable than ever. With special pricing, limited time incentives, and interest rate buydowns on select homes, now is the right moment to make your move. From beautifully designed interiors to the legendary quality Fulton Homes is known for, every detail is built to stand the test of time. Visit any Fulton Homes community today or go to fultonhomes.com. Fulton Homes. You're proud to own. We're proud to build.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
It's Staples' 40th anniversary, and they've got deals worth celebrating. Now through May 23rd, enjoy up to 50% off. Save on paper, chairs, custom print, balloons, and more. 4 decades in business deserve some seriously smart savings. Staples. That was easy.
1, 2, 3, dominate! Live from Cardinals organized team activities, Arizona Sports presents Burns and Gambo.
There are certain things you can count on when we're out here at the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals training facility, covering OTAs, or whether we're out at State Farm Stadium doing training camp. I imagine we'll be talking to him then, too, because he is our guy, and I think we're his guy, too. Trey McBride, Cardinals tight end, joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. No visit to the Cardinals is complete without a conversation with Trey McBride. How you doing, man? Good to see you.
Doing good, man. Thank you. Thanks for having me on. This is going to be a lot of fun. Yeah, happy to be back with you guys. Good to see you guys back in football mode. It's been a lot of fun.
So I want to talk about this before we get into football. You have got your Trey McBride Youth Football Camp coming up on June 6th.
Yep.
Giving back boys and girls ages 6 to 16. And this is going to be in Tucson?
I'm doing 2 of them. I'm doing one here in Scottsdale, and then I'm doing one in down in Tucson. So I got a little bit of, trying to cover the whole state, and it'll be a lot of fun, man. There's going to be a lot of kids out there. We're going to tear it up. It's going to be a blast. Excited to
So
teach
just
them
instruction
something.
for youth kids on what? Like, what are you going to be teaching them?
We're just going to be doing some football drills. We're going to be all sorts of things, catching balls, running routes, everything a tight end does. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Going to be busy, but I'm excited to give back to the community.
A lot of girls playing football, too, especially flag football right now. So if you're a parent right now, you've got a kid 6 to 16 years old, and you want to get involved in this camp, what's the best way for them to find out about it?
I have a sign up in my bio right now on Instagram. So if you go into my Instagram, in my bio, there's a link right in there, so you can sign up there, and it's going to be a heck of a time, and I hope as many kids come out as we can handle. So it's going to be so much fun.
Okay, so Trey McBride Instagram, you'll see the link in the bio.
No doubt.
Click, get your kids involved in these camps. It's going to be awesome.
Absolutely.
I wanted to help promote that.
Yes,
for you.
sir. Thank you.
Is this similar to the one you didn't you just do one a couple of weeks ago, like a tight end camp?
Yeah, I did one. It's kind of very similar. So I did one a couple weeks ago with the Rock and Protein, and then doing another one out here, and then I actually have one back in Colorado this summer.
Okay,
so
cool.
Doing them all over, trying to spread the word and just give back as much as I can.
Yeah, because I saw some of that on social media, and it looked like you were having it. It looked like you were playing quarterback more than anything, right?
No, I played a little bit of tight end, but then had to go back to my glory days and see if I could still sling it a little bit. And I still can.
You can still throw the ball. All right, are you going to have LaFleur have a tight end
sweep
down the field to the quarterback, maybe?
Something, man. Whoever I'm throwing to, it's going to be a good throw.
Okay.
So
you haven't thrown a pass yet, have you?
No, I haven't, but I'm ready to whenever.
Okay,
so.
have you told him?
I haven't, but I don't know if that's going to be in the playbook. But I'll put it in his ear and see what he wants to do.
All right, I'm going to hit you with this. What is going to be different about this offense under LaFleur than it was last year under Gannon and Petzing?
Yeah, I think it's just, obviously he has a great offense. The whole division runs it. So it's just, everything looks the same, with the run game, the pass game, the insert motions, all the things. Just trying to marry up the run game and the pass game and make it look the exact same. So I'm excited to see how he moves guys around, how he gets people open, and it's going to be a blast to be a part of.
With no disrespect at all meant to what was going on here the last 3 years. Is it different having an offensive-minded head coach? As an offensive player, is it different for you when the head coach is an offensive guy?
Yeah, I mean, it's different in the aspect of he's in there installing the plays. He's the guy that's teaching us how to run the routes, things like that. It's the head coach that's in there doing that stuff. So it's cool to hear it from him from the top down, what he's expecting. And, last year with JG, he was a defensive guy, so we didn't get that instruction on offense. We got it from the coordinator, not the head coach. So just a little bit different in that aspect, but it's been a ton of fun learning, the offense and what we're going to do.
We had Paris in here a little bit ago, and he talked about Nathaniel Hackett in the most glowing of terms. So you just did the same thing. Why? What is it about him that elicits that kind of reaction that you just gave?
He's just he's full of energy. He's a lot of fun, and he's sharp, man. He really does know what he's talking about, and I just think the energy that he brings, how he speaks to us, the way that he approaches the game is a great. He does a great job about it, and honestly, just makes the meetings fun and keeps us engaged, and we're also learning exactly what we need to.
Last year, you had a lot of success with Jacoby as the starter. We expect he's going to be the starter again this year. You were able to get the ball down the field a little bit more. No knock on Kyler, but what was different about Jacoby that allowed you to have a little bit more success?
I don't think there was really anything different. I think it was just the trust that Jacoby had in me and the opportunities that he gave me to go make plays. We were running the same offense. We were doing the same thing when Kyler was in there and when Jacoby was in there. So it wasn't much different. It was just the opportunities that he gave me to go and be myself and make plays. And, I had a lot of success with both those guys, but I really just flourished, when Jacoby was out there.
All right, Carson Beck, third-round pick.
Yeah.
A lot of people think he's going to get an opportunity this year to show himself before the draft next year. You haven't had a lot of time to spend with him, but what do you think of his moxie so far?
He's a very tall, lengthy, guy, and I think he throws the ball very well. Just the few practices and stuff that I've seen him go, he's a stud. He's a really good quarterback. He knows, placement. He puts the ball where it needs to be, and like I said, he's a tall, lengthy guy, so he can get that ball over the top and can really spin it. So I'm excited to see, how he shakes out. I think he's a very good pick for us.
Trey McBride, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show, and as a reminder, tickets for Cardinals home games, including season ticket packages and single game options, are on sale now at azcardinals.com/tickets. Same question he asked you about Carson Beck, but about Jeremiah Love. And again, it's early in terms of changing what you do offensively. How much did his addition just change what you guys do offensively or what you're capable of doing?
Yeah, I think just his ability to make plays and make things happen. He's about the right stuff. He's, a great kid, a guy who works hard. He's about the right stuff. And like I said, he's a guy who can really make it happen dynamically out of the backfield, can catch the ball, can run, obviously can run very well. And his route running is insane. So just seeing the few things that he did today, he's an impressive guy, and I'm excited to have him on the team.
Are you ready to be blocking down the field a little bit more than you did last year?
No
he
doubt.
breaks a lot of big runs.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can't be thinking you're coming back to the huddle because the guy was tackled behind the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
No,
he's gonna be a stud, and I'm ready to block my butt off for him. He's a heck of a player, and takes the load off of all of us.
You mentioned his receiving skills. I mean, we talk about him like he's running back, and obviously he is, but he's a very accomplished receiver out of the backfield. What dynamic have you seen from him when it comes to that part of his game?
Just his ability to get in and out of routes. It's it almost doesn't feel like he's a running back. It feels like he's a receiver, and just his ability to get in and out of cuts, his ability to get leverage on guys and break off and win routes is impressive. I've only been able to see him do it a few times in this short period, but just to see him keep developing, to keep growing, to keep becoming a better player, it's going to be a lot of fun to have him on the team.
Have you looked at the schedule yet?
Yeah, of course. I saw it, and it looks, just like every year. It's a tough schedule. Every league and every team in this league is hard to beat, and I'm excited to open up with the Chargers, and I don't even know who we play next.
Yeah, what do you guys got to do? You got 4 out of 5 on the road.
Yeah,
and then I think you end with 5 out of 6 at home, and then you get the end of the schedule. You get the Jets, New Orleans, the Raiders. What do you guys have to do to prove everybody wrong and have success this year?
Yeah, I think we just have to be ourselves and go out there and execute at a high level. I think play good football, have good pre-snap, fundamentals, all that stuff. And I think we just have to go out there and be ourselves and win football games. I mean, that's the bottom line business. You got to win football games, and I feel like that's what we're going to do this year.
I said this about the schedule. No matter what happens, you're going to play in 6 or 7 one-score games. It just happens every year. What is the difference to you in those games that come down to a field goal, whether you win or lose? What is the difference in winning or losing a game like that?
Just being ready to go. Like you said, those one-score games, it feels like it's one play here, one play there, and it's like we have to win those plays. Last year, it felt like we lost those plays, and those were the plays that changed the game, and that's the play that was the difference. And this year, we're going to win those one-offs, and we're going to be the team that comes out on top. We had too many one-score games last year where we didn't come out on top, and that's something that we got to do better this year.
All right, I'll ask you about Jacoby. He's not here. OTA started, obviously. Trying to get himself a little bit of a raise if he's going to be the starting quarterback. How does that affect a guy like you not having your starting quarterback here for OTAs?
It really doesn't affect me at all. I'm really focused on myself, trying to learn this offense as a tight end and what the position that I'm going to be playing in. So for me, I'm just still trying to function and do what I'm doing. So whoever's throwing me the ball, man, I'm going to get open. I'm going to be there no matter who's there. So it really doesn't matter to me. I love Jacoby, and I'm excited to have him back when he's ready to go. But for right now, I feel like we're just trying to focus on what we need to do to get better, and it doesn't matter who's back there.
All right, I'm gonna have you coming around from the left on a jet when we talk to LaFleur.
Yeah.
I'm going to have a little sweep. You're gonna get the little pitch from the quarter. Would you rather have somebody crossing the field where you just hit him a 10-yard cross, or you want somebody doing like a little bit of a down and out and going down the field 40 yards?
I think the crosser, because then I can kind of see,
who's
okay. Yeah, because then I can.
Okay, you got to watch for that safety coming up, though.
I don't want to throw it too far, because if it's up in the air too
so
long.
So would you look like a 10-yard pass?
Yeah, like a 10, 15.
All right, so we'll line like Michael Wilson up on the left with you.
Side, and he'll have him
You'll come around for the sweep, and he'll just cross the field.
Exactly.
And once he clears the linebacker, you hit him.
I'm going to hit him. I'm going to throw it on a dart.
I'm going to work on this play. I'm going to work on this.
If this actually happens, he'll never shut up.
Oh, I know.
He'll never
I'll
stop
tell you what,
talking about it.
I like that shirt. If I could get LaFleur to put that play in, you got to get me
shirt.
I want a large.
You got it.
I like that shirt right there.
This one won't
That's
fit
not going
you,
to fit. What is that, XL?
This is an XL, yeah.
Okay, I'm a large.
If
I could get that play in, we'll work on that.
You got it, Ted.
Trey, thanks for putting up with our nonsense. We appreciate it, man. Always good seeing you.
Yeah,
Always
absolutely,
good seeing
man.
you.
I'll see you guys again in training camp. Appreciate you.
Sure you will. Trey McBride, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. And again, as a reminder, tickets for Cardinals home games, including season ticket packages and single game options, are on sale now at azcardinals.com/tickets. I just saw him walk into the waiting room over there. Cardinals tight end from one to the next. Elijah Higgins will be joining us next here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Here's the 0-2. Swing and a fly to left, and this should do it. Walt Schmidt backing up. He's underneath it. He makes the catch, and the Diamondbacks, they hang on and win it by a final score of 8-6. Had to have it here against the Rockies.
It's back to Chase Field after a series win up in Colorado to host the Giants for 3 games. Game 1 tonight at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
I love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax. And one of the things I tell people all the time is the sooner you start, the better. You don't want to wait till you're 60 years old. You want to do it when you're 20, 30s, 40s, and start investing that money. But you want a financial advisor that can help you. Tax plan, estate plan, retirement plan, all of that stuff matters. And you've got to have a tax plan. A lot of people put money away tax deferred, and they don't think about it. And then all of a sudden, when they're ready to take that money out, they don't realize it's going to be taxed, but it is. Stuart Willis is local. Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax has 5 locations in the Valley. They're ready to help you right now with your plan, so that way you can retire on your terms. And you can start investing and having that financial plan that will give you the peace of mind and the security you're going to need in your later years. 5 locations in the Valley. Get a free portfolio review right now. Call 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh, no. We made it for you, gradual breakers. You keep your eyes on the road, so you've seen it all. As long as it all happened directly in front of you, like a Swedish masseuse, your foot knows exactly the right amount of pressure to apply to the brake. That's why your passengers feel totally relaxed with you behind the wheel and occasionally super sleepy. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
The NBA playoffs are underway, and now you can trade every game on Kalshi. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. San Antonio is currently trading at 19% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $500 if they take the title. On Kalshi, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers. And as odds move, you can buy in or out anytime throughout the postseason. For For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code PASS to get $10 when you trade $10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where there's big news coming from your service departments.
That's right, Bick. We have slash prices on major repairs and 12 essential services, from oil changes to brake pads. The savings are incredible, and you don't have to take my word for it. Just go to ChapmanBMW.com, put your VIN number in, and you'll see all the money you're saving. And it doesn't matter where you purchase your BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
One great experience.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And now everything's on sale during our Memorial Day event. Save up to $1,200 on mattresses, plus free delivery when you add a base. Ends Monday. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good night's sleep.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
During the entire month of May, visit any Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers location for a special Dine and Donate promotion in support of Brain Tumor Awareness Month. With the purchase of Michelob Ultra or a featured Burger of the Week, $1 will be donated to the Barrow Neurological Foundation to fund the Ivy Brain Tumor Center's vision to provide hope for patients with brain tumors. Stop by any of the 17 convenient Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers locations today and join us in discovering tomorrow's treatments today. Visit coldbeers.com for more details.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. After a successful series in the Mile High City, the Diamondbacks are back in the desert, ready for a new homestand against some NL West foes. First up, Game 1 of 3 against the San Francisco Giants. Zach Gallen will start things on the mound. He'll oppose old friend Robbie Ray. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage will start at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports app. Per multiple reports and confirmed by those that are there today, Cardinals quarterback Jacoby Brissett not present on day 1 of voluntary OTAs. This was expected after prior reports indicated he intended to hold out for more guaranteed money while he's in the final season of his contract. Burns and Gambo, like we said, live from the Dignity Health Cardinals training facility in Tempe. They're getting set to talk with tight end Elijah Higgins coming up next, so don't go anywhere. And in playoff sports, we got a Game 7 and a Game 1. Game 7 will be on the ice as the Canadiens and Sabres duel in Buffalo for the right to face the Hurricanes in the Eastern Conference Finals. Puck drop will be at 4:30. And then the Game 1 is on the hardwood. Spurs and Thunder. Game 1, Oklahoma City, the home of the Western Conference Finals. Tip-off will be at 5:30. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. Get the freedom to save. Your Valley Chevy dealers Memorial Day event is here. Spectacular offers available now. The freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for you.
Live from Cardinals organized team activities, Arizona Sports presents Burns and Gambo.
We are live from the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center here in South Tempe as OTAs, they are underway. And the Cardinals were nice enough to invite us out here for our next couple of shows over these next couple of days. So we'll be out here tomorrow as well. And as I mentioned, we had a great conversation with Trey McBride, as we always do. And we continue with the tight end theme right now because joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. And we just had a real pleasant conversation with him during the break. Elijah Higgins, who's joining us here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Elijah, I'm Dave. This is Gambo. Get right up on that mic so we can hear you.
Yeah.
Good to see you, man. How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. How you guys doing?
Has it been from, obviously you got drafted by the Dolphins.
Yep.
They let you go, and you found a home here in Arizona.
Yep.
What have you liked about being part of this organization?
everything about it, to be honest. Other than the fact that the past few seasons have been a little bit rough for us, everything else has been phenomenal. From the quality of life to the weather, the people in this building, the staff, current and past. I think everybody carries themselves really well here, and everybody treats everybody with respect here. So I've got nothing bad to say about this place. I love it.
Now, Stanford was where you went to college.
Yep.
And you got Michael Wilson here.
Yep.
So you got another Stanford guy.
We got 4.
You got 4 Stanford guys?
Yep.
Who are the other 2?
We got Mike Wilson, Simi Fehoko, Josh Carty.
So 4 Stanford guys.
Yep.
Is that a little brotherhood?
Somewhat. Yeah, I think we're the oddballs out.
Did you play with any of them?
Played with all of them. We all played together.
You all played together?
Yep.
Wow. Yeah, you're not Ohio State.
Nope.
Because there's 75 of them on the team, I think,
Yep.
right? I think there's 75 Ohio State guys. And then Michigan, a lot of Michigan guys.
There's a couple Miami guys, especially with Carson Beck here now, right? Yeah. Couple Michigan guys. A lot of big school guys, right? That's kind of been the Monty Ossenfort way. Like he drafts a lot of big school dudes.
We remember when Stanford played Arizona State for the Pac-12 championship game. That was before you were there. That was
2014 when Todd
14?
Graham was the head coach of ASU.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What are your fondest memories of playing at Stanford?
Man, we were no good when I was there, so it's kind of tough. But we did beat. We had a really.
And we got 4 guys from that team.
Yeah, I know. We had a lot. We have a lot of NFL caliber players on that team. We beat number 3 Oregon early in the season of my junior year.
That's a big time win.
And we were like big time underdogs. So we drove down, 2-minute drive, last drive of the fourth quarter. Drove down. I scored the game tying touchdown to go to overtime, and we battled it out and ended up winning. So I think that was like the biggest.
That's the highlight.
Yeah, it was a highlight.
Just having
of
a
mine.
top 5 win like that.
Yep.
Oh, that's
Yep.
That's fantastic. What did you think about them leaving the conference? Because we're so used to the Pac-10 and the Pac-12, and now it's really no more.
Yeah, it's
was
weird.
that a shock to you?
It wasn't a shock as much as just like weird. I think the whole landscape of college football is just changing so fast. So it's been cool to see. I'm excited for those guys over there because they're touching a couple of dollars now, so that's exciting.
That NIL money.
They were a little late on it, but yeah, it's different. It's weird for sure. You see them traveling across the world to play East Coast, Syracuse, and all these crazy teams out on the East Coast. So
crazy.
It's a lot different than what it was when I was there.
Now they're talking about 24 teams in the college football playoffs.
Man.
I saw. I mean, you guys are in the Big Ten now, and they're talking. Or no, you're almost ACC. I can see. I get confused. You're ACC.
It's
you're not
all
Big Ten.
jacked up. Well, it's weird because my sister plays beach volleyball for Florida State, and they're in the Big Ten for beach volleyball.
Really?
Beach volleyball.
Which makes no sense.
So they're in the
Because
ACC
football
for
is
everything
ACC.
else, but they're in the Big Ten
all,
for beach
it's
football.
all make,
this
it
is
all
the
makes
best.
no sense.
Yeah, this family
it's
is like
confusing.
ridiculous. Dad played football, mom played basketball, brother played football, sister's a volleyball player. Like this is the athletic family of all athletic families.
Yep.
Yeah.
God help
we got
anybody
some
in your
athletes.
family who didn't want to play sports.
Yeah, no, we all played sports. It was no choice for us. So.
Who was a better athlete, mom or dad?
Oh man, I think my dad was just a freak from everything that I hear, but I haven't seen any tape.
'Cause
so
he played
I tell him
college
I don't
football,
believe
right?
it at all. Yeah, he did. He hurt his back, so he ended up not doing that.
Then he
went to
went
the military.
to the military
Yep,
for
Air Force.
I think he did. I think I already did 3 tours in Afghanistan.
Yeah, he did 28 years. Yeah.
Wow, that's
Yeah.
impressive.
Good long time.
Yeah, tell him we thank him for his service.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I appreciate that.
Yes.
I know he's going to be appreciative of that when he hears this
Absolutely,
too. So.
we love to hear that.
Big time. Elijah Higgins is joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. And as a reminder, tickets for Cardinals home games, including season ticket packages and single game options, are on sale now at azcardinals.com/tickets. Tell me about how, if at all, things change when you have an offensive-minded head coach who's the main guy. How has that changed as an offensive player? The tone and how things have kind of gone down. How has that made things different for you?
I think the biggest difference has just been the system itself. Like what we did last year is completely different from what we're doing now, and there's a lot of moving parts. Obviously, everything's still fresh and brand new, but I'm super excited about this new system. I think there's a lot of more involvement for the guys in different spots, a lot of movements. So yeah, I'm excited. I'm super excited.
They with the Rams last year, all those 13, right? Like, is that? And I know you're not allowed to give anything away about the playbook because like it's a super guarded secret.
Tell us something.
Yeah, tell us a lot of 13 personnel.
So,
with this?
I mean, from what I understand from the Rams, they led the second in the league in tight end targets. So I'm excited for that. Obviously, as a guy who has a receiver background and likes to catch the ball and likes to run with the ball in his hands, I'm excited. Hopefully, get some more touches this upcoming year.
You kind of hinted about it the last, the struggles that you guys have had the last couple of years. What does that do to, as a player? What does that do to you? The losing, does it beat you down as a player?
I hate to say it because I love to win, but coming from Stanford, it was tough, and I kind of learned how to deal with when things aren't going right around you, to always kind of show up and perform to the best of your ability and that sort of stuff. So try not to let the wins and losses affect how you show up and how you operate and in the process you go about. So I guess it is tough for sure because you work so hard and sometimes things don't go your way, but that's kind of just life, and that's definitely how football goes too.
Have you got a chance yet to catch any passes from Carson Beck?
I think a couple.
Okay.
I'm usually just running, so I run and catch the ball, and I usually have no idea who's throwing it.
You don't know who's throwing it.
Yeah,
right?
half the
you
time.
Don't even know.
Yeah.
Because you've got him drafted, and a lot of people, he's big and he's strong, and he led his team to Miami to a national championship game. And a lot of people have all eyes on him to see if he's going to get a chance to play. So I wanted to see if your initial thoughts on just him as a person.
Yeah, no, he's great. I mean, I think he carries himself as a professional. Obviously, when you come in as a rookie, you're kind of you're shelled off a little bit because everything's so brand new and you kind of feel out of place. So I'm not saying that's how he feels, but I know what it's like to be a rookie, and I think that might be part of it. But I'm excited for him, man. I'm excited for all the rookies that are coming in, and I think we got a lot of cool pieces.
I like Jacoby. I think he's a really good quarterback. I think he did a good job with that offense last year. I thought you guys went down the field a little bit more with him. Michael Wilson had a great year with him. Trey had a great year with him, so he did very well. He's not here. He's obviously trying to get a raise, which we all understand. How does that affect the team, not having your starting quarterback at OTAs?
I think like anything else, when there's waves and there's rough, weird times and situations, you kind of just have to laser focus on what your job is and kind of eliminate all the extra stuff, because obviously in this league business is business. Things are going to happen outside, and I think it's super important to just focus on what's important at that time.
Scheduler release was last week. Did you look at it? Did you dissect it? Did you ignore it? Did you?
No, I mean I don't pay too much mind to it. I think for the biggest thing that I look at is when are we playing those divisional games. Are they obviously all our games on Sunday, so we have a nice rhythm and routine to the season. And then I look at what are those away games late in the season look like? Are we going to play in cold weather? And those
we're not. You're not.
So
You're home.
I think there's a lot of advantage for us playing on Sunday every week, having a rhythm and a flow to the year. I think the only thing that I didn't really like too much was the late bye week, which it'll be a grind of a season for those first 13, 14 weeks. But when that bye comes, it's gonna feel great for those last 4 or 5 games.
It's gonna be hard to do, but how important is it for you and for everybody in that locker room to at least somewhat change the narrative in the division, given the 0-6 record last year, and those games were tough, and it's going to be tough again 100%. This year. I'm not going to make it sound like it's going to be, but how much does that kind of weigh on you guys, and what do you guys want to do about that this year?
It comes down to just winning, right? Like you do everything you can up until August, September to put yourself in the best situation possible to win games, and that's what you want to do, whether it's division or not. You want to win as many games as you can, and that's kind of the focal point of every year, just to win.
Now, did you ever throw any passes in high school or college?
Yeah, I did, but I wasn't. It was no good. So I played a lot of wildcat quarterback in high school.
Well, you did play some wildcat.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
And you didn't do very well?
I did great playing wildcat quarterback, but I didn't great throwing the ball.
You didn't do good.
No.
Because Trey's pushing to try to get some throws in with this offense. He wants some tight end, some sweeps, and then
I have a
throw.
question. Trey's pushing, or are you pushing for Trey?
He was telling us how great he was throwing the football.
I don't know. I got the impression you're kind of pushing for Trey.
Well, I mean, we can make deals. We'll push LaFleur to do it, but he wants to throw the football. Don't let
me throw the football. I can chunk it 65 yards, but it might not be. Might not be a spiral.
Well, he wasn't looking for the for the down out and up, or he was looking for like a nice little crossing pattern for Michael, clear the linebacker, hit him like a little 10-yard pass.
Yeah, he could do that. I'm gonna stay off of that.
You want nothing to do with that.
I'll let the quarterback handle their stuff. Yeah,
okay, all right.
That's
so
a little much for me.
tight end is just happy to be a tight end.
Yeah, of course.
Of course. Yeah.
Elijah, thanks for stopping by, man.
Yeah,
We appreciate it.
you
Of course,
guys.
we wish you the very best this year.
Thank you so much.
And we didn't even get to talk about your travels in the offseason, which are
good.
fantastic. Elijah Higgins joining us here in Burns and Gambo. And again, a reminder, tickets for Cardinals home games, including season ticket packages and single game options, are on sale now. azcardinals.com/tickets. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, an offensive breakout for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Was it the Diamondbacks or was it the Coors Field effect. That's next here on Arizona Sports.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
And thank you, Father, for your service.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Love telling you about Sanderson Ford. They are on 51st Avenue in Glendale. And right now, purchase any new Ford at Sanderson Ford and receive employee pricing. That means you pay what they pay. Choose from a Ford Explorer, a Bronco, or the F-150, all starting under $42,000. Plus, your first 5 tanks of gas are on Sanderson with a $500 Circle K fuel card. When you're in the market for a vehicle, choose the dealership families have been trusting for over 70 years, including mine. Choose Sanderson Ford. I know that's where Luis Gonzalez and his entire family shops as well. So if you want employee pricing, head on over to 51st Avenue in Glendale. Go online at sandersonford.com. And don't forget, when you make your purchase, you're also going to get your first 5 tanks of gas on Sanderson with a $500 Circle K fuel card. For more information, go to sandersonford.com.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
I was a 10-year-old boy holding the flashlight for my dad while he worked on an air conditioner for a customer. He didn't talk much, but there's a certain kind of magic that happens when a son holds a flashlight for his father. Dad talked to me while he worked. He said, when a person needs help, you respond right away, not when it's convenient for you. That was the first night I held the flashlight for my dad, but it wouldn't be the last. At Dad's funeral, I realized that every time he handed me that flashlight, he was passing the torch. Gettle, Goetl. We'll keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and Earnhardt Ford in Chandler is putting the power back in your hands with employee pricing, because that's American value for American values. Look, I get it. Buying a new ride shouldn't feel like a battle. At Earnhardt Ford, they built their entire experience around you. They're known across the valley for 75 years of Arizona trust, a legacy you can count on. No bull, transparent pricing. No pressure, no surprises. A dedicated team working around your needs, budget, and timeline. And the power to shop, compare, and buy completely online on your terms. Right now, on remaining new 2025 models, you'll get employee pricing. You pay what they pay, plus an additional $2,500 Earnhardt discount on select models. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. Online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no-bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1,598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wearing mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile, plus tax, title, license, and $699 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in June 1st, 2026.
That closet you keep forcing shut, the garage you can't park in, the entryway where everything gets dumped, somebody should fix that. We'd love to be that somebody. At Space Solutions, we design, build, and install custom closets, mudrooms, and garage build-outs. Family-owned, budget-friendly, serving Phoenix, Scottsdale, and the entire valley, even Flagstaff and Munns Park. Whatever the space, we've got the solution. Call us now at 602-536-4199 or visit spacesolutionsaz.com.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, it's time for our poll question here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Back-to-back guests right out of the chute. Not usually how we do it, but it's all good as we're live from the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center. We'll be chatting with Paris Johnson Jr. in the 3 o'clock segment, or 3 o'clock hour, I should say. But let's send it back to our own studios.
Mitchy Mitch.
Because Mitch has our poll question of the day. Lauren is out here with us and doesn't really have the capability of being on the air. So it's Mitch who's got the poll question today. Hello, Mitch.
I can't believe they silenced Lauren like this. This is so disrespectful.
It really is. But she seems to be coping with it well, so we're going to be fine.
She just wanted the day off.
She's right there.
She didn't want a microphone because then we would have coaxed her into talking about the Windy City series, which didn't go so well for the Cubbies.
Well, that's how it goes sometimes. So what you got for us today, Mitch? And you'll be doing the 4 o'clock reset, too.
Yeah.
Back there from the casino.
Fair warning to all of you listeners and watchers out
there. Stop it. What you got for us?
So I put a poll question out. Now, full disclosure, I think there's some issues with the certain social platform that we were using to display these poll questions. So we might be working on something else in the future. But for right now, I wanted to get your guys' thoughts on whose performance from this Diamondbacks series against the Rockies was most encouraging. We got 4 names. Well, that's one of them. Gabriel Moreno, Lourdes Gurriel Jr., Corbin Carroll are the other 3.
Merrill Kelly.
Merrill's was certainly the most spectacular. Let me see if I'm going to make any kind of distinguishing.
You're just not going anywhere unless he pitches well.
No, you're not, but you're also not going anywhere unless Corbin Carroll gets it going, and he did. Gurriel and Gabby aren't boy, they needed it so bad, though. They needed one of those guys to start producing. But most encouraging, given how things were going, it's Merrill, and I bet it's Merrill in a runaway, too, on this poll question, right?
Well...
Or we don't know because we're having issues with said social media platform.
Yeah, this is the issue. Is like we're an hour in and apparently only 7 votes have been tapped. I know. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, you want the retweet?
He can give it a shot. Let's get the Gambo retweet in there and see if we can get some juice on that bad boy.
Okay. So how did the 7 people vote so far?
Runaway for Corbin, actually.
Okay. 6 of the 7 have voted for Corbin.
6, 7. Yeah, Corbin and Merrill are the ones getting votes right
6, 7.
There's your words.
Okay.
All right.
You just got the retweet. By the end of this next segment, there'll be
thousands upon thousands of votes.
There'll be a lot more than
Gambo on Twitter. I mean, it's not only in the YouTube camera that Gambo flexes. He flexes on Twitter too. That's how that goes.
That's how you want to call it. I don't know if that's a flex or not, but
anyway, we are live here from Cardinals headquarters, and now it's time to talk about those Arizona Diamondbacks because they went to Coors Field, and they do, quite frankly, what a lot of teams do at Coors Field. They hit, and Corbin had a great series, and Gurriel had a great series, and Vargas and Gabby Moreno. Even Perdomo, for all of his failures on Saturday in that game, coming up a couple of times with the chance to at least tie the game or put the Diamondbacks ahead. Even in his failures, I think he hit over 300 in the series. It's right now, Gambo, trying to distinguish between a baseball team that's figuring things out or a baseball team that went to Coors Field, which makes it very easy to figure things out offensively.
Yeah, you know what? Sometimes you need to, have an easy fight before you take on the bigger one. So Coors Field may have been just what the doctor ordered because this offense came alive in some of these games. Corbin Carroll, 5 for 12, 2 home runs, a double, 4 RBIs. He also walked. That was his 9th walk in the past 6 games. Gurriel, 5 for 12, hit his first home run of the season yesterday, had a double and 3 RBIs. Gabby Moreno, 5 for 9 in a series with a double and 3 RBIs. Yeah, some guys that needed to get right offensively got right. Now, I don't like what happened in that middle game because that's, they left a lot of guys on base. They had some good opportunities to score. They just didn't. Runners in scoring position. They were 2 for 11. They left 10 on base. So that to me was the one, the one no-no. But on Friday's game and Sunday's game, you saw a little bit of an offensive eruption. You saw them go out and score some runs, which yesterday they needed it because of what Fott did,
right.
Allowing them right back in the game. So I thought it was good to see. Corbin's 2 home runs were mammoth. Gurriel was a terrific home run. Gabby, and a lot of the hits yesterday were with 2 outs. I think 6 of the runs that came yesterday were with 2 outs. So that offense exploded, and they did a lot of their damage with 2 outs in the inning. That was a good sign to see.
6 of the 8, the first 5 they scored were all with 2 outs. Yeah, it was essential. Go back to Corbin for a second. Look, the 2 home runs, they were great. The second one he hit was just a titanic shot, right? Just a mammoth laser beam.
448 feet.
Yeah, it was like 115 off the bat or whatever. I was almost just as encouraged by the walks as I was the home runs for Corbin, because the 2 words that we've been using to describe this Diamondbacks offense a lot, chase rate.
Chase rate.
You know, and it's been something we've discussed for weeks on end.
Right.
And to see your main hitter, one of your main weapons, kind of finally figure things out when it comes to that, and not chasing the pitches he should be chasing and taking the balls he should be chasing and having that result in the walks. Now, nobody for a second ever believed that Corbin wasn't going to get there. We all knew he was going to get there. But it's just nice to see him kind of recalibrate a little bit, figure out his own strike zone, hit the balls he should be hitting, but not swinging at the ones he shouldn't. I was just as encouraged by the 9 walks in the last 6 games as I was the 2 home runs, because that's where this team has to get better offensively, Gambo. They got to take their walks. They can't be swinging at the bad stuff, and it was nice to see Corbin leading the way in that regard.
Yeah, there's no question. I mean, you just look at the way they were able to score some runs, and I liked what they did. You know, that first inning, Corbin walks and Perdomo walks. So now you've got 2 on with 2 outs. Nolan gets an RBI single. Gurriel gets an RBI single. Those were set up by the walks.
Yeah.
2 walks. You get the first 2. It was the third inning. You get the first 2 guys, you get the first 2 guys out. Then you get the 2 walks. And then all of a sudden, you get a little bit of a rally there. So when you look at the success that they had, I like that it did start with the walks, and then they started to open up. They got the home runs, the big 2-out hits I thought was huge. Out of their first 7 runs, 6 were 2 outs. So you were seeing this team. There was a beautiful bunt by Geraldo Perdomo, which was terrific, right down that third base line. I thought that was a big thing. I thought that they really put together better at bats. I didn't think that they weren't chasing as much. Now that is... Internally, that's like these meetings is like, guys, we're chasing. We got to be more selective. We cannot continue to swing at these pitches that are outside of the strike zone. Most of the chase rate was under the strike zone. Mm-hmm. They're really getting fooled with stuff under the strike zone. So that's a discipline thing, and they've been kind of harping on the players to be a little more disciplined at the plate.
Experience Cardinals football the way it's meant to be, live at State Farm Stadium as part of the Red Sea. Season ticket members enjoy complimentary parking plus discounts on food, beverages, and the team store. Visit the official Cardinals app to learn more about ticket options. We just talked about the offense and whether it's back. Merrill Kelly looks way back, and we'll talk about that next here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
And now the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Love telling you about Christian Brothers AC, Plumbing, and Electric. It's getting hot, right? It's getting hot. Air conditions on all the time. That's why I want you to know about Christian Brothers, because it is time to get that AC unit tuned up at Christian Brothers. You're saying, okay, how do I do it? It's very, very simple. Christian Brothers will come out to you. They'll give you that great tune-up for just $50, and that way you can make sure that your unit is working the way it should be to get you through the summer. It's very important to have everything checked out. It's very important for them to clean the condenser coils. You want to make sure that they go through the entire system to make sure that everything is working properly. All the major components, the capacitors, the motors, the start gear, everything. You want to make sure that it's all in working order. Now, it's very simple to get in touch with Christian Brothers. You're going to call them at 602-222-3535 and say, hey, $50, come out. Let's check the unit. Let's tune it up. Let's make sure it's working right. That's right, 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
May is marvelous at Talking Stick Resort with a chance to win a 2026 Audi Q8 55 TFSI Quattro. Earn entries to the grand prize drawing all May long. Then on May 28th, you have a chance to win up to $10,000 or the grand prize, a 2026 Audi Q8 55 TFSI Quattro. Don't miss your chance to drive away in style. Details at TalkingStickResort.com. Talking Stick Resort. Life well played. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
We watch these lawyers get on TV and say they're going to treat their clients like family, when we know they put secret mandatory quotas on their lawyers. That means your own lawyer pressures you into a premature, terrible result. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. We don't set settlement quotas. We measure success by achieving each client's best outcome and by each client's happiness.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell.
She walked miles with her granddaughters every day at Disney with zero knee pain, but she couldn't have done that months ago. This all started with a visit to QC Kinetics.
We have spent the last 4 days going from park to park, walking all day long, no pain. I feel fantastic.
Here's what baffles people when they hear Kathy's story.
The doctor said, you need 2 full knee replacements. And I said, that's not going to happen. I went to QC Kinetics, started treatment that day. Within a couple of weeks, I was absolutely pain-free.
It's the kind of story that QC Kinetics hears from patients all the time.
I cannot thank QC Kinetics enough for giving me my life back. I'm active again and loving it. I'm well over a year out. I've had absolutely no pain in either knee.
Before you agree to surgery, listen to this. Think about it.
Tomorrow is Animal Kingdom, so yeah, gotta go.
Kathy's glad she took them up on the free consultation. We have one set aside for you.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Hey, it's Tom Chambers. I'm working with Galaxy Lending Group and their Goal Loan, Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator Loan. It helps you work towards retirement with your home paid off using the income you already make without changing how you live. If owning your home outright is part of your retirement plan, text GOAL to 620-620. That's GOAL to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Message and data rates may apply.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. After a successful series in the Mile High City, the Diamondbacks are back in the desert, ready for a new homestand against some NL West foes. First up, Game 1 of 3 against the San Francisco Giants. Zach Gallen will get things started on the mound. He'll oppose old friend Robbie Ray. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can catch it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. Per multiple reports and confirmed by those in-house today, Cardinals quarterback Jacoby Brissett was not present for day 1 of voluntary OTAs. This was expected after prior reports indicated he intended to hold out for more guaranteed money in the final season of his current contract. We've got Burns and Gambo live from the Dignity Health Cardinals training facility in Tempe, reacting to all that and much more that has come from day 1 of the activities. And then in playoff sports, we got a Game 7 and a Game 1. Game 7 will be on the ice as the Canadiens and Sabres duel in Buffalo for the right to face the Hurricanes in the Eastern Conference Finals. Puck drop will be at 4:30. And then over on the hardwood, Game 1 between the Spurs and Thunder in Oklahoma City. It's the Western Conference Finals tip-off will be at 5:30. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning is about saving you money. So when it comes to your plumbing or AC, give them a chance and let them prove their value to you. Online at ReadyServices.com.
D-backs Giants, Game 1 of the series tonight at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
The 1-2. Swing and a miss. He got him. And at 37 years old, Merrill Kelly fires his first ever complete game in the most unlikely of venues. 9 innings of 1-run ball at Coors Field.
It was pretty magical. I'm not going to lie to you. Friday night, that was pretty sweet.
Awesome.
37 years and 213 days. This is from Sarah Langs, the researcher for MLB.com.
Who does a great job.
She does. 37 years and 213 days. Merrill Kelly is the second oldest pitcher in the last 80 years at the time of his first career MLB complete game. The only one that he is younger than was Connie Marrero back in 1950, who threw a complete game
Connie.
at 39 years and 26 days old, and he had debuted just a month prior, so it was only his 6th appearance and his 2nd start. Yeah, that was pretty historical when you consider certainly the age of the guy who was doing it and the venue in which he did it and how hard it is to be able to give you a complete game. You know, like I understand there are pitchers who have had some limited success there. That's a hard place to go and throw a complete game in Major League Baseball.
Well,
Merrill Kelly just did it.
If you're going to do it, the number one thing is you got to throw strikes. Throw strikes. 73% of his pitches were strikes. He didn't throw many balls.
Yeah.
He only gave up the 4 hits. He gave up the home run early, and that was the only time he got touched. Gave up that solo homer in the first inning to Hunter Goodman. Then he kind of settled down. That was the only damage there was. And then he goes on. He it took 100 pitches, and 73 of them were strikes. So 4 hits, did not walk a batter. So that helps too, right? No extended innings, no walking anybody. That was absolutely a fantastic outing by him. Oldest pitcher with a complete game since Adam Wainwright in 2022. The only Diamondback pitcher with a complete game at an older age was Randy Johnson. We talked about some of the accolades there. He was thrilled. There was no real debate. His pitch count wasn't that high.
Right.
So it didn't have to be this debate with Lovello to stay out there because the pitch count was pretty low.
It helped that he threw 4 pitches in the 8th inning. That was, I mean, honestly, like you're talking about this happened and that happened, and I mean, none of it happens if he doesn't have a 4-pitch 8th inning that really set the whole thing up, right? He gets that kind of level of efficiency, and now you can go into it and really think about it. And to your point, Troy Lovello, who has been steadfast to the point where, and I'll give Troy credit for this, he really doesn't care what people think. Like, I am here to protect the players, and I was the least popular guy in the state of Arizona when I got E-Rod 5 days ago, and I don't care. This is my philosophy. This is our organizational philosophy, and I'm not going to be swayed from that. So if you're going to convince Troy Lovello to leave you out there for a complete game, you have to do something special like throw 4 pitches in the 8th inning to set up a decision like that, because as you said, there really wasn't that much to think about.
And it was so many innings like that. So the 2nd inning was a 1-2-3-6 pitch inning. The 6th inning was 8 pitches. He had 56 pitches through 5. Through 5 innings, he had 56. You're like, okay, he could go 7-8, no problem. And then you get, like you said, then you go to 8. You got 82 through 8. So you get to the 8th inning, through the 8th inning, you're at 82. There's no reason to take him out of that game.
No.
At 82 pitches, and then he strikes out Rumfield to end the game. Just a brilliant performance by Merrill Kelly.
Mitch, if you could back there, play the Merrill Kelly, Jody Jackson soundbite for me on his first ever career complete game, if you could, please.
A lot. I've been doing this a while now, and for this to be my first CG when I'm 37, my 8th year in the big leagues and 16th year professionally. I take that back. I think I had maybe 1 CG in Korea. But for the first one in the big leagues to be year 8 and at age 37, I think it's pretty cool. And Nolan said that he's only seen 1 other complete game here in his life, and that was Kershaw. So that was pretty special when he said that. Obviously, he's played a lot of games here, seen a lot of really good pitchers come through here and try to get that last out. So I'm definitely honored that I was able to do it.
Yeah, the venue.
Yeah.
Like, Nolan was there for 8 years. You only saw Kershaw throw a complete game.
So our own Alex Weiner, my co-host on the Ain't No Fang podcast, put this together.
Ain't No Fang.
The last 5 9-inning complete games at Coors Field.
Okay.
Merrill Kelly in 26, Stephen Kolek in 2025, Lance Lynn in 2020, Jamison Talion in 2018, Clayton Kershaw in 2013.
Lance Lynn threw a complete game.
Lance Lynn threw a complete game.
How many
A
home runs did he
9-inning
allow?
complete game at Coors Field. Probably not that many. Diamondback pitchers to do it, to throw a 9-inning complete game in Colorado. Merrill Kelly did it in 2026. Patrick Corbin in 2013. Armando Reynoso in 2000.
Wow.
And Omar Dahl in 1999.
You're going blasts from the past.
Were the only 4 Diamondbacks pitchers to throw a 9-inning
When did Dahl do
game.
it?
1999, year 2 of the franchise. Second year of the
Omar
team.
Dahl did it in 99.
Yeah, 98 was the first year, 99 was the second year.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's and I look, and not to take anything away from the accomplishment of Merrill Kelly, but I also think we need to keep it in perspective too, in the sense that the other big thing that happened that night was Merrill Kelly pitched well. And we needed to see Merrill Kelly pitch well. Now, he pitched well previously in his first start prior. So we were starting to feel like things were on the turnaround for Merrill Kelly. But like, you sign a 37-year-old pitcher to a 2-year, $40 million contract. And I know it's Merrill. We've got a lot of equity in him, and we got a lot of belief in him. Holy cow, his ERA after those 3 starts, it was like, oh boy, did they make a mistake? And it looks like they haven't.
No, he's just such a good pitcher as far as, knowing how to pitch. Like, I don't think that I was ever that overly concerned with him being able to get back on track. I don't. Maybe it's just like, to me, I would still give the ball to him over anybody else in a must-win game. Soroka, Erod, anybody, and maybe it's a trust factor. I just believe in him. I think he's got that it factor. But this first few starts were disturbing, and I think we kind of, he missed spring training and he missed a lot of time, and he missed the first start and then the second start, and I think he just was behind the 8 ball. I think it's the easiest explanation for anything with him is he was just behind the 8 ball.
Yeah,
took him a little bit of extra time to get right.
And I don't say this. I just say this because it's what's on my brain. When you're a pitcher of that age, you just don't know, right? Like and I know he's not a hard thrower.
No.
But at the same time, it just, when it goes, it goes. And when he has a few starts like that combined, and I agree with you, the layoff was the easiest, most likely, simplest explanation of them all, and the one that tends to be the truest. But anytime you get to be that age in this game and you start to see slippage, you do wonder if that's it. And I'll admit it, I was a little more concerned than you were about Merrill Kelly. I was not to the point of panic, but certainly to the point of, oh boy, because it's 2 years and $40 million, and they can't afford to be wrong about Merrill Kelly.
So getting him right. So now you've got Merrill pitching well. You got Soroka pitching well. You got Erod pitching well. You got Nelson bouncing back. And the one problem is Gallen.
Huge start tonight for Zach Gallen.
It's huge. So the one problem you've got is Zach Gallen hasn't pitched well.
Yeah, huge. Ryan Nelson has looked fantastic in his last 2 starts. I even thought Erod had a really good start over the weekend, even though he gave up a bunch of hits.
He gave up 9 hits, but he pitched well.
I thought that was a really good start for him. Cats, the Diamondbacks, and the Twins on June 19th on Four Peaks. Text the word SEATS to 620-620 for your chance to win 4 tickets and $200 in food to enjoy at Chase Field. Day 1 of OTAs for the Arizona Cardinals is here. Jacoby Brissett is not, but he's not the only one. That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
This is the first time you could say this in a really long time in Phoenix, Arizona. There's 4 young players on this roster who, if they all make a leap, things could get interesting. And those players, you mentioned a few of them in the blast. Kaman Malawach, Rashir Fleming, and then a couple guys going into their 3rd year in Ryan Dunn and Oso Ighodaro. If all 4 of those players take a leap in year 2, if they're all back, which I believe they all will be, things could get pretty interesting.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, back here to say about Global Credit Union and all of their locations, all of their branches, and most importantly, all of the reasons why you should consider Global Credit Union for all of your banking needs. Their level of commitment to saving you money is next level stuff. I've been in on the meetings with the executives. I can't even begin to describe how much of a priority it is for them to save their members money, whether it's low fees, no fees, better rates. I mean, it's so good. Honestly, the only account I used to have with Global Credit Union was my car loan. And after just hearing and seeing all of the money that can be saved by having your accounts with Global Credit Union, it's my wife and I are like, what are we doing? Why are we only doing our car loan through Global Credit Union? So we've made the switch. We've moved our accounts over, and I can tell you the commitment to keeping your money in your pocket is very, very real. You should absolutely explore becoming a member of Global Credit Union. Joining is really easy. Sign up online at globalcu.org or visit any of their 9 Phoenix area branches. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings, and the kind of service that makes your money work smarter for you.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
Hey, it's May, Tim, Sir, Kleiman. Time to turn screen time into swim time. That's exactly what we did at Casa Galvisi with Arizona's most awarded pool builder, California Pools and Landscape. You talk about a before and after. When we have friends over, that's all they talk about. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf, of course the pool. One designer, one contract, one builder, and our #1 summer escape is now our backyard. See it for yourself and get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and if your ride's starting to feel a little outdated, Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa can help you upgrade just in time for the summer. Here's the difference. Anybody can sell you a vehicle, but not everybody makes the whole experience feel easy and enjoyable. That's why Arizona drivers have trusted the Earnhardt name since 1951. Real people, honest prices, and a team that's focused on what works best for you, not pushing you into something you don't want. It's how the Earnhardt family built its reputation the old-fashioned way, by treating people right. If you're after a refined Buick SUV or a bold GMC truck, they have one of the best selections in the Valley with options that fit your lifestyle and budget. And when you're ready to shop, their website makes everything simple. Browse inventory, value your trade, and explore our incredible offers anytime online. So when you're ready for something better, visit Earnhardt Buick GMC or go online to EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models. All offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers in June 1st, 2026.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents: rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing, and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Live from Cardinals organized team activities, Arizona Sports presents Burns and Gambo.
Always good to see old friends when we're down here at the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center. That includes Intrepid Sports reporter Craig Grialou. Stopping by, saying hi. We saw Darren Urban earlier, friends over at the Cardinals. Chris Melvin, who's just on the other side of that there wall right there. You can probably hear us talking about him right now.
Just banging on the wall and bother him.
Well, like the last when we were here last year, like when I yelled straight up 2 o'clock, he was banging on the wall because he could hear it. I think they heard us in the press.
They heard us in
there. Yeah.
So this room isn't as soundproof as they think it is.
No, they gotta increase the padding or something like that. So we're here. Many of the Arizona Cardinals are here, but not all of them. And you had a list earlier of all the guys who aren't here. And I'm sure there's a variety of reasons for why, some of them aren't here, whether it's medical, whether it's excused, unexcused, things like that. But obviously, and I know you're looking at the list right now. The big one is Jacoby Brissett.
Jacoby Brissett.
You want to go through if you've got the list. If you want
Jacoby Brissett, Trey Benson, Christian Jones, Tip Ryman, Josh Sweat, Garrett Williams, L.J. Collier, Walter Nolan, Baron Browning, Carson Sherrard. Those are the guys that are not here for OTAs. But the big one is obviously holding out for a raise, holding out for a little bit more money is Jacoby Brissett. We've asked our guests so far about him not being here. He's going to be the starting quarterback on this team. That's what all the expectations are. They didn't go out there and get Aaron Rodgers. They didn't get Kirk Cousins. They didn't get Malik Willis. They didn't draft a quarterback in the first round. They've got Gardner Minshew as the backup, and they've got Carson Beck, who they're going to bring along. Now, the good news is Beck's going to get a lot of reps, going to get a lot of opportunities here in OTAs to show what he can do. Jacoby's basically just, he'll come once his contract situation is resolved. He wants more money because he was signed here to be a backup, and now they're asking him to be the starter, and he wants to get paid more in line with what a starter gets. I think it should resolve itself quickly. I don't think it'll be a big problem, but you never know with these things. But in the meantime, he's not here, but it does lead to more work for those other quarterbacks.
Yeah, and you hope it doesn't. And I think it's early enough in the process that it's fine. I mean, it really is just more. It's more debate about how much more money does he deserve, and kind of reading the room a little bit, because there's certainly one side of the coin that says, hey, look, they just drafted Carson Beck. They're gonna probably draft another quarterback a year from now. You're a placeholder for this job. You're gonna start 6, 7, 8 games, and then they're gonna want to see Carson Beck read the room and understand that now is not the time to be asking for a raise, especially after you went 1-11 last year. I get that side of it. On the other side of it, I mean, I'll double check my numbers just to be sure. I believe Gardner Minshew is scheduled to make more guaranteed money than Jacoby Brissett is.
Jacoby's scheduled to make. He signed a 2-year deal for a little bit over $12 million, $12.5 million. 6.25 is his average annual value. Yeah. Jacoby.
And so if Jacoby is going to be QB1 on day one, it's just everybody believes he is, and you've been reporting for months that he's going to be. Gardner Minshew shouldn't be making more guaranteed money than him. And I'm not saying that means you should pay Jacoby Brissett $20 million a year as if he's, actually a starter in the NFL. And to be honest, that's kind of a pittance for actual starters in the NFL. They make a whole lot more than that. But
the guaranteed money, you mentioned it.
Certainly the guaranteed money and him lagging behind his own backup on the team, I can understand, frankly, why he'd be like, I need a little more than that if I'm going to be your starting quarterback this year.
1.5 is guaranteed. $1.5 million is guaranteed. So if you look at other backups in the league, Joe Flacco, Marcus Mariota, Davis Mills, his contract is in line with those guys are getting. But, he's looking to get more in line with like what a lower level starter would be. But again, only $1.5 million is guaranteed. He wants some security. He wants them to address the situation. He signed a 2-year deal for $12.5 million. But again, the only 1.5 is guaranteed. So now you try to say, okay, what do? You bump the salary up a little bit more, and you give him a little bit more money. It's probably fair. I don't think Jacoby's in the wrong here by any stretch of the imagination. I'm not saying, look, he doesn't have a ton of leverage.
Oh, I'm glad you
I don't think Jacoby has a ton of leverage.
He has none.
But you still want to do right by the guy and the player.
That's his leverage. I mean, and I don't know if that's enough, but that is his leverage. His leverage is, come on, guys, take a look at the situation and kind of understand he probably needs a little bit of an adjustment here. He's got no leverage. Gardner Minshew, he's basically the same guy. I know you think Jacoby's a little bit better, but
I do think Jacoby's better.
But statistically, side by side, they basically are the same guy, and they basically have done the same things as career backups in this league. And you just drafted Carson Beck, and you're probably going to draft another one next year.
But what's the purpose of playing hardball if you're the Cardinals? What's the real purpose of playing hardball? I mean, raise the salary a little bit, give him a little bit more guaranteed more money. Let's call it a day and be done with it.
I guess what we don't know is how much more is he asking for. And that's the purpose of playing hardball if you're the Arizona Cardinals, is how much is Jacoby asking? Because if he's asking for something that's unreasonable,
take the 5.
Well, then but I don't know what he's asking for.
I would say take the lowest 5 starting quarterback salaries in the league and average it up and be somewhere around there. It's just $5, $6, $7, $8 million is backup money. Now, I'm not saying you got to pay him $30 million, but can you get him up to 15? And guarantee more of the money? You're asking him to be the starting quarterback for you. And listen, you don't know what's going to happen. You have no idea what's going to happen. Maybe he goes out there and he plays extremely well and you want to keep it. I doubt it, but you just don't know. But I just don't I don't think he has a whole lot of leverage, but I really don't understand what the purpose would be to play hardball with him if you're Arizona. That doesn't make sense to me either.
I would encourage you to look at Gardner Minshew's stats side by side with Jacoby Brissett. I think you'd be really surprised at how similar in fewer games.
Yeah.
At how similar they are.
What's your eye test tell you?
Your
eye test is going to tell you Jacoby's better,
but not by a lot.
Okay.
Not by a lot. I mean, we're talking about two career backup quarterbacks.
We're fighting over Kevin Cobb and Drew Stanton here.
we're fighting over Cobb Skelton. Cobb Skelton, the battle.
I meant John Skelton.
Yeah. Cobb Skelton, the battle. It is, and it's. I think the most important reason to have Jacoby Brissett around, honestly, is because I think he can be a good mentor towards Carson Beck. I think that's one thing Jacoby Brissett has done. And I'm not saying Gardner Minshew hasn't.
He's the only guy here that knows the personnel.
A spectacular job throughout his career of being that bridge veteran quarterback who's cool with being a bridge veteran quarterback, who understands the job's not yours. The job's not going to be yours.
Can I tell you why you want to pay him? Because you want him to play well so you could trade him.
Or that too.
Like,
sure.
I want to get you in here, so I want you to have a good year. I want you to play well. Because when the trade deadline comes, and if this team is 0-7 at the time, but you're playing well and we're not winning because...
But that's another reason...
I want to be able to trade you.
That's another reason to not want to pay him a whole lot of money either, because you want to make his salary attractive for a team that might want to trade him somewhere down the road, right?
By that time, you'll have paid half of it.
I know, but it's still more money than you'd be paying to a typical backup if you give him even something close to starter's money, if you really are thinking about trading him around the deadline.
But it doesn't, like, any extended holdout where he misses time and doesn't play... get him in, pay him $5, $6, $7 million more. Any team that, if a team needs a quarterback, he's going to be one of the first guys you're going to look at.
Yeah, Michael Fleur was asked about it today. He didn't have much to say. He said that nothing's really changed and that he's, they're still having conversations, but that nothing has really changed on that front. In the meantime, you do have a very experienced backup in Gardner Minshew here. And really, I mean, given where the Cardinals are, given where they are with their expectations, there is nothing wrong. As long as he's ready for it, there is nothing wrong with giving Carson Beck a lot of looks, a lot of touches, a lot of reps, a lot of everything.
Everything.
Yeah, I mean, it really is what this season is going to be about.
The speed of the game is the number one thing. Can you process the speed of the game? Everything is faster than when you played in college football. The amount of time you have to throw the ball you got to get rid of it quicker. The pressure you're going to get on you from defensive linemen and edge rush, and blitzer, it's going to be quick. Everything's going to be quicker. So the more reps he could get, the speed of the game will be the number one thing for Carson. If he can handle the speed of the game, he's going to get in there sooner. If he can't, he's going to get in there later.
How can the offensive line improve from last year to this year? We'll ask the anchor of the group from the left side, Paris Johnson Jr. He'll join us next as we are live from the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
I'm coming to London.
The Union Jack Classic, ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium.
London? Yes, London.
Arizona Sports will send one winner and a guest to London with round-trip airfare from Phoenix, 4-star hotel accommodations, royal box seats at Wembley with hospitality, sideline passes, a VIP Tower of London private experience, and a nighttime river cruise on the Thames.
Jolly good.
Devils in London.
London.
Brought to you by Desert Financial.
Cheerio.
Watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
Brilliant. Jolly good. Well, must be off.
All right, back here for Liberty GMC. They're in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. You can shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Why wait for Memorial Day? You don't have to. The Memorial Day Save-a-thon, one of the biggest, best, most awesome times to buy a great GMC for Liberty GMC, and it's going on right now all month long. What do you need? You need the best trucks? They got them. You need the best SUVs that GMC makes? They've got them. You can lease a brand new 2026 GMC Terrain for just $279 a month right now. You can lease a 2026 Canyon for just $379 a month right now. And if you need the big one, the 2026 Yukon, or the even bigger one, the 2026 Yukon XL. They are arriving daily, and right now during the Save-a-thon, lease options starting as low as $699 a month for the premier large-size SUV on the market, the GMC Yukon, and only one place to go, Liberty GMC. It's where they got all of them, and it's where they've got all the best deals. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. Liberty, GMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
You gear up, you ride safe, you follow all the rules. Then someone crashes into you and suddenly you're guilty until proven innocent? Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. If you're a rider, you're already fighting every day just to be seen. Distracted drivers love to blame riders, even when the facts say otherwise.
We have been promoting motorcycle safety and trusted by the riding community for nearly 30 years. Do your research after a motorcycle injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Free your team from time-consuming procurement tasks. Discover smart business buying where unmatched selection meets AI-driven tools to simplify complex processes so you can focus on what matters most. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Save $2 when you buy 2 cans of Superior Products Coverall Tire Dressing. Plus, get 4 times O-Rewards points now at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
At Freeway Chevrolet, buying a vehicle is as easy as 1. Welcome to Freeway. 2, 3. And right now, you can get up to $12,500 off MSRP on a new 2026 Silverado 1500 Crew Cab. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Up to $12,500 off MSRP on new Silverado 1500 models from dealer inventory. Includes all applicable rebates and discounts. Not available with special financing, lease, and similar offers. Includes tax, title, license, registration, and document fee. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details. Take new retail delivery by June 1st, 2026.
Progressive's accident response can detect and send help when you need it most, after a major car accident. But other accidents, you're on your own. Like when you accidentally call your wife Mom. When you accidentally say Happy Holidays on someone's birthday. When you accidentally wave at someone you thought was waving at you. We can't help with those accidents, but Progressive's accident response provides peace of mind after major car accidents. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Limited availability in California. Driver is responsible for emergency and towing charges not covered by the policy.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And now everything's on sale during our Memorial Day event. Save up to $1,200 on mattresses, plus free delivery when you add a base. Ends Monday. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life sleep.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. After a successful series in the Mile High City, the Diamondbacks are back in the desert, ready for a new homestand against some NL West foes. First up, it's Game 1 of 3 against the San Francisco Giants. Zach Gallen will start things on the mound. He'll go against old friend Robbie Ray. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage will start at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports app. It is day 1 of Arizona Cardinals OTAs, and there is one notable absence from this day, and that is Cardinals quarterback Jacoby Brissett. This was to be expected after prior reports indicated he is holding out for some more guaranteed money in the final season of his current contract. We've got Burns and Gambo live from the Dignity Health Cardinals training facility in Tempe, and coming up next, they're talking with left tackle Paris Johnson Jr., so don't go anywhere. And in playoff sports, a Game 7 and a Game 1. Game 7 is on the ice as the Canadiens and Sabres duel in Buffalo for the right to face the Hurricanes in the Eastern Conference Finals. Puck drop will be at 4:30. And then over on the hardwood, that's where the Game 1 is. It's the Spurs and Thunder in Oklahoma City, Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals. Tip-off will be at 5:30. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford, doing business the right way for over 70 years. No hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Live from Cardinals organized team activities, Arizona Sports presents Burns and Gambo.
Welcome back. It is the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, as we are live from Arizona Cardinals OTAs in the Arizona Cardinals headquarters. And as a reminder, tickets for Cardinals home games, including season ticket packages and single game options, are on sale now at azcardinals.com/tickets. And joining us right now, one of the stars of this Arizona Cardinal team, starting left tackle Paris Johnson Jr., joining us here in our studios for the day on Burns and Gambo. Good to see you, Paris. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How you guys doing?
Fantastic.
Yeah, it's been a while. I think the last time I remember your first interview with us was at the baseball park.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Right? They brought you by
Chase Field. Yeah.
Chase Field. You came down. We were all the way like right field. And sat with us, and look at you. Here you are, 4 years later, still playing in the league. Got your 5th-year option picked up. How do you feel your career has gone so far?
Awesome. I mean, I feel like I love the trajectory that I've started to create. I feel like I love the offseason I just had. I put in a lot of great work, and I know this year for a fact is going to be the best year that I put together.
What is different about you now as a player compared to your first year?
I would say just the plan and the purpose behind everything that I do, from my stance to my spot, to just the way that I align. I would say everything just has intent, and I've started to make it on my own and have ownership over that, to where now I'm completely starting to play without having to think at all.
Do you feel like this goes without saying, but you've learned a lot since you've been here, since you've come to the NFL, that it mentally, physically, how to get the most out of yourself? You've learned a lot since you've been here?
Yes, I have. I've learned, again, just to absorb all the information and then just to make it just a part of my game, like complete ownership. I don't have to think at all. I turn my brain off and I'm just going now.
What, in terms of a leadership standpoint, what sort of leap are you trying to make in that regard on this team? You've been here long enough. You play at a premium position. A lot of people consider left tackles to be leaders in the NFL. Do you bear that responsibility? Do you put that on you? And if so, what does that look like on a day-to-day basis to you, if that's what you want more of?
Yes, I do. I mean, I believe that, that with me being the guy on the offensive line at left tackle, that comes with a lot of responsibility. Like Jeremiah Love said, great power comes great responsibility, and I feel like what that does for me is, like, now going to year 4, it's my job to compete to earn to be a captain, and I earn that right now by how we are off the field, how we are now on the field, now with being OTAs, being able to have the first practice, put hands on people. I believe for me, the best way I know how to show the leadership is through how hard I play, how hard I practice, and I feel like that's how I want to start to set the tone for the offense, for how this year is going to look. You
knew who he was quoting on that, right?
Peter Parker, come on, man. Peter Parker. I just had to get a quote to my guy.
You a comic book guy?
No, I'm not really into the comic books, but I grew up with Spider-Man was my favorite superhero growing up.
So don't get him started. He loves all of that stuff. I don't know any of it.
When Jeremiah Love said it, I'm like, oh yeah, it's that's the first Spider-Man, great power, great responsibilities. Yeah. I just want to make sure.
What was your favorite Marvel? What was your favorite?
I like Captain America. Winter Soldier was probably my favorite Marvel movie.
Okay.
Yeah,
I don't follow that stuff.
I'm a nerd. I admit it.
The difference this year, last year you had a head coach who was a defensive guy in Gannon. Drew Petzing was your offensive coach. LaFleur comes over, the experience with Shanahan and McVay. What is going to be different about this year's offense compared to last year?
I mean, I would say the biggest thing I would say is just the involvement of, I'm trying to think the best way to say this, but I would say how we're involving tight ends and the receivers in the offense. I would say, again, for me, I'm large in part doing the same thing, have to block the defensive end. But I think it's really cool to see how we involve a lot of other people in the run game, which is super cool. And pass game is going to be the pass game.
Any initial thoughts on Jeremiah Love and how good this kid's going to be?
Oh yeah, I mean, I think him as a guy, I'll say he's kind of like me, kind of like Marv. He's a good guy. He's about the right things. He's not a guy that's going to be starting to run around town doing God knows what. He's about ball. He comes here very serious. He's ready to work. He's not coming to the door like a rookie, trying to figure things out. He knows his place within an organization, and he's here to start fast.
Now, are you working on some 50, 60-yard sprints right now or no?
56-yard sprints.
Yeah, sprints.
Unless Coach LaFleur wants that, then I'll give it to him. But
you say you got to block the defensive end,
right?
But with Love, like last year, the running backs were getting tackled behind the line of scrimmage.
Right.
With Love, you might be blocking 30 yards down the field with Jeremiah Love.
Right.
He is notorious for breaking those big runs, which means you got to get out
start taking off
further down the field.
Right. You're right. As soon as I'm done with this, I'll take off for you.
All right.
Hit about.
You got a homework assignment as soon as you leave.
You need somebody to run with you. I'm good. I'll run with you a little bit.
I won't, but I appreciate the offer. I appreciate the offer. Paris Johnson Jr. is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. It's obviously been a time of change around here, right? New players, new coaches. How different does it feel to you? It's still football at the end of the day. You're talking about your role basically being unchanged for the most part. But how different are things around here with all of the changes that have gone down in the last few months?
I mean, I would say for the guys up front, ball is still ball, so that in part, that hasn't changed. I would just say, again, it's kind of the mentality that you can't keep doing the same thing every year and expect a whole different result. So the mentality is we need to find small things that we need to change, that we need to adjust, we need to enhance, and we need to attack it. And I think that started with how we approach OTAs. And that started how we start to approach today. Yeah, it's phase 3, but let's come off the ball let's come off the ball trying to finish, trying to fight, trying to strain, but be able to take care of each other. But we did not get anything that we wanted the last 3 years since I've been here. So it's like we can't practice light, we're always in the playoffs. We got to go and start to, for lack of better words, to kill the guy across the line of scrimmage, so I can get that look, so he can get that look, so we can start to sharpen each other, so by the time we get in the preseason, whoever we have game 1, I'll even look at the schedule, whoever it is, just to take it to him, it's not like the first time, you know what I mean?
What have been your impressions of Mike LaFleur so far? What not comparing him necessarily, but just him. What are your impressions of him so far?
He's cool. He's awesome. I think the guys of the team, they really connect with him, and guys love the offense. Guys love the offense. I think it allows the variance, without trying to get into the scheme too much, I would say the variance in the offense makes it really fun to play in. And I think he brings great energy to the meetings, and pairing him with Coach Hackett. Coach Hackett's my guy. That's a ball guy. His meetings are fun, and pairing those guys together in the lab on offense, this is going to be a fun season.
You said the last 3 years was different. What was wrong with the last 3 years? Well, what prevented you guys from having success?
Again, at the end of the day, we're here to win. Again, I love JG, I love Coach Drew. I love the guys that we had the last 3 years. Those guys brought me in. I believe those guys wanted to win the same way that we want to win right now.
But
I just think that the only thing is that, again, it's on the players. It's not nothing with coaches.
Okay.
I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, coaches need it. No. I think the difference is it's where it's we just we just have to go. There's no time where, hey, we have this year and we have 2 years to get it done. We're going to get our guys in. No, we got to get the guys in right now and go. We got the guys now. It's time to go.
You really don't know who you're playing in the first week?
I don't even want to know.
You don't want to know?
I don't even care to know. I don't.
Okay. You're playing the Chargers.
I don't even know who the first preseason game is.
So obviously you're not looking at what the.
I don't care.
You're not looking at predictions. You guys are the underdog in every single game you're going to play this year.
Yeah, right now.
People are predicting that you guys are going to win 1, 2, or 3 games.
Mm-hmm.
What is inside this locker room? Is there a feeling that this could be a playoff team?
I want to win today. That's all I'm care about.
You just want to win today?
Win today.
Didn't even know it's the Chargers.
I want to win today's proud.
Okay. How much you got your 5th-year option picked up? This is the last question for me. You've always liked it here. Would you be Are you open to a long-term extension? Do you want to stay with the Arizona Cardinals?
I mean, I love being an Arizona Cardinal. I think I take it very serious to have the opportunity to play here. I love the group that we have in the front office. I love the ownership here. It'll be an honor, to be here by the time the next facility comes. But that's between God and Monty and my agent. So back to just choosing to win today.
All right, let's go do some sprints. Come on.
All right, while you two go run, I'm going to send it to a commercial break. Paris, it was really good seeing you, man. Thanks for stopping by as always. You got it. Paris Johnson Jr. joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. And again, as a reminder, tickets for Cardinals home games, including season ticket packages and single game options, are on sale now at azcardinals.com/tickets. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, the Devils, well, first let me tell you about our big contest here, because it is a big contest. The Devils are going to London. You could, too, win a trip for two to see ASU versus Kansas in the Union Jack Classic at Wembley Stadium with royal box seats, sideline passes, airfare from Phoenix, and a 4-star hotel stay. Listen for daily trivia keywords to enter, and it's brought to you by Desert Financial. It's been tried in the past, pairing Devin Booker with a former MVP. Would the Phoenix Suns dare try again? That's next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Dak Prescott got that opportunity to start from the very beginning, and he evolved into what he is right now. Man, could the same thing possibly happen with Carson Beck? Well, the question, or the answer to that is yes. The same thing could happen, no doubt. But you got to give him that opportunity. And I want to see him, this is why I want to see it, from week one, because I want to see him grow over the course of a season.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about the Lund Mortgage team, and there are some great examples of why it's worth it for you to stop renting and maybe own your own house. I want to give you an example, some math here. If you're paying, say, $2,200 a month in rent, that's $26,000 a year going straight to your landlord. 5 years of that, you've now handed somebody else $132,000, and you own nothing, zero. A mortgage payment in that same range builds equity every single month. That's your money in your house working for you. Let the Lund Mortgage team do the math for you and show you why it's worth it to get out of that rental and get into your own home. You can call the Lund Mortgage team at 623-889-0130. They'll get you pre-qualified for a loan absolutely free. It just takes a couple of hours, and they'll let you know if whether buying is an option for you or not. The Lund Mortgage gives great pricing you can trust. It's not a company looking to mark you up. They genuinely want you to win, and they're in your corner from day one. So stop renting and own your own home. Call the Lund Mortgage team to get it all started at 623-889-0130.
D-backs fans get access to flexible ticket plans, exclusive events, postseason priority, and more when you become a D-backs Advantage member. For more info, visit dbacks.com/memberships.
Hey there, campers! It's Jan from Toyota. Time to pack your bags and buckle your seatbelts, because this summer, we're headed to Camp Toyota. And the fun starts now! We're kicking things off by kicking up mud. Jump in, campers. We're going off-roading in a powerful new 4Runner. Next, we're taking a RAV4 to go fly fishing. Then we're heading to the hot springs in a spacious Sequoia.
Jan, what is that smell?
Sulfur stinks. Now we're hitting the hiking trails in a rugged Grand Highlander. And finally, park your Tundras and Tacomas around the campfire, because we're roasting marshmallows. Don't worry if you burn a few, folks. I brought a truckload. Your summer starts here.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Event ends June 1st. Toyota, let's go places.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK frees you from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Murata. Find out about these procedures from the doctors who have performed over 300,000 of them. Join Doctors King and Kopstein for their free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Register now or schedule your free Zoom consult at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
The garage door springs that come standard with most homes don't last. And when they fail, it's not just inconvenient, it's dangerous. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello at A1 Garage Door Service. Our springs are the toughest in the industry, backed by our lifetime warranty. That's right. Fix them once and you're covered for life. Don't risk your family's safety or your peace of mind. Let A1 replace your springs before they become a problem. From repairs to upgrades, it's A1 from day one.
A1 from day one.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend and the guy who will hook you up, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where the summer sales event is already in full effect.
That's right, Bick, and the savings are incredible. So if you want to spend your summer in the ultimate driving machine, now is a great time to make it happen. And to all your listeners, remember to ask for me by name. I'll make sure you get the best price you're going to find in the Valley.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
It's Staples' 40th anniversary, and they've got deals worth celebrating. Now through May 23rd, enjoy up to 50% off. Save on paper, chairs, custom print, balloons, and more. 4 decades in business deserve some seriously smart savings. Staples. That was easy.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Cardinals begin OTAs on Monday. We'll discuss our football team tomorrow. The fun begins 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, back here on the Burns and Gambo Show. As we're live from the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center, the Cardinals being nice enough to host us for OTAs today and tomorrow. We just got the guest list for tomorrow's show.
Mike LaFleur.
Mike LaFleur will be joining us tomorrow. Cody Simon will be joining us tomorrow. And Chase Basantis. Will be joining us tomorrow as well.
Nice.
Yeah, so we're looking forward to that.
And you'll still be at 100% tomorrow. Burnsy's already warned us he'll only be 50%. He's only going to give the show 50% of him on Friday. So at least tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday, we should get a full effort out of you.
You should. Although I'm already petitioning Lauren to petition the Diamondbacks for a second Torey Lovello segment on Friday.
Yeah.
Just something tells me once he finds out I'm going to Italy the next day, that we're going to blow one segment just on that, and then we're going to need another segment to talk about baseball. So let's see if we can get that second Torey segment for Friday's show.
The motherland.
Yeah, I will. I'll be half-assing it on Friday. I'm not.
Yeah, I don't blame you. You leave Saturday?
Saturday morning.
Yeah,
first
I don't blame you.
First, early Saturday we leave, and then as you know, a lot of travel on Friday and Saturday and into Sunday, right? Like we get into Florence later in the day on what would be Sunday. So yeah, we're excited
Statue
about
of David, Ponte Vecchio Bridge, Uffizi Gallery. Oh, you just
all the things,
and that very very bloody rare steak. Oh, they love it in Florence.
And that too. What will be waiting for me when I come back from that vacation when it comes to the Phoenix Suns? Probably
a new Jacoby Brissett contract.
No. The Phoenix Suns.
For the Suns.
For the Phoenix Suns. Is it going to be Joel Embiid? Is it going to be...
Everybody wants to tie guys to the Suns. I don't know why. It seems like, hey, we got to tie... Pick the Suns. Everybody. John Moran, Suns. Jonathan and Suns, Zion, Suns, and now the newest one is Joel Embiid, Suns. Like, stop putting everybody on the Suns.
It was on a podcast, and it was it was on the Road Trippin' podcast. Thank you. I was looking for the name there. ESPN NBA analyst Kendrick Perkins suggested on the Road Trippin' podcast this week.
It the Trippin' podcast instead of the Road Trippin'.
The Phoenix Suns as a future destination for Philadelphia 76ers big man Joel Embiid. You're going to hear the voices of host Allie Clifton. Channing Frye is in there. Kendrick Perkins is in there. Mitch, if you would do us the honors from back there in the studios to play this sound for us.
If you're the Phoenix Suns, would you think about getting Joel Embiid? Yes or no?
Yes.
Damn. Yeah. Okay, my point is
I would.
It's time for them to part ways, a mutual thing. I think it's best for Joel Embiid to go see what another organization has to offer. I think it's best for Joel Embiid to go witness and see what another medical staff is like. Maybe under somebody else, maybe their medical staff might be better than the 76ers medical staff.
The Arizona sun will fix you. The heat is good for the bones.
We just seen a lot of stories where guys left certain organizations and all of a sudden you're like, who the is that?
The heat is good for the bones.
Good for your bones.
It's good for the bones.
Good for your bones.
Yeah, just no. Another guy with a checkered injury history who's 32 years old. And I just like these people think the Suns are one player away. Like, I get it if you feel you're one player away, but the Phoenix Suns are not one player away. And you're going to see the two best teams in the West play each other in what should be a remarkable series with the Thunder and the Spurs. And you're not close to these teams. You're not close. You played the Thunder. It was a sweep. It was a 4-game sweep. Mm-hmm. The games weren't close. Like, you're not a Joel Embiid away. Why would you do that? Unless you're getting him for free and he doesn't cost any money and you're not giving up anything to get him and you're taking a flyer on a guy, okay. But I'm floored by all the names that people keep throwing out there for Phoenix. I really am. Joel Embiid's 32 years old with a lot of injury history.
So why does it keep happening?
I don't know, because they don't. Because they don't have a second star.
Okay.
They don't have a. What's the first thing that happened when Detroit lost? Oh, Kate Cunningham needs a second star. Got to have one. Got to have a second star. Kate Cunningham needs help. People look at the Suns and like, Book needs help. They look at the Suns and say they don't really have a center. They don't have a power forward. So Zion fits there. Embiid fits there. They look at Ja Morant and say they don't really have a point guard. And Ja's a point guard. He'll get you 8 assists a game. They don't have a point. So Ja fits there. Giannis is power forward center. So Giannis and Embiid
and Zion.
I keep pounding the table. Those three guys, I'm like, 1, 2.
Everything shakes.
Those three guys fit a need for Phoenix until Fleming develops. I think Fleming could start at power forward next year. But because power forward is a need, and because they kind of don't really have a great center, those three guys fit. Morant fits the mode because they don't have a point guard.
Right.
But those guys, like the injuries, the issues involved with those guys, just I don't see any of that stuff happening. But it is amazing how these players keep getting tied to Phoenix.
Yeah, I think it's a couple things. I think it's habit. I think it's just habit of Matt Ishbia kind of established himself as in his career as an NBA owner of being a star chaser, and that's just how he has defined his run so far in the NBA. So until he shows that he's not a star chaser, and I know he said he's not going to be one, but until he actually does it, and I'm not saying I doubt Matt Ishbia's resolve on this one. I don't doubt it at all. I don't think he's going to go star chasing at all this offseason. I take him for his word, and I believe every word he said when he talked about player development and continuity. I think that's what he's about. But I think because his reputation is so much about the quick fix, his reputation is so much about the bright, shiny object and about the always going for it, that it just makes the Phoenix Suns an easy target for this. But I also think beneath that surface, there's also something a little deeper going on here. And we've talked about this a couple times, so I'm not breaking any new ground here. I do think that if really it is your goal to win a championship with Devin Booker and under Devin Booker, that window's going to close, right?
Yes.
And so I don't think there's any harm in at least talking about some of these names. Not that you're going to do anything about it this offseason, but you're going to have to at some point. You're going to have to do something about your roster at some point if you're serious about competing for a championship. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. So with that in mind, I don't see any harm in speculating on some of these names. The one I've liked the best is Zion, but only if you can get him for cheap. Only if you don't have to give up that much to get him. Not because it's going to win you a championship, but it's going to get you closer than you are now. And if it really is your goal to win one of these bad boys with Devin Booker still on your roster, you kind of have to pick up the pace a little bit, right? Like you've got a 4-year window. 3-year window, 4-year window,
with
maybe
Book?
5 at the most, and that's it.
But they're not. I mean, next year is not a year where they're going to be trying to win a championship,
and that makes it a wasted year in that regard. And if that's this is not my goal for the team. This is Matt Ishbia's stated goal for the franchise. We are going to win a championship with Devin Booker on our roster and with Devin Booker as the centerpiece. Well, you better get to it. You better get to it because the clock is already ticking on that one, guys. It already is.
I think you take one more year, you develop the guys, you see where you're at. If you make a jump up and you're not a play-in tournament team and you're a top 6 seed and you can win around, then you might say, okay, what can we do to get over the hump?
Yeah. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, time to hit the reset button and react to the top sports stories of the day. Reset time coming up here on Burns and Gambo.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
I come to you on behalf of Desert Wind Harley. You see, they need used bikes, and they're giving NADA retail value when trading for a new Harley this week. No matter how much you owe on it, Desert Wind Harley will trade anything. Bikes, cars, ATVs, RVs, and more. NADA retail value for your motorcycle. Good credit, bad credit, or no credit at Desert Wind Harley. All credit applications considered. Desert Wind Harley-Davidson has the largest new 2026 model inventory in the state, with truckloads delivering every day. Retail trade value ends this Sunday. Stay tight and ride hard. Adjustments made based on reviews and new market. Any negative trading equity may be applied to new amount financed on approved credit.
Hi, this is Bill. I'm a real client and a raving fan for Bill Ross Fitness Solutions. After a free consultation, Bill designed my specific program. Workouts last just 30 minutes, 2 to 3 times a week, and they're always intentional, purposeful, and efficient. Perfect for my busy schedule. Best of all, you get results. Next to marrying my wife, this is the best thing I've ever done for myself. For your free consultation and $100 off the first month's program, go to BillRossFitnessSolutions.com today.
Ready! Hi, this is Brent with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. If you ever find yourself in need of any help in your home as it pertains to your plumbing or air conditioning, there's only one name to think of, and that's Ready Services. At Ready Services, we treat our customers fairly, we give honest pricing, and honest assessments of your issues. We'll never leave your home without you feeling satisfied with the job that was done and your experience with our technicians. To learn more about how we can help you at Ready Services, reach out to us at nofeeemergency.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
All right, Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade Concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you'd tell your listeners about them?
Oh, brother, you gotta have shade.
Temps hitting triple digits and the kids won't go outside?
You gotta have shade.
Hosting a backyard barbecue?
You gotta have shade.
Patio furniture fading?
Robert, you gotta have shade.
Wolf, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years.
I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Support comes from Amazon Business. You can't rely on guesswork to run your business. With Smart Business Buying, innovative AI tools optimize your purchasing experience, paired with delivery options built for business. Empower your team today. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Following a successful series in the Mile High City, Diamondbacks are back in the desert, ready to start a new homestand. First up, the San Francisco Giants' first of 3 games. Zach Gallen will get things started on the mound. He'll go against old friend Robbie Ray. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage will start at 6, you can catch it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. Day 1 of OTAs is in the books for the Cardinals, and there was at least one notable absence from today. Quarterback Jacoby Brissett was not present for the first day of voluntary offseason work. This was to be expected after prior reports indicated he intended to hold out for more guaranteed money with the final year of his contract coming up this year. And then in playoff sports, we got a Game 7 and a Game 1. Game 7 is on the ice. The Canadiens and the Sabres duel in Buffalo for the right to face the Hurricanes in the Eastern Conference Finals. Puck drop is just a half hour from now. And then over on the hardwood, that's where the Game 1 is. Spurs and Thunder squaring off in Oklahoma City. Western Conference Finals in the NBA. Tip-off is at 5:30. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. Get the freedom to save. Your Valley Chevy dealers Memorial Day event is here. Spectacular offers are available now. The freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for you.
Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
All right, reset time. And because Lauren is out here with us, we are going
Mitch
to the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios for the 4 o'clock reset. Mitch, take it away. Tell us what's what.
I'll tell you guys what's what. We'll start on the diamond. The Snakes grabbed 2 out of 3 from the Rockies in Denver. There are some hiccups for sure, but I would say, all things considered, an important series win for the D-backs, Gambo.
Yeah, Brandon Pfaadt was that hiccup for sure, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. But you know, it's a 13-game stretch against teams that you're better than, and if you want to stay in contention, you can't fall too far under 500. You got to stay around 500 or better. And getting 2 out of 3 was good. There were great signs. Starting pitching was great. And Friday and Sunday, the offense exploded. Those were the good signs.
Oh, is this the part where I'm supposed to jump in?
I don't know. Did you want any thoughts to share, Burns?
I thought the starting pitching was essential, and all 3 of them did a fantastic job. And we're going to talk about Seawald a little bit later. I thought it was very important for him to get a save opportunity in this series and for him to pitch well in this series, at least for a game to kind of get back on the horse. I was almost glad Brandon Pfaadt kind of messed it up yesterday so that Seawald could have that opportunity in the 9th inning. It was good to see him come through. We should have a little more trust and faith in Seawald, but I understand it can be challenging sometimes.
It's challenging.
Yes, it is.
So far, so good.
Yeah.
We'll see if the positivity carries through. Starting tonight, first of 3 against the Giants. It's Zach Gallen against Robbie Ray. First pitch at 6:40 right here on 98.7 FM.
Robbie Ray still pitching well.
Pitching very well.
You know, you think of all the guys that left, including Patrick Corbin, where that was a disaster of a contract for the Nationals after that first year. The guy that's continues to pitch well and, you know, having a great career is Robbie Ray.
Max Scherzer, too, I think is fair.
Yeah, but you know, Max wasn't here that long. I really don't even count him. They got rid of him after the first year. But Robbie Ray was here and he made a lot of starts. But I understand Max Scherzer was a Diamondback. They just traded him way too early. Robbie, they just didn't want to pay him anymore.
That makes sense. All right, so now let's transition to the football field. You guys are down at the training facility for OTAs today. You guys were there. Jacoby Brissett was not. What's the deal? We know why. He's looking out for some more money, it appears, Gam.
Yeah, he's got $1.5 million guaranteed on this contract, average annual value of $6.25 million. He's, in the middle pack of what backup quarterbacks get paid, and they want him to be the starter, and he wants to get paid like he's a starter. Now, he's not saying I want to get paid like I'm Patrick Mahomes, but, he probably wants to get paid like he's Geno Smith. So I get it. I don't think that this should be a big deal. They should be able to get something worked out. Little give and take on each end, and I think they'll be fine.
And yet it continues, right? I mean, we're working on about a month now where this has been a storyline for the most part. I mean, it goes back to before the draft. So I do wonder what the urgency is at this point from the Arizona Cardinals to get something done. They've got a experienced backup in Gardner Minshew. They got a kid in Carson Beck that they want to give a lot of looks to. As we've talked about, there isn't a lot of leverage for Jacoby in a situation like this. There's hardly any at all. And I just wonder, OTAs are going to end here in about 3 weeks, and then they're going to shut this thing down until training camp. So if they're going to get something done, you would think it would have to happen pretty quick before we start getting into the mandatory stuff that he can't miss. And then that changes the conversation a little bit. When the mandatory minicamp starts in a few weeks, that changes the conversation if he's not there for that.
Yeah, I'd be shocked if he's not. Like I said, I don't think we're looking at earth-shattering numbers here. You're trying to increase his salary for 1 year, just for 1 year.
Just as long as you're not paying too much, I guess, depending on what your perspective of that is. Other NFL news. Aaron Rodgers finally signed his one-year deal, so we can all shut up about that. All right, moving on. Let's go over to the hardwood. Cavaliers. Holy moly, what happened to the Detroit Pistons in that Game 7? 125-94 the final. I don't know if you guys know this. This is the first time Donovan Mitchell's going to the conference finals in his career. And he earned it, too.
Yep, absolutely. He was fantastic in that game. He shot 10 for 22. He knocked down a couple of threes. He had overall 26 points. I just think that their size was such a big factor for them. Mobley and Allen combined for 19 rebounds in that game. I think the size just overwhelmed Detroit. And Cade Cunningham had a bad game. He missed all of his three-pointers. He was 0 for 7 from deep. He struggled, didn't get any help. Tobias Harris was terrible in that game. They just didn't show. It was a blowout. Like, that game was over in the second quarter.
Sorry, Suns fans, I'm going to bring it up. Detroit's 31-point loss marked the third largest defeat by a 60-win team in the NBA postseason history, according to research. The 2021-22 Phoenix Suns, that 64-win team, also lost at home in Game 7 against the Mavs by 33. So the Suns lost to the Mavs as a 1 seed and as a 64-win team by 33. The Pistons, as a 60-plus win team and a number 1 seed, lost at home by 31. It gave off very Suns, Mavs vibes last night. And it was any Suns fan watching that game, it's like, oh, I've seen this movie before. Right? Like, I've lived this. It was terrible.
Yeah, a game was truly over by late second quarter, early third quarter. It was over.
You always hate when it goes 7 games and then the last one's a total dud.
Oh, no, a dud.
That series will start Tuesday in the Big Apple against the New York Knicks. That should be a fun series. We got a West Finals series starting tonight. Spurs and Thunder. Tip-off for that game will be at 5:30. Also related to the Thunder, we learned yesterday that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, his second straight MVP award. He and Steve Nash, the lone Canadian-born MVPs, back-to-back MVPs, and he's the first back-to-back winner since Nikola Jokic in 21 and 22.
It's a pretty distinguished list of guys who have won it back-to-back. SGA, Jokic, Giannis, Steph, LeBron, Nash, Duncan, MJ, Magic, Larry Bird, Moses Malone, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Wilt Chamberlain, and Bill Russell. That is the list that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander now finds himself on in terms of back-to-back MVPs. Not bad. Not bad.
I know they were supposed to announce it on, what was the name of the show they were supposed to announce it on?
The Amazon Prime show last night.
The Amazon Prime show. And if I'm Amazon Prime, I'm kind of pissed.
Well, they made their voices known last night.
All right, now, just to be clear, the official announcement is happening here. Dirk and Steve, you all both won MVPs, but I don't remember Sham spoiling it way back then.
I don't think he was around then. He was a baby then.
Yeah, what are we doing, man? Like, it's Sunday, Shams. Go to brunch, you nerd. Come on.
Blake Griffin.
Shots fired.
Sunday.
A nerd.
You're a nerd. Go to brunch.
Go to brunch.
Yeah, Amazon Prime was supposed to announce it, and Shams beat him to the punch. And so, Amazon, if I'm the NBA, I'm a little pissed too.
Yeah.
Like, Amazon Prime is becoming a big partner of ours. They're paying a lot of money. They wanted this announcement. They didn't get it.
Oh, no. It was nice of them to be coy about it, too. All right, I don't have enough time for the rest of the reset because we got to quiz some people about trivia, whether ASU or London.
Cheerio.
It's time for Devils in London. Listen closely because your trivia question is coming right now. The first correct caller wins 50 entries into our grand prize draw for a VIP London experience with airfare, hotel stay, and tickets to the Union Jack Classic ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium. Here's your question.
Touchdown, Sun Devils!
And for the first time that we've done this, I'm confident you know the answer. Confident. So I'm going to ask
Harry Potter!
No, I'm glad it wasn't. Thank God the
Please
answer wasn't Harry Potter.
don't blurt the answer.
Please don't blurt out the answer.
Okay.
But I know you know this, so don't blurt it out.
Okay.
Today's question, one caller only at 602-260-9870, 602-260-9870 for the chance to win 50 entries into the Devils in London contest. Who coached ASU to an undefeated regular season and a Rose Bowl appearance in 1996? Who coached ASU to an undefeated regular season and Rose Bowl appearance in 1996?
I know that. I know that answer.
I know you do. And I'm sure our first caller will as well. Who's it going to be? Who's going to get the 50 entries? 602-260-9870, 602-260-9870. We'll quiz one lucky listener on that and then talk about a must-watch game on the Cardinals schedule next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Here's the 0-2. Swing and a fly to left, and this should do it. Walt Schmidt backing up. He's underneath it. He makes the catch, and the Diamondbacks, they hang on and win it by a final score of 8-6. Had to have it here against the Rockies.
It's back to Chase Field after a series win up in Colorado to host the Giants for 3 games. Game 1 tonight at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Love telling you about M-Drive, the daily supplement I take every day to help me with my endurance, my stamina, my ability to recover. M-Drive is great as you start to get a little bit older and your body changes. It's biology. You're doing all the right things. You're trying to eat right. You're trying to sleep right. You're trying to make sure you get your exercise. But, you find the little stubborn belly fat that you can't get rid of. That's why you need to know about M-Drive, the daily supplement for men. That's right. You can get it at Sprouts. It is the #1 men's selling health brand at Sprouts. You could also go online at mdriveformen.com, and M-Drive will do a great job for you. It's a terrific product. Now, they've got a lot of products, M-Drive Elite, M-Drive Prime. M-Drive Boost and Burn is really manufactured for guys that just, that you're in good shape, but you've got to lose 5 to 10 pounds in that stubborn belly area. M-Drive Boost and Burn is a great product for that. M-Drive is a local company, and again, the #1 men's selling health brand in Sprouts. Go online at mdriveformen.com, put Gambo in a promo code for a discount, or shop M-Drive at Sprouts.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know that hiking isn't for you. Sure, it sounds nice to be in nature while exercising, but that's what a gym and houseplants are for. I mean, you don't even like walking upstairs. So why would you walk up a hill for miles? To what, end up high in the air? Come on, you know you're scared of heights. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
The NBA playoffs are underway, and now you can trade every game on Kalshi. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. San Antonio is currently trading at 19% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $500 if they take the title. On Kalshi, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers. And as odds move, you can buy in or out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code SHOT to get $10 when you trade $10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and if your ride's starting to feel a little outdated, Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa can help you upgrade just in time for the summer. Here's the difference. Anybody can sell you a vehicle, but not everybody makes the whole experience feel easy and enjoyable. That's why Arizona drivers have trusted the Earnhardt name since 1951. Real people, honest prices, and a team that's focused on what works best for you, not pushing you into something you don't want. It's how the Earnhardt family built its reputation the old-fashioned way, by treating people right. If you're after a refined Buick SUV or a bold GMC truck, they have one of the best selections in the Valley with options that fit your lifestyle and budget. And when you're ready to shop, their website makes everything simple. Browse inventory, value your trade, and explore our incredible offers anytime online. So when you're ready for something better, visit Earnhardt Buick GMC or go online to earnhardtbuickgmc.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models. All offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers in June 1st, 2026.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, London.
Devils in London. Arizona Sports is qualifying you to win now.
I'm coming to London.
All right. We've got one lucky listener on the line right now. His name is Craig, and he's joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show with 50 entries to the Devils in London contest on the line. Hello, Craig. How are you? Welcome to the Burns and Gambo Show.
Well, thank you for having me. I'm doing well, thank you.
You got it. Give me your best British impersonation. Let me hear it.
Just say bloody hell. Just say bloody hell.
Oh, bloody hell.
There you go. There you go.
All right. That's
Call Burnsy a wanker.
Don't call me a wanker. Please don't do that. Please don't do that. You know what, Craig? You're not going to want to call me one because this question is low-hanging fruit. This one's easy. This one's so easy, Gambo knew it for the love. So, here you go. Who coached ASU to an undefeated regular season and a Rose Bowl appearance in 1996? Craig, go.
Bruce Snyder.
There you go. Bruce Snyder is the correct answer. Lived right down the street from here, as a matter of fact.
Bruce Snyder.
Congratulations, Craig. Of all of the teams I have covered in my career here in Arizona, that 1996 Rose Bowl team was my favorite.
That's when I moved here.
I
got the cover part of that.
That team was so much fun, man.
I'm out-of-season ticket holder. Went to every game that year except for the Oregon State game on Corvallis.
How about that?
It was an amazing year.
You went to every game, even on the road that year?
Every road game except for Oregon State.
Wow. You saw some amazing. I mean, the USC game at home was amazing. The UCLA game on the road was amazing. That was a great year.
With the snake, Jake running it in, and J.R. Redding had a debut. Just an amazing game.
That's fantastic. That's so good. Well, Craig, I'm really happy that this is going to a longtime ASU fan. So you get 50 entries into the contest. Congratulations. We'll put you on hold, get all your information. Thanks again for being our one and only call on this. Now, for the next hour, you can enter to win on the Arizona Sports Contest page with the keyword Snyder, S-N-Y-D-E-R. Snyder will get you an entry into our Devils in London contest, which is brought to you by Desert Financial. Play the thing, Mitch.
Devils in London.
Jolly good.
You still have a chance to win by entering the trivia answer keyword today on the contest page at arizonasports.com or the Arizona Sports app.
Code word valid for 1 hour from right now. You've got 3 chances to qualify to win the Devils in London prize package each weekday through May 31st. Grand prize draw June 1st. Rules and info available at arizonasports.com. Click on contest.
That season is why you moved here?
No.
When you moved here, not why you moved here.
When I moved here, one of the first things I actually remember covering I think I was writing for the Associated Press, like a little bit there, was ASU football.
Okay, yeah, that season I was covering it for a different radio station, but I went to every single one of those games at home. The Nebraska game, the USC game.
Yeah.
Was able to travel with them to the Rose Bowl for the loss to Ohio State. It's still, and that includes like World Series years, Super Bowl years. I don't know if I had more fun covering a team than I did that 1996 ASU team. That team was just a blast to cover every single Saturday. Congratulations. We'll have another trivia question tomorrow. Speaking of upcoming schedules and upcoming seasons, everybody is now trying to predict when Carson Beck is going to make his debut.
Everybody.
And that includes our respected colleague over at The Athletic, Doug Howler.
Yeah, I originally, the day the schedule came out, I originally said, okay, I'm going to circle the Commanders game, and I'm going to say this is the game where I think Beck will start. That's after the beatdowns against the Rams in Seattle and all these punishing defenses like the Broncos. That would give him 6 games. It would give him a bye week. It would give him an easier schedule like the Jets and the Saints and the Raiders. The next day, somebody at AZ Central did a story, and they actually picked the Washington game as well. Doug Howler, The Athletic, has it a lot earlier than I did. He's got it as the Broncos game.
This is, and we've had many conversations about this on the air and off. This is about the time I think it should happen too. I had it a little later than this, but not much. Every Athletic writer was tasked with picking the biggest game, the biggest must-watch game on the schedule for the teams that they cover. And Doug over at The Athletic went with the Cardinals versus the Broncos in Week 7. He said by the time the Broncos arrive October 25th, the Carson Beck watch could be in full effect. This will happen sooner or later. If the Cardinals are hopelessly buried in the NFC West, it would make little sense for first-year coach Mike LaFleur to keep running out a veteran quarterback, be it but Jacoby Brissett or Gardner Minshew. The Cardinals will need to see what they have in Beck, their third-round pick, and that moment could come right around Halloween. So for him, the most noteworthy, interesting, watchable game of the schedule is, like for a lot of us, trying to predict when the Carson Beck thing is going to happen, and he's saying Week 7 against the Broncos.
Yeah, the thing that I don't really, when I look at that, the thing I don't love about that is look at the rest of the schedule after that Bronco game. So that's what that would scare me a little bit, because now you're talking
at Dallas,
at Seattle, home against the Rams, at Kansas City. I think it's a little bit early because, so you still get stuck with the 2 division games, the Rams in Seattle, and one against San Francisco. The most punishing defenses in the NFL are, 2 of the most punishing defenses. The Broncos have one too. So if he wants him starting that Bronco game, you're facing a devastating physical defense. Then you've got Dallas. Then you play another devastating physical defense in Seattle and another one against the Rams. 3 out of 4 games against great defenses. I don't think that I want to go there with Carson Beck at that point. I think I want to avoid some of the beatings he may take against those teams. Now, you may sit there and say the sooner you get him in, the better. I understand. The more experience, I get it. But I also want to protect him a little bit. I want to protect him a little bit from those defenses, and they come after you, and they're physical, and they're violent, and, I almost would rather wait a little bit longer. That's me.
Yeah.
I get it if you say, you're just wasting it. Get him out there. The more games you see out of him, the better. I understand that too. I would just try to protect him a little bit.
And that's where I'm at. And I just don't. If he were a first-round pick and you're guaranteed quarterback of the future, then I could buy the protect him bit a little bit more. Because he's not, I'm less inclined to protect him. I'm less inclined to be careful with him. I'm more inclined to say, you know what, the hell with it. Throw him in the fire and see what happens. Because he's not. He's a flyer. And I hate to be so callous about this, but he should be treated as such. He should be treated. You took a flyer on a quarterback. Try him out. Try him out because you don't know if he's
But
the
you want
answer.
to set him up for success.
You do, but I also want to know how he deals when he's not having success. Because if he's going to be good enough to keep me from drafting a quarterback next year in the first round, I need to see him play against some of the best teams in the NFL, and I need to know how he's going to do under fire.
Who's the starting quarterback on this team right now?
Jacoby Brissett when he's here.
Who's the backup?
Gardner Minshew.
The biggest question I have that we don't have an answer for is, When you decide it's time to move on Brissett, do you not go to Gardner Minshew?
But, I mean...
Like, or do you just be like...
It depends on Carson Beck's readiness. If Carson Beck is ready, he should play. He should play. What's the point of the point of Gardner Minshew is the same as Jacoby Brissett. There is no point. Neither one of those guys are my quarterback of the future. The point is to see whether Carson Beck is. And the only way I'm going to find out if Carson Beck is by throwing him in there. And because the schedule lays out the way I guarantee you, and I know your answer to this, if the easy part of the schedule were in the middle and not late, you'd be advocating for an earlier start for Carson Beck because to you it's just all about who you're playing against.
The last 6 games, there are 5 at home, and you get a bye week. That's a lot of good games for him.
I just don't see the point of protecting him. I don't.
Okay.
To me, it's illogical to protect him. You should play him. And that doesn't mean from the jump. That doesn't mean from week 1. The kid's got to be ready. But I'm also not going to handpick a game for a soft landing because really there isn't any in the middle of the season. And I got to know. I'm about to draft a quarterback in the top 3 next year if I'm as bad as I think I'm going to be. You need to know.
Gardner Minshew is going to take all the reps as the backup quarterback, and then you're going to go 0-5 and make a change and go to the third-string guy? I mean, I don't know the answer to it, but that's what you're saying. Is like, we're going to go to Carson. Yeah. So we're going to bypass the backup, and we're going to go to third-string guy in this game.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
I don't know if that's going to happen or not, but it'll be interesting to see.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, it was a very important and, as it turns out, necessary outing for Paul Sewald yesterday in Denver. We'll talk about it next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Somebody convinced me that they could lose 15 games? You know, the Jets game, okay, the Raiders. Is there a possibility the Arizona Cardinals could literally be 0-13 going into the bye?
Set aside that this should be a 4th-place schedule, and I get it. It's all a formula. It's not, nobody's out to get the Cardinals. I get that. But this looks like if this was a 1st-place schedule, it would be like, man, like if this were the Chiefs' schedule, one of the years they won the Super Bowl, you'd be like, wow, the Chiefs got a really tough schedule after winning the Super Bowl.
Yes.
This is for a team that won 3 games last year.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's May. Tam Sir climbing. Time to turn screen time into swim time. That's exactly what we did at Casa Galvisi with Arizona's most awarded pool builder, California Pools and Landscape. You talk about a before and after. When we have friends over, that's all they talk about. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf, of course the pool. One designer, one contract, one builder, and our #1 summer escape is now our backyard. See it for yourself and get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
The big box testosterone franchises want to squeeze you in on their schedule. Vital for Men is different. We're Arizona's original men's health clinic, open 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, and we accept most insurance. Personalized care, by men, for men. And right now, your first testosterone test is completely free. Stop settling. Call Vital for Men or visit vitalformen.com today. Vital for Men, where Arizona men go to get their edge back.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Why is K2 Vision RLE a permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers? How is it that you'll never develop a cataract after K2 Vision RLE? And how is RLE different from LASIK?
Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision RLE. We'll answer those questions and others when you join us for our free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Andy, what are some of the other questions you hear?
Well, how long is the procedure and recovery? Or who's a good candidate for RLE?
And we'll also answer, how much does RLE cost? Is there financing available? Does insurance pay for RLE?
Find out how K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers.
And cataracts too.
Right, no more cataracts.
K2 Vision's free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Space will be limited, so register now at k2visionrle.com.
Join us at our free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Sign up at k2visionrle.com.
Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where there's big news coming from your service departments.
That's right, Bick. We have slashed prices on major repairs and 12 essential services, from oil changes to brake pads. The savings are incredible, and you don't have to take my word for it. Just go to ChapmanBMW.com, put your VIN number in, and you'll see all the money you're saving. And it doesn't matter where you purchase your BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
One great experience.
Nobody wants to think about their toilet until they have to. A weak flush, water that runs on its own, or low water levels in your bowl, your toilet is telling you something. Ignore it long enough, and it becomes a costly repair. Parker & Sons offers a toilet tune-up for just $89. A full inspection that catches small issues before they turn into big ones. And if anything needs fixing while we're there, the $89 fee is waived. Call or text 602-2REPAIR and get your toilet tune-up scheduled with Parker & Sons today.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. After a successful series in the Mile High City, the Diamondbacks are back in the desert, ready to start a homestand against some NL West foes. First up, Game 1 of 3 against the San Francisco Giants. Zach Allen will get things started on the mound. He'll go against old friend Robbie Ray. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 right here on 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports app. Day 1 of OTAs is in the books for the Arizona Cardinals, and there was at least one notable absence today. Quarterback Jacoby Brissett not present for day 1 of the voluntary offseason work. This was to be expected after prior reports indicated he intended to hold out for more guaranteed money in the final season of his current contract. We've got Burns and Gambo live from the Dignity Health Cardinals training facility in Tempe, reacting to all that has come out of day 1 of activities. And in playoff sports, we are just moments away from a critical Game 7 in the Stanley Cup playoffs. The Canadiens and the Sabres dueling in Buffalo for the right to advance to the Eastern Conference Finals and take on the Carolina Hurricanes. That one, like I said, any moment now. And then on the hardwood later tonight, the Spurs and Thunder square off in Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals, live from Oklahoma City. Tip-off will be at 5:30. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Retirement comes with stealth taxes, Medicare surcharges, Social Security taxation, and forced distributions. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test today at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
D-backs Giants, Game 1 of the series tonight at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
All right, welcome back to Burns and Gambo here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Happy Monday to you. Hope everybody out there had a good weekend. We're live today from the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center. Good guests today. Appreciate the Arizona Cardinals getting them for us and inviting us to come down here and broadcast during their OTAs. Today we had Trey McBride on the show. We had Elijah Wilkins on the show, and we had Paris Johnson Jr. on the show. Tomorrow, Mike LaFleur, Cody Simon, and Chase Basantis will be joining us.
Irish Johnson didn't even know they're playing the Chargers in week 1.
Turn on that microphone of yours, will you?
Oh,
there you go. Somebody turn on that microphone.
Now I can talk?
Now,
okay. I don't know what these are all
If
new
I
buttons.
had
I don't
my
touch
way.
any of them.
If you had your way, what, Mitch?
That's the joke.
Oh, yeah, I got you.
Paris did not know they were playing the Chargers in week 1. Didn't even look at the schedule. That was fascinating.
You believe him?
I mean, I don't know why he'd lie.
I mean, just because that's the kind of no, man. I'm not paying attention to that.
Don't care. Don't know.
I don't care. I don't know. I mean, you know, I don't know. I think there are things that you say to make it sound like you're. I'm not trying to call Paris a liar, but there are things that you say when you're trying to make it seem like you're not fazed by any of that stuff.
Right.
You know, no, man, I didn't look at the schedule. I couldn't even tell you. I have no idea. Okay.
I looked at it. I got fazed by it.
Indeed. Before we talk about Paul Sewald, let me pass along this news from Alex Weiner down at Diamondbacks today, and that is that, and I'm pulling it up right now, A.J. Puck is going to start throwing to live hitters this week. It's coming. A.J. Puck is going to start throwing to live hitters this week. Let me pull up the exact tweet here because I had it. A.J. Puck is scheduled to face live hitters in live batting practice tomorrow at Salt River Fields, his first time doing so since surgery. If all goes well, he could throw in a complex league game on Saturday. Now, obviously, there's going to be a minor league rehab involved when you've been out as long as he has, and we're still not, I would assume, particularly close to A.J. Puck returning. But we're getting there, right? We are getting there.
We're getting there. You've got guys coming back in early June, so by the time you get back from your vacation, we'll have some key guys back, right? We're expecting Jordan Lawler back. We're expecting Pavin Smith back. And I think A.J. Puck and, Justin Martinez are going to get there, and then eventually Corbin Burns. And, that's why it's just so important to just stay in this race as long as you can. Stay around 500, and then when you get A.J. back, look, the bullpen has been fantastic for the Diamondbacks. It really has been good. So pleasantly surprised, but nothing wrong with adding another good arm, another strong left hand, and especially a guy who misses bats, especially another guy. Between Murillo from the right and A.J. from the left, you've got guys that'll miss bats.
Yeah, and for Paul Sewald, and this is kind of a long-winded way of starting a conversation about Paul Sewald, that was I'm not glad Brandon Pfaadt struggled. In a perfect world, Brandon Pfaadt, of course, comes in as the long guy and finishes up the 8th and the 9th, and there's no problems at all. And instead, now we're talking about Brandon Pfaadt. We'll have a conversation about him a little bit later and kind of what yesterday meant for him. But it did, and I think fortunately so, put Paul Sewald in a position where, okay, last time we saw you, you blew a save for the first time all year. You're rocking an ERA of 4.5. Go out there and do it. And do it at Coors Field, where you're always one bloop and a blast away from a tie baseball game. And other than a 2-out walk that came via a really, really, really close ABS challenge.
1/10 of an inch.
Really close.
The batter challenged it.
Yeah, and got it right. And got
it
first
right
base
by
because of
1/10 of an inch.
He got the inning that he needed, the save that he needed. And as you talked about, you brought this up when he blew the save last week. Like, if Paul Sewald converts 4 of his next 5 saves after blowing the save last week, I don't have any issues with Paul Sewald. That's closers doing closer stuff. Right. It's when you have 3 in a row. 4 out of 5 that you don't convert. It's when you hit that skid where all of a sudden alarm bells start going off. I think it was very important for Paul Sewald to have the moment he had yesterday.
I think it was too. And he was really good outside of the walk. So he comes in, gets the job done. And look, we as a closer, right, the most important thing is short memory. You can't be dwelling on the blown save. And, he thought that they may have been on his pitches, that they may have known what was coming, and, he needed to look at that, and he goes out there against Colorado. Things are getting a little shit. Like, that would have been one of the most devastating losses of the season. If he gives up a 2-run homer, that ties it, and all of a sudden they lose an extra innings. Like, wow, you are like up 8-2. How you can't blow an 8-2 lead.
Can't blow that game, no.
Can't blow that game. Can't blow it. And Ryan Thompson came in, got the job done, right? Like their bullpen was good.
Juan Murillo came in,
was
4
great.
pitches and was just fantastic
great.
in his inning.
Right.
Yeah.
So then you turn over to Pfaadt and you say, okay, go get 2 innings of work. We got a comfortable lead, and then walk and a hit batter, and he just didn't have it. And then you've got to struggle to win that baseball game.
Yeah, another guy, bullpen-wise, over the weekend who had a terrific weekend was, and even though it didn't result in a win, Kevin Ginkel cleaning up that mess on Saturday.
He was great.
Brandon Garcia left him a mess, and he came in and cleaned up that mess in a like he should. It was phenomenal, the work that he did. So the bullpen continues to now, Brandon Garcia, okay, for the first time since he's been called up, we kind of
gave up a run.
Saw him get a little wild.
Yeah.
Right? He was hitting guys and walking guys, and it wasn't very clean for him. Like I say, we'll talk about Pfaadt later because you might need to figure some things out with that one. But the bullpen, for the most part, in particular the high-leverage guys, Taylor Clark yesterday,
Great.
Fantastic coming in for Brandon Pfaadt.
Yeah.
I mean, they continue to, at some point, I think even the most, cynical Diamondbacks fan, and there are a bunch when it comes to this bullpen, I think at some point even the most cynical Diamondbacks fan is going to have to go, you know what? This bullpen's pretty good. And they're rolling out 4 or 5 guys that you can feel pretty good about on a nightly basis when they're coming in and asked to do a job.
If I would have said a week ago, like, who's the most important player coming back, I think we probably would have said Jordan Lawler over Pavin Smith or A.J. Puck or Justin Martinez. But now if Gurriel can get going here, that takes some of the pressure off of needing Lawler. Puck is just another good arm in the bullpen that strikes guys out, and if he's ready and he can help this team, he will. He's a good pitcher. It just adds to the depth of what is the bullpen. The question is, like, who's going to get sent down? And what do you do with Brand? Like, when Puck's ready, whenever that is, you're going to have a tough decision.
When we come back, let's have the Brandon Pfaadt conversation because, yes, the Diamondbacks won their series against the Rockies yesterday. There are still questions that need to be answered, and probably none more so than Brandon Pfaadt. That's next in the Burns and Gambo Show.
The Arizona State Sun Devils in London, England for the Union Jack Classic. And you could be there to see ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium this September.
What is the London Underground Railway commonly referred to as?
That would be the Tube.
Have you ever been on the Tube?
Yes, I have many times.
Kim, before we put you on hold, give us your best British accent. Go ahead.
What the is going on?
Devils in London, brought to you by Desert Financial. Here's how you can win.
Watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
Sound like you're from London.
I've been talking about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center for years. When it comes to your vision, you want experience, precision, and a team that's done this thousands of times. They're also the official team eye doctor of the Arizona Diamondbacks and Phoenix Suns, trusted by the pros to keep their vision game ready. Schedule your free consultation and see how Dr. Schwartz can clear things up for you. Visit teamidoc.com, and we can get you all the information you need if you're ready to ditch glasses or contacts. LASIK surgery is quick, fast recovery, proven results. If that's not for you, there's other great options like the Evo ICL is a terrific option for people that want to get their vision taken care of. Dr. J. Schwartz, locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. Call him at 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. Or go online at teamidoc.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
It's back. Employee pricing. Yep, we pay what Ford employees pay at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvisi here, man. Do not miss employee pricing across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs. Hey, Ford has been part of this country's story for more than a century, and Ford will help drive America forward for the next 250 years to come. You take that 2026 Ford F-150, work truck, or weekend warrior, Ford has a powertrain fit for the job. And remember, Ford is the number one selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, get employee pricing plus $1,000 cash back on a 2026 F-150 and Ford Explorer and 2025 Ford Maverick and Bronco. Employee pricing and $1,000 cash back while it lasts at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
Maybe you've had your eye on a Fulton home. The premium craftsmanship, thoughtfully designed floor plans, resort-style amenities, and award-winning communities across the valley. A place where every detail feels intentional. For many buyers, homeownership can feel out of reach. But now, owning a Fulton home is more attainable than ever. With special pricing, limited time incentives, and interest rate buydowns on select homes, now is the right moment to make your move. From beautifully designed interiors to the legendary quality Fulton Homes is known for, every detail is built to stand the test of time. Visit any Fulton Homes community today or go to fultonhomes.com. Fulton Homes. You're proud to own. We're proud to build.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
And let's send it back to our studios where Mitch is standing by, and he's got our Twitter poll question. Did we fix Twitter? Did we break Twitter? No. Jeremy's shaking his head. Apparently Twitter is broke, because even with the mighty Gambo retweet, we got 49 votes on this thing or something?
I was going to at least try and do a little bit of gassing up of Gambo before Jeremy decided to ruin everything, but that's okay. Yeah, we got a nice little teeny bump, but yeah, Twitter's being
a little slow
weird
today. Yeah, it's a little slow today.
It's been weird the last couple of weeks. I was talking with Jarrett with the morning show, and he had mentioned that they've been putting polls on Instagram. So Lauren and I we're gonna workshop some ideas. We'll see where it goes.
All right, I'll reach out to Elon and get this thing fixed.
Thank you.
Will you?
I'll reach out to Elon and get.
What's the role that you're getting once again?
A special envoy to Italy.
Yes. Have you learned what envoy means since you have been granted
just
that?
Negotiations on behalf of the U.S. government. Certain things go on, like just negotiations on behalf of the U.S.
Okay. Well, I'm just making sure. It's an important thing to know.
In the meantime, until this happens,
in the process.
And before this happens, we should maybe move our poll questions over to the Instagram, just in case.
To Instagram, we could try the website poll. Like there's stuff.
We have options, but yeah, I did notice a scarce amount of people voting on Twitter. So
now the good news is we did have a tremendous increase. We went from 7 votes to 62 votes since the Gambo bump. So we had that going for us.
Usually we measure the Gambo bump by the thousands, and instead we got 50 extra people voting on it.
Yeah,
so
look, if Gambo's getting shorted, then we've got some serious
Seems like
issues,
it's a slow day on here.
Something's going on with the Twitter. All right, so what is the poll question?
Question today is, whether you voted on it or are just hearing it for the first time or whatever, whose performance during the Diamondbacks series against the Rockies was most encouraging? And we have 4 options: Merrill Kelly, Gabriel Moreno, Lourdes Gurriel Jr., or Corbin Carroll.
Merrill Kelly is the correct answer, or at least my answer.
I went with Merrill Kelly as well.
Now, what else the Gambo retweet brought was a little more balance to the voting options.
Okay.
It's not a runaway anymore. It's a 2-horse, but it's not a runaway. 48% with Corbin, 45% now with Merrill, and now Gabby and Lourdes have gotten a couple of votes here and there.
Okay, I mean, it was the thing about Gabby and Lourdes. And with Carroll, I don't worry about this. But with Gabby Moreno and Lourdes Gurriel, I do a little bit. And Gurriel's not in the lineup today. It sounds like it's just kind of a routine thing for him. Tim Tawa is going to be in left field. The thing about those two guys that I wonder about anybody who's not like an established superstar who comes back from Coors and, had good numbers during a series at Coors Field. Well, lots of guys do, that ballpark is conducive to having great series. That's one of the big questions to come out of that series. Okay, a lot of bats got right for the 3 games. Who's going to stick? Who actually got right against the Colorado Rockies?
Well, Corbin's the guy you trust the most.
Of course, he's exempt from this conversation. I'm talking about Gurriel. I'm talking about Gabby.
I need it to be Gabby. I just need it to be Gabby. Look, if Gurriel doesn't work out, you're fine. You put Lawler in left field, Waldschmidt in center, Carroll in right. If Gabby doesn't work out, we're in a boatload of trouble. Okay, we're in a boatload of trouble.
Mm-hmm.
This organization needs Gabby Moreno to work out as their starting catcher. You say, Lourdes Gurriel is going to struggle all year. That's okay. I got options in left field. I got options. I'm all right. I'll make that work if Gurriel doesn't play well. I need Gabby Moreno to be the guy that was coming up with the big hits like he did yesterday. I need him to be a guy that's not going to hit 220. Gabby Moreno's a very good catcher. this is a big year for him. He's got to prove his worth. We've talked about, I remember in the beginning of the season, we were talking about what guys could possibly get extensions. And, you look at Gabby and you wonder, could Gabby get an extension? And, there were some other guys we looked at as well. But I really want them to have their catcher for the next few years set. When they made that trade, they traded Dalton Varsho to Toronto, they were void of quality catching in an organization. They didn't have anybody that in the organization that was close to being ready. Mm-hmm. So they made the trade because they needed a catcher. And Gabby looked like in that first year that he had the potential to be an all-star catcher. And I'd like to see him get back to that because I still believe in his ability to do it. He's got to fight through some of these struggles he has.
Yeah, won a Gold Glove. Nobody ever doubts the defensive prowess of Gabby Moreno, but there is the offensive consistency and whether he can ever achieve that. So hopefully Coors Field for him was kind of a launching pad for that confidence and not just a blip because it was Coors Field.
He was 5 for 9. He played in two out of the three games, but he swung the bat well. He had some good hits for them.
He did. It's just, that field.
I know.
That field.
Yeah.
It deceives. It does. It'll deceive you, and it'll fake you out a little bit. I think the other thing to come out of that series that's probably other than their inability to hit with runners in scoring position, in particular on Saturday, I think the biggest question to come out of that series is the future of Brandon Pfaadt. And what is the best for the future of Brandon Pfaadt? Because right now, he's really caught in the middle. And while he has had some very good appearances out of the pen, some very important appearances out of the pen, Sundays was awful. I threw 16 pitches, 7 strikes. Gotten a whale of trouble so quickly. And you mentioned a second ago, like when A.J. Puck comes back, what do? There is something to be said for this consistent of trying to fit a square peg into a round hole with Brandon Pfaadt and make the starter work as a reliever and what you're sacrificing by doing that. What you're giving up by doing that, whereas you just could send him to the minors where he could start every 5th day and be ready to go and work on his stuff and work on his craft rather than trying to shoehorn it and fit it and make it work. I'll be curious to see what Torrey says about it and what his next outing looks like.
There were people last night that were asking me, can we just designate this guy for assignment? You can't. You can't.
How would you want to?
Because of the money. Brandon Pfaadt is 27 years old. He's under contract this year, next year, 28, 29, 30, and there's even a club option on him in 31. You got to try to make it work. Now, that doesn't mean you have to put him in the starting rotation because he hasn't earned that opportunity. He hasn't earned that. But I think that you've got to continue, because of the money that's guaranteed and owed to him, you have every reason to try to make this work, whether that's as a long reliever in the bullpen or as a starter in the minor leagues. You can't designate this guy for assignment. That's ridiculous. No. You've got to try everything you can to get this guy right so he can help you in some way.
And that being said, he's made 9 appearances so far this season, both as a starter and as a reliever. In only 1 of the 9, has he not given up an earned run.
Yeah, he hasn't. He's
only 1 of the 9.
Yeah.
And in only 2 of the 9, he's given up 1 run. So in 3 of his 9 appearances, he's given up 1 run or fewer. The rest of them have been multiple runs in multiple situations.
You look at the Corbin contract, you're like, oh my God, the team won that one so bad. Then you look at the Brandon Pfaadt contract, you're like, oh boy, you're going to pay this guy in his last 2 years, $11.4 million and $15.4 million. There's a club option for 21. There's no way that's getting picked up the way he's pitched. But, sometimes you gamble and you win, and sometimes you gamble and you lose.
Yeah, especially when it comes to contracts like that. Send him down. Let him work on his craft.
As a starter.
As a starter. Build the arm strength back up. Let him work on his craft. Let him figure things out. I think right now it's not doing anybody any good where he's at. I really don't.
No.
And you could use that spot for a reliever who's got flexibility for you to be able to deploy kind of when you want, as opposed to looking for a very specific set of circumstances in which you can throw that reliever. That's part of the problem, too, with Brandon Pfaadt. You're looking for something very particular.
But you also don't want to use 5 guys to get you through a game in which your starter's out after 3 2/3. You don't want to do that
No,
either.
but you can find another long guy.
You can find another long
who
guy.
you're also not worried about keeping fresh enough so
Yeah.
that if he had to be a starter, you could move him into the starting
Right.
rotation.
I agree. Send him down.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, whether it was Trey McBride, whether it was Paris Johnson, whether it was Elijah Wilkins, we've had a lot of good conversations out here at the Cardinals. You hear the best of what they had to tell us next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
The payoff pitch to Beatty. Swung on and hit out to deep center. Waldschmidt moving back, makes it over the shoulder catch.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Ask not what your country can do for you. I have a dream.
It's one small step for man.
The only thing we have to fear is fear itself.
Hi, it's Tim Hovick, owner of Santan Ford. We built Santan Ford on the same values that built this country. Hard work, really hard work, caring for the community and looking out for all people. Santan Ford is a great Arizona story. And for 123 years, Ford is the great American story. You see, Ford value is doing what's best for America. So we're doing that now by offering our fellow Americans and Arizonans to pay what we pay. It's employee pricing going on now at Santan Ford. Ford is giving back to keep us moving forward. American value for American values. You get it all at Santan Ford.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
We're living through a monetary crime scene, and your IRA or 401k is a key victim. Hi, Dr. Ron Paul here. In 1971, gold was $35 an ounce. After the dollar was cut loose from it, inflation soared. And in just 9 years, gold hit $850. People who diversified into precious metals survived and thrived. Today, we're in a worse position because we face inflation and massive debt. Fortunately, gold is still an option. My trusted friends at Birch Gold Group can help you own gold inside your retirement account without penalties or taxes. Start now by getting a free info kit on gold. Text the word SECURE to 989898. We're facing the same monetary chaos as the 70s with significantly more debt. Get your free info kit from Birch Gold. Just text SECURE to the number 989898.
This deer season, John Deere wants to give you the home field advantage. We're bringing you the best offers of the season, whether that's cash off on select new machines or a shot at the ultimate Major League Baseball prize package. Because right now, you can enter for a chance to win an MLB All-Star experience for you and 3 friends, complete with travel and lodging for All-Star Week this July. Deer season is going on now through June 3rd. Visit johndeere.com/deer season to enter and view the offers and complete contest rules. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
The NBA playoffs are underway, and now you can trade every game on Kalshi. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. San Antonio is currently trading at 19% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $500 if they take the title. On Kalshi, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers. And as odds move, you can buy in or out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code SHOT to get $10 when you trade $10. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Get the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now. Plus, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. That includes popular models like the legendary Silverado, the versatile Equinox, plus the feature-packed and affordable Chevy Trax. Don't miss out. Memorial Day marks the beginning of summer and a great time to hit the open road in a brand new car, truck, SUV, or EV. from your Valley Chevy dealers.
You've got the project. We'd love a shot at earning your business. Space Solutions is a family-owned company that designs, builds, and installs custom closets, mudrooms, pantries, and garage build-outs, all built around your budget and your design goals. From Scottsdale to Phoenix, across the valley, and all the way up to Flagstaff and Munns Park, whatever the space, we've got a solution. Call us today at 602-536-4199. Visit spacesolutionsaz.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Varel with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Following a successful series in the Mile High City, Diamondbacks are back at it in the desert, ready to start a homestand against some NL West foes. First up, it'll be Game 1 of 3 against the San Francisco Giants. Zach Gallen is going to start things off on the mound. He'll go against old friend Robbie Ray. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage will start at 6, and you can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports app. Day 1 of OTAs is in the books for the Arizona Cardinals. There was at least one notable absence today. That would be quarterback Jacoby Brissett, who was not present for the first day of voluntary offseason work. Now, this was to be expected after prior reports indicated he intended to hold out for some more guaranteed money entering the final year of his current contract. And then checking in on playoff sports action, we got a huge Game 7 in the Stanley Cup playoffs for the rights to advance to the Eastern Conference Finals. It's Montreal and Buffalo from the home of the Sabres, and right now it's the Canadiens with the 1-0 advantage with 8 minutes to go in the first period of play. And then coming up in about a half hour, maybe longer, who knows, it's the NBA, the Spurs and the Thunder square off in Oklahoma City. Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals. Tip-off will be at 5:30. And that is what's trending now.
Live from Cardinals organized team activities, Arizona Sports presents Burns and Gambo.
All right, 5 o'clock hour here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Happy Monday to you as we're live from the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center as OTAs are underway. The organization made an announcement today about their new facility being built up in the North Phoenix area, the North Valley area. Dignity Health is going to be building basically a hospital as part of it, or a medical campus as part of it. So it's just getting bigger and bigger out there. Drove by it the other day. They still have the
3 years. Is it 3 years?
I believe it's 3. I think
this year and then 2 more in this facility
after training camp of 2028. Like when they break, if I remember right, it's when they break training camp in 2028. They will move into their new facility after training camp. I think that's what it was.
Okay.
Yeah.
So 2 more years of OTAs here.
Yes.
27 and 28.
Yeah, I mean, you asked Paris Johnson about his 5th-year contract option and signing an extension here.
Yeah.
He specifically mentioned hoping to be around in time to see the new facility. And unlike when Kyler said it a year ago and it was kind of like, yeah, okay, pal, we'll see. With Paris Johnson, you actually have a pretty good feeling he'll probably be around to see the new headquarters.
That's true.
You know?
Kyler kind of knew at that time. I don't know if I'll be here when that new facility opens.
Yeah. And we've had really good conversations today. Trey McBride joined us. Elijah Higgins joined us. Paris Johnson Jr. joined us. And let's start with Paris Johnson and how, for him talking about the difference between winning and losing and the biggest changes with the offense. Mitch, if you'd hit it for me, please.
Biggest thing I would say is just the involvement of, I'm trying to think the best way to say this, but I would say how we're involving the tight ends and the receivers in the offense. I would say, again, for me, I'm a large in part doing the same thing, have to block the defensive end. But I think it's really cool to see how we involve a lot of other people in the run game, which is super cool. And pass game is going to be the pass game.
Yeah, and Mitch, if you would, play the one for me about him being very straightforward about what he wants the team to accomplish in his 4th NFL season, because I know this was the one that got Gambo's attention a little bit.
At the end of the day, we're here to win, Again, I love JG. I love Coach Drew. I mean, I love the guys that we had the last 3 years. Those guys brought me in. I believe those guys wanted to win the same way that we want to win right now.
But
I just think that the only thing is that, like, again, it's on the players. Like, it's not nothing to coaches.
Okay.
You know, I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, coaches need it. No. I think the difference is it's where it's like, you know, we just like, again, like, we just have to go. Like, there's no time where, hey, we have this year and we have, 2 years to get it done. We're going to get our guys in. No, like, we got to get the guys in right now and go. We got the guys now. It's time to go.
Not on the coaches, it's on the players. Like, looking forward to the new offense. I just got to do my job. I got to block the defensive end. That's all I got to do. Although now you might have to start blocking downfield a little bit more because you got a running back who likes to break some big runs. So that's a factor there. But, interesting. Like, nobody has taken a shot at the former coaching staff. We've kind of asked about what's the difference. And, with LaFleur, an offensive guy compared to Gannon, defensive guy and things like that. But, his point was it's on us. It's on us. We have to play better.
Yeah, and I wasn't even asking necessarily anybody to bag on the last coaching staff. Just what's different, what's changed, what's what in Paris Johnson Jr. when he said when it comes to his job and when it comes to the job of the guys up front, nothing has changed. You're still out there to kill the guy in front of you. Mitch, play it for me, please.
For the guys up front, I mean, ball is still ball. So that in part that hasn't changed. I would just say. Again, it's kind of the mentality that you can't keep doing the same thing every year and expect a whole different result. So the mentality is we need to find small things that we need to change, that we need to adjust, we need to enhance, and we need to attack it. And I think that started with how we approach OTAs. And that started how we start to approach today. Yeah, it's phase 3, but I mean, let's come off the ball trying to finish, trying to fight, trying to strain, but be able to take care of each other. But I mean, we did not get anything that we wanted the last 3 years since I've been here. So it's like we can't practice light like, we're always in the playoffs. We got to go and start to, for lack of better words, like to kill the guy across the line of scrimmage, so I can get that look, so he can get that look, so we can start to sharpen each other, so by the time we get in the preseason, whoever we have game 1, I don't even look at the schedule, you know what I mean, whoever it is, like just to take it to them, it's not like the first time, you know what I mean?
That's a little bit of a knock. We can't keep doing the same thing every year.
A little bit.
Like he said, we can't keep doing the same thing every year. We have to make adjustments. We have to change this and change that and stuff like that. So is he kind of saying it kind of got stagnant under Gannon? That here's my way. There was no adjustments. We're going to do year after year after year. This is the way we're going to do it, and it wasn't good enough. Because in some ways, right, it's on us players, but then we can't keep doing the same thing every year. Like, we have to change it up a little bit. I think he was alluding to the fact that they may have been doing the same thing every year.
Yeah, I'd say one thing that I thought was consistent with, and I don't remember asking Elijah Higgins this, but we did ask this of Trey McBride and Paris Johnson Jr. Man, both, and it started with Paris. Both of their faces just lit up about Nathaniel Hackett. Like with Mike LaFleur, they were not guarded necessarily, but they were, yeah, he's good, he's this and that. But when you ask him about Nathaniel Hackett, boy, Paris Johnson Jr.'s face lit up, and Trey McBride's face lit up. Yeah, like there was a very visceral reaction to both of them and a connection, which is interesting, given that Hackett's going to be an offensive coordinator who's not going to call plays. That's somewhat unusual in this league to have an offensive coordinator who's not going to be in charge of calling the plays. But Mike LaFleur wants to be able to do that and retain that, and that's fine.
I think that's one of the reasons they hired LaFleur.
What, better?
I think that's the main reason is to call the plays. Because he did not call him with the Rams, but he did call him with the Jets one year he was there.
We asked Trey McBride about having an offensive-minded head coach and whether that's different than what he experienced under Jonathan Gannon.
Yeah, I mean, it's different in the aspect of he's in there installing the plays. He's the guy that's teaching us how to run the routes, things like that. It's the head coach that's in there doing that stuff. So it's cool to hear it from him from the top down, what he's expecting. And, last year with JG, he was a defensive guy, so we didn't get that instruction on offense. We got it from the coordinator, not the head coach. So just a little bit different in that aspect, but it's been a ton of fun learning, the offense and what we're going to do.
And you asked Trey about how it impacts him with no Jacoby Brissett, because that was probably the biggest news of the day. Brissett was not here. Here's what Trey said about that.
It really doesn't affect me at all. I'm really focused on myself, trying to learn this offense as as a tight end and what the position that I'm going to be playing in. So for me, I'm just still trying to function and do what I'm doing. So whoever's throwing me the ball, man, I'm going to get open. I'm going to be there no matter who's there. So it really doesn't matter to me. I love Jacoby, and I'm excited to have him back when he's ready to go. But for right now, I feel like we're just trying to focus on what we need to do to get better, and it doesn't matter who's back there.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I mean, Jacoby's a veteran. He's played with these guys before. I mean, if you just brought in a new quarterback and he wasn't here, then you'd be worried about it. But I don't, I think right now these guys are just trying to get the offense down, trying to get it down. How are we going to run this offense with 7 tight ends on the field at one time? Like, what are we going to be able? No, I mean, I seems to me like that's what it was more about. Especially with Trey, is I'm going to run my route. I'm going to get open for whoever the quarterback is. So I just got to learn this offense.
Did you notice, though, and I noticed this kind of in passing, twice when you asked him about Carson Beck, he referred to how tall he was as a quarterback. Did you notice that?
Yeah.
I play real quick. Play the answer, Mitch, if you would, from Trey about Carson Beck, if you would, please.
He's a very tall, lengthy, guy, and I think he throws the ball very well. Just the few practices and stuff that I've seen him go, he's a stud. He's a really good quarterback. He knows, placement. He puts the ball where it needs to be, and like I said, he's a tall, lengthy guy, so he can get that ball over the top and can really spin it. So I'm excited to see, how he shakes out. I think he's a very good pick for us.
I'm sorry, I just couldn't help it.
Twice
What's so funny? What's so funny?
I just couldn't.
He's tall. You guys notice how tall he is?
He's tall. He's lengthy.
Big guy.
He's tall.
You guys seen him around here?
He's
tall.
lengthy.
Yeah.
I
probably shops at that big and tall store.
Yeah, I couldn't. Why would I notice that? I don't know. Maybe coming up at 5:30, we're going to talk about this quarterback competition going in Minnesota as part of the reason why I would talk about that, because I thought it was pretty obvious when not that he was trying to, but the fact that he said it twice, maybe, okay, so he's tall. All right, check that box.
Yeah.
Carson Beck's tall. Got it.
All right. I mean, Jacoby's tall.
Oh, he is. Yeah.
But you think it was a shot at Kyler?
I don't think it was a shot. I think it was just an observation. It doesn't have to be a knock. I mean, it can be, but it doesn't have to be. It's just an observation. Hey, he's tall. And look, let's call it like it is. That helps. It helps.
Of course.
Right?
Of course.
I mean, it's
I don't ever want my team to draft a 5'11" quarterback ever again. Ever again after that experiment. Never
again.
How tall is he? Under 6 feet? No, I don't want him.
No, thank you. Your Devils in London keyword of Snyder, SNYDER, is about to expire. So head to our contest page and enter it now before time runs out. Do not miss your shot at a trip for 2 to see ASU at Wembley Stadium, and it's brought to you by Desert Financial. To no surprise, Jacoby Brissett was a no-show for day 1 of OTAs. How much longer is this going to go on? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Here's the 0-2. Swing and a fly to left, and this should do it. Walt Schmidt backing up. He's underneath it. He makes the catch, and the Diamondbacks, they hang on and win it by a final score of 8-6. Had to have it here against the Rockies.
It's back to Chase Field after a series win up in Colorado to host the Giants for 3 games. Game 1 tonight at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Drivers who switch their home and auto with Progressive could save money and time. Other things try to do this, but they really don't. Like the touchscreen at fast food places. It's not like you save time because it takes you longer to use a touchscreen than, I don't know, someone who works there. And another thing, you'd think it would save money because they're not paying a cashier, right? But no, same price. Also, why is there an option to tip? Who am I tipping? Exactly. Anyway, even if you can't save money and time with some things, you could with a Progressive home and auto bundle. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by SHAP.
On May 23rd, fans can receive a Serpientes replica jersey courtesy of Talking Stick Resort. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Have you noticed all of a sudden there's a bunch of lawyers saying they're going to fight for you? Yeah, until you read the fine print below them. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. If you look closely at that fine print, you'll see not an attorney in this state or not a law firm.
You never trust your future in the hands of someone other than a serious, experienced trial lawyer. And you definitely can't trust someone who won't even tell you who they are.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Hi, it's Vince Murata, and if your ride's starting to feel a little outdated, Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa can help you upgrade just in time for the summer. Here's the difference. Anybody can sell you a vehicle, but not everybody makes the whole experience feel easy and enjoyable. That's why Arizona drivers have trusted the Earnhardt name since 1951. Real people, honest prices, and a team that's focused on what works best for you, not pushing you into something you don't want. It's how the Earnhardt family built its reputation the old-fashioned way, by treating people right. If you're after a refined Buick SUV or a bold GMC truck, they have one of the best selections in the Valley, with options that fit your lifestyle and budget. And when you're ready to shop, their website makes everything simple. Browse inventory, value your trade, and explore our incredible offers anytime online. So when you're ready for something better, visit Earnhardt Buick GMC or go online to EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models. All offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers end June 1st, 2026.
Live from Cardinals organized team activities, Arizona Sports presents Burns and Gambo.
So, the list of players who were not here. Running back Trey Benson, offensive tackle Christian Jones, tight end Tip Ryman, edge Baron Browning, edge Josh Sweat, cornerback Garrett Williams, linebacker Carson Shahar. I think I'm saying that right. The draft pick out of Iowa. Shire. I knew I was saying it wrong. Shire. Thank you, Mitch. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Defensive lineman L.J. Collier, defensive lineman Walter Nolan, and, of course, quarterback Jacoby Brissett. Now, some of those guys are coming off of injuries. Shire, I mean, he's a sixth-round pick. I would assume he had something else that gets an excused absence. There'd be no reason for him not to be here unless there's an injury I'm unaware of. But some of these are some injuries. Some of these might be excused absences. But obviously the big name on the list is Jacoby Brissett. And we've talked almost in circles now about him, his holdout, the Cardinals quarterback situation. I'm curious as to when this gets resolved. You know, I'm curious because I looked at the schedule of the calendar for the Arizona Cardinals coming up. And Gambo, here's what it told me. You ready for this?
Okay.
All right. So voluntary OTAs. Today's May 18th. So May 18th, May 19th, May 21st. And then they do it again next week, May 26th, May 27th, May 29th. June 1st and 2nd, June 4th. So the next 3 weeks, it looks like they're going on Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday.
For 3 weeks.
For 3 weeks. This week, next week, the week after that. After that, the only thing that's left is the mandatory minicamp on June 8th through the 10th. So if there's going to be resolution of this situation, I mean, it really comes to a head during the mandatory stuff because that comes to the point where they can fine him if they wanted to. That there's still obviously time for them to figure this out during the voluntary stuff. But if it doesn't happen by the end of this week, now you've only got 2 weeks of the voluntary stuff before it becomes mandatory. Then after that, there's nothing until training camp. So I just wonder when it's going to get resolved.
So Jacoby's got $1.5 million guaranteed on his contract right now. He's making about $6.25 million this year, which is middle of the pack, backup quarterback pay. He's going to start. He wants to be paid more in line with what a starter's getting paid, not Patrick Mahomes, but he wants to make more money. I think Geno Smith or somebody like that. So I don't think that this is something that I'm too worried about. But, it is the Cardinals, so you never know. I would expect that something gets done. I think they've got to understand that we're going to ask you to be the starter, not a backup, so we got to bump your salary up a little bit. And he's got to understand he's not going to get money. He's not going to get paid like an upper echelon of quarterbacks. He's not going to get paid at, top 15 quarterbacks in the league. It's only 1 year. You're not tying up a lot of money for this guy. And there is, as I said to you, I think the benefit of having him ready to go from day one is if he could play well, even if you don't win, it does set you up for the possibility that you could trade him at the trade deadline. Now, what leverage does Jacoby Brissett have? I don't think a whole lot.
Nope.
I don't think I'm not going to play. They've got Gardner Minshew. You believe Gardner Minshew is very much similar to Jacoby Brissett. They could be like, we don't have to pay you anymore. I think they should. I think reputation-wise, I think it's probably wise to take care of the guy. He's going to be the starter for you. You expect him to be the starter. I think it makes sense to bump his salary up a little bit more, guarantee a little bit more money. You're not up against the cap or anything like that. So I think that it will get done. The point I would worry about it is if he's not there for the mandatory on June 8th. That's when I would be like, I wonder how far this is going to go.
Yeah.
I could deal with these next couple of weeks, but I would want him there for the mandatory minicamp.
Yeah, there's part of me that thinks, truthfully, that the Cardinals don't need him. And that Jacoby has to look at that through those eyes a little bit. Now, we can argue about whether the Cardinals do or not, but given that the Cardinals have basically 2 seasoned, experienced backup quarterbacks on their roster, and a guy they drafted in the 3rd round who surely at some point this year they're going to want to look at, there's an argument to be made that you're a redundant part. Well, we've got one. Now, we can disagree about that, but we've got a backup quarterback in Gardner Minshew who's got just as much starting experience as you do relative to how many games he's played, who's put up similar numbers to you over the course of your career, in some case slightly better numbers than you over the course of your career. We don't need you. And you went 1 and 11 for us last year as a starting quarterback. And so I think Jacoby's, I'm not saying he should cave or he should give in or he should just, okay, forget it, never mind, I'm just going to come in. But I think he should also understand that in this equation, he is very, very, very expendable. Very expendable.
He is the only guy that's played with these guys. He's the only guy that's thrown passes to Michael Wilson and Trey McBride, and he's got familiarity in his system.
Does that make him valuable, though?
I think he's valuable because he's a good, consummate pro that they all respect and like.
Yeah.
And I think that there is a perception thing. Like, if I'm a player, like, all right, they're paying you bottom of the line backup salary, you're going to be the starter, and they don't want to take care of you. You don't want that perception.
No,
out there.
you don't. But
That's why I think that they will do it.
But you also understand you're not going to be the starter for very long, even if you are. He's going to be.
So give me an incentive-laden deal based on how many starts I have.
Well, he's got that. I'm sure he wants a little bit more guaranteed money.
Sure.
I think he doesn't have much to stand on here. There isn't a whole lot of leverage for him to play in this game. And for a lot of fans, I think his request for a contract extension makes him come across as a little bit tone deaf. Like, hey, dude, they were really bad last year, and they drafted somebody in the 3rd round.
He just wants a raise, not an extension, right? He just wants a raise.
Yeah, but even by asking for that some people think he's being. I think you were gone when the story first broke about Brissett. I think you had the day off, and it was like, what? Jacoby Brissett wants a raise? Does he know they went 1-11 with him last year as the starting quarterback? Does he know that he is not the quarterback of the future? Yeah, but
he signed me as a backup. Now I'm going to be the starter. Pay me accordingly.
He's just not going to be that for very long. It's going to be a very short, brief trip for him to be the starting quarterback of this team. 6 games, 7 games.
Do you
8
think
games.
that's what they're thinking?
Do I think that's what the Cardinals are thinking?
Is that what they're thinking?
Sure.
Or do they go into these games thinking they're going to win them? Like, if you're LaFleur and Monty, like, do you believe that you could win these games?
I think they're thinking they know at some point Carson Beck is going to be their starting quarterback this year. Yes, that they're going to have to try him out. Yeah, I mean, wasn't that the plan?
If he's ready,
isn't? No. I don't just mean the Carson Beck plan. I mean the whole, hey, let's go get us a quarterback in next year's draft plan. Well, that plan is based on the idea that they don't think they're going to be very good.
Our plan is let's go get a quarterback. Their plan is go look at their plan is everybody thought this draft class would be pretty good. 2 years ago, Drake May went number 3 overall. This year, we didn't have a quarterback to take number 3 overall. So I think their plan was, look, everybody says that this draft class next year is going to be great. We don't know. What if it's not?
No, but prepare yourself in case it is. And don't go get Kirk Cousins and don't go get Aaron Rodgers and don't do something foolish this year that would win you just enough games to push you out of that quarterback race for next year. I do think that is the bigger picture plan. Yeah, I mean, we've talked about that for months now.
Yeah, I just wonder if that's their plan. They believe that it's a very similar roster to the one that many people last year picked to be a playoff team that started 2-0 before the wheels came off. I don't know. I know. I don't think that this is a big deal. Pay him a little bit more money, give him a little bit more guaranteed, and let's call it a day.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, speaking of starting quarterbacks for the Arizona Cardinals, the former starting quarterback for the Cardinals is now in a fight to be the starting quarterback for his next team. We'll tell you about it next on Burns and Gambo.
I'm coming to London.
The Union Jack Classic, ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium.
London? Yes, London.
Arizona Sports will send one winner and a guest to London with round-trip airfare from Phoenix, 4-star hotel accommodations, royal box seats at Wembley with hospitality, sideline passes, a VIP Tower of London private experience, and a nighttime river cruise on the Thames.
Jolly good.
Devils in London.
London.
Brought to you by Desert Financial.
Cheerio.
Watch or listen to Arizona Sports in the 7 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. hours. When we give you the cue to call in, dial the Arizona Sports studio and be ready to answer a trivia question. Answer correctly and earn 50 entries into our Devils in London grand prize draw. Full set of rules and info available on the contest page at arizonasports.com.
Brilliant. Jolly good. Well, must be off.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
In Arizona, your windows are more than just a view. They're the only thing standing between you and 115-degree heat. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and this is why you call my friends at Advanced Window Products, because they don't just sell windows, they build them to withstand the harsh desert climate, and they build them specifically for your home, never retrofitted on site. Advanced Window Products, celebrating their 40th year in business. They're Arizona's #1 window replacement company. They've got their own factory right here in the valley, which means they build your windows, they install your windows, and then they guarantee them for life. And remember, the installation is always done by full-time vetted crews, never random subcontractors. And during their May window upgrade event, you get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call at 480-764-2110 or find them online at advancedwindows.com.
Your family's in the pool all summer. Do you know if the electrical system is safe? Most homeowners never think about it, but between summer heat and monsoon moisture, your pool's electric system takes a beating. Parker & Sons offers a pool circuit safety check for just $89. It's a full inspection of everything powering your pool. This is the one service every pool owner needs before the first cannonball of the season. Call or text 602-2REPAIR, and Parker & Sons will make sure your pool is summer ready.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With a Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
This deer season, John Deere wants to give you the home field advantage. We're bringing you the best offers of the season, whether that's cash off on select new machines or a shot at the ultimate Major League Baseball prize package. Because right now, you can enter for a chance to win an MLB All-Star experience for you and 3 friends, complete with travel and lodging for All-Star Week this July. Deer season is going on now through June 3rd. Visit johndeere.com/deer season to enter and view the offers and complete contest rules. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Get the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now. Plus, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. That includes popular models like the legendary Silverado, the versatile Equinox, plus the feature-packed and affordable Chevy Trax. Don't miss out. Memorial Day marks the beginning of summer and a great time to hit the open road in a brand new car, truck, SUV, or EV from your Valley Chevy dealers.
Support comes from Amazon Business. You can't rely on guesswork to run your business. With smart business buying, innovative AI tools optimize your purchasing experience, paired with delivery options built for business. Empower your team today. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Of course, always electrical. After a successful series in the Mile High City, the Diamondbacks are back in the desert, ready for a new homestand against the NL West foes. First up, Game 1 of 3 against the San Francisco Giants. Zach Gallen is going to start things off on the mound. He'll go against old friend Robbie Ray. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage will start at 6, and you can catch it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. Day 1 of OTAs is in the books for the Arizona Cardinals. There was at least one notable absence today. Quarterback Jacoby Brissett not present on day 1 of the voluntary offseason program. This was to be expected, however, after prior reports indicated he intended to hold out for a little extra guarantees in the final year of his current contract. And then checking in what's happening in playoff sports, we are currently in first intermission on the ice. It's big Game 7 in the Eastern Conference, with the winner between the Canadiens and the Sabres advancing to the Eastern Conference Finals to face the Carolina Hurricanes. And right now, things are looking French-Canadian, if you will. 2-0 Canadiens over the Sabres right now through the first period of play. And then coming up any minute now will be Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals between the Spurs and Thunder from Oklahoma City. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Retirement comes with stealth taxes, Medicare surcharges, Social Security taxation, and forced distributions. So schedule your retirement tax and income stress test today at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Live from Cardinals organized team activities, Arizona Sports presents Burns and Gambo.
We are live here at OTAs, and we've been talking all day about Jacoby Brissett not being here for the first time in the last 7 years. There's also a particular player who is not here with us, and that would be Kyler Murray. No OTAs for the first time in 7 years for him because he's now a member of the Minnesota Vikings.
It's our fault. We had him on the show last year, and that was it.
Oh, it is. It's our fault. And we had him on one time last year.
Play, and I think that's the only time we ever had him on.
I believe it was.
All the years he was here, I think he didn't.
It's a question you asked him about, ways he can improve on next year. You pissed him off about
I did
not
kind of
throwing the ball deep.
Can you throw the ball down the field, please? Like once or twice? It's not me. They won't let me.
It's egregious.
That's basically what it said.
Egregious.
I can do it. They won't let me.
Yeah, is the word he used to describe anybody who thinks he can't throw the ball deep.
I remember, like, he went to the, I'm not going to say who it was, but the media relations guy right after. He goes, man, there's so many things I want to say, but I can't. I can't say. And that's basically him saying, I want to be able to say that I the way they run this offense, they don't have me throw the ball down the field.
Yeah. Well, he is. He's not their problem anymore. He's not our problem anymore. He is instead the property of the Minnesota Vikings. And Justin Jefferson the wide receiver there, was a guest on Good Morning Football. And when asked what he's looking for when it comes to Kyler Murray and J.J. McCarthy, Jefferson said, and I quote, "Just competition."
I actually have it.
Oh, please, play
just
it.
competition, for real. Just to see who's going to be that last man standing, who's going to be that dog, who's going to be that leader to carry us throughout this season, because that is definitely a missing piece that we're looking for, and something that, is very important to our team, which is the quarterback spot. So, just seeing that competition battle, seeing those guys come every single day leading the team and try to spark, especially the offense, is definitely something I'm looking forward to. And just going out there and just connecting with any quarterback that's going out there and throwing the ball, that's the main important thing this training camp.
I don't care which one it is. I just want to connect with one of them, man. I don't care. Whoever, wherever, whenever, just give me a quarterback I can connect to for the love. So even we heard a report a week ago from Tom Pelissero. He was on Rich Eisen's show, in which he said, hey, look, I'm hearing this is going to be a competition, and a not-so-friendly competition. He didn't quite say it like that. But
again, if you can't beat out J.J. McCarthy, you're doomed. You have to beat out J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah.
You're not coming in there and beating out Randall Cunningham in his prime or Fran Tarkenton in his prime. You've got to beat out J.J. McCarthy.
But, yes.
You better be able to beat J.J. McCarthy.
Yes, and I don't disagree with you. But this is Kyler Murray we're talking about, too. And if he, let's put it this way, if he goes into the job thinking, I've got this, I'm Kyler Murray. You know what I mean? Like I'm the guy they signed. They won 9 games last year with that mess at quarterback that they had. That's pretty impressive for the organization. Kind of speaks to the talent that the Minnesota Vikings have. They have a lot of talent
and they
there.
just added Juwan Jennings, right?
Right, yeah. So it's like they got 9 wins without him. Kyler needs to be a little bit careful here in not walking in and assuming that because he's Kyler Murray, he's going to win the job because he's Kyler Murray and J.J. McCarthy isn't. He's going to have to work for this.
He's on a 1-year deal. He might be motivated to find his next home and get a big contract. I saw this story. I want to see what you think of this. Kyler Murray's history against each team on the Vikings schedule. Murray has put up solid numbers against almost every team the Vikings will face this year. And they went through it one by one. Kyler Murray versus Miami, 1-1. Versus the Jets, 2-0. Versus San Francisco, 4 wins and 5 losses. Versus the Bears, 2-1 versus the Bears, Lauren. Versus New Orleans, 2-1. Versus Buffalo, 1-1. 2-3 versus Carolina. 0-1 versus Tampa. 2-0 against the Falcons. 1-1 against Washington. 0-1 against Indy. 0-2 against Green Bay. 0-3-1 against Detroit. And then 1-2 against New England. That's the record, but they said the numbers were pretty good that he put up. So they're already like looking at how does Kyler play against all of these teams, and how does he do, and what's his thing? They got his passing yards, his completion percentage, touchdowns, interceptions against every team lined up. I think they're assuming he's going to be the guy.
If it's a question of motivation, this is Warren Moon, the former Vikings quarterback, who was on Up and Adams this morning, in which he said, look, Kyler to me never looks like he's motivated.
He never looks like he's motivated. Maybe he is inside, but he just doesn't.
No, I don't think he is. He's got to prove that to me at this point. He's got to prove that he cares at this point, which is wild.
Yeah, and I hope he does. I hope he's learned over the last couple of years with all the criticism that he's taken, with the injuries that he's gone through. I have to give more of myself to my football team. I have to show people more about what I'm feeling and thinking. And you have to do that as a quarterback in order to get people to follow you.
And that's what he's got to guard against.
His demeanor?
If he walks into that job, cool as a cucumber, thinking that it belongs to him. Now, I'm not saying J.J. McCarthy is great, but he'll be motivated. The guy was the 10th pick in the draft. He's fighting for his next contract. He doesn't have $200 million in the bank the way Kyler Murray does, right? Like, he's fighting for his next good deal. Kyler's going to have to go in there and do something that he has so very rarely done, and that's play like his hair is on fire. Play like I am. He's never had to win a job ever. Outside of maybe when he was in college and he was
before
at Texas, before he even transferred to Oklahoma. Yeah. When was the last time Kyler Murray had to fight for something? That's what he's got to worry about. That's what he's got to be concerned about. I get what you're saying. He's got way more talent
Way
than
more
J.J. McCarthy.
talent. Way
but
more.
if Warren Moon is right and motivation is an issue for him, he better not go in there thinking like he doesn't have to fight for it. Otherwise, he might lose that job. He might not get it to J.J. McCarthy.
He's just not the rah-rah guy everybody wants him to be. I don't know if that's good or bad, but he's not the guy you sit on the sideline inspiring everybody and things like that. I don't know if he brings all the confidence in the world into the huddle. What he has is just incredibly talented. Now, I think that he should be very, very motivated by a situation that surrounds him with a lot of great talent on the Vikings. They got a lot of great weapons. They've got a great coaching staff. They've got a really good team. They can have success. And if you have a great year, you might parlay that into another big NFL contract.
Sure. As long as he knows how to fight for something. As long as he's got that skill set in him.
You said the money thing, right? Like he hasn't been paid $200 million. Right?
J.J. McCarthy hasn't.
J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah, J.J. McCarthy hasn't.
I was watching the Diamondback game yesterday, and during one of the commercial breaks, they cut to they're promoting the anniversary of the World Series. Mm-hmm. And they've got cuts from everybody, all of Randy Johnson, Matt Williams, Jay Bell, Kurt Schilling, all the guys, Tony Womack, all these guys, Reggie Sanders. And Matt Williams said something that really resonated with me. All of these guys had already been paid. They all made their money. And that helped us. It helped us.
Mm.
We had all made our money. We weren't playing for money. We were playing to win.
Yeah.
Every one of these guys, almost every one of these guys had already made a ton of money in Major League Baseball. Could that be Kyler? I've got $200 million.
But this is Kyler Murray we're talking about.
There's no way he loses a battle with J.J. McCarthy.
This is Kyler Murray.
There's no way he loses that. He's just too good of a. I think he's a middle of the pack quarterback, but I also don't think he's a bottom 10 quarterback. He's better than J.J. McCarthy.
Let's tell you what's on tonight, shall we?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What's on tonight? The games that we're going to watch this evening, and it's brought to you by Global Credit Union, your world of financial possibilities. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org. Giants in town taking on the Arizona Diamondbacks. That's a 6:41 pitch. We will preview that game coming up in the next segment. We've also got both NHL and NBA playoff action tonight. 9 minutes to go in the first quarter. The Spurs beating the overrated Oklahoma City Thunder by a score of 7-0. With
the overrated?
I'm cute because they're down 7-0 with 9 minutes to go. Totally overrated, clearly.
You're rooting for the Spurs?
God, it pains me to say
you like Wemby.
I like Wemby a lot. Yeah, I'm rooting for the Spurs.
Wow.
And I don't know.
If I would have asked you that 12 years ago, could you ever root for the Spurs? You would say never.
Sorry, not sorry, but this year I am. I'm a little tired of their flopping ways in Oklahoma City. A little tired of it. And I like Wemby a lot. So, yeah, I'm rooting for the Spurs.
What year was the – it's like 15 years ago.
It was 2007,
2008,
yeah, it was almost 20 years ago. Wow. It was 19 years ago. We had just the 19th anniversary of Boris and Amari.
Robert Horry, dirty
foul, yeah. And then NHL Game 7.
The Montreal Canadiens.
Between Montreal and Buffalo.
Come on, Buffalo.
And the Canadiens are beating the Sabres 2-0 with 17 minutes to go in the second period of that game. 2-0 the score.
In Buffalo.
In Buffalo, yes. That's the games that we're watching tonight, and it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. The Diamondbacks chief among them. And when we come back, we'll preview tonight's opener against the San Francisco Giants. That's next here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
It's back. Employee pricing. Yep, we pay what Ford employees pay at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvisi, your man. Do not miss employee pricing across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs. Hey, Ford has been part of this country's story for more than a century, and Ford will help drive America forward for the next 250 years to come. You take that 2026 Ford F-150, work truck, or weekend warrior, Ford has a powertrain fit for the job. And remember, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, get employee pricing plus $1,000 cash back on a 2026 F-150 and Ford Explorer and 2025 Ford Maverick and Bronco. Employee pricing and $1,000 cash back while it lasts at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
The Bunker to Bunker Golf Tour is swinging into summer with their Summer Swing 2-person scramble tournament at Verado Golf Club's Victory Course on Saturday, June 20th, benefiting the Arnie's Army Charitable Foundation. The event includes breakfast, team competitions, prizes, and a huge raffle, and even a coupon for a second round of golf, all for just $120. Come and enjoy an unforgettable day of golf with your friends. The event is open to the public, but space is limited and will fill up quickly. So register today at bunkergolf.com.
When you join the new Sonic Rewards program, every time you treat yourself, we treat you too. Sonic Rewards members get a free Sonic Smasher or medium drink with minimum purchase. Whether you're in the mood for crispy tots, a foot-long quarter-pound coney, or a refresher, you can score extra just by being a part of our new rewards program. Loyalty really does pay. In Sonic Smashers. Live free, eat Sonic.
Subject to all terms and conditions applicable to the use of the Sonic Rewards program. Participating locations only.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, this month sounds big for truck buyers.
It is, Dave. It's Truck Month during the Memorial Day Save-a-thon event at Liberty GMC. Right now, get up to $12,500 off the all-new 2026 Sierra 1500, or take advantage of 2.9% financing for 72 months. Plus, save $6,250 on the 2026 Sierra HD, or lease a 2026 Canyon for just $379 a month.
So visit Liberty GMC online all the time at LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-backs on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
All right, Diamondbacks baseball is next. The opener of a 3-game series against the San Francisco Giants, division rival. Coming off the first series win on the road since the first month of the season for the Diamondbacks when they took 2 of 3 in Baltimore against the Orioles. The Diamondbacks took 2 of 3 over the weekend against the Colorado Rockies. Today's pitching matchup is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? We have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring. Proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks, thewindowdepot.com. Pitching matchup for today's game for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Right-handed pitcher Zach Gallen gets the start. Big start for Zach. He's 1-4 with a 5.02 ERA. Former Diamondback and Cy Young Award winner Robbie Ray gets the start for San Francisco. The lefty is 3-5 with a 3.04 ERA.
Yeah, crazy. Returns to Chase Field to take on his former team. He pitched 6 seasons for the Diamondbacks from 2015 through 2020, won 47 games. He's only made one start at Chase Field as an opponent, though, and that was July 3rd, 2025. He got a win in a complete game with 2 runs allowed on 3 hits, and he struck out 7. Now, he did take the loss in his last start. He gave up 4 runs, 3 earned on 2 homers, and he struck out 2 against the Dodgers at Dodger Stadium. He only went 4 2/3.
Yeah, as far as Zach Gallen goes, I think we all know what's what here. After pitching very well in the first month of the season, at least with the traditional numbers, some of the advanced stats would tell you that he was kind of due to hit a rough patch. He has hit a rough patch. In the month of May, he's rocking an ERA of 10. He has given up 14 earned runs in his roughly 13 or 14 innings so far, pitching to an ERA of about 10. The last time out against Texas, one of the worst offensive teams in baseball, it was a struggle for him even still. And so this is a big moment for Zach to see the rest of the rotation seems to be clicking and humming and doing its thing. Not Zach Gallen, and that's a problem.
Well, the biggest thing is he doesn't miss any bats, Bernsey. He's got an 81.5% contact rate against him. That's the 11th highest in all of Major League Baseball. The Giants, by the way, their contact rate is the 7th highest in baseball at 76.1%. So the Giants very good at putting the bat on the ball, and Zach Gallen not very good at having the ball miss the bats.
Which makes it a problem. And the Diamondbacks, or the Giants hitters, I should say, as of late, playing much better. Devers is playing much better as of late. Luis Ariz is having a heck of a season so far for the San Francisco Giants.
He homered yesterday. Bader homered yesterday.
Adames is turning things around a little bit and has been really good the last few weeks.
Zach's got to watch out for the long ball. San Francisco's homered at least once in 12 of their past 13 games. So they're starting to hit that long ball, and Zach sometimes gets beat up by the home run.
Yeah, it's been a real good stretch lately for the Giants. They've won 6-4 in their last 10, coming off a 10-1 victory over the A's. Now, the injury report is brought to you by the Ivy Brain Tumor Center. Learn more at ivybraintumorcenter.org. Got some encouraging news tonight from the Diamondbacks on the injury front. Jordan Lawler is starting to swing a bat. He had a CT scan on his fractured right wrist, Troy Lovello revealed today. The healing, and this is a quote, the healing is exactly where it should be. He's begun light baseball activity. I think a bat was put in his hand today. He took some dry swings. Real light baseball hitting activity, so a good sign so far for Jordan Lawler.
Would like to see him come back. A good sign over the weekend was Lourdes Gurriel started to play a lot better. He had a good series in Colorado, so that's a good sign. Waldschmidt's been terrific for them. Corbin Carroll's really coming on right now. So Lawler comes back, he definitely gives you some depth and some options to rest some guys and get out there in the outfield.
Lawler is not eligible to be activated until June 2nd. And then there was A.J. Puck. He's been throwing bullpens, but is scheduled to throw to live hitters on Tuesday at Salt River Fields. Then he would pitch in the Arizona Complex League game at Salt River Field. The target would be for him to throw 1 inning and 15 to 20 pitches.
Not close to coming back, but this is the start before they start ramping him up. I mean, obviously he's got a lot more time, but I mean, you would love to get him back at some point, even if it's July, to give you that another power arm in the bullpen. You've got Garcia, you've got the one left-hander right now. It'd be nice to have another one.
The MLB standings brought to you by Liberty GMC, where the deals are a home run, and nowhere can you buy a new GMC for less. Diamondbacks start the day a game below 500, 22-23. San Francisco Giants 20-27. Diamondbacks are 6 games out of first. The Giants are 9 games out of first. Gambo's got a key to tonight's game.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master.
I am the key master.
D-backs keys to the game. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
That Giants offense has been heating up. They've had 10 or more hits in all 3 games this past weekend. They've scored 8 runs scored in the top of the 8th yesterday, with their most since scoring 9 in the 11th inning against Chicago in 2025. Rafael Devers is hitting .328 with 10 runs, 6 doubles, and 3 homers over his last 17 games. And Willy Adames is slashing .389 with 3 doubles and 7 RBIs over his last 8 games, even though he got deked into getting doubled off of second base because he thought it was the last out of the inning when it wasn't the other day. But Devers and Adames are the keys for Zach Gallen. You got to be careful. Not saying you pitch around him. You got to be